kilometers from Earth that it
Yeah.
reaches
And what
zero.
will happen
But
with that
I just
gradient?
know that
Okay, what will happen with that gradient when Earth start to move 66,000 around the sun?
I don't understand the question.
What will happen with that gradient on that height when Earth start to move around the sun 66,000 miles per hour?
When it starts to move, it's always been moving. So
Yeah,
What is
I,
happening
the
with that?
gradient.
What is that gradient moving together with the Earth through the vacuum?
yes,
Yeah,
yes, it is.
Wow, really?
Yes,
And
yes.
all that new nil, it's moving. It's uh, uh, how I can put that in my mind? Please tell me.
How we well
Yeah.
the atmosphere extends out
Yeah, the
really far.
atmosphere gases. How I can put the gases is going through the atmosphere through the vacuum, 66,000 miles per hour. How I can put that in my mind?
Well, space is not a vacuum. It's
Well,
close,
space is a
but it's not
vacuum.
a it's not a
Space
vacuum.
is a vacuum. 10 to minus 17 torr. You said that.
Well, it's near that. It's near vacuum, not
Yeah,
perfect vacuum.
it's not perfect vacuum, but it's 10 to minus 17 torr. Okay, now
Yeah,
we have Earth with atmosphere going 66,000 miles per hour through that medium.
sure. Because
Sure.
there's no friction. Because there's no friction. There's nothing to pull the atmosphere away. It's a
Why
near
is that
vacuum.
not
There's no
going?
friction.
Why is that not going 83 miles, 1,000 miles per hour? And why is
So,
not 10 to minus 23 torr?
is this
It's more, for me.
why
It's
why
more logic if it's 10, because when I do the math, 10 to minus 23 torr, it's more valuable, and also the speed, it's 83,000 miles per hour, not 66.
okay? Well, I have no idea the speed. What I mean, if I don't know how that has bearing.
You know what
You're
is
wondering why
difference with my numbers? Do you know what is the same with my numbers and there and 60? Only the one same thing. They have one same thing.
what's that?
That is assumption. That it's pseudoscience.
Okay.
That means my it's
Um,
bullshit, and the first one is also bullshit. That 83,000, and man, I can put every value what you want. I will never ever prove. That means they never ever proved. They put some numbers. That's great. And if I want to put that in my mind that some gas is going through the vacuum 66,000 miles per hour, I cannot, because I'm human being. I cannot to do that. If I want to see that, nobody can present it to me. Nobody can prove me that. I only need to trust somebody's mind now in this moment. That means if you imagine that is existing, I need to trust your mind. How your mind that imagine it. That must be my
visualized?
belief. Yeah, I cannot in any other
all right.
in any other case how I will approach. I cannot. I only can if I can understand that kind of mind. If you understand my kind of mind, if you understand the minus 23 10 to minus 23 torr, and if you understand 83,000 miles per hour, you will understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, 10 to the minus 17 torr.
Because my mind cannot understand that mind,
Yeah.
because that mind, I don't know who and how, in which way he put that numbers, in which way, and he how he imagined that gases can go through the vacuum. I cannot explain that mind, that this is incredible,
Yeah.
this is great, but I, like a human being, I cannot explain how that mind get that idea to even say that, to put that numbers, and to say that we can have that picture. Imagine the picture, the gases, it's there, it's a gradient, and now it's going 66,000 miles per hour through that vacuum. That's great to say. But I'm saying, if I want to know that is true, I need to have that mind.
Okay.
Robert, do you know how much is a trillion?
How much is a trillion?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,000 billion.
But do you have any comparison? Like, can you tell me something?
Oh no,
Huh?
a trillion is too big to comprehend.
At most, listen, if you, real quick, if you try to count to a trillion, and you put 1 second for every, or one for every, say, 1, 2,
Every number.
3.
Yeah.
You'd have to be counting for at least 1 trillion seconds. And you know how long that would take? You couldn't do it in a lifetime, friend. So how the fuck
it's like
do you know what that
10,000
number is?
years.
No,
Yeah.
actually,
I said
it will take you. It will the 1 trillion seconds equates to almost 31,000 years.
yeah, something like
I don't
that.
have that much time.
1 billion seconds is about 3 years and something.
Yeah.
Or
It's just
30.
it's too big of a number to comprehend. It's like for math
No, I may be
purposes
wrong.
only.
1 billion. 1 billion, I think, is 30 years.
Yeah.
So my question is, why
And-
is it used if it's not tangible?
Why is a trillion used if it's not tangible?
Right.
It's simple math. I mean,
incomprehensible.
it's just used for math. It's like we can't even comprehend. We can't even imagine what a trillion of anything is.
Right, but do you know what math was
Well,
originally
let me
based
tell
on?
you.
I got 2
let me
apples.
tell you.
I got 1 apple, I got
Yeah.
2 apples, right? How are you going to have a trillion
Yeah.
apples, and how are you going to know?
Billions and billions and
You'd
billions.
never be able to.
It was
You'd never
based
be
on
able to count
physical
them.
things.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It was based on stuff that you could touch and hold, be tangible. You can't have
Sure.
even 1,000,000 of something, or hold even 1,000 or 100 of something, okay? It's got to be something you can look at and touch. Then you can count it, right? It doesn't count unless you can count it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems to be a bit of that though, doesn't it?
I
To
have a
numbers
question.
that are like too vast for us to comprehend or test. Like
Yeah, so
tangibly
why even
test.
use them? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it just seems to be like the MO for like all of the statistics or
Right.
details of the globe model.
Well, to have an idea about the trillion, 10 to the power 12 is 1 trillion. And 10 to the minus 17 Tor is way much beyond a trillion. The difference between 10 to the power 12 and 10 to the power 17, the difference between these numbers is the same like there is difference between 1 billion and 1 trillion. That's how huge it is.
It's only
the
one
order of
and
magnitude. Yeah.
it's 0 point and then 17 zeros. That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing more. And divide that with put that with the 1, put that in and you will get the number. And number will have 17 zeros behind. That's the number.
But
Well, to answer
I
the
do
first
have.
person's question
Yeah.
about hold on. To answer the first
Go
person's
ahead.
question about like why even bother worrying about something a trillion if you can't hold it and touch it or whatever. Just to put it in perspective, we spent $2 trillion on the Afghanistan war. Now, can we hold all that money in our hands? No. Still, the fact that it happened, it's still we spent that money and it was written down and calculated, and so the numbers do serve a purpose.
No. Do you believe that that kind of money exists in the world?
Well, they say our economy, the United States economy, is like $31 trillion per year. That's what everybody in America.
Yeah. How much is
or
that
whatever.
inflated? How much is overinflated?
Oh, it's all inflated. It's all inflated. Are you kidding me? We don't actually have that money. No,
So it's not realistic.
No, it's not reality. It's not. I mean, they just print. I mean, and they don't even print it. When they say, "Oh, they'll just print more," they don't just print more. They just write on a piece of paper, "Here, this is $1 trillion. Take care of this." It's not. Yeah. But anyway, no.
All the
we're so
world's
inflated so
assets
bad.
and belongings, they do not equate to $1 trillion.
Hey, I'll tell you what though, I do like inflation right now because 2 years ago I bought my house for $190,000. I just sold it. I just sold it for $300,000. In
Hey,
2
that's
years,
nice.
I made.
Good for you.
Almost double the
Yeah,
price.
but be careful what you wish for, because then everything. It just. How could you even afford to buy a house at that?
Oh no! No! I'm taking I'm taking my money and running away. I'm not buying anything because I know it's like I sold.
money run.
I sold my house. Now I've got Well, I don't have it yet. In 2 weeks, I'll have my check for $100,000, and I'm going to Mexico because you could rent a 4-bedroom house in Mexico for $100 a month. Can you believe that?
Holy moly!
Yeah.
I live right on the border of
You will live like a
Arizona.
king.
Yeah, I live on the border of Arizona and Mexico, town called Nogales, and I go into Nogales all the time because I have my girlfriend lives on the Mexican side, and we were looking at houses for a 4-bedroom, a nice big 4-bedroom house, $100 a month in rent. To buy a house, you're talking like $30,000, and that's for a big, nice house.
Bruh.
Well, then,
Shit, dude,
then
just
make
commute.
sure.
Bruh.
I am
Make sure.
exactly.
Yeah, then
But-
make sure that you teach your girlfriend to be open-minded in modern relations.
What
Because
are you about to say, Git?
the
What?
women in
I'm
Mexico are beautiful. So if
Yes,
you
they
move
are.
there, you will want more.
Mm.
Oh,
I can neither confirm nor deny. I have an opinion on that.
Yeah, joking.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I tell you what. Mexican women, let me tell you, they are great.
You don't have to tell me.
Yeah.
Not in anything. Not anything dirty. I'm talking like cleaning
Yes.
and cooking and
Okay. Well,
The good
Yeah.
people. They're
yeah.
all good people. Everybody's
They know their
Family oriented.
haven't
know
been
their place.
westernized with feminism.
It's true.
They know their place. They
I
should
didn't say
really
that.
say
Jesus.
that.
Go ahead. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
No, I did.
Is
It's
that like
okay.
a personal attack or something?
No, I'm just kidding.
You know what though?
kidding.
In the culture, those women love to do so much and do what they do.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like they provide the household, and it's awesome. They love it.
They take
Yeah.
so much pride in it too. Like that they don't. I mean, like if you ask, like, do you? I mean, because I had another girlfriend before this one who was Mexican, and I actually brought her to the United States. And I said, okay, here you got your green card and everything. You want to go get a job? She goes, but then how would the house get clean if I was out working?
It
I
wouldn't
was
get
like-
clean properly, bro.
And I was like, I love you so much. You're
Yeah.
so awesome.
Cool. Kudos, brother.
They really it's all about home and family to them, and they're just very simple people, and I love it.
Yeah.
But okay, Robert.
Yes, sir.
I now have a question which I want to ask, like to a person who believes in the heliocentric model. Can you have more stars than you have atoms in the universe?
No, because everything's made of atoms. So, right?
What do you mean? No.
Everything's made of atoms. You can't have something without atoms, right?
Okay, but the question is, can you have more stars than you
Than
have
atoms?
atoms? Yeah.
Well, I would have to say no, because I mean, everything's made of
But
atoms.
then why does the heliocentric religion teaches that there are more stars in the universe than there are atoms?
Well, I've never heard
How
that.
does that work?
I don't know how that could work. If
Well,
someone
this is,
if someone were to tell me that, I would tell them that's preposterous. I mean, unless it's an astrophysicist, unless it's an
preposterous
astrophysicist,
claim.
I-
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, unless it's an astrophysicist who knows more than I do about it, then I'd have to, whatever. But
Neil
it doesn't,
deGrasse
it doesn't make
Tyson.
any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, Neil
Yeah.
deGrasse Tyson he's made so many wrong claims. It's not even funny.
What?
You can still
don't
challenge the
Neil deGrasse
astrophysicist.
Tyson? How dare you?
No.
Yeah, that's what he claims. Yeah, there are more
No.
stars in the universe than there are atoms.
No. Neil deGrasse
Even if
Tyson
you were,
is like Bill Nye. Okay, don't get me wrong. They know things, but they're science promoters. Okay, Neil deGrasse and some people like that, like Michio Kaku, they're science proposers. They want so bad, and they just say things off the cuff that people come back and say, "Yeah, what you just said was like bullshit." And but anyway, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Whenever somebody brings up Neil deGrasse Tyson, I'm like, "Oh my god, that idiot." Go ahead.
Well, even if you were to interact with an astrophysicist, right, and you believe that they know vastly more than you can still challenge them. You still ask them questions like, "Does this make sense?" or "How does this work in this model?" or "How do you claim this?" or "Do you claim this? Because I've heard this." Blah blah blah.
Sure. Now, personally, like if an astrophysicist were to tell me something that doesn't make sense, of course I would challenge them on it. But then I would also understand that this person probably spent a lot of time and effort to get to the position that they're in, that they've studied this over and over and over again, maybe written papers. I don't know. I'm going to say, you know what? I don't know if what you're telling me is true or not. I'm going to have to, look at it myself. I wouldn't necessarily take every word they say as true. I would give them a level of belief because of the amount of, because they do this for a living. This is their job.
Bro, you just admitted what I was yelling at you about earlier. You just trust people and you only believe, and you said you'd rather look into it yourself. You just said that. Thank you so much for being honest.
Exactly. I do, and I will believe a certain amount of things, and then I will have to look into a certain amount of things. And that's the way everybody should be.
That's fine.
You can believe your parents when they tell you something. You don't have to back up every single thing. Like if you trust somebody, you trust them to tell you the truth, or at least the truth that they believe, because it's not always lying. If somebody tells you something that's not true, they're not lying to you if they actually believe it too. They're misinformed.
That's why we go off of facts here, though, right? Because
sure,
anybody can
exactly.
make anything else up that they want.
Right. Yeah, there are people who absolutely lie to you, and then there are people who tell you something that's not true, but as long as they believe it, it's not really a lie.
Somebody's trying to talk. Who is that? Oh, Fuzzy Swan. You're coming in a little low, Fuzzy Swan.
So everything you said is absolutely fair. The only thing that I would add is do yourself a favor and also challenge the things that you also believe. So just because you listen to someone and you like partially believe them a bit just to keep the conversation going and to get more information out of them, and then you come up to the realization where you need to look into some of the things he said, but you kind of believe some of the other things he said. Just do yourself a favor and look into all of it.
That's absolutely fair. Like we were talking earlier. I don't know if you guys were here, but some of the laser we were talking about the laser tests, and I'm definitely going to look into the flat Earth. The people on the flat Earth side, they've got laser tests showing no curvature. I definitely want to see those. They've all been linked to me. I'm going to look into to everything, and I usually do.
That is a very good material, but you will need some time to spend investigating it. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Without the laser, though, right? As a glober, as a globe believer, as like having all the science on your side, supposedly, and all the National Geographics and all the geographics and all the graphics of the geo,
Animal Planet,
a curve with a measurement, not just looking and saying, "Look at a boat." Where'd they actually measure it? With a tape measuring the level, like actually on live camera. As a National Geographic group, measure it.
Oh,
and why
are you asking me if they've actually measured it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who at any time?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
No military group, no scientific group, no National Geographics has ever nationally geographically measured the planet.
Yeah, you can't find it. Like directly ask Google. Who measured the curvature of the Earth? Who got a direct measurement? And the first thing you get is Eratosthenes, and then you don't get much else after that.
Yeah, who the fuck is Eratosthenes? Some gimp?
Well, it's not just Eratosthenes. I mean,
Can you reproduce Eratosthenes?
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, they do it all the time.
No, I said, can you?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I guess if I looked at the experiment and I
What would you
repeated
do? How would you
it,
do?
I haven't actually looked at the experiment myself, but it's about sticking sticks in the ground, getting
Yeah. How retarded does that
And
sound?
digging a well.
Does that not sound retarded to you?
Well, I'm just saying that's about
Oh,
as far as I know
we're all saying
of
right
of
now.
what was
Doesn't it
done.
sound retarded to stick fucking sticks in the ground, and you think that's going to tell you what the Earth is?
It's so
The
funny.
Earth that's so big.
It's
Well, no, it
absurd.
doesn't.
A stick in the fucking ground. Come on, man. Back in
it's
the day,
interesting.
no calculators, no tape measures, no communication at a distance. Huh?
Well, a few things about that. For one,
Where was their level?
well, yeah, that too. But there's the story on how that test or experiment was even conducted has changed a minimum of 2 times since
Here's
its
the thing.
originality.
Repeat
Just the
it.
Hold
two?
on.
That surprises me.
Well, it's changed from either it was 2 sticks, right, or it was a well in one spot and a stick
Well,
in the other.
It's supposed to be repeated on a flat surface
Or
Yeah.
against a rounded surface with a well on the hill and a well on a flat surface. Sticks on a hill, sticks on a flat surface. And until anyone does that, and it doesn't even matter because the outcome of a shadow against a 10-foot measurement or a 1-foot measurement of dirt is never going to tell you a 24,901 mile fucking. That is just absurd. That's just the most
Absolutely
insane.
right.
Well, not only that, but their method of telling time back then was divided into like 4 or 8 sections of the day. It wasn't even a full 12 or 24 sections.
And they based it on the celestial
based-
bodies and the sun.
On ignorance of something that they fucking presupposed anyway.
Yeah, so the likelihood of the 2 people in both locations checking their measurements at the exact same time is almost impossible. Not quite impossible, but it's really far out there.
Don't you think
The margin of error is actually within several hours of each other.
No, their margin of error is so fucking crazy. It's
Hey, but did he claim this, you guys? Like, why are we talking about it? Because I think he said he didn't even understand the.
No. My thing was, I was just asking him as like a person who understands like it's supposedly to be a globe, and we have all the science and all this stuff that backs the globe information or facts, supposedly, right? Where are these said facts that we can go through? Where's the video? Where's the curve? Like, you know what I mean? Where's the live?
Oh, I know, because he said it was more than Aristophanes, but now he's dipped. So I was just curious what else he was gonna.
Oh no, it just
He might
started
be back.
because he wanted to know about a laser test going away from curve
right.
and what a laser does. So I'm like, well, regardless of what a flat earther did, do you have the evidence like that shuts us up regardless? Like, because we're so stupid and like you have all the evidence of a globe. So like, show us the videos of a measurement of this planet. And if I was back in the day, I wouldn't have used a shadow and a fucking light that widens and does goofy stuff on its own. And you have all this refraction. How you gonna use light? So I would just measure it with a tape measure. Or I'd shut the hell up.
Yeah, man. If you can't get the measurement, don't talk about the measurement because you ain't got it yet.
Right? There is no Earth measurement. There's no such thing as an Earth measurement of 24,900. That doesn't even exist.
So I'm gonna welcome people that have joined us that are new to the VC. If they want to unmute their mic, I know they were just listening. So we've got Boost 941, who's VC verified. Welcome. If you're there, you can unmute. Say hi. Who else do we have? Full Metal Alchemist. Welcome. Old Hoss. Oscar Reyes. Oh no, they don't even have VC verified. If you want to go up to the VC check-in, Oscar, somebody can follow you up and get you the role so you can speak in here. And then who else do we have? Strategy 9000, welcome. If you guys have any questions or want to join in the conversation, feel free to unmute your mic.
Nope, just loving the conversation.
Nobody? All right. Well, if you guys don't have any questions then about the Earth, Was that strategy night? Who unmuted their mic and said something? Was anybody? Hmm.
I'm actually trying to keep my mic as muted as possible more and more. So
Well, I think they were trying to unmute. They were
Yeah,
like,
that was me.
"Oh hi,
That
well."
was me. I'm just like, thank you. I'm like a sponge. I'm just soaking it all in.
No, that's great. I mean, glad that you're here. How did you find the server?
A buddy of mine, we were talking yesterday. He sent me a whole bunch of videos, and I watched them all, and definitely intriguing. So here I am. I got an open mind, so I know our
so why don't
governments
you
are
all
corrupt.
step inside?
What videos were you watching?
It was like the IR footage from airplanes and the laser tests and flight paths, and it was like 4 hours worth of videos I watched yesterday.
Oh wow! So what is your takeaway from the 4 hours of videos you watched?
Well, it's like I said, it's intriguing to say the least. Being grown up like most people in a heliocentric mindset, I mean, flat earthers, I knew the basics of the basic concept, but you guys are crazy. So then actually see a lot of verifiable stuff really makes you go, huh, they're not that crazy. Like actually some sense behind all. And then knowing the corruption and the bullshit and just government corruption in general, and yeah, it's definitely something worth listening to. So here I am.
Great. Well, I'm glad that you're
Nice
here.
to have you.
Yeah, I don't know if somebody who hasn't speak up and doesn't speak up a lot, like there's Grim or Creation Bear. I don't know if you guys want to take him through the 3 points or anybody else.
I can take him if there's
No, I know
nobody
Gip
else.
but I wanted to give somebody else a chance.
Yeah.
To talk. I mean, I can
I know.
take you through it, right?
All right. What are you confused about, or would like to know more about specifically?
Well, I don't know
I'm
if
not really confused. Like I said, I'm more of a. Listen, I take everything with a grain of salt, and I take everything skeptically until can be absolutely proven. And again, I always thought you guys were just crazy, and somebody opened my eyes that maybe you guys aren't quite that crazy. So I'm trying to learn as much as I can. Even like I have friends that are Muslim, and I love learning about their religion, even though I'm not Muslim. I like to see where they're coming from and why they come from there, and doing the same here, just trying to take it with an open mind and come with a skeptic's mindset and take what I can.
All right. Well, let's start. Let's start something easy instead of getting into like math and the complicated concepts and everything.
Mad philosopher. That's why I was thinking the 3 points would be good. Do you know what the 3 points are?
I know a lot of points. What 3 specifically are you talking about? I haven't been here in a year.
Miggy's 3 points.
The curvature, axial rotation, and then the vacuum.
Maybe can I say first point and then he can go to third?
I mean, I'll just take him through the whole thing. We'll just do the 3 points because nobody's jumping up, so we'll just.
I was trying to. Hold on,
go for it. I'm not saying about. I'm not saying about first point in 3 points. I'm saying about first point.
Okay,
well, curvature. Let me get through.
How you experience?
Okay, we'll just do the 3 points. No, it's okay. I just think we'll start with that, and then you can ask them the other questions or whatever. Okay, so strategy 9000. So there's 3 positive claims made by the globe model, and if you're able to just answer the questions honestly, that would be awesome. So, do you know how curvature has been measured from ancient times up until today?
I know they use sextants and navigate, but I don't know how they measured.
Okay, so how would that determine curvature?
It would not.
Okay, so that's fair. So if you don't know, that's okay. If you don't know, that's a good answer as well. Just be honest. You don't know how they've measured curvature. Do you know how the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its own axis, which is the axial rotation?
You know what? I just assumed the scientists did it, but I don't know for sure. So, nope.
Okay. All right. So they make a claim. They say that the vacuum of space is a medium that they tell us we can travel to, but it's a near perfect vacuum, right? So if we are a pressurized system, how can we be next to a near perfect vacuum? Basically, how can you have a pressurized system without containment?
You can't.
Right. Okay, so that was easy. Thank you for your honesty. So these are basically, like I said, these are claims made by the globe model. So you don't know how they've determined curvature, axial rotation, and how we can exist beside what they claim to be a near perfect vacuum. So these are all just beliefs then that you hold, right? These are not things that you don't
Yo,
know.
absolutely. I
Yeah.
grew up like a normal kid in school, was taught what I was taught, and I believed it. And here I am after 4 hours of videos yesterday.
Yeah. All right. So, Mad Philosopher, you can go.
Okay. You know the lunar eclipse, right?
Yes.
Okay, how the Earth is supposed to be between the moon and the sun.
Right.
Okay, well, have you heard of a Salenilian eclipse? A Salenilian lunar eclipse?
Sounds familiar, but I can't offhand think of what that is.
Okay, it's a lunar eclipse where both the moon and the sun are visible above the horizon at the same time.
Okay.
All right, this is just simply an observation at this point. Now I'm going to get into logic and I guess basic geometry. So if you can see both the moon and the sun above the horizon when the Earth is supposed to be between the sun and the moon, what does that tell you?
I guess it tells you it can't happen.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
There is another very interesting thing about these solar and lunar eclipses. According to the Saros cycles, which even NASA is using, this ancient Babylonian science, yeah. These are observed repeatedly cycles, and they have been written down and counted, and this is how they make postdictions when a solar or lunar eclipse is going to happen. But there are solar eclipses in the night time which are not visible. In daytime, the sun has a certain path in the sky according to each hour of the day and position. And that position and path trajectory exists still even in the nighttime when the sun is not present in the sky, but that position there it is. Now the problem is that these cycles predict that there are solar eclipses happening at nighttime. So the sun is not in the sky, but that object which actually obstructs the sun light or the moon can happen. And also, Salenilian eclipse is a lunar eclipse which is visible in the daytime, but there are also lunar eclipses in the daytime which are not visible, but they do happen. And the problem is,
Philosopher was done his point.
yeah,
Sorry to interrupt.
yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
Were you done your point and what you were talking to him about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, for that one, yeah, but I
Okay.
was good. Someone else started. You can continue. I was typing to Dandelion real quick, and then
Okay.
I'll get back to this.
Okay, sounds good.
Sure.
Yeah, you want to? I'll let you wrap up, and then we'll get to Sasha. Sasha had a point he wanted to make as well.
Yeah, let's go to Sasha because I did say what I had to.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome. Okay, thanks, Skippy. Good. I just want to make sure everybody gets their chance to say. So,
Yeah.
Sasha, take it away.
Well, my point will be that the first and only point is that we have the dimensions of the Earth. It's a radius 3,959 miles. Okay, great. That means if you go in reality, we can check that where is that drop, and we did that, and there is no that drop, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, that was the videos that got me the most were the aerial photographs with infrared, where you could definitely see further than where the curvature is supposed to be, and the laser test, like particularly the
Yeah,
one where they
all of
were able
them.
to see the laser
And
44 miles away. You can still see a laser right along the top of a lake. Obviously, there's no curve in the way of it. That makes no sense.
yeah. And there, if you will hear that people invoking some kind of refraction things and blah blah blah, but you don't have even that kind of phenomena will not extend the horizon. That means that cannot exist, like that. Refraction is something what is happening, and only you can have only how to say you can see only less, not more.
Right.
And people want to you when they started to explain want to that you believe that you can see more with some kind of distortion and that
Yeah, I know the video with the video I watched. It had a bunch of flight paths on it, and just seeing like the way the flight paths worked, and then where emergency landings took place, that made no sense on a globe, but made sense on a flat plane. That was pretty compelling as well.
all observations. You have Chicago town. They're saying it's a mirage. That is impossible. That is stupid. This is bullshit.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
That was original.
All right, I'm posting in the voice text a longest line of sight photography in the Guinness Book of World Records in 2016. The longest line of sight on Earth photographed is 443 kilometers, which is 270 miles line of sight. Here in the voice text, I'm going to be slow. I'm an old man. There we go. Voice text. Check her out.
How much drop is on that distance?
I thought it was something like 6,000 or something. I haven't done the math in a second. But yeah, so 273 miles. If we shouldn't be able to see past 3 to 4 miles or 5 miles, and that's being generous about that horizon, what the hell are we doing seeing 275 miles? And that's not even the longest you could get, right? Because it's just optics. It's a limitation of your optics. Yeah, and okay, 9-kilometer bulge. What's that, 6 miles? I don't know. Crazy. And people still believe it's a globe. Like the people who come here and research with us and such. Anyway, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, this is one most important point about that curvature. It must be there. If it's from the space, you see every day on a TV from the space, the curvature, that means must be on the ground. Let's go check it. It is not on the ground. What is going on?
It's the only part of being a broken record that I enjoy. It's because it's two things. One, they'll never provide curvature measurement, so that feels nice to know. But then two, when I see people actually start to wake up to critical thinking and such, that's such a blessing to see someone go through that.
And you have other points if other people want to speak. You have sextant, you have other things what's proving that people was navigating all the sea in the past without accounting on curvature and rotation ever.
Speaking of, there's also an astrolabe.
Yeah. It's. I think not only it is like a 10 of instruments in ancient time that was using for navigating. Astrolabe, yes.
Yeah, the astrolabe is or however it's pronounced. Um, uses the stars and projects it onto a flat Earth. They believed that all the civilizations back then, everyone believed the Earth was flat. So all the instruments of navigation they used, assuming the Earth was flat. So if this astrolabe still works accurately to this day, being made under the assumption that the Earth was flat, well, I mean, 2 and 2 only equals so much.
And one thing, I wanted to ask you first question: how you experience the Earth? Do you experience like a ball?
Is that a question for me? Or just general?
It's for mad philosopher.
Oh.
No,
What?
for you.
Sorry.
No, for you. Sorry, for you. Strategy. Sorry.
Okay, what was the question again?
How you experience the Earth yourself when you go out, when you fly, when you go to the beach, when you look, how you experience?
I mean, I grew up at the beach and it looked pretty flat looking across the ocean. I never really took much notice to flying. I get from point A to point B, and that was it. I never put much thought into anything else other than the fact that I got where I was going.
Do you see that something is moving in the sky, or you think that this Earth? Do you feel that Earth is moving, or you see that something else is moving?
Well, I mean, I could see the clouds move, but I never. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm moving unless I was in an earthquake. I was in 2 earthquakes, and then the ground moved.
And now it's a point of somebody who told you that you are moving and that you are on the sphere to prove you that, because you don't experience that.
Yeah, it's like
Right.
when you grow up and they're telling you all this crazy shit. You're like, and you just got to believe it because their authority and everything. And at some point, you're just like, yeah. At some point, you're just like, fuck it. I'm just gonna believe whatever they say. This is way too hard to try to be a critical thinker in this world. And so when they say, yeah, Earth's moving, but you don't feel it, and we can't prove it, and blah blah blah, you're like, yeah, makes sense. Given what I've already fucking seen, might as well. Whatever. Fuck it. I don't even care. And you're like 13. You're like, yeah.
It's gravity, right?
Right, yeah, gravity, super. Okay, well, moving on. That girl over there is cute, and I can't wait to go skateboarding, and you owe me a Mountain Dew, and...
Or if you want to think about water, but don't think about now flat earth, global, think only about water. What water does and doing in nature.
I mean, it splashes around, it always levels itself. Always.
Yeah. But they are saying that it's curving, man. That's the point. Water is doing what it's doing. But people are saying that water is curving. Water is not level. That people saying. Don't forget that.
Show me water bending around any sort of ball in reality first.
You can say G.
Where does gravity start?
You need to prove that G now.
Exactly. Where does gravity start? Right? So they're like, oh, the Earth is so massive, that's why it pulls stuff to it. Okay. So let's take a mountain range. And then we'll take like a billiard ball. And we'll put metal inside the billiard ball. Metal inside the mountain. Make sure that they're attractive metals, they attract to each other. And then just fucking sit them next to each other. You think that billiard ball's going anywhere? And that's a huge mountain range compared, right? This is kind of the scale. So why does it matter how big the thing is? Oh, all of a sudden gravity starts when it's 10,000 miles in circumference and above. You gotta be kidding me.
True.
But that gravity is also superseded, and we don't know anymore what is gravity. Nobody knows.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Even the bending of space-time dictates that a larger object's going to attract a smaller one. Something's a force
what it
attracting something. Yeah.
What it is?
We don't know. Anyway, it's all a bunch of funny stories.
I don't know.
But
What
even if you
causes
prove,
gravity?
even that, when you
I have
come
no
to the
idea.
G,
Okay, next
okay,
question.
let's prove gravity. Okay, we proved the gravity. Okay, let's go to the beach again. There is no fucking curve.
Yeah.
Nope.
That's
I mean, I
problem.
lived by a lot of them, and I've never seen it. I mean, I always take what people say. Oh, look, the ship's going over the curve. But I mean, I don't see
And
a
they
curve.
always say, Earth is not flat. You have mountains, and okay, but where is the curve? You know, all this water. You know, it must curve 70%. You know, if this Earth is not curving, you know, all these mountains, what is with water? If his mountains are not flat, what is with water? There is more water than land, like 2 times more. And how we measure mountains in middle of the continent? From the sea level of the one ocean or from the sea level of the other ocean?
Oh, they'll say some shit like GPS, satellites, and whatever.
Yeah, but
Yeah, seriously, they say satellite shit is measurements on Earth.
what was
Oh, yeah.
before satellites, man? How they put
Right.
fucking satellites there?
Did you go 1 foot in front of the other? God bless it. No, you didn't. Someone did to measure short little distances, right? That's how we came up with feet. But you're not going miles doing that.
They are orbiting around that sphere. Okay, that's great. All that satellite. Okay, let's go again to check that on the ground. There is no that sphere on the ground. Strange. In reality, very strange what reality is giving. Why you need to trust reality? Look at on TV. It's more real than on reality.
Well, we had today at Baltimore, NASA deploying the James Webb telescope into space, unfolding its, I don't know, something
It's
that
the
he had
gold
told
aluminum
them.
foil
Yeah,
that
yeah.
costs $10 billion.
Yeah. And yeah, it's a $10 billion satellite, which has a link network card, yeah, with 40 kilobytes download capability and 14 kilobytes upload.
Yep, 14.4. And then after that was 28.8 and such. But yeah, I got you.
In today's modern age, even our smartphones, like the shittiest smartphones that you buy, they have like they support 100 and 500 megabytes a second speed, internet speed connection.
How far above the Earth is the telescope supposed to be?
I don't know, but if he's taking pictures like 60 gigabytes a picture, like super
'Cause I wanna know
high definition.
Yeah, they tell us all that nonsense. I want to know where's the point? Hold on, where's the point where the stars fucking disappear? The higher you go up.
Oh,
what's going on there?
no.
Why don't you see any satellites and pictures from space? These are simple questions.
You space heretic.
Well, yeah. No stars, no satellites,
Yeah.
and they're buying it.
Yeah. Yeah, they paid $10 billion. You know, NASA just justified $10 billion by unfolding some those gold sheet wraps. Yeah.
And what do you think? Maybe it's just a fake sun. You remember all those conspiracies theorists talking about the second sun, and then you get like pictures of like what looks exactly like the James Webb Telescope. And now I'm sure there's gonna be somebody out there going, "Oh no, shit, that's probably yeah." But anyway, it's just all a big mess.
Space fog, man. Fog, black fog. You know, when they're in space, there is some black fog and you cannot see the star.
So let me get this straight.
Yeah.
If it's a vacuum with nothing in it, how do you go there?
Yeah,
And why is vacuum full of
You know what I
everything?
mean? Like, that wouldn't work, would it?
Let's ask Jane Doe. This person's new. They have a VC verified role. And Ladies Night, are they able to unmute their mic?
Hello.
Oh, hi, welcome. How are you?
Hi, thank you. I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing well, thanks.
I'm just here to listen while I do house chores.
Oh, okay. So you don't have any questions or want to talk about anything right now?
No, I just really enjoy listening to you guys talk.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
And then we have, I'm just going to say D. Ross. I don't know how to say that name. You do not have any roles. If you want to jump into the VC check-in, somebody should be able to follow you up there, and then you can unmute your mic in here. Oh, hi, Matthew Learns.
Dude, D. Ross, there's a guy in YouTube chat that it's just D space Ross, and he's a Glober, and he's kind of a jerk. So that might be him, might not be him. I don't know, but hopefully it's not.
Hopefully.
And I don't want to do any preconceived stuff. I'm just saying, name is sus, but it could be nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll only find out if he actually goes into the VC check-in, because I'm not unmuting him.
I can go up there. I mean, I might as well at this point, right?
Do you want me to just move him? And then
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's see. Why? Oh, never mind. I can't move from this room. And he's gone. Is there a moderator there that can move the guy? Because I can't.
I mean, we got Jenny and Morvis here, so if they want to move him, then they should be able to. I can't move him either, so...
I'll move him.
Oh, awesome. Whoever that was. Thank you.
I did ping him earlier, but he looked like he was avoiding. He didn't reply, so I'm not hopeful.
Nah. I don't think he's maybe even there. But that's okay. Oh, Glad's back. I couldn't move him. Sorry, Glad. I don't know why I can't. I can move people to other rooms, but the live stream, I can't move people to it or from it. I'm not sure.
No worries.
But we tried.
What channel is he in? I don't see him.
He's here. He's in the mainstream. D Rossouw.
D. Rosso. Come on in, prove you're not this other guy. And it could be my fault completely, and I could be just being a jerk, because I'm skeptical.
Well, he should unmute his mic and prove you wrong that he's not that jerk on the YouTube, right?
Real talk. That's real talk.
And then I think I can give out a shout out to everybody else. That Full Metal Alchemist, if you're there and want to unmute, please do.
Oh, there's an update on James Webb Telescope, real quick.
Oh,
Can't hear her through her mask.
Check-in one, that D. Ross guy.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay, thanks, Glad. Who else do we have? Old Hoss, if you're there, you can unmute and say hi.
No, he's gone.
Yo, just listening.
Oh, hi. Welcome to the server.
Hey. Yeah, I'm just doing housework and whatnot and just kind of listening.
Okay, awesome. Well, if you want to unmute and join the conversation at any time, please feel free to do so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can always ask the questions if you'd like, Redford, while, there isn't many people
That's what I'm thinking. Oh, D. Ross doesn't want to be checked in. I guess he just wants to listen. So he's back in the live stream. Glad's up there if you want to go, and then you can get permissions to speak in this room if you want to go to the VC check-in, D. Ross. Hey, Sunny, are you there?
Yes, I am. Is my mic okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to play for us while we ask the question, and we'll just chill out? Or what do you think? Or do you want to just play?
Maybe in a few minutes. I'm kind of in the middle of a project, and I got wires and stuff, and they're.
Okay, just let us know when you're ready, Sunny. I know. We haven't been hearing from you for the last few weeks. So.
Okay.
Oh my God, Sonny, you are just like NASA. You work on Saturday.
Man, I work 7 days a week. I always have projects to get done. There's not enough daylight.
Yeah.
But I'll keep the volume up so I keep track. I've been listening to you guys, so I'm keeping track of the conversation. I'll try to pay attention, and when try to remind me near the end maybe or something, or if I get a break or breakthrough, then I'll play sooner. Okay.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll remind you like 15-10 minutes then before if there's nobody else that's come in wants to talk about the club model. Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Sunny. Yeah.
Hey, Sunny, you got the Tesla chat tomorrow? Oh, sorry.
No, what were you saying? I didn't hear what you said.
Sunny's going to do some Nikola Tesla chat tomorrow. Is that true, Sunny?
Yes. Nikola Tesla. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do a little talk. I'm gonna do a little talk on Nikola Tesla. Yes.
I was gonna announce it at the end, but yeah, that's actually we'll use that as a segue. We'll announce it. So tomorrow at 1 Central Standard Time, there will be another off topic hosted by Ravenous Brad, or what's his name today?
Yeah, it's just going to be a relaxed conversation. I'm going to just do an intro. You guys have the collective information we have is much more extensive than like any one individual here. So I like bringing up information that I think of in my investigations and researches, and then open it up to discussion like a roundtable. So yeah, I hope you guys are there.
I'm going to be there. I'm actually really looking forward to it because I know for sure you and Indio are going to be speaking during it. So that'll be really, really fun. Nathan, do you want to start asking people a question?
Sure. Whoever wants to answer the question, sorry, speak up if you want, or I can just call on any name and don't complain if it's you. So, CB, you there, buddy? Of course, Ian. Gotcha.
I know, right?
He's like, I expect Creation Bear to have my back when I call him, but that's fine. Grim, I guess you're here or not? Hyder, you're not going to let me down, are you, Hyder? Are you there?
Oh, he's a moderator, though, so we can't ask him the question, though.
Oh, yeah, I forget. That's my bad. I'm surprised the first two didn't answer me. They usually be talkative in the VC check-ins and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. Some people just put it on and then step away. I mean, I've been guilty of that as well. So
Get Biget, I guess. Do you want to answer today's question? Get Biget, are you there?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so today's question is, would you like to live for another 100 years or start over from the beginning?
Start over. Reborn.
Why would you want to restart your life instead of adding more years and getting more experience and knowledge to it?
No, assuming that the world is bettering itself, that would lead to the conclusion that also it is a better time to be born. So when you get born in a more clean world and with less lying, with less deception, with less crimes, yeah, I prefer to be born in such a world and learn only truth and have no not to have to deal with evil experiences and getting defiled or whatever, you know.
That was boring.
Yeah, thank you.
I was up there and check in.
He's coming again. I'm sending him right back up. I was just going to
This
ping
is
you.
ridiculous. I don't believe you.
He DM'd me. Wait till he's in the room and then go up there. So he DM'd me. I sent him the link. So all
Prevention is the best medicine.
And the room should be right. So yeah. Sorry, Glad.
Oh, you're fine. This is fun.
Back and forth, back and forth.
So, how was my answer?
I didn't hear it.
I heard it.
Don't give it again.
No, it's a fair point that you made. Wanting to restart it from not having to work your way through the current mess and stuff that we're in, right? I thought about it as well in a different manner of just moving to another country and restarting my life over there, kind of thing. But yeah, it's a fair answer. But for me, I would have chose 100 years. I just feel like it's important to have as much get as much knowledge and information and experience you can while you're here before you go back to wherever you came from, I guess. I don't know what happens when you die, but I just want as much knowledge as I can before I die. That's basically my goal in life. So I would take the 100 years, but it's cool to restart as well.
Well, you still have time to meet holiness.
Anybody else that wants to answer today's question, just speak up or ping me or whatever, or I'll just call on somebody else.
I'll answer since I just ran back.
Nice. So, Sonny, today's question. Let me quickly. Right. So it's: would you choose to live for another 100 years, or start over from the beginning? So start your life over again, or add another 100 years to it.
I would choose the 100 years. Yeah.
Why would you choose 100 years and not restart?
Because I want to live here as long as I possibly can, and then whatever's to come after that. If being reborn is something that is real, if that's a reality, then I'll live as long as I can. This time there will be room for being reborn later. I want to enjoy as much of life as I can. I want to keep going. I know it sounds strange. Most people are like, I'm tired. I want to lay down, close my eyes. I want to be awake. I want to stay awake, see the sunshine every day. Like, I want to keep going.
Yeah, you're just like me then as well. I'm more interested in, the amount of knowledge and experience that I could gain while I'm here rather than restart from scratch. It feels like a waste of my life to have gathered everything and lose it just to restart. So I want to take what I've got with me.
Well, I also, with a caveat, I don't think we lose anything. If there's such a thing, I think we are always have been here. The energy, the information, our personality is information. That I don't think that ever goes away. So I just think we transform into different, I don't even know what to call it. Different, I don't want to call it dimensions because, the Globers have taken over all these words, so we can't really use them effectively anymore. But, so into the next phase of my development, spiritually speaking, as an energetic being, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't know what happens when I die. Nobody knows what happens when we die. We speculate, we theorize, whatever. But none of us can truly know until it happens. So you're right. It was a good answer, Sonny. Appreciate it. Redford, if you want to ask anyone in particular, feel free to cut me off. Or I'll just find another person to ask if that's fine.
Continue.
I would start from the beginning to reach that 100 years.
You would restart your life, Sasha, and start again?
I will start from the beginning, restart my life, but to reach that 100. but to reach that 100 years.
Right,
So
but
you're
would
only
you
gonna
be?
max out at 100?
Yeah.
That's it, Sasha?
You know, because if you start from the beginning again, depends which knowledge. If you start from the beginning, what that mean from the beginning, like the knowledge is that what is time from that when you're born.
So it's basically your current age plus 100 years, or be born again as like a baby, a child, and restart a new life, basically.
Yeah.
Do you mean be born as a baby tomorrow, or be born as a baby when you were born?
So it's just a hypothetical, right? It's saying what would you, if you could choose, would you rather be born again as a baby and restart your life and get all your life experience again, or would you rather have 100 years and stick that onto your current age and all the experience that you do have?
Well, comparing that, I don't want to have past like I had. But to restart from the beginning and something to say like, okay, this will be beginning. I could say it will be also good in the sense of also go to the past, but not my real past, what I had it from the past, let's say, and start that from zero, and then it will be new. How I say, maybe 100, maybe 80, maybe 70 years, but that knowledge you can use. I could imagine myself with this knowledge in 80s, 70s, and I could say if I had this knowledge in 70s, now I
You
could
will
be
be
really
a god.
Yeah.
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 I know.
No, I will be totally with the God at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or I don't know, but for sure it is like that, and and I don't know how to say. What is your personality in the sense when you now you know some things and you want to know something more, but put yourself, if you knew it that before, like 50, 60, 70 years ago, that means it's the same, maybe even better, I don't know. Because of that, maybe I would choose to start to restart, because future it's nothing special, or for me, I don't know. Because future is also how to say present in one moment, because that's what you start from. What was question, like you will restart. That will be again your start will be, but what is coming is future.
Well, actually, Flutter today is very common, popular, present on the internet. So if you are born today, in the next 5 to 10 years, when you are like a young child, yeah, you stand very high chances to come across the flattered knowledge. Unlike if you were born before the 90s.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, if you're born in 50s,
and in the 90s we had the internet, but the flat earth concept and information wasn't available on the internet. Like, it was very deep down in the dark web, and nobody had a clue how to navigate, not even the wildest hackers, to find that information and pull it out from there. So, yeah, I never stood a chance to come across the Flat Earth. I actually saw Flat Earth in the 90s, but Flat Earth Society, I knew there is such organization and stuff, but yeah, I was like, hey, those are crazy people making crazy claims.
Yeah, but in that sense, I can blame myself, because if I don't know how to say. If you are in 50s and you are 8 years old child, and you realize, oh my God, this is because we could realize, but I don't know why the fuck we didn't realize, But we could so simply realize in one moment and get the question, what the fuck? This is not. To put that like a question, I could have put the question 30 years ago, like waters only, But I never put that question in my mind. Why? I don't fucking know. But I'm telling you that knowledge was there for everyone,
Yeah, but today's people also do not realize how their social skills and communication has been affected by internet. We are not talking to each other like people used to back in the days. The way we communicate today, the way we talk to each other, is so different than how people used to back in the days. Yeah.
Yeah, with emojis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Not just that, but a lot of.
No, I don't want to speak much. Maybe other people want that.
Okay, I'm gonna put more pressure on Sunny again because I don't know if you saw the ping. 12 minutes, Sunny, if you
Let's
want to
go.
play us out. If you're available, if not, all good.
How about we sing a song for Sunny?
What, you want to sing a song for Sunny?
No, I said
Oh.
we.
I was like, hey, if you guys not, if you can sing, go for it.
How is the mic? I'm having failures. Anyway,
It's good.
Oh man, let me. Where's this guitar at? Here we go.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can find a curve.
What do you guys?
Man, that song, that voice is amazing.
Hear anything?
I believe I can drop around the curve.
I'm gonna play something here. It's kind of a.
I believe I need to look the sky.
1 second.
I believe I can fall around the curve.
I'm looking for my capo. 1 moment. If I don't find it, I'll switch. Shoot. I should have had this ready. I just found it. Can you hear it from there?
Yeah, it's coming through pretty fine. Just don't worry about it.
How about over here?
Yep.
It's good.
Okay, so it's kind of a cover. I'm a little nervous. It's been a while since I played this, and my fingernails are a little too short. But she broke down and finally let me in. We sat down and talked flat earth again. Sorry. You don't know what it means to win. Come back to Flat Earth Discord.
Good job, Sonny. Appreciate it, man.
Nice. That was really nice. I like that, Sonny. Do you want to play another one? We have time. If
Yeah,
you
yeah,
Another
yeah,
one.
yeah. Very good, very good. Thank you.
I can just fool around a little bit.
Yeah, 7 minutes. Go.
Okay. Okay, since I'm already in drop D, let's see. Okay, just impromptu, just a little tune for you out of nowhere. Thanks again.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice indeed.
That was awesome.
Sometimes I run out of things to play, so I get to a place on my instrument and we're like, well, I don't really know where to go. I have to move somewhere.
Sonny, I have a sneaking suspicion you always know where to go eventually on that guitar.
I figure it out. Sometimes it's a winding, convoluted trail, but yeah, we end up getting back. I call it getting back to B.
I like it.
If you know about turnarounds in the key of E, then you know about getting back to B.
As the root note?
Or getting back to E.
Yeah, I was going to say, get back
Whatever way you want to think about it.
Every good boy, what is it? Every good boy does fine?
Are you talking notation?
Yeah, every good boy does fine, and that's the treble clef, right?
Yeah, the G clef, and then the spaces are F-A-C-E. Face.
Right, face, yeah. Gosh, it's been so long. Okay. I'll be right back.
My favorite topic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we should get like a music question or something. There you go, Nathan.
I'll come out with something for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like music's the only time when math is used for, like, something tangible and good in the world. I don't know.
Something worthwhile, yeah.
Right.
Okay, well, I guess we can wrap it up. I mean, we have 2 minutes left. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who joined us and to hear from new people. I've never spoken to Mad Philosopher before, so nice to hear you talk and join in the conversation, as well as everybody else. And then,
Thanks for having me.
yeah, no problem. Thank you for joining us and to everybody that was listening. And then just a reminder about the off topic, or I don't even know what it's called anymore. Is that the name? The off topic discussion tomorrow.
Nikola Tesla. That was
Yeah,
it.
Nikola Tesla. That'll be the topic. Break time.
off
Sorry.
topic.
Yeah. God, sorry. Okay,
I
so you
like
change it
that.
so it's called break time. And it is starting at 1 Central Standard Time tomorrow. So hopefully you guys will be there and can listen.
Definitely.
Nikola is our.
Anything else you wanted to add, Nathan?
Nothing other than a thank you to everyone that showed up at the start and are still here come the end. I appreciate you showing up for our show. And who's that other guy? That Strategy. Feel free to come back, Strategy, if you got any questions. You can ask in the live stream. I'll be back if you want to speak with me again. Yeah, man. We appreciate you being here. Thanks for doing the 3 points as well. And you're always welcome to come back.
I have a question. Maybe someone can answer.
Well, yeah.
So
Okay, just hold up 2 seconds. So if somebody maybe wants to end the precious metal takeover, and then you guys everybody can unmute their mic and join the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll end it.
Thank you, Dandelion. All right,
You're
go
welcome.
for it. Strategy.
Yeah, Strategy. I'm ready. You can ask.
All right. So being obviously brand new since yesterday into like looking into more into the flat earth stuff, I hear about the Jesuits and Freemasons and NASA and this and that. Who is the main culprit behind it that you guys see as the main culprit with all the little fingerlings and spider webs of agencies and everything else?
Right. Well, if you...
Pretty loaded question.
No, it's a fair question. And if you actually look into the Jesuits in particular, you find a lot of the main individuals responsible for the heliocentric religion were Jesuits, right? Nicholas Copernicus, he was a Jesuit. The guy who invented the Big Bang Theory, he was a Jesuit Catholic priest. I've got a timeline. I could probably try and find it and send it you. It's got a list of all the people, the key people for generating the heliocentric religion, and most of them, all of them are Jesuits that are on this list. So it does come from mostly Jesuit and Freemason sun worshippers. That's the origins of the heliocentric religion for you. So those would be the main ones, yeah.
I just wonder if there was like a bigger fish behind them, or if that was where the main.
Oh, there is. There is Strategy 9000. Yeah, there is. His name is Satan in the Bible. He's the great deceiver. Yep.
Okay. Fair enough.
And it's actually, here's the funny part, it's not heliocentric, and here's how you know it's Satan. They haven't been teaching heliocentrism for several decades. It's actually black hole centric, and they call it the Great Attractor, which is one of the many names of Satan. So it's actually Satan centric. Think.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Sonny. Excellent sound effects there. Perfect.
Where did that come from?
So there's this whole other dumpster layer. You got to push that dumpster out of the way, and there's going to be another small trash can behind it, and then you can start peeling the cabbage. There you go.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Problem, bro. If you got any other questions, you're welcome to ask. If you haven't got any now, you're always welcome to come back later and ask when you've got some. And I'll be around for you if you want to speak with me again. You can always just ping me. And have fun in the server.
Yeah, if you find that list, feel free to send it to me. I'd love to look over that.
I absolutely do have it saved. I'll get it for you as soon as possible.
Oh man, no rush. I see this is 24/7, so no rush. I ain't going nowhere.
Back to you, son.
If someone just walked up to you someday, let's say while you're standing in line for your Starbucks coffee, getting a peppermint mocha, let's say, and someone walked up to you and started mentioning that gas is curving, I mean, what in God's name would you do?
I'd have to pull my Bible out and perform the exorcism right
What
there in
would
the
you
shop in
do?
front of everybody, Sonny. Yeah.
What would you do? Think about this.
Yep.
This is the most profound question that I just came upon right now. It's an amazing epiphany right now. So, what would you do if somebody actually started talking to you about gases curving and having shapes? Like, so what I'm figuring out is only in here do we have this like maniacal freaking people on this gerbil. What do you call those? The little thing that they run on, the little gerbil.
Yeah, the gerbil hamster wheel. Yeah.
Hamster wheel. So the hamster wheel, like, only in here. Like, does this happen? It never happens out in the real world.
But Sonny, remember, you're talking about the smallest minority of sycophant atheists, the small group of about 500 people on the internet scared to death of this topic. So
Exactly.
you're not going to meet them anywhere else. Yeah.
That don't represent like anybody else but themselves. Oh man. What a world, I say. What a world.
It's actually the largest consensus versus the smallest consensus because 8 billion people admit that they're not adjusting for curvature or spin, and magical gases don't do that. So actually, we are part of. That's the hard part to understand. Everybody actually agrees with you guys. That's the hard pill to swallow. Everybody agrees they're not experiencing a cartoon ball. Sorry.
Yeah. Like when confronted with the question, even though they may be their average blue pill TV watcher, if confronted with the idea about this bending gases or curving gases or gases maintaining a shape without a container, it really just takes one conversation for someone to get a chink in their armor, right? Because it's so fundamentally like the way things actually are. We know these things. We really do. It's just this is mind-boggling, the method in which they mind-controlled so many people with the same thing with that. And now think about this. These are college graduates. They come in here with such high-tech information and data for us. High-tech like sticks and shadows from 200 BC. Isn't that amazing?
Sonny, the problem is it's a painful process to build back the sticks and shadows, as my cat has told me.
To build back the sticks and shadows. What sticks and shadows? So what? There's a bunch of sticks outside. There's a bunch of shadows outside. What are they even?
They lost the technology, Sonny. Do you understand? They lost the technology. I'm sorry.
They lost the Stone Age technology. Sorry. We can't duplicate it anymore. Like, they can't even tell us, like, oh, that's...
Oh, there you go. Entropy and gas pressure at the same time. Don't tell any Glober. My goodness, Sonny. Shut that up. Could you imagine the whistle you'd hear if we were in the Magical Outer Space cartoon? That would be a whistle, Sonny. Can you maybe demonstrate that with some reverb or some delay on the guitar? That would be... How come you never asked me those special questions? Where's Redford Bear? What this? You want to be born, reborn, or have the 100 years added to your life? I mean, what a great question. I know there's actually a book that talks about this. You won't believe it.
Hey, I'm still here. Redford left, but I can ask it you if you would like.
Yeah, Nathan. So,
Ask him.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the question was, if you could, would you rather live for your current age plus 100 years, or start your life over again?
It's so amazing. It's so similar to what the Bible describes as I am born again, right? Which is weird. And I get now much more than 100 years. So I think that question is a little bit, I think it cuts itself short. I think there's literally a real true story here that can allow you to do both at the same time and literally a billion times more. But that's my very biased biblical belief system, of course.
I mean, anything's up for debate about what happens when we die. Nobody really knows, do we? We don't have the experience until we actually do die. So, again, anything's up for grabs. I'm not making claims on what happens when we die. Maybe we do live forever somewhere else. Maybe we get reincarnated. I don't know. There's theories all over the place, right? I don't subscribe to any. I just say I don't know. And that's the honesty of it. That's just my stance.
Starting your life again, your memory would be wiped. So you may not find your creator the second time. I think there'd actually be more risk there. Having 100 years more, like Exo said, what's eternity worth?
Well, that's interesting because, again, in Revelation, in the Bible, of course, everything I'm going to be speaking of is the Bible until I'm told to go to a different room right now. So the Bible describes a new heaven and a new earth anyway. So a lot of this is going to be erased. So you can either be born twice and then you only have to die once, or if you're only born once, you got to die twice. And trust me, I know this might sound crazy. As a side note, it is related to the topographical plane under the heavens and in the water, better known to you guys as flat Earth. Start going down that rabbit hole.
I can say you have good.
I'm assuming that was. Did I cut out? Sasha, did you cut out?
No, I only said that you maybe have good reason for that, and that's all.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, my opinion that you have good reason for that, and nothing wrong with that. Not only that, nothing wrong. It's the point.
And I found a big pill. Let me tell you, Sasha, there's a big red pill, though, waiting for some people coming up. And I think just to even listen to it, you have to be a flat earther. But the other problem is that you're going to have some biblical respect for the next red pill that's coming up that I cannot divulge right now. I cannot disavow the information, but at a later date it will come. I honestly probably have to go to the Bible room to give this next red pill, Sasha, but there are more to come. We are still very fresh. As Matrix Red Pill said a couple weeks ago, this is the first generation, Sasha, right? This is the first generation of this new awakening that everything is a lie, and that literally everything they taught us about this existence from top to bottom, which we now know there is a top to bottom. They removed top to bottom, right? So this is literally the beginning. The 7 years that we've been doing this, whatever, give or take, I'm sure some of you months, some of you more than me, some of you 10 years, is the beginning. Literally, this is a new genesis. So you guys have literally, in a sense, psychologically, when you come to this flat earth, it is a rebirth in a sense.
Yep.
But what do I know? I'm just the XO.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. I mean, I think that's why some of us have difficulties with people around us in our regular life. At least I do, that just don't understand the new perspective and really don't want to hear about it in a lot of cases.
Well, you're one of the seasoned veterans that understands the aspects of this, Dandelion, being that it is much more than the shape of anything, not just of consciousness, but of heart, but of morality, and so many other things on top of it. It's so big, and that's why you frighten people, because it's not just one thing you're taking away from them. You're stripping them of everything. You're literally ripping out their false doctrines, their belief systems, their insanity, their inability to understand up and down. And that's why it hurts so much. It's so painful. And that's why they have that panic to fight you to stay in their it's the highest form of Stockholm syndrome, and they will kill you to stay the captives of this evil world. Just go ahead.
It's pretty bizarre. Pretty bizarre.
Like, let me just give this real example. A couple of weeks ago, I'm having this discussion, and I have a couple things that I do besides talk about this subject, just like everybody has many different things we do. And one of them is protecting disabled adults and children. As I've been a mandated reporter for several years, and I was discussing this with somebody and how we have to do more to, again, in my opinion, this isn't for everybody. This is just one man speaking, but I do feel that we should advocate for the people that can't speak more often than we do. And there's a whole other world that most of us don't know about. You know, there are disabled people that have to live certain lives being taken care of, right, by people that do have more abilities, such as ourselves. We are all of sound mind. We can speak, use a microphone, go to the bathroom, take a shower by ourselves. And there are children that stay children up until the time that they pass away. Even if they're in their 70s, they never have that ability to develop. They are called, you know, the disabled or the developmentally disabled. And a lot of them can't speak. And I was talking to this one gentleman about this topic, about how we have to do more because they need an advocate. They need a people of sound mind because, of course, we know that the world is very abusive. And unfortunately, the most people that take care of disabled children and adults, but they're all children, let's not make a mistake, is that they're neglected. And this is just very obvious. We know that people are being neglected. We know that people like to be on their phones and watch whatever and ignore their jobs, especially in these care provider homes. And I spent 30 minutes telling this guy about why it's important that we should stand up for these people. And he kept telling me not to worry about it. Like, it's not really a big deal. And that if you find a crime, that it doesn't really matter. And then when it came to this part of this outer space religion, he wanted to defend that. He wanted to defend the outer space religion, but he didn't want to defend the fact that people can't defend themselves. There's just disabled children. There's people that can't speak. So that's how crazy this outer space religion is, guys. It's much worse than we originally thought. People are willing to die for this outer space religion and lie through their teeth, but they won't lift a finger to help disabled people that can't defend themselves. And that's what's happened to this world. It's literally the most disgusting thing you could ever imagine. This is the atheist antichrist paradigm. This outer space fantasy has ruined the minds of millions of people, and there's no hope for them.
And so I will say something we will not speak about, but in this moment, one person is doing something against the evil, and against that person on social media, he is under evil totally in this moment. And you will know, you will know, because this is the news. But this news, people watching like this like his personal thing. But this is not his personal thing. This is he's fighting against, and we are only watching. And we will see how will finished. I want to know how will this finished. But one person now it's doing, and I see what is going on the social media. He is, I cannot believe how he is attacked, and he is not the guy who is he is not Saddam, he is not Gaddafi, he is not Bin Laden. He is sportist. He is attacked like you cannot imagine how much evil it's on social media now.
Hey, you guys want to check out something pretty cool in the voice text? If you look at this is time lapse of like the sun dog effect, and it moves with the sun. But they say it's like crystals and the clouds and all this stuff. You can see the clouds moving through the time lapse, and the reflection moves with the sun.
Yeah, I've only seen photos of that Witsit. I've never seen videos of it, so that is interesting. I'm going to save those. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So that's obviously the reflection of the sun. Dun dun dun.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would obviously have to assume that it has to do with the rakia, the molten looking glass that we are underneath. Yeah.
Exactly. But I'm saying, how else could it happen with this time lapse?
Oh, what's it? You should know by now. There are no rules to infanticist pseudoscience religions. They can make up anything they
Refraction,
want.
man,
Yep.
refraction.
No, there's no rules. Nope, you can't trust your eyes.
Yes,
Refractory. It's actually called refractory now. Yep.
Refraction
Some
is gonna
kind.
make the reflection.
Reflected refraction. Whatever you can call it.
Well, I just think that's crazy. I'd never seen that before. Because they try to say it's like crystals in the air.
Isn't that the same reason the sky is blue? I mean, that's the thing. Remember, it's about water. They don't want you to know. The whole point was to take away the waters above. Well, that's one of many. So as soon as you admit that it's obviously blue for that very reason, that it's the waters above, then everything's over. Does anybody have a swimming pool? Does anybody have a light in their swimming pool? You ever go out to it at night? Pitch black night in Phoenix, Arizona. When I grew up, my dad would turn on the light in the swimming pool. The whole pool would light up blue, but the light is a yellow light. You take it into a room, it's a yellow light. You put it in a swimming pool, the whole pool resonates blue. I exactly like the sky. I mean, so what more do you want?
Yo, EXO, isn't it crazy that like as children, that's one of the questions, the first questions they ask is like, it's like cliche. Like,
Yep.
Why is the sky blue?
Right. That's why exactly is that it's never been answerable until now. Literally, again, this first generation group, if you understand this, is the first group in like 2,000 years that can answer this question at all.
Like, let's not ask why water is not curving.
Well, what about this? Wait, Sasha and Winston, what about the fact that when people say things like there's observational science, and then you go, oh, well, okay, so the Earth is flat. Well, no, now they don't want to use observational science. Now they can't trust it. So again, it's not about rules. It's not about evidence. They'll literally come to a corner and immediately about face on their own claim. They'll say, I believe that's observational science is science. Okay, great. Let's go along with that. Let's just pretend that's called science. Great. So the Earth looks flat, therefore it's flat, right? Oh, no, now I changed my mind. So I rest my case.
So I have problem with that. My wife is not into flat Earth, but if I say observational science, she's saying that doesn't exist.
Maybe it doesn't. And remember, it's not my claim, right?
No,
it's not my claim.
That is what she's scientist. I don't know. She's saying that doesn't exist. I know that she's scientist because.
Well, there's some big red pills coming. It's going to get worse than this, guys, because again, around this corner. I don't know about you, but I've loved to keep learning for the past 7 years, and there's a big dragon around the corner that's going to hurt the hearts of many people that are even awake to this topic. And it is about all of creation. And I don't want to say too much more about it, but there's basic words. Like when I upset people, Sasha, when I say, listen, there's no such thing as a universe. Yes, for instance, Witsit will go out in public and say, he'll attract people with sentences like, do you think the universe is this and that? that's okay, right? But we know that if it's, again, you don't have to agree with me. There's no such thing as a universe. Go to the etymology. No, it does not mean a single spoken sentence. It's again, it means out of many one, or e pluribus unum, or everything into one, right? And again, that's not what this creation is. Creation, of course, if you know by now, is the heavens and the earth and the seas and all that in them is. It's not a universe, it's creation, right? And that's what I'm getting to, like the word species, right? There's no such thing as a species, but flat earthers want to continue to use the word, that's fine. But there are levels to understand. These words are still harmful, even if we don't realize it, right? Like if you keep saying global, right? That's the first word you realize. Wait a minute, I got to get this out of my mind. Stop it. Stop, slap my face. There's no such thing as global, right? Then you go to the next, what's the next thing? Okay, species, that might not be true. Once you realize that evolution is false, obviously there's no such thing as evolution, right? And on down the line it goes. Of course, there's no such thing as observational science. Obviously, I can observe, but why would I need to say observational knowledge? Well, you're just trying to overcomplicate things, right? So anyway, there are many words that are still going to be used that don't make any sense and there's no use for them. The problem is these words act like a spell. They're like enabling, we're coming to these people that believe in this outer space religion. They're coming out of an addiction, right? And it's like handing them their crack pipe again. That's the problem. We're giving them back their ball crack and the pipe every time we use this word or these words. It helps them stay in their addiction, and that's ultimately what these terminological issues are going to run into.
Right, but there's kind of like an argument from a different angle, being that you have to kind of confront the like same thing with gravity, like confronting how actually everything's just electric.
Yep.
I mean, you can just ignore it, I guess, or universal. Like if you use it as colloquial, meaning everything, all things, like everything that exists, then the Earth is the center of the quote unquote universe. Like you have to redefine it, but you should still like step in and combat it, right? Like absorb it, basically, redefine it.
Right. So when they say gravity widths, I say, do you mean weight? And they'll look at me funny, and I'll be like, well, what do you think the word means? What do you think it comes from? And that shocks them, right? Because they don't think it means weight. They think it's a special magical word. That's what the word means. So yes, I believe in weight, and weight depends on a surface that's not moving. That's we can weigh things, right? We can also use the width or measure breadth and width. Breadth and width is not the reason this desert exists. So the weight is not the reason things fall. Thanks.
Right, like as far as we know, the Earth is the center of everything. That really, it looks like Polaris would be, but the Earth is at the center of everything that we can observe to exist. So, like, I want to take the word back from them, I guess, is what I'm saying.
No, that's fine. Earth, again, remember, there's Earth here. Earth is actually not in the heavens. So this is where the separation comes from. The outer space cartoon religions teach that there's other Earths up there, right? So there's the big problem. Earth is only here, and that's the big issue. Earth is coming out of the waters, and it's made through the waters, right? 2 Peter 3, and of course Genesis 1. And that's the hard part. See, here's the hardest part about this, and that's why sometimes you'll hear me, I cut you off like last night with those trolls, of course, that you were doing a great job of using those trolls, and that's exactly how it should be done. But I will often just stop them right in their tracks right at the beginning, and I'll say, listen, here's the thing. Before I even use the F word, and you know what I'm going to say, is that Earth is not an object. Earth is coming out of the waters, and everywhere we go to the ends of the earth, we meet water. So yeah, what's at the edge of Earth? Water. There's no edge to existence. Do you mean the existence of this topographical plane of existence under the heavens? Well, yeah, water continues farther than any human can even understand. So we are in water, right? With Earth coming out of the water. So it's a terminological thing, because everybody has this mind-scaped, ridiculous, imagined presupposition that there is an object called Earth, when it's actually the farthest from that. It's actually water, and we are on the foundations, right? We can't understand these things, and that's where it gets into the speculative descriptions, which we can't do anyway. But again, Earth is just coming out of the water, so there's another underlying problem here that's hard to kind of grasp, again, because these people have been brainwashed by a cartoon belief system.
Right. So when the land came out of the water, and then there was a flood, and then the dove came back once the water went down enough for the land to come up out of the water again, then doesn't it potentially stand to reason that a lot of the stuff that was there pre-flood is still underwater?
Absolutely, yes. And
I think
again,
that's the big secret, like they know that, and they have all kinds of ancient civilizations that they effectively revere that are still just under the water.
right, and then that big thing, that really big part, again, in Exodus 24, the last line of it, and the water under the earth. That's a real big problem. That means we are literally we are in a water world. Isn't that amazing? Kevin Costner, thanks for telling us. They already knew it. It's a water world. That's really what the world is a water creation.
Yeah, super crazy. So effectively, you're just on the higher parts of the elevation throughout the water. That's what we call continents or whatever.
Right, exactly. And again, they are beyond our understanding. That's, again, when you meet these, again, there's different arguments for different groups, right? When you meet the Christian, you just got to point out, or whoever believes the Bible, doesn't it say that God says you can't even measure the depths of the earth? So if you think that you know the size of Earth, then you can't, it's very plain. You can't do that. You can't know the size of creation. It's an insane idea. Again, we've been brainwashed. There's a million ways to skin a cat. You can start wherever you want to, but there's a different way to argue. Every single different person's belief system is a different set of tactics or techniques to, of course, unravel their problem. And then, of course, you got the non-Earth. The foundations of the Earth are not Earth. They are the foundations of Earth. So we got a whole new supernatural non-understanding of things that are way beyond the grasp of our puny little minds.
Agreed. So, what we, effectively what we call continents could literally just be higher elevations of land that the water is no longer covering. So everything about this, like, they fit in like puzzle pieces and they broke away, and I don't really see that that's the case. To me, like, with what we know, it's just a bunch of land with a bunch of different elevations, like mountains and valleys, just huge changes of elevation, and we're just kind of living on the top.
Exactly. And here's the most amazing, beautiful thing to me is that during the flood or after the flood or as the waters assuaged, everything literally was a true reset. It was all water again. And then, of course, the waters assuaged and the earth came out of the water again, just like it did in the very beginning. It's as it says, the earth was brought forth out of the water. Then again, Noah saw that or experienced that firsthand with the hand of God. And that's, you can't imagine how amazing that is. It's a literal reset, just as Genesis 1 describes, then Genesis, which I can't remember the number, when the waters assuaged and the mountains rose up, right? And the valley sank down. That was a restart 1,000% exactly as the beginning, because it was all water at the beginning, and it was all water on the surface when it restarted.
Which is why it does make it very interesting when you talk about the, I guess I'll say, speculative angle of the background, because it has fluid-like behavior. So we're the Earth, quote unquote, it's just tons of water, and we have some land, and then we clearly have waters above, and that area that's not water in the form that we know it to be is still fluid. And so then effectively everything top to bottom is a version of water. We just have a very limited grasp of what water is.
Right.
There is
So
a difference
right.
and a divide. So I like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just a whole different construct in the mind because you're going to speak to people that have the exact opposite idea. They imagine a magical outer space cartoon and they think of Earth as an object with actually a little bit of water, right? And they will tell you, they will admit to this, and even flat earthers will misuse the terminology and say that Earth, the surface of Earth is such and such a percentage of water, right? Which is obviously not true, actually. You see, the surface of Earth is 100% Earth, and the surface of the water is 100% water. So that's the problem, is that literally you have to completely start from scratch. There's no fixing this pot. This pot fell off the top of the Empire State Building, and you can't put it back together. You got to start from scratch. So the surface being the surface, right? So the surface is the surface. By the way, a surface called a face for a reason. It's a surface. How many times in Genesis does it say this? The face of the whole earth, which is, of course, where the inhabitants of earth live on the surface, right? That breathe air. And, of course, the face of the waters, Genesis 1. So
Yeah, but
it's just, yeah.
Isn't it crazy, bro, that like whenever we're talking to people and they bring up the sky and we're like, look, man, you don't bring up the sky when you're talking about measuring the surface of something, which is accurate, but at the same time, the sky just dismantles them. Like everything in the sky acts as if it is clearly in fluid. Like it's clearly in fluid and it's a more dense medium, and that destroys everything that they say from the beginning. They had to just make up that actually it was empty up there.
Right, exactly. And that's why, realize this, that obviously most of the people that you're talking to, you can tell where they're coming from, right? I mean, you can tell. Like if they have a NASA shirt on, I start there. I start at the sky. And then we're going to come down, right? Because if I start at Earth, they're going to try to take me to the sky anyway. So I start in outer space. Well, outer space is fake anyway. Everybody knows this that has two brain cells to rub together. Outer space is a hoax, bro. And that's where I start, So there's more than one way to skin a cat. But that's where they want to talk about anyway. Remember, they're trying to protect that outer space religion by using the foundation of this perverted ball that they have in their mind. And of course, it just works in conjunction and it's what's so perverted is that they removed heavens and gave you nothing. They removed heavens and gave you the bottomless pit. Instead of being heavens above, you're surrounded by a bottomless pit, which actually is the opposite. The bottomless pit is, of course, below. So they've removed the concept of up and down, below, above, upon, in. You can't understand what just basic terms mean. So, and that's why it's so easy just to fall back and go, but outer space, outer space, outer space. And that's where the religion exists.
Yeah, that's so crazy, man. They literally inverted it. It told you that nothing, a bottomless pit of nothingness is above you.
Yes. Bottomless. It's so crazy. And instead of, it's so, you got to give it to Satan. Satan could not have done a better job of perverting God's creation other than the way he did it. You couldn't make it any better.
Yeah, and it's not even above, right? Like you said, it's just omnidirectional nothingness.
Exactly. Omnidirectional bottomless pit. There you go. That's what they believe in.
Crazy. It's blatant inversion. I think that how beautiful is it? How beautiful is it though if you could just use the sky against them, leading them back in, like leading them into the discussion about the surface, right?
Oh, you do? Yeah.
Point to the sky. So I, in a way, like if you could just, well, actually, look. Here's the deal. They look at this thing called "quote unquote" red and blue shift, and they're making all these assumptions about the medium it's in. Right, but actually, it's a much more dense medium, and everything's much closer. So, that's the truth, and that's why they can't explain the sky because they're wrong from the beginning.
Right, but here's the thing: is that just the basic observations of the sky absolutely annihilate the outer space cartoon fairy tale. If there's one star, just one. Of course, we know which one it is. If there's one star, just one observation, that's generally in the same area at all, it's over. It's over. If there's one star in our sky that's generally in the same place, it's over. And that's what they can't grasp. It's that simple. There's no way you could have 666 different vectors of movement and have one star staying in the same general area. It's over. But again, they can't comprehend anything. Because what this religion does, it destroys your soul. It destroys your ability to think, to process, to fathom, to even understand any basic. And that's why it's literally, you have to pull them out of the entire system from the beginning, and literally, whether it's flat Earth or whether it's the Rakia, or whether it's the waters above, or the fact that there's the stars twinkle, or the fact that there's one star that's in the same spot, or the fact that there's concentric star trails being seen moving slightly apart inwards and outwards from your view from the same point on Earth, right? I don't have to turn around to see the stars converge and diverge. I can be on the equatorial circuit, if you like that. If I'm on the equatorial circuit of the Earth and I look up and I see the stars going in and out of each other, still moving east to west, it's over. Any junior photographer knows that the camera can't be moving at all. The camera, just think of the reference frame of the camera. If the camera is moving at all, you cannot have circular star trails. It's over. So all these observations, just the basic observations of the sky, actually destroy the outer space religion completely. Just one observation of the sky. And that's how bad it is. They can't comprehend.
And that's why they put it on the Georgia Guide Sense. That's why they built it to where it all depends upon the sky and how the Earth isn't moving.
Right. I mean, way before I get to the Selenelian eclipse, which is interesting, right? Way before, because they're going to do that. They're going to say, well, how do eclipse? As if they know. That's the problem. They already have this infanticist, crazy, psychotic idea that they can understand eclipses. That's the problem. You think you understand eclipses in the first place, but you can't understand a straight line. So let me get this straight. You want to ignore the fact that we are living on a straight line, but you think you can understand eclipses. That's the problem. You're getting away and desperately hiding from, first grade math, and you're going into presupposed non-Euclidean assumed algebra. Again, and the reason is because this is about pseudo-intellectualism. The vast majority of excuses or reasoning behind this perverted religion and why people are stuck in it is because they don't want to seem stupid. They are scared to death of seeming ignorant, right? And even the Christians, right? They're pseudo-intellectuals. Just go to a Christian debate right now when people are discussing evolution. Instead of just talking about the fact that it takes two cats to make kittens, which by itself annihilates evolution, they're talking about, of course, the design of the DNA and the deoxyribonucleic acid and the molecules and the triple redundant systems of your genome, which are 1 billion times more complicated, which, again, we can't understand. That's why they used to call it junk DNA. Well, there's no such thing. It's called a triple redundant system. When one system fails, it goes to a secondary system. So it's not junk anyway. So it's just lie on top of lie. What they've done is the more complicated they can make it, that creates this fog of war. So if it's not understandable, Witsit, the pseudo-intellectual wants to pretend they can understand it. You see, they want to pretend, oh yeah, I get it, of course. And that's what it's all about. It's all about trying to pretend you're smart, which is a form of self-worship. So this whole religion, this whole insane cartoon fairy tale is about self-worship when it comes down to it.
Yeah, that's the trouble.
Man, it's a great deception. It really is, right? And even the elect will be deceived if possible. I mean, if Peter, remember this, again, this is why it's very relevant. Remember, Jesus told Peter, you're going to deny me 3 times before that rooster crows. And of course, Peter said, no, I won't. And all it took was a girl to come up to Peter from the fireplace and say, weren't you that guy hanging out with Jesus? So if Peter can be deceived and literally lie, he said, I don't know what you're talking about. That's what Peter said. So anybody can be deceived. Remember that. It was that the top 12 most important dudes ever in history in the last 2,000 years were deceived. Anybody can be deceived. And it takes that type of heart. You literally have to be ready to. What was Peter worried about, Witsit? Peter was worried about being killed. If you're not ready to die for the truth is not in you.
I think I've seen you somewhere. I remember you were with that man. They took away. I recognize your face. You got the wrong man, lady. I don't know him, and I wasn't where he was today. Nowhere near the place. Yeah, he couldn't understand. He couldn't understand ahead of time how he could possibly be led to deny, right? But when it came down to it, that's what he did. Fear of
She has a lot of
death and
practice
public ridicule.
singing to her children. Sorry.
Amen, amen.
That's
Amen,
true.
verily. Thank you. How about this? Anybody know what Judas did after they gave him the 30 pieces of silver? What did he do with the money is what I'm getting. What did he do with the money after they gave Judas the 30 pieces of silver?
He ate it. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I don't know. Didn't he end up like throwing it over a cliff or
Coke, my bro.
What's that, Dandelion?
Didn't he end up like throwing it over a cliff or something like that? I don't know.
Well, kinda. He gave it back to them, and then he said that I have done wrong. And then the people that he gave it back to said, well, we can't keep this money. It's blood money. Isn't that crazy? They knew what they were doing was wrong. And literally, he got his money and then ended up giving it back. You see, the truth is more important than anything. And again, what is a man to be given if he gains the whole world and loses his soul? He gave that money back and then went out to a tree and hung himself and then burst asunder in the hotness of the sun, probably.
Why would he do that?
Pretty crazy.
What else could you do? What once you did that, remember, then he saw the aftermath of him selling him out. He saw what was happening and then realized he literally, remember, he was told, if you do this, you're better off never been born. And he really, like, what more, like, I couldn't live with myself, literally. It's like the one justifiable time in history, and nobody knows where he ended up. I'm not making a claim for him, but he realized the truth, obviously, after he did that. He realized the truth.
What did he do? Sorry, I don't know anything about this. What did he do?
He pointed out to, of course, the government who Jesus was when they were hunting him down to kill him. So Jesus was one of the 12 apostles.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, anyway, to not elaborate, but he was the same guy that reached into the bowl with Jesus at the same time. You know what I mean? So if a master comes to your dinner table, you probably would let him reach into the bowl by himself. So the guy that reaches into the bowl with the master is showing that he's disrespecting the master. Anyway, long story short, he got his money, and then obviously he knew he made a mistake. He wouldn't even keep the money. That wasn't enough, and he realized he just had to kill himself. That's it.
Huh.
And I would be why would you not just at that point, I mean, as bad as that is, just go Rambo trying to save Jesus, you know?
It was actually like a little bit
better
worse.
ending for sure. Yeah, I like that, Andy. Going Rambo, yeah.
Right, and a
It
reason,
was a little bit
obviously, we
worse
know
than
why.
that.
Right, he couldn't because he was so destroyed at that point. He literally could. I don't want to imagine. I don't.
That's slippery Judas.
Well, it was after Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection, because Judas went up to Jesus after the resurrection and gave him a kiss on the cheek to prove that he was real. So he couldn't have hung himself until after he was resurrected.
That might be true. What chapter and verse is that? Might be true.
I don't remember. Just look up the kiss of Judas.
Well, the kiss of Judas happened before he was killed, actually. The first kiss of Judas happened before.
The first? So there's more than one?
No, I'm just saying the kiss of Judas is before he was even put to death. That's how he identified Judas. Excuse me. That's how Judas identified Jesus, was with the kiss.
He said the kiss happened first.
I might have the story a little mixed up then.
How do you kiss a specter, a spirit?
What? No, he came in the flesh, but that's the thing, is that that's how he identified. Yeah, and I guarantee you that no, he didn't get close to Jesus after that. That was his last kiss.
Yeah, I mean, he asked the right question, right? Like, why you're saying that he kissed him after he was crucified? It makes sense.
Yeah, it was before. That's how he ID'd him. Yeah, he said, I'm going to walk up to the man and kiss him, and he kissed him, and that's when they took him.
Pretty crazy.
Huh.
You would have to go save him, right?
Well, but we know he couldn't. He was so demoralized, and of course, God was not going to let him interfere and then become a hero. He wasn't going to let him do that.
I mean, if you're going to, you're willing to die. I mean, then obviously being killed, trying to prevent it, would be a better option than doing it yourself, right? See, doing it yourself is pretty wild because everyone's given a gift of life.
But I think people are also given a gift to give to others. in
Remember,
life.
Jesus knew it was going to happen. He brought all his apostles like the Last Supper, right? So Jesus was well aware that there was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and he knew it was Judas. And
he told him.
he
That's
sat
what he
with
said.
him.
He told him. Yeah.
And he sat with him, and he told him, you know, I love you anyway, you know? And that fucked Judas up because the cogs were already in motion, and he'd basically set the trap. And Jesus actually sat with him and talked with him the most that night. So he became the favored apostle. And the other apostles became very jealous of Judas over that evening. Why is he spending all this time with Judas? Why won't he talk to me? What's going on? So Jesus basically sat with Judas and said, you've done what you've done. You've led me to the sacrifice. But I love you anyway. And that's probably what played on Judas's mind. I don't think he killed himself. I think he went mad and wandered the desert and just never appeared again. So after everything was done, he took his 30 pieces of silver, and I thought he buried it. He buried it in the desert.
No, he gave it back. He
maybe returned
literally
it.
gave it
Okay.
back to them.
Okay.
Yep, he gave it back. Yeah, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, it repeats it.
I'm pretty sure he just went insane, and he just wandered the desert until I guess he eventually died. He just went increasingly mad from the betrayal.
No,
No, it's in Matthew 27. Judas was repentant of what he had done, so he took the money back, threw it at the priest in the temple, then he went away and hanged himself.
Oh, he did hang himself.
Yep, correct.
Yeah, and it was after Jesus had died. So he did kiss him beforehand, but he hanged himself afterwards.
Another layer to the story is that he's actually the treasurer of the whole entire group as well. And and Jesus knew that he was going to betray him. He still put him in and appointed him on their worldly money.
Sure,
he
to teach a
appointed
lesson.
them.
Money the whole time.
Okay,
It's
so
never enough.
listen, if Judas was teaching people globe stuff and Jesus was teaching people flat earth stuff, that would still be a betrayal. You know what I'm saying?
Much worse. It's much worse than that, Glad.
Well,
let me tell you.
Yeah, dude. If Judas had to come talking about the heliocentric model, man, dude, he would have easily hung himself.
Sure.
No, wait a minute.
Crazy.
Right.
Well, wait a
Just
minute. What, EXO?
Well, I just want to say, remember the first person that said, no, we're going to stop this. We're going to prevent them from capturing you. We're going to prevent them from killing you was Peter. And when Peter tried to stop Jesus from this idea that he was, going to go through these measures, Jesus turned around and said, "Get behind me, Satan. You do not understand the things of heaven. So these are the things of heaven. You're still using your carnal mind, right?" So he yelled at Peter for Peter trying to stop Jesus from being killed. Remember that.
Crazy.
That's true, yeah. So yeah,
He called him he called him satanic. He called him satanic for trying to save him.
Hi, Lulu. I hope she can say hi. Maybe not. It's good to see you anyway.
What's her name, Dandelion? Oh, there it is. Forever love you. There you go.
So isn't it pretty crazy that the reflection moves with the sun in the Sundog time lapse?
Yeah, those are nice. Yeah, where did you come up with those? Where'd you get those?
I saw them on TikTok.
Nice.
Well, actually, I saw it on Instagram, but it had a TikTok role.
Sponsored by Facebook.
And dude, I'm telling you, man, you got to fight the beast, man. I always am pro someone putting together like good information on a short clip on TikTok or IG because, dude, that's even the way to make money efficiently now. So to reach anyone, really, you're gonna have to we have to make ripples in that realm. Although it sucks, though, right? Like I probably hate it more than the people that are gonna critique me about it. But I'm probably gonna have to TikTok it up anyway.
Yeah, you got to do what you're called to do.
Yeah, I'd rather have the fun away, I think. But can anyone think of like a rebuttal for why it moves with, like, if you're a Glober? Just
Well, that guy earlier, that's what you guys started arguing about, right? The Robert guy, was he trying to say the atmosphere moves with the Earth or something? Was that about this picture? Or was that about something else? I can't remember.
That doesn't work though, because it's a time lapse and it shows all these clouds and everything like moving throughout the time lapse, but the reflection just moves perfectly with the sun.
Yeah, I know it doesn't work, but yeah, I don't know what they would come up with.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to. So I'm thinking what they would say is just that you're just seeing that part in the world. I think they would try to maybe say, I don't know. I don't want to give them the best they got. So, actually, never mind. It doesn't work though. Like basically that's just an optical effect of reflection throughout the atmosphere. And that's it's like a uniform composition of their crystal excuse just doesn't work though. No, so I don't know what they would say.
The refraction rhetoric is super sad and pathetic.
My guess is they would say, well, all of the atmosphere is being moved by gravity uniformly, but then it's also at the same time moving independently within that uniform motion, so it appears to not be moving uniformly, so you can't tell.
So then the effect,
what the fuck are they even saying? Sorry, go ahead.
That effect comes from the sun in the atmosphere that's moving with the Earth. Like the actual reflection just moves in the atmosphere with the Earth to where it looks like it's perfectly with the sun.
Yeah, it's all just holographically bent into place by gravity if you're a glober.
That is probably the best answer, bro. Holographically bent into place.
That's what the astrophysicists try to tell me was the excuse for why all the stars appeared geocentric, but we were in a heliocentric delusion.
Wow, that's very profound of him.
It's all a holographic matrix when you look up. You don't actually see the stars.
Drace, I've heard so much of your voice rapping. It just, to me now, every time you talk, it just sounds like you're rapping. I love it. It's great. Sorry. Continue.
How can this happen if the Earth is in a vacuum and spinning?
It can't.
93 million miles away. Wait, better yet, I'll make it a question for this room. How can this happen if there isn't literally a container that's causing the reflection? Like that the container is the reflection.
Yeah. Off of what would it reflect otherwise?
I think the glober would say, oh, it's reflecting off of the vacuum. Just like, and they would show you a laser reflecting off of the boundary between the air and the water, and they would be like, it's just like this.
Wow.
Of course, we know it's a false comparison. You have a gas that's and the boundary that is reflecting off. It's not reflecting off of nothing.
Well, what we compare the water to is the air. So to try to then compare the water as if analogous to the air is actually retarded.
Yeah, I would like any of them to try to do this under laboratory conditions where they get gas to form a layer against a vacuum and then try to make the vacuum bounce anything. Because they can't.
Yeah. It's a vacuum. This
Bro,
has to be a container.
How do you go to nowhere? A vacuum is essentially nothing, right? You can't. So there's nothing there. So it's nowhere. How do you get there?
Yeah, what a world! People are like hella prideful about the fact that they know stories about a claim of nothingness, like literal nothingness.
They can't even get the prerequisite for that because they can't make a gas form a free surface. So the gas always expands to fill the volume, so they can't even validate their imaginations.
Well, of course not, but why is this reflection here? Because of that same answer, right?
Yeah, there's top to the container preventing the gas from escaping, so that's reflecting it, obviously.
Whoa. Because this is one of their things that's going to be hard for them to invoke their big G God. I don't really see how their big G God helps them out of this one.
God, gravity, globe.
Pretty poor choice of gods. Can't even help
Gnosticism. Sorry.
This omnipotent creative force can't even help you out of the phenomena with the sun. I wouldn't be surprised if they invoke their god still, though, out of religious habit.
Oh, man. They're doing it a lot of times anyway. Every time someone's done praying, say amen or amen. Amen Ra. Sun god shit. It's just all over the place. People don't even know.
Don't you think it is some gravy that like the big G and little G of gravity is different versions of their gods?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's so crazy because it is the creative force, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's the creative force that isn't a force, can be thought of like a force.
Right. That was so long ago, too. Was that like 2.5 years ago?
Is that their Trinity then? Is that their Trinity then? They have the Big Bang God who killed himself, explosive force, and then they have the little g and the big G as their the other two axes of the triangle.
Whoa.
That's gravy 2.0 for me. I don't know. Don't know about that.
So, okay, so the theory of relativity on the quantum scale, quote unquote, which I take issue with the name, right? Predominantly because it's dumb, but you can't quantify the immaterial on this really small scale. But anyway, relativity doesn't work whatsoever, right? Like this idea of gravity doesn't work to explain anything. It has to be completely disregarded. And then they say that since gravity is this omnipresent creative force that is their God, it has to be everywhere. So they're going to one day discover the graviton. That's just a different version of their transformative God. This is real life. This is top tier science, guys. This is what people like the cutting edge.
Hey, stop coughing.
What people think the cutting edge of science is. The graviton. And dude, of course nothing on the smaller scale works with the theory of relativity. Everything's electric. So, everything. You don't get to somehow hijack all of the phenomena we know to be electric and then claim that there's something else there really making it happen. But I can't prove it, can't find it. The electric part is way too strong and can't be removed, so I can't isolate it, but it's there, I promise. Now get on your knees 6 times a day and pray.
And pray, see P-R-A-Y. It's the same pronunciation as P-R-E-Y. And so lesser magic-wise, it's like you're admitting that you are prey. I'm going to pray. I'm going to become prey. It's all over the place, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, for sure, dude. They got so many spells embedded in English language. It's wild.
Yep.
It's like the Cat Daddy.
You kind of got it wrong there with prey. So when you prey upon something, it means the opposite. It means to hunt it.
Do you understand what I'm saying? They want to flip and reverse everything.
Right.
Right.
Right. They would say that you're something that can be preyed upon. And I would say like
Correct.
colloquially used more so as prayed based on naivety or naivety. However you say the word that I can never say.
Naivety? God, that's a bad one. Fuck that word.
Yeah, there you go.
Naivety. Ugh. It's terrible. I don't want to say it ever again.
But yeah, prey upon the naive nature of people as they pray.
Correct. And when you say blessed, it means be less. To bless someone, be less. Bless you. Well, be less, would you? It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Raised to the ground.
Bullets.
Here's one. Rain, R-E-I-G-N, and rain from the sky. What does that mean?
Rain for 40 years, rain for 40 nights and 40
Yeah, what does that mean? I don't know.
Rained over.
Yeah, but like rain from the sky isn't necessarily like a king or whatever. You know what I mean? And reigning over something is ruling over something. So it doesn't really make sense to me. I don't know.
Well, you know how you have reins on a horse?
Oh yeah, that too. There's three pronunciations that are different words. Wow.
Well, in a way, the rain actually is a sign of what reigns over everything if everything was flooded. I'm just saying, though.
Yeah, that's a strange one. Off in the weeds, though. Even the weeds can only happen on a flat, stationary, and close to Earth. My mom today said, so like a fishbowl. I said, yeah, I mean, if you want to think of it that way, yeah, it's the flat part on the bottom there, and then it's enclosed. That's all I'm trying to say. I started with the bike tire, and then she got that. She said, no, you know. And I said, we have pressure on Earth. She says, gravity. I said, how is a force? And I didn't say non-force because I didn't want to confuse her further. I said, how does a force act as a physical barrier? And then I kind of lost her. But yeah, my mom's like half woke, and I'm trying really hard on her. Yeah.
What about when people say they're under the weather?
Oh yeah.
They're literally just spraying the sky with chemtrails that make you sick.
Okay. Yep.
How about lukewarm? Lukewarm.
Who the fuck is Luke?
I don't know. And why is he so warm?
Why is he the arbiter of what's warm? You go ask, hey Luke, is it warm? I don't know.
Yeah,
man.
that's lukewarm right there. That's perfectly lukewarm.
Quit asking me, man. No. He's ambivalent because he's in the middle. He's lukewarm.
Yeah, doesn't lukewarm stand for like not too hot, not too cold?
It boring is what it stands for. Yeah. But it makes sense. That is what the system wants our morals and values to be, lukewarm. Right in the middle.
Yeah, I think they want our morals to be relative, and that's why they push relativity and that kind of bullshit.
Well, check this one out. So, everyone does the walks for cures for cancer. Right? Cure cancer. We're going to cure cancer. When you cure something, you're like preserving it.
Damn.
Yo, let's go preserve cancer. Let's go do a marathon to preserve cancer.
Cancer support.
Yeah, that one's dark, bro.
For sure, bro. That sucks.
Well, what does the cure
People
mean?
are out there just like, where do you get your cancer support? Well, I do.
Well, so many people don't like cancer.
They got to promote it, yeah, for sure.
Like to say cure it, that is pretty dark spell, yo. Like to cure it, to cure something. What does that mean?
Yeah, to cure, to procure, to settle, to set.
That's a preservation process.
Yeah. So they're preserving bad shit.
Bro. And that's why they got so many people doing these little rituals where they go and say the phrases.
Here's one. Ready? And this one was just stabbed into us. Freedom fighters. That one makes me sick to my stomach right there.
That one's bad.
I actually forgot. I came on here for a reason. Okay.
Oh, good. What was that reason?
Yeah. It took me a while to remember. I was just waking up.
You ever thought about the word reason? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Anakin.
But it was actually about red pilling. Even using the term, your community knows the connotations with that term, right? Red pill.
It's a Matrix thing, but beyond that, a lot of people don't know what it means. No.
Okay, so red pill in the internet community has a lot of connotations with National Socialist groups. I just kind of wanted to bring up the point that since I've been here, like I like listening to your community and stuff, and to give you a bit of a hand, I'd perhaps suggest using another term such as developing critical theory. I don't know. I know that's a snappy term, but it has been appropriated by probably the wrong people. So maybe think about that, because if you are streaming this to YouTube and it's publicly accessed, a lot of people might just start switching off about what you're actually trying to say because you keep using the term red pill, which has
but
pretty.
Unfortunately, culturally speaking, it's the one movie pretty much everyone knows what you're saying, which is you take the pill to stay asleep or you take the pill to know the truth.
Right,
So,
but unfortunately,
like for example, I don't promote taking random pills from dudes in trench coats, but like it's just, I don't know. It's kind of like the word gravity, which I see your roles, but really gravity's incoherent dielectric acceleration. Everything's electrostatic. It's like, should we be scared of the word? No, because on the Earth, the word comes from something that doesn't help anything out but the flat Earth and the stationary Earth. So anyway.
I mean, keep using it, but I was just suggesting.
Oh, thanks for the permission. I have a question. Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to say, in a different country, if you search red pill or that kind of, but you have to use red pill in there and whatever, red pill, flat Earth, red pill, New York 2001, and whatever, and would red pill stuff come up like Matrix and all that, or would it be something different in your country? Because when we do it here in America, you can't get past the Matrix stuff. Like if you search for anything else, if you want to see anything else about something red pill, you won't get past Matrix stuff here.
It might be a base of your enemies using it as weight towards their argument of basically flat earthers being connected with National Socialist groups, right?
Yeah, but
that's all I was kind of. That's all I was kind of.
You're the only
about.
one.
So when I looked up,
so weird.
When I looked up,
bro, you want to add that word?
It's almost like you're trying to make it happen by putting it on this fucking live stream, and that's not cool.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Let me say, you want to create that long phrase that no one says, and then say we should replace the short phrase "red pill" with another really long phrase, because this other long characterization that's not real. So you're saying why? No, like if we do that, the red pill colloquially used, talking about you want to stay asleep or would you rather know the truth even if it's uncomfortable? We're gonna still use that. We'll absorb that. Thanks though.
That's cool. Yeah, no, there's no
eggshells on that one, bud.
Malicious motive behind that. So when I search on the internet,
what does socialism even mean, and what's nationalist mean? Oh man, do you represent your nation? How dare you?
Would you like a discussion? No, be careful. Would you like a discussion about National Socialism? Because I can have a long one.
This is a flat Earth channel. That's kind of what I've been trying to get at the whole time, sir. But whatever. It's not. We aren't affiliated with any belief system. That's the point here. It's empirical data and evidence gathered in the physical world.
Well, let me
Yeah,
ask
which
you
is
this.
cool.
As you're talking about the red pill, let me ask you the question. Would you rather accept the truth, even if it's uncomfortable? Or if it's really uncomfortable, would you rather just stay asleep and it doesn't really matter because it's more comfortable asleep?
Sleeping is pretty comfortable. Just saying. Just putting it out there.
Okay, so in the analogy that you've brought to the discussion about the red pill, blue pill thing, then you would take the blue pill if you were given the choice?
Well, okay, so I used to be like a professional skateboarder, and I just sustained all these massive head injuries, not actually from skating, but from all the fist fights I was getting into with rollerbladers. Like, this is in the early 90s, right? So, like, I can't not, you know, wake up. I mean, I can't not stay, I have to, I'm just kind of like brain damaged. So, like, things filter in, right? But then they just disappear again because of basically massive trauma. So yeah, like some people, I guess, are blue pilled whether they've got a choice or not, and maybe setting up some kind of support group for those people could be something humane that the red pillars could do, like give them little encouraging pats on the head and shit, and then everybody feels comfortable and happy,
Okay, so we can, so everyone here can get a spectrum of where you are regarding that. Let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say that you have a wife, and she every weekend she goes and hangs out at her mother's house or whatever. But actually, you find out that she's been just going and sleeping with random dudes every weekend. Would you rather know that she's doing that, or keep believing that she's going to her mother's house?
What? Sorry, man, I'm having one of those moments. Can you just repeat the analogy?
Yeah. Say you had a wife. I'm imagining.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen.
I was going to say super hypothetical. The fact that you had to interrupt me to say that really confirms it. But anyway, so super hypothetical here. Pretend you had a wife. Okay. So if your wife
Exciting. Getting married. Sorry. Anyway,
well, just
carry
say
on.
anyway. And every weekend, she said that she was going to hang out with her mom. But you find out different ways or whatever that or she's actually going and sleeping with a bunch of different dudes every weekend.
Right.
Would you rather know that or keep believing that she's hanging out at her mom's?
Right. So she's getting red dicked, in other words.
If that's what you're about, bro.
Brother, is would you rather know the truth or would you rather believe in the lie? Or believe that it's a lie? Or believe that it's the truth even?
I'd probably, like, to be honest,
say you're about to eat a hot dog and it's really bad for you, processed, genetically modified, known to be carcinogenic. It's actually almost designed to make you sick, but it tastes good. Would you rather not know it, ignore that, and still eat it because it tastes good?
Oh, I mean, like, hot dogs taste pretty good, right? Like, I mean, I could probably handle a couple of days on the toilet if it was, like, really delicious, but I knew it was full of all this dubious stuff. Because, like, that's the spice of life is new experiences, right? So, like, somebody presented me with this absolutely, like, amazing, let's say, $3,000 gourmet hot dog, but there was one ingredient in it that was spoiled, okay? And I knew about it, and I knew it was going to make me sick, but I was getting that hot dog for free, and it was in. Right, I would probably still eat the hot dog and then just sit
Makes
on
you
the
a
toilet for a couple of
psychopath.
days.
You're a psychopath.
Yeah, you ruined that hard. Here's what I'm trying to say to you, buddy. Okay, per your interruption earlier, I really don't have high hopes for you. Okay, but truth is truth regardless of your opinion, right? And whenever there's an orchestrated lie propagated onto the public, including children, then there's actually a moral obligation intrinsic in life itself, which I'm assuming you may take for granted via some nihilism and materialism, but you have a moral obligation to stand for the truth. So if there is truth and then there is the lie, and like in the Matrix that you brought up with this other little rabbit trail you had here, would you know the truth, or would you ignore the truth willfully because it's more comfortable to do so?
No, I've just been dragging you along for the last 5 to 10 minutes because it's been enjoyable. See, the way I see it is, isn't it more humane to realize that people lie and start just wondering why the hell they're doing it? And everybody supporting each other in the sense of, like, why even lie in the first place, you know? So, I mean, we've taken this from a range of angles on previous discussions about why this happens. We agreed on quite a few points. And I guess one of the main ones was that it was some form of professional savagery by the intellectual standard, the people that sort of run ideas.
Stephanie.
Right.
So that's fascinating. Fascinating. Do you want to talk about the Earth yet?
So we can talk about the Earth if you like. Yeah, I mean, like, it's cool and stuff.
Here's my question for you, dude. Can you try to look? Here's what we're going to try to do. We'll both try to keep it real concise, and hyper specific. Okay, concise.
Okay.
Listen. Concise and hyper specific, substantive specificity, and we'll both do that. Is that cool? That way we can solve.
Cool, man.
Cool. Okay, so if the Earth were actually flat, even though they taught us all that it was a spinning globe and you're going around the sun in a vacuum and people went to the moon, if in fact it was flat and stationary and closed and the sky moves over top of it, would you want to know that?
I wouldn't really care either way.
Okay, so it's not something that's worth knowing to you, is what you're saying.
It's interesting to listen to.
If it
were
true,
would
man.
it matter if that was the case? Would you want to know that? How have you found your place self here, my friend?
I've got that same.
Man.
Didn't even answer the fucking question.
The thing is, no, just a minute. Sorry, I was distracted. So,
answer the question then.
Just a little aside, I've got a friend that's been in some personal trouble, so they're communicating with me right now. So I am trying to pay attention.
But
anyway,
answer the question. You have to answer the question.
Well, isn't it a weird thing if you want people to start moving towards a form of scientific enlightenment to close the gates on
what are you talking about, dude?
Well, okay, let me ask.
Just fucking answer the question.
You're like, look, dude, it's a yes or no question. Okay, so if the Earth were in fact flat, stationary, and enclosed, not a spinning globe revolving around the sun in a vacuum, like we were told, would you want to know that?
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Okay. Cool. So, would you agree that that would be an important piece of information for everyone to know if that were the case?
Sure. Look, I've had this discussion like 300 times already, and I've only been here for a week. Like, let's go. Come on. Speed things up.
Okay.
Right?
So,
That's
when they taught us the Earth was a oblate spheroid with a radius of 3,959 miles, which means we should see the physical curvature of the Earth, the geometric, tangible, physical location known as the horizon, a geometric horizon, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, 1 foot above the surface of this hypothetical sphere. You would see the curvature of the Earth at 1.2 miles. Yet we have an observation 1 foot off this supposed sphere, where the horizon's over 10 miles, requiring the radius be 264,000 miles. And in fact, upon the falsification of that radius becomes the falsification of the entire model.
Yeah, the bomb's been planted. Yeah, you got me. I'm not trying to hide anything. That's fine. Okay, the Earth is flat. Can I have my roles changed now, please? Like, I like talking about, like, you know, like cooking. Like, does anybody want to own a pug? Okay, that's a question. That's a question I'd like to pose.
Go out on a limb and say you like to cook sweets.
What are you talking about?
Are you a cake boy? A little bit of a. You don't sound like a skateboarder. I will say that.
Are you guys still locked up in Australia? Is that where you're like super desperate for human interaction right now? Is that what's going on?
Look, you don't need to talk to me like that. I wouldn't talk to you like that. So here's a nasty ass Australian being more
How about you
civilized than
answer the
you.
question or just stop?
I've actually got a quick question, if y'all don't mind me asking it. And this
Like,
goes
that was nasty.
our globe.
Come on.
This goes.
Oh, this girl is nasty. Come on.
Dude, we're just having a good time, man. Chill the fuck out.
Bullying Australians, haven't we been bullied enough? I mean, it wasn't our fault that we were like such horrible prisoners, like nasty people that we got sent to a prison colony and then we had to like
Were you one of those prisoners?
the indigenous
Was
people.
anybody in your family one of those prisoners?
I'm 250 years old.
Please stop.
Exactly.
100% is the people's fault for allowing people to tell.
Honestly, you people just want to fight. Why don't you admit that? Anyway, I'm a bit busy with my friends. Okay.
I'm gonna
We'll
bring
talk
order
later.
back. Right, look, so calm down. You're good. You can stay where everyone's going to calm down. We don't want to have to attack.
Love you.
Hey,
Bye-bye.
No, calm down, bro.
Kiss,
You've been
kiss.
pretty cordial. It's okay. If you leave, you leave. But, like, you've been pretty cordial. I'm trying to bring some order to it. So you can continue to talk or not if you left. But if not, if someone says something that got under, but hey, it's okay. It's okay.
You get that the rage quit points on that one for sure. What's that?
I'm sorry, man, but anybody lets the government tell them what to do, it's their fault for letting the government tell them what to do. We have instructions by Yahuwah, and if we live by them and follow them, then we're supposed to be bold, and we're supposed to stand up to our oppressors, just like they did in Egypt, just like they did in Babylon. We're supposed to stand up to that and have no fear in doing so. And yeah, I blame the people in Australia for letting all that stuff happen down there. I feel sorry for them. I do. I love death.
He was just looking for an excuse to leave because while he was talking to Whitsitt, he was acting like he was dragging him around and said he was finding it enjoyable. But then Whitsitt just racked him again and again and again, and it was no longer enjoyable. And so anything he could find was found.
But you know what the beautiful thing about that is, bro, is that he can't like unlive the last 10 minutes. So
that's exactly right, Austin. And well said, brother. Much appreciated to you, man. Did an excellent.
Another one bites the dust.
Hey, I got another question for the.
Well, it's funny, you know how people say, "Oh, all the governments can be in on it." Ask them about the jab stuff. All the governments are in it.
Well, just on that note, and then Anthony was about to say something, like darts, so this movie came out, Don't Look Up, and it actually broke the record for most views in the first week on Netflix ever, 154 million hour stream or something like that. And it's all about this comet's going to hit the Earth and no one takes it serious or whatever. But like a month or so ago, like a month or two ago, NASA supposedly with SpaceX just launched their first program to shoot something called the DART missile, effectively, to hit like some comet out in space, some asteroid out in space. So
interesting.
Austin, I'm really glad you brought that movie up. Have you actually watched that, or has anybody actually watched that particular movie?
Unfortunately, yeah. Kai and I watched it, and it was bad, and we didn't even finish it all the way through. Like, it was bad.
Oh, it was terrible. Oh my gosh, it was terrible. But the little tidbits of information that you can find throughout that movie is bombshell. Like whenever the spaceman's on the moon and he says, "Oh, damn, we went to the moon," or something like that. It's like, well, that's kind of in your face, you know? But you kind of have to be looking to see it. But that movie, oh my gosh, was terrible. But it also shows a lot of the aspects of what's actually going on today. Like the president is more concerned about her status than the integrity of the entire Earth, entire world. And of course, they keep saying spear in the movie and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I forgot why I brought that up. Like whatever someone said right before that, I was tying it together somehow, but I forgot.
I said that the government's all in on it, whatnot.
Oh yeah. So check this. So like, with that program, we're talking Russia, the U.S. and like 5-6 other countries, like pretty prominent countries that all work together for this. So like the space agencies openly, admittedly, all work together on this Unify the World project in case there was a earthly disaster that had to be averted, you know.
Yeah, and that's the point I was getting at about how the governments they all basically work together, but they don't listen to the public. They're all about their agenda. And that's all they care about. They don't care if the world is ending, like that comet was supposed to be destroying the world. They didn't care about that. All they cared about was the polls and how they fared with other countries and stuff. I mean, it was
right. But look, bro, in the movie they say, and 23% of people don't even think the comet exists. So that's them saying like they have plans to pull something off like an asteroid hitting us or whatever and unify the world. They want to find some traumatic event that the world has to unify to prevent. Right. And so, and when they said that 23% don't believe the comet's real, they're basically acknowledging the flat earthers. Where like, we don't believe, if they came on the news and said that a comet was about to hit the earth, like even if a comet did hit the earth, like it doesn't, what's a comet? You know, right? So we don't believe anything that they say. So we would be that 23%. And so that's the whole point, is to unify all the countries. And what a coincidence! Right before this movie came out on Netflix and broke all the records. You know, all these countries came together to work on this program with Elon Musk and SpaceX to shoot the missile out to hit an asteroid so that they could prep for a potential event in the future where they needed to knock an asteroid off its trajectory. And it's supposed to land September 2022 and was shot November of this year, late November. Like, so it's, the world's a stage, bro. And to think that, just like whenever they came out with Bird Box and everyone wore blindfolds, which was basically an analogy about everyone that takes the mark and the people going around looking for the people that have it and stuff like that, and removing the veil, and which is like making you look at that. Like, anyway, they made the whole world see that movie. So they, like, when they do that, there's a reason, and it's actually getting pretty crazy. Planetary Defense is a patch that it shows at the beginning, and it says, it isolates it and says, and yes, this is an actual thing. This is actually a real thing. And then if you look at Planetary Defense NASA, like they just now launched their first planetary defense mission of this dart hit the asteroid, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah.
Did
you remember also when they said in the movie, he, like, Leo, the professor, is on the computer and he's like debating the internet trolls or whatever, and he's like, somebody even said that rich Jewish billionaires just made up the idea of comets to scare people or something.
Yes, dude. Yeah, he said that.
So fun.
It's so funny. It's like for a New World Order or something. And then his wife comes in and he acts like he's just being ridiculous because he's entertaining that crazy stuff on the internet that's conspiracy.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it was November of last year, don't you mean? November of last year when they launched it, this thing to the asteroid. Yeah. Thanks.
Did y'all hear that Universal Studios is trying to film a movie in space with what's his name? Tom Cruise and Tesla. They have like $200 million aside for it.
With Tom Cruise as Tesla?
And Tesla. Not Tesla. SpaceX. I'm tripping. Yeah, Elon.
Elon, I don't know.
So if they want to film a movie in space or whatever.
That's right. Yeah. They want to do it. It's called Mission Impossible in space. That's the thing they were. Yeah, you're right. I remember.
Tommy must have made his 33rd degree rank. Attaboy.
I just saw where Elon's supposedly going to be facilitating microchips as early as this year.
Yeah, they even started already implanting a bunch of people in Sweden. It's all over the place now.
I just don't
Now, we
understand
are
why.
actually getting in pretty unprecedented territory. You know, like remember last year, or really 2 years now, pretty much. We were all on here like, whoa, is the world shutting down right now? Like, are they really just gonna try to brute force New World Order? And now we're here 2 years later where people are actually seeing microchips implanted in the brains of people rolled out.
They're thinking of rolling it out. I don't know anyone who's got a chip in their brain yet.
Yeah, I don't know about the brain chips yet. They got the paying system in the hand already set up and working in
Right. And
Sweden.
that's the thing, though, right? Like Elon's on record saying that you don't actually have to have like some surgical intervention to put a chip in your brain. That's not what happens. You can use the brain or the veins and arteries to bypass the blood-brain barrier. So you actually don't need like there's not. It's not like it's some crazy invasive surgery or anything like that.
No, it's the liquid jabs that they're giving us. Possibly. Well, I'm not going to get one, but yeah.
Possibly, and if there's or if the graphene oxide just works well with it, I don't know yet. If it's a carrier for the information of the microchip that comes, and that's like a little painless, invisible tattoo type bow right on where your arteries are on your wrist.
With the graphene oxide though, that's causing carditis at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, because little like nano-sized sharp, really, really sharp, like indestructible pieces of metal effectively are circulating through your blood. And that's why soccer players, anyone that has like long term cardio with the blood circulating and circulating and circulating has an increased risk of those like basically shredding apart the arteries.
Yeah.
Cutting them.
So
everybody that I've ever known that used to jog or walk for health reasons died of a heart attack at a young age. Every single person I know that used to do that.
Wow.
That's a trip, right? Because I think jogging is so bad. Like I've never instinctively I knew jogging was bad when I was young, and I like play football, basketball, baseball for the school, and in baseball they try to make us jog or something. I'm like, no, this is whack. Running up the stairs is cool, sprinting is cool, but like because in nature, when is it that you would have to jog? It's not natural, and it's like bad. It's bad for you.
No. You got to look at the African tribes who hunt for their food, hunter-gatherers. When they're chasing animals, antelopes, they are running for their lives to eat. So
for sure, yeah. Like catching stride, and then turning it onto a sprint is cool. Yeah, that's cool. But like just where they got people going inside of a room where they run on the machine and they just like pretend that they're jogging at this slow pace that's like real controlled and not natural. I just don't think it's good. I don't know. I could be wrong, but like that's like I was like pretty athletic or whatever you want to call it, and that's the one thing that would like make my shins like hurt. Forced unnatural running and jogging or whatever.
Yeah, I think it depends on where you are, man. If you're jogging at the beach, for example, where the ground is soft, you get less impact and shock going through the body. That's one thing. There's that race of humans, which you happened to mention not so long ago yourself, Whitfield, that can run for ages bare feet. Yeah, without the
yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm like, bro, you guys are legends.
Have you ever on sand?
What?
Has any of y'all, have you ever jogged on sand? On a beach?
It's not easy. Yeah, I have. I have, yes. That's why I mentioned it.
Sand.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's beautiful. It's so much better than jogging on concrete or on tarmac.
Cab workout, that's like if you run on the sand, you're gonna get a full workout.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's the best, yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah. And then when you're really hot and sweaty, you just dive into the sea, and that is such a beautiful experience, to be rinsed off by the salty water, man. Yeah, I'll do that whenever I've gone on holiday and I've gone to the beach. I've done that. That's what I've done.
Well, look, we were talking about the power of words, right? And how they've mixed in all these wizardry words, and so they have people running marathons to cure cancer, and curing something is the process of preserving it, right? So
Yes.
yeah, so
Yeah.
preserving cancer, and they got everyone putting on this rubber, which is obviously because it's going to stop how you conduct like your natural electric makeup that connects to the earth, right?
Right.
So that's why it's rubber that they put in the shoes, and then they have you run on concrete instead of the earth, right?
Yeah.
So none of that's good, yo. Like if you run
Oh, come on, that's crazy. You
Earth,
picked on me.
dude.
No,
So what you think it's a coincidence that everyone in the world wearing rubber soles?
Hey, can I, before we get far from Elon, can I tell y'all like real quick story, right quick? Just
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to make it as quick as possible. And this was about.
Go ahead, mate. Take your time. Take your time. Go on.
Y'all know who Deadmau5 is, but I'm good friends with him, and he used to be friends with Elon Musk because he personally gave Elon Musk $250,000 to get on one of his rockets to go into space because he wants to go to space so bad. Well, I wanted to challenge Elon Musk to a debate on Modern Day Debate. And I asked Deadmau5, I said, hey, bro, would you please tell Elon I want to challenge him to a debate? And look, y'all, I don't debate. I do not debate. I'm sick of it. I debated for like 4 years about flat Earth. I'm just kind of sick of it. But anyway, I challenged Elon to a debate through Deadmau5. Deadmau5 sent him a message saying, hey, my friend Anthony wants to debate you on Modern Day Debate on YouTube about space and stuff and how it's fake and a flat Earth and stuff, right? Well, immediately Elon sent him a message back, cussing him out, using many F-bombs, and blocked him. And not only did he attack him, he attacked his wife as well and called her a bunch of names. I'm not going to say them. And blocked her as well and said, don't ever talk to him again.
Wow.
And that literally happened about a year ago.
There you go. See, Elon Musk, the scumbag.
Anyway, I wanted to tell y'all that story before we got too far from Elon. I wanted to
I've heard he was a woman beater anyway. I've heard that story before, where he beats his women up. He's not all that. Just another liar. And I'm surprised he's not wanting to go on his own starship to go to the moon. I'm surprised he's not going to do that. Why wouldn't you ride on your own ship and be famous? Why wouldn't you do that?
Why? But he sends so many people into space and he wants to go so bad, but he won't even get on his own rocket.
That's right.
Let's go to the moon and put some like artificial force field or protective like field up and inhabit the moon. You would have ultimate power on the earth, right? Like you would have the vantage point of the whole earth. You come around every day, bro.
I mean,
you come around to check the premises every day. There is no such thing as better tactical positioning than the moon.
Austin, did you see Kingdom Cast recent videos, episode 19 and 20 about the Eye of Ra and what Crow 777, the second son thing? Did you see all that?
I saw bits of that. Yeah.
Out my nigga Crow 777.
Did I see Crow 777's video?
Yeah, with the second son. Yeah, I saw bits of that. I wasn't too into it myself, but yeah, I tried to get into it.
Well, 777,
I found it a bit way out there.
Second son.
To be honest.
Well, Sean Griffin pointed that out in scripture as to what that second son actually is, and it's some pretty amazing stuff. If y'all hadn't seen it, it's on Kingdom Cast. It's episode 19 and 20, but you kind of got to watch them together because he goes over what Crow 777's evidence is in episode 19. And then on episode 20, he pretty much spells it out as to what that evidence is showing per scripture.
Yeah, I found it a bit heavy going, I must admit. I did try watching it. I did try.
Well, we
Can
do
you
have
summarize? Sorry, Grace.
I just wanted to mention we do have a Glober in here who wants to tell us what science is. His name is Archibald.
Archibald. Okay, that's a British name. Is he from Britain?
Can I call
Right.
dibs? Go ahead, tell us what science is, bro.
Yeah. Welcome, Archibald. Please explain yourself.
What is science?
Archibald, your mic is muted, brother or sister. You have to unmute your mic before we can hear you.
Archibald, a name from Northern England.
He's typing in live stream voice text.
Right.
All right, then, keep your secrets.
That was great.
That was pretty straight right there, man. I like that.
Well, whilst we're waiting for Archibald, I'll say one thing.
Here's my take on. Here's my take on science. Okay, as it pertains to the name of the server, which it is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Okay, so.
So
their mic must not be working or something. I've run into that issue several times.
Yeah, he cut off there, didn't he? Yeah. We adhere to the scientific method.
My bad.
Okay, go on then.
So as it pertains to the flat Earth, it is natural science, right? Because we're going to make a claim about the Earth, and the Earth is the natural world. Yeah. So if we're going to study the natural world, the study of the natural world is natural science. And so you verify claims.
If he doesn't want to speak, I can help him out. I'll read out his text here. But as far as I know, the science works the opposite way. It uses natural laws to conduct experiments and create theories. He's essentially saying that...
Let's give the benefit of the doubt. Let's not make it sound funny.
Wait, what's he saying? Let's hear it.
He's basically saying that science doesn't use the scientific method. It uses natural laws, which he has yet to define, to conduct experiments. I don't think he understands how to conduct an experiment and then to create theories. I think that's his issue.
Right. So you have natural science, and the first step is you have a naturally occurring phenomena. So if you're talking about natural laws, you're also still talking about natural science. And so that the first step is you have a naturally occurring phenomena, and you're going to try to understand it, explain it. So you propose a cause and effect relationship test, right? Because you want to test your theory that whatever it is the cause of that effect, that naturally occurring phenomena, right? So, because that's your effect, that's also called the dependent variable. Okay, and so this cause that you're going to propose, that is your proposed independent variable. And if you change that or vary it, manipulate it, right, you can verify or validate that it's the cause of the effect that was naturally occurring. So the three constituent parts, required parts of the scientific experiments to prove whatever it is that you're claiming, is the dependent variable, the independent variable, and the control variables, which are the variables you control to make sure you can isolate the independent and dependent variables to prove the cause and effect relationship. Okay, so when it comes to the Earth, this can never be done to explain how the Earth is a spinning globe in a vacuum, not one time for one part of the claims ever.
Try telling my boss that, Austin, because he called me a liar and that I was going straight to hell for following the Old Testament commandments. He literally told me that. He said that anybody that does is going straight to hell.
Wow.
I asked him where it says that in scripture. He says it doesn't. I said that. That's what he said, man. I ain't joking. Do y'all ever get kind of to the wit's end of science? It's like, how else can we disprove a globe Earth? It's like, what other options do we have? It's like we're kind of out of options. We've done disproven every single aspect they have of it, and we're still looking. Do y'all ever get into the line?
Might want to rephrase your question.
Maybe so, and I don't know exactly how I'm trying to ask it anyway. It's like we've gone over every one of these aspects a million times over and over. It's like, when does it ever end? And what's next? If we tell everybody in the world that look at this and look at that, and let's just say that everybody in the world realizes that the Earth is absolutely a flat stationary plane set on pillars covered by a firmament and all that stuff. What's next? What if we're still living after that? Which, I mean, I am. But what if we're all still living after everybody just gets to the end of that line and just says, well, now I know the Earth is flat. Now what do I do? What do I look into now?
You become self-sustainable, become fruitful and multiply. That's pretty much what you do.
But that's
the truth.
That sounds like I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to pull a religion on that reply right there, but it actually kind of sounds like preterist to me. It's like, okay, now we're at the end of the line, and that's all we have now, and now we're just going to live out our lives, and we're happy-go-lucky. I just find there's more to it than that.
Yeah, for sure. I hear what you're saying. So my bad. Like there's no doubt that it's very obvious that the time to stand is now. The time to act is now. And when it's all said and done, no one can say that there wasn't a buffer zone given to everyone by the Creator, because that's what we've been experiencing for the last however many years you want to draw that line. That's how long we've been experiencing this buffer zone where everyone knows, everyone with any discernment, wisdom, true pursuit of knowledge, being the driving force of anyone, has led them to knowing a bunch of these truths and knowing that it's a pretty climactic time in history, quote unquote.
Yeah, and I totally agree with what people are doing, and I hate to like put examples out there as far as names go, but a lot of people call people like Mark Sargent a shill. I don't think he's a shill at all. I think he's like the gateway. You know, if somebody runs across Mark Sargent, they're going to listen to Mark Sargent. But there's so much more to it than what Mark Sargent portrays. And I
agree with you. I agree with you, sir. I agree.
For a good reason. It's because, like, for example, if I get on Google and I research flat Earth, I'm going to go to the Flat Earth Society. I'm going to go to all these nonsense, just trolls out there, like Fight the Flat Earth, for example. I hate to call people's names out, but I need to put out good examples. That's what it's going to lead me to. And I'm going to hear this nonsense from them. Whereas back in the day when, like back in 2014, 2015, when I started researching it, there was very little information, but it was easy to find, you know?
Yeah.
But
that's right. No, I often refer people to Mark Sargent's channel and material because it's good stuff. Maybe he's a bit of a goop perhaps for some people, but his body of work is good. That's what I'm looking at.
Exactly. And just because he might be in depth as some other people, I think he's in a position to do what he does best and get the concept out there. And honestly, that I think everybody has their place in order to draw the line here. Sorry, am my voice messing up?
No, you're doing all right.
But
you're doing okay, man.
I don't call people like that. I think they're in the position they need to be in for people that has never heard of this to go through the line just like we all have. And then whenever we have somebody that comes along, stating their facts, what they know, I think we should accept that and work with them and I think
it keeps us unified. It establishes a standard and it keeps us unified, which is what we definitely need. Can't be going out, he's a shield, she's the shield, that's no. Look at the body of the work that they're doing and promote the work. It's all I'm doing, Well,
exactly. Exactly. But what kind of what I'm getting at is I kind of have a little bit of a in my heart. I think even a troll deserves at least 5 minutes of truth.
Hang on, just 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. I agree with you. And it should be, hang on a sec, just 2 seconds. It should be principles over personalities. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So, and I'll say this as well. When you're a flat earther, you are most certainly closer to the creator than anyone who believes in the heliocentric model. That is anti the creator. It is not, God did not make a spherical ball spinning in space. No, he didn't do that. So.
All spinning in space is nothing but a religion. That's all it is. There's no evidence of it.
Yeah. So you are definitely, I'm not religious in any way, shape or form, but it's clearly obvious that when you're a flat earther, you are closer to nature, which means you are closer to God, without a doubt. There is no mistaking that. No mistake. Yeah. That's not being religious at all. That's just the natural facts, natural order.
Well, what I was getting at is, people that don't know or something like that, they're going to come in there with the beliefs that they've always known, just like we've always known. They're gonna come at us with those beliefs, and if we can accept those beliefs and show them in a loving manner, hey, this is where this belief is wrong, and I can show you why. I just really feel like that's gonna spread the message with love to everybody instead of saying, hey, such and such over here is a troll. We just kick him out of everything, or kick her out of everything. I don't believe in that. I at least should have at least a little of our time.
Yeah, I think you're correct in what you said there. I follow your sentiment exactly. You're absolutely correct. And nothing wrong with what you said there. Totally resonate. I resonate with that. That is the way it should be. Because we were all believers of the heliocentric model. But now we know the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. This we know and we can prove. So it's not a belief now. Flat Earth is not a belief or a theory or an idea. It's none of those things. It is the reality.
Everything's a theory.
And we have to
Everything's a theory.
we have to go towards.
No, that's incorrect. No, that's dead wrong.
Like they're a child. Like they are.
Hold on. Somebody says that everything's a theory, and Quantum just said that's wrong. Let this conversation go through.
Let's go. Go ahead.
Who said that everything's a theory? Speak up.
Yeah.
Kavanaugh.
Scared now.
Wow.
Scared.
Well, everything started as a theory.
Flat Earth is not a theory.
No, I'm sorry. No, you might want to rethink. Maybe you are a theory. Maybe you don't exist. But no, I know things are real. Sorry.
Go on, Pillbox. Tell him again, Pillbox. Tell him again, please. Tell him again.
Well, I'm waiting for a claim.
Well, do you know how linguistics work?
Yeah, let's see if we can get a claim, Jin, or is this going to be another sophist? I'm an atheist hiding in a flat Earth server conversation. Is my prediction.
Right. So you know how linguistics work, the science of language. Right? So we start from there. So literally everything that we have based our reality upon starts with conversations. So you discuss how you see the world, and then you have a conversation with another person about how they see the world, and then you try to come to a consensus that is ideally peaceful. Right? That's civilized debate. So yeah, in a way, everything did start as a theory. Right? Objectively, over time, we've looked at the trajectory of our evolution as an Earth from a range of areas.
That's what I was waiting. There we go. Okay, so you live in a.
So it did actually start off as a theory.
Right. So there we
Right?
go. I'm
And
glad
start
that
off
you.
conversations
I'm glad that you
from
bit on the hook.
grunting
So yeah,
as monkeys,
there's
if you
no
believe in
such.
evolution,
Yeah. So I know.
to standing on a pundit.
Yeah. Can we
in front of
please?
a
Yeah.
massive
I'm
audience.
just. Right. So
Everything
he's just going to
comes down
continue to talk
language
through me. That's fine.
and the sharing of knowledge.
I'm gonna mute
So
you.
yeah, I was actually kind of right for once.
2, 1. Okay, he's gonna respond now.
Alrighty. So yeah, this is not true at all, obviously. Our first experiences of reality as a baby are not theoretical. It's when a mother holds the newborn child, and we learn from there. And then pretty soon, a few months later, we learn to walk as our parents teach us without even speaking to us. They don't have to say a single word, and we can learn almost everything we need to learn how to survive. But speaking does enhance our ability to learn, but it is not based on theory. It is based on gnosis, or knowledge of the fact that we are and are a creation of the Father in heaven. Now, you mentioned evolution, which we know you can't back that at all. So we're going to fast forward to the fact that you are a sophist. So please just give us your best evidence for evolution so we can turn it back onto what the server's built for.
Come on.
Oh, he's on server muted.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's the thing. This is some sort of sophist approach. You know, people hide in. Yeah, go ahead.
No, so did we just land here? Did we just appear as our
See,
own
he's gonna
form?
hide. I can't have a conversation. He's just scared to death of his own religion. Yeah.
Okay, now, my man, we're gonna give you a chance, okay? But you're gonna have to listen to his question. You need to provide an intellectual, grown-up answer back, okay?
Yes, your evolution theory. Yeah. So he has a theory, Jen, and Whitsitt. He has a theory of evolution. His religion is evolution. So let's see if you can tell us what evolution is first, Kavanaugh.
Right. So at its basic level, evolution was the refinement and development of genetic code through a series of forms, starting at lower forms, lesser forms, developing into more sophisticated ones.
Okay,
And
so in
evolution,
theory, so there it is. Hold on, no, and so that you believe in a higher power created everything through evolution?
so we did just land here. So we literally
See,
manifested
okay, he's an
from
atheist. Yeah,
smoke.
he's just an atheist scared to death. He's scared to death to have a conversation. Yeah.
I'm not scared to
He doesn't
death.
even know what he
I'm
does.
just asking you.
Bro, you
So
just
how did
keep
we get
going
here?
till we landed here.
Hey,
Bro, that's the thing. Yes, you're a sophist living in a jar.
I really want to know what Calvin is saying. Please.
Yeah. Yeah, come on,
So-
Kevin. Please explain yourself.
So
please.
the
How did we
alternate,
get here?
the alternate discourse you could have there is that we literally just manifested like smoke. We just appeared.
See,
right?
he's hiding from his
As-
own belief
as
system.
forms.
See, again,
no,
he's
you
hiding
don't,
from his own belief system.
ad hominem,
Exactly.
whatever.
This is just
Like, you're not even
retarded.
listening
Yeah,
to
you're
what
just
I'm
a
saying.
retarded atheist. Bro, you are scared to death of your own belief system. That's what happens every time.
I must get it all.
You're gonna have to look. Here's the deal. Okay, all you have to do is you have to respond very specifically to what's said. Okay, because sophistry is where you just go on doing all this nonsense, and we're not.
That's not nonsense.
Well, yeah, sophistry is nonsense.
Right. So answer where we came from. If we're gonna,
there's no evidence.
Put it back in your corner.
Evidence for your.
He's asking you for. Okay. He's asking you. Do you have any verifiable, empirical, physical evidence of your claim? Can you give it? Can you provide that?
Okay. So if you do even a cursory look in any scientific area, you'll know about genomes, right? Like the development of genes, right? The development
there's
of
no
genes
such
through
thing.
species.
No, there's no such thing. No, there's no such thing as the development. They already exist. You have to show us how they got there if you're claiming that they weren't created by the creator.
I'm really trying to listen to you, Kevin. I'm really trying.
Could you stop white knighting, bro?
Yes, please. My gosh, man.
Now I really want to.
No, I mean, yo, shut up, bud.
Anthony, please.
So we started from matter. Yes. We started from molecules. Yes. And they developed a form and they developed a certain level of intelligence.
This is the story
But
part, Witsit. We need the evidence.
I would say that I'm more intelligent than a crab. Okay?
This is the fairy tale part. We need to see the evidence.
Do you think you're more intelligent than a crab?
Yes,
Do you
I'm
eat
looking
crab?
for the evidence.
Well, that makes
Exactly.
you
You're
better
scared
than a
to
crab.
death. So now
Because you're more intelligent. Does that make you better than a crab?
Right. So we came from
So again,
molecular
we're 5 minutes
structure.
in here. Okay, we're
Yes.
5 minutes in, and there's no claim. I can't. He won't even tell me how he has any evidence.
So
at
yes,
all.
we had to develop from something.
There's zero.
Yes, we did.
He's just saying we have to. We have
Our
to,
molecules assumed
Bro,
a
you're
form and
insane.
they've developed.
Please. It's just
You have
retarded.
to moderate this. Okay, look, here's the deal. You can't just say something happened. Okay, if someone says, okay, what's your proof or evidence of, and then your response is, oh well, it just had to happen. That isn't sufficient.
That's not what That's naturally not what I'm saying. This is what
Yes,
I'm
it
really
is. That's
sick of.
exactly what he's
when
doing.
I'm trying to have a
Literally,
conversation
that's why
with
I'm
your community.
Hey, listen, I'm moderating. That's why I'm intervening, because you literally just said that. So, just try and really maybe rein it in and be specific and have the conversations back and forth concisely and honestly and specific instead of talking to each other.
God.
So
Fuck's
with
sake.
the-
I'll tell you
so-
what.
Please,
so,
can I have 2
yeah,
seconds?
real quick. Latin with it. Hold on.
why don't
hold
you
on.
shut up?
We got him
fuck
at the meeting.
this.
Please. Yeah, he's scared to death. Please run
Fuck
away,
off.
atheist.
Yeah,
Thank
fuck
man.
you,
nice.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly. That's what I thought.
Moderator for
Rest
you,
in
man.
peace.
I'm trying to fair
I can't. Like this is a gauntlet.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not.
Kevin
Can I
Kent,
just
you're scared
explain
to
why?
death.
Can I explain
Fuck
why?
you. You don't actually listen to me. You don't want to have a conversation, so stick it up your ass.
You
This
just
is why
another-
you're a fringe
Hold on.
community.
Yep, retard.
Fuck you.
Yep, thank you.
No,
Thank you. I knew
stop
it. How did
yelling
I
at
know
him.
that? Thank you so
Come
much.
on. I wanted to further obviate
He
his
never had a chance. He
uselessness.
came in here to destroy. He came in here to inflict pain and cause strife. That was his job. He got annihilated. It's that easy.
True, and for the audience listening, that's what we call sophistry tactics. It nailed it on the head. What he does is filibuster.
Right. He gave me the fairy tale. He gave me the story. You kiss a frog, it turns into a prince over 1 million years. Give a frog 1 million kisses, it eventually turns into a prince. That's not evidence. Thanks for playing.
Right. To simplify it again. Yes. He said it happened that way because it had to have happened.
Exactly
that
right.
way.
Yep.
I was about
That is just absurd.
fairy tale. I was about to debunk his whole fairy tale.
No, Anthony, you weren't. I was letting him do it for us. That's the point. Anthony, the point is, no, that's the point, Anthony. I let them debunk themselves. Thanks.
Oh yeah.
No, I was just wanting y'all to be a witness of it.
No, Anthony, here's the problem. Listen, guys, everybody, if they don't have a claim, there's no argument. It's very simple. If they can't tell me how, or if they have information at all, or if they have evidence, or if there was an event, there isn't even a claim. That's how you destroy a sophist, atheist, a nihilist. You make sure they know they don't even have a claim. Thanks.
Yeah, they don't.
Brother, I am dealing with him every single day, man. He was textbook. I deal
Anthony, he didn't even make a claim. That's what I do. I show people they won't even make a claim. Instead of allowing him to just give me a fairy tale story, I'm going to ask him to make a claim, not a story. Where is the evidence? Where was the event? Where's the information come from? One word. Information. Where did the information come from? Well, you're smarter than a crab, are you? That's not even a claim. Thanks.
We need a scientific posit. Listen, we need a scientific posit for evidence to back any one of your claims. And that person, go back, rewind and listen, didn't do that once, didn't even come close to making a positive claim, positing some globe evidence.
Yeah. Is he? I'll ask him a question. Is he useful as a crab? Is he as useful as a crab can be on this earth?
No, he's not. He's not, Jen. He's not as useful as a crab.
Exactly.
Nope.
Go live like a crab for one day and see if you're smarter than a crab. Go do it.
There you go.
Go be a crab for one day. You'll fail.
Exactly.
You'll be
You're
like,
right.
God, that crab is smart, bro.
Hey, don't threaten me with a good time.
Brothers and sisters, I am not against y'all. I was just going to shut him up in a sentence. I just want
Anthony, you have to let people have conversations. That's not how a conversation works. If Whitsitt and he's helping me. I'm already starting a conversation. If you interrupt it, you're destroying the conversation.
Hang on, guys. I think Anthony was on the right track, though. He wasn't being an obstacle in the way of the conversation. He was generally trying to lead him somewhere. So let's not jump on Anthony at all.
Here's the problem. But Whitsitt gave me the chance to speak to him. If you automatically T-bone the conversation, you're destroying the conversation. You got to let people have a conversation. I understand that it sounds like I'm interrupting. You're only going to remember me when I'm speaking, not the 99 hours I don't say anything, but that's fine.
The issue is you want to hold someone from their hand, but one person holds one hand and the other one holds another hand and pull opposite sides, it's not gonna go well.
Right.
That's right.
Like when Whitsitt's talking, like everybody usually, Whitsitt's one of the most prominent flat earthers, right? Everybody kind of lets him do his thing, right? That's why it's a successful conversation, one-on-one.
Yeah, fine. It does happen.
Here's the thing, and look, I apologize to everybody, but see, I know Austin pretty well, and I know how his mind works because he and I are parallel.
Really?
Oh boy. Yeah.
Dude, you sound really sus to me, but I'm sorry.
I want to apologize for messing up the conversation.
Since I got in here and heard you speak, man, you sound sus as hell.
Can someone just try to have a conversation with that guy or something? Just, instead of us apologizing to each other.
Exactly. Yeah. Who am I talking to? Who wants to speak about the Earth?
So how do those sun dogs with the time lapse have a reflection that just keeps following the sun?
Whitsitt, you had to get out some smart shit. I'm not the smart guy, okay? I'm not the guy to ask about that stuff.
I was going to ask about the evolution thing. I was going to ask a question about evolution. Should it still not be visible? If that's the case, that we evolved, shouldn't we be witnessing that still, though? Should we not? I mean, I don't know.
Yes, you are correct. Yes, because if we're evolving into this magic version of apes, then there would be the apes still evolving towards that.
Right. And that would be very evident. Yes.
The theory is that they all died and then separated, and the monkeys then were just different. But they've just always been different, right? So
that's correct.
So that guy left, but we have two new people with no roles. We have the Communist Crusader. I don't know about that name, but then we have N2G. You guys have been unmuted.
Yeah, let's give them ample of room to express themselves. That's very important. Give them ample of room to express themselves. Let them, Pillbox is saying, let them make their claim, let them get it out, and then address each thing slowly, nice and gently.
Yep.
I think that's cool.
I think what the EXO was saying, kind of like, and Whitsitt asking the guy to be specific about his claim, he was actually saying, but not saying much at the same time. He didn't have a clone, but what about the new people? Crusader, are you there? Crusader. What's it? Or Jin would like to speak to you. Crusader is not saying.
Crusader?
N2G. N2G.
Explain yourselves.
N2G means not too good.
It's still happening on this server where they come in and they're scared to speak. I don't understand. They've made it all this way, get verified and everything.
I just gave him VC. I don't know. I didn't see he didn't have anything, so I gave him VC.
Yeah.
What's up now, bro? N2G. What's going on? We're on
N2G dog player. Player, where you at, Blue?
N2G, Gus. N2D on the Just C.
Too good.
An empty Jeep.
Very anticlimactic, buddy. Did you know there's not a ball and it's not spinning around in a vacuum? That's all dumb. And really, the whole truth bomb is the Earth is just everything you've ever experienced.
Does N2G mean nod to gravity? You, Glover?
Yeah. I mean, it must mean something when the CIA, NASA, and the Army research laboratories, in their documents, it says that when they're firing missiles or flying their aircrafts in the air, they need to consider Earth as a stationary, motionless plane. Stationary, motionless plane in the documents. Now that says a lot. I mean, why would you consider that if the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Why would I have to consider Earth as stationary plane? Why would I have to do that? Why? I want to fire my weapons. I want to fly my aircraft. Why should I be considering the Earth as a stationary flat plane when I'm flying on a board? Why would I have to do that?
If you want to make it practical and make it from point A to point B, you want to make it work, you have to take into account reality.
Okay, but if I'm on a spinning ball now, wouldn't I have to take in the curvature and the actual spin of the Earth so that I can make my destination, or at least have my weapons land on the target if the Earth is spinning? I wouldn't have to think of the Earth not moving, would I? So there you have it, folks. That is a fact. We can bring you those documents, and you can read the words for yourself. That in the Army, the Navy, the military, aircraft pilots, they have to consider Earth motionless, stationary, leveled, flat plane.
They couldn't do it, man. All the shit they'd have to do up in an airplane to fly over that the globe. What? Yeah. I would not wish that upon my worst enemy.
Yeah, especially on their way to New Zealand, upside down. That doesn't look good for your sukiyaki if you're on a Japanese airplane.
Okay, now we've accounted for curve. So how do we account for Coriolis and weather patterns that come from the spin of the Earth? Oh, yes. Shit. Yeah, fuck. How do we do that?
Yeah, and then the spin...
Well, first, we don't even notice it. Really? Yeah, we don't have to prepare for a globe at all. We don't. In fact, it's the complete opposite of a globe. So, and that's why we give you a horizon in the plane. They call it an artificial horizon. But what it does is it matches up with the real horizon, the horizontal straight line from left to right that you see everywhere.
Yeah. And you try to imagine...
The weather or pressure system isn't actually related to the rotation. They just hop and skip over to that because they claim the sun's motion in the sky is due to rotation. Therefore, when the sun stirs the pot and creates different pressure systems with heating of the air, they claim it's due to rotation, but it isn't.
Right. Mm-hmm.
All I can say is the sky doesn't prove the surface. But look, I want to tell everybody.
True.
Shabbat shalom. I gotta go. ready for a show. Much love to everybody. It was a pleasure hanging out with everybody, brothers and sisters.
Pleasure having you in here, sir. Come back again soon, yeah?
I'll do my best, and I really.
Don't be a stranger now. Don't be a stranger now, buddy.
I won't, man. You neither, man. Much love to everybody.
Stay safe, stay warm, brother.
Stay flat.
It's hot outside. I'm in a house coat with the heater going, man. I ain't lying. I love the heat.
Okay, good. Well, good then. Excellent. Have a good night, man.
Much love, everybody.
Yeah.
Yo, you guys see the time lapse of the little sun dog?
No, you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Where they at? Where they at?
Wait.
What the dog doing?
Who let the dogs out? Ooh, 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 ooh.
All right, here's a picture. That's a pretty crazy picture Hunt wrote. And then we got
Nice.
different. Yeah, that's crazy looking. There's layers to the container.
I like gravy.
Yeah, there's layers to it. And then, so, as I've mentioned a few times already, these are the time lapse of the sun dogs, and they just move with the sun. Of course. So, welcome to Flat Earth. I mean, I guess you can deny that.
No, and you know what? I'll show. Listen, earlier I had breakfast with my mom. She was like, "So it's like a snow globe," and I said, "If you want to think of it that way, that's a good way to start off with the information." Sure, it's not a claim yet, but it's we're working at it. But anyway, so she said that, and sundogs are a really good way to prove that there's something up there surrounding us, and shit reflects off of it. And you wouldn't have reflection. They're going to call it stuff in the Atmos quote sphere. They're going to call it all sorts of different things. Why is it the shape that it is every single fucking time? Anyway, that's just my spitballing. But I will tell her, I'll show her those videos and be like, this is what you probably meant earlier. And she'll go, oh, okay. And then, yeah, anyway.
Yeah, and what is super crazy, I know it doesn't do it for everyone or whatever, but like pretty much everyone knows that the LGBTQ Infinite Alphabet Agency, they observe the rainbow, right? But it's about how, well, the Earth was flooded and it won't be flooded again, is the idea. Anyway, like that makes no sense whatsoever on a globe, bro. But like, cause it's just a pretty thing that happens in the sky that means that or whatever. But
yeah,
with a container, and with layers of the container, and the descriptions of it are 7 layers, and there are 7 colors, and you have the intact, I don't know, like a tent stretched out, effectively, it's really pretty crazy. Whatever you think of the story that comes with the obvious event that came with the flood, right? Like, it's just crazy that our sky shows us these very effects of a container over top of us, stretched over top of it, and it's just somehow overlooked and ignored, and like not even overemphasized from our perspective, honestly.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get some of the books I grew up reading in elementary and middle school, and just go back through them and laugh my ass off and just deprogram them. You know what I mean? Just like say each one, like, here's why this is wrong, here's why this is wrong. I think that would be fun. Or just get like an encyclopedia and see how many things they're lying about.
Yeah.
That'd be good fun.
It's therapy. Therapy, man.
Yeah,
it's
right.
Therapeutic.
I get some woke clients and I'll be like, listen, bro, check this out. This is a lot of fun and you don't have to focus on anything else. Shit.
You know what's hilarious?
Yeah, it's good therapy, man, honestly.
I mean, it depends, but anyway. Yeah, what were we going to say?
You know what's hilarious? Earth tides.
Oh, yeah. The Earth tides. Yeah, you're talking about 14-inch movement of Manhattan Island every day, is it?
Twice a day.
Yeah, you've got to
shit.
go back and
Yeah.
look at your history.
What do you have to say about that shit?
Earth tides.
Earth tide.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like they say that we're on a ball and the moon pulls the tides, but they do the same thing in the opposite direction on the other side of the supposed ball, away from the moon in the opposite direction, but they're just as big as the ones being pulled by the moon close to it in that direction.
You know, it was easier to be a glober when I was drinking. That's all I'm saying.
Well, are you saying that the Earth is like it's this giant system trying to seek equilibrium and I'm trying to seek cycle to it? There's no way.
No way, dude.
All the mega cities around the world stretch up to 14 inches.
Yeah, and you don't notice any of it, by the way. The streets remain the same, no cracks in them. All the buildings are just fine. Plumbing systems work just fine. Everything's good.
Hey, so if something is moving at a constant speed, then it's not changing, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's constant.
Right. So they say that the Earth is like really slow RPM, moving at a constant speed. You don't feel it because you would feel a change. But they say that the Earth is slowing down gradually over time until here they said it's speeding up because we had shorter days. Unexplicably started speeding up. So would speeding up and slowing down or accelerating and decelerating be synonymous with constant? Like are things
Since the discovery of the vestibular apparatus in the human mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Opposite would be the opposite.
Yeah, you'd feel some shit.
Literally the opposite. So okay, what's the opposite of constant? Well, acceleration and deceleration.
Yes.
Yeah, but then they're going to say, well, that only applies to angular velocity. That's what I get. That's what I get every time I bring that one up.
Wow. That's crazy because the Earth has angular velocity.
I mean, it would, yeah.
Tangential's what they're scared of the actual movement. I guess the crazy part of the whole thing is, if you're honest, you go live your life again, like another day, but you just think about it, and you're like, whoa. So like, either the Earth isn't moving right now like it feels, or it's spinning around, and I just can't feel it. It's like, dude, you just know instinctively. You would feel it. You would feel something. Like you would know somehow.
Anything ever. That's the other thing. It's like, okay, well, you won't feel it during deceleration, but you will during acceleration. But the problem is we're built to notice our environment really, really well, very precise, so that we can survive and thrive here. That's just the way it goes. So you would notice anything, right? There would be something would happen in the makeup of the entire world if it were speeding up and slowing down. That's just my opinion.
Right. Well, if you wouldn't know it because it's decelerating, then what about how last year they said it's actually accelerating? Oh wow, it's actually accelerating all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And when does that happen exactly? What day of the year? And where could we notice any of these changes? This is fucking stupid.
What actually happened
in October?
Did they notice
got a little bit in October? So when the days got a little bit shorter, they had to say the Earth was spinning a little faster. But yeah, crazy enough. Back in the day, it was like towards the end of these events, the days would get shorter. So now the Earth's accelerating, but we still don't feel it.
Good. That's great. Super. My senses tell me I'm not moving. I think I'll stick with those because they've kept me alive and relatively healthy, and even saved my life a few times. So I'll go with those.
So if the day gets shorter, then what's happening?
I don't know what is happening.
The sun's just finishing its, circuit a little faster. Yeah.
Oh, sure.
As far
the
as
sun would have to. The sun changes speeds all the damn time. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
The Earth can't change speeds because it ain't moving.
Maybe it has to do with the Earth bulge or the Earth tides. It's.
I don't know, man. That Earth tides thing messes me up now because I want to see wavy streets. I don't get to see those.
The thing is, the stars finish their circuit a little bit faster than the sun, right? And so they have this sidereal day, solar day, BS calendar nonsense, right? But everything in the sky moves, and so if the sun completes its circuit a little faster, like if our day, quote unquote, was a little shorter, it would just be based on the sun or the station of Earth, right? But they said actually now the Earth is speeding up. So that you tell me how
I still just want to know what the Globers are going to do about the Earth measuring flat.
Yeah,
that's it. It all goes back to curvature.
Yeah, but I've got a question. Would you see wavy roads if it's just the oceans that's moving and the environment below the ocean that's moving, but not necessarily where we built our houses or where the mountains are? So
Okay, but where is it? So a tide is a big body of water affected by. A tide is a big body of water affected by something. But how do you have land tides? You know what I'm saying? So it'd be wavy streets or some shit. Come on.
Yeah, but it's the land below the ocean, perhaps, that's fluctuating, below, not what we built on top of it, just below where the water is.
Possibility.
Oceans are.
The ground's going to shift. We don't know why.
Thank you.
Yeah. Heat, expansion, contraction, electromagnetism.
Yep.
The land itself kind of, shaking a little bit, shaking up the waves in the water. There's a couple possibilities.
The lemon.
And the water is salty. Be given to, like you said, expanding and contracting. That's another possibility. Yeah. Sun circulating on top, producing the right conditions for that to happen, perhaps. Yeah. So.
Hey, lemon.
It's not the moon anyway. It is not. It is definitely not the 1/6 the Earth's, on the moon. The 1/6 gravity pulling on the ocean away from the moon. No, wouldn't say it was that.
I have a little theory. What if the sun is causing evaporation and then the ocean loses some of its volume?
Oh.
I
That's
guess
right.
That's
a good theory. It's a good theory, Hank. Very good.
Well, I'm being serious. I mean, how much sun could, evaporate?
No, I like it. That's right.
No, it's good. It's good. Do you think barometric pressures might have something to do with our tides?
Yeah. Very.
Hey, some of them like to say that barometer proves gravity.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a speculation. I can't remove the sun and see if it was the cause, but I speculate the sun has more energy, therefore power over the tides than the moon does. But it's just a speculation. Who knows? Nobody knows.
Well,
I will say spirit levels proves flat Earth. That's what I'm going to say to the barometer one. Spirit levels prove flat Earth. Okay.
Okay. I like it. That's a good response. Globers?
Yeah.
Globers, it's your turn in the volley.
I'd also agree with sundials.
Right, sundials.
Well, the Globers are going to say something like NASA or something like that.
Well, with the sundials thing, they're just going to say, well, yeah, well, Eratosthenes, so... and they'll just do that, and that'll be what it is.
Right. It predates Eratosthenes, sundials.
Well, that's what they're going to say. They're going to say Eratosthenes disproved that sundials work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, and then I'll point out that Eratosthenes did not, in fact, think it was a ball. He thought it was a fucking arching rectangle.
Well, the plot thickens.
Although I was going to start to say that he never even lived. He was the man that never lived. There's no evidence that he lived anyway. So there you go. It's just a story. Can't back him up. He can't verify this man ever lived.
Eratosthenes doesn't tell you anything unless you assume you're on a ball with some sort of, center. Basically, they got a bunch of shadows, and the shadows were making kind of like a Z, where the angle up to the first stick that's 500 miles away from Alexandria, Egypt, or whatever, is the first part of your Z. The second part of your Z goes from that pole down to the center of the Earth. And the last part of the Z goes from the center of the Earth out to the pole directly under the sun in Alexandria, Egypt. You have to assume a ball for that to mean anything. And from that, they get, their angles and their whole, circle out of, the angle. They basically say that, you get 7 degrees of angle for 500 degrees of pi slice on the Earth, just like you got 7 degrees up to that, shadow for the first part of the Z. And so they have to basically assume that it's a ball for 7 degrees of 500 miles of arc to basically multiply out to, 2,500 miles for 360 degrees of arc based off of that fraction. So they have to assume it's a ball in the first place for that shadow thing to mean anything. It's kind of begging the question in a way.
Yeah. Would he not have to know what was happening in Alexandria in real time, 500 miles away, or can he do this at any day of the week or what? Do you understand my question? In order to know the angles in Alexandria, would you not have to know that in real time, to compare it, or what?
Yes. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. Who's reproduced that, by the way? So long ago, you'd think one person would have officially, they got the shit signed off by the scientific community just once? Like, no?
Yeah, like Nova, In Search Of, National Geographic.
Yeah, just for fun, just because they're fucking around, right? I mean, it shouldn't be so hard to show us the curve. I mean, really.
Yeah.
Well,
Hammer
did a bunch of geometry.
Hammer that nail down.
You're cutting out there, Lemon.
I don't know if he's cutting out or if he hit the mute button by accident.
He's actually he has cutouts. That's what's happened now. Cutting out, he's gone.
Hey, we got a physicist in there in the voice text.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt, but I always interrupt.
Hello.
Hi,
I
physicist.
just noticed
N2G.
Yeah, you can call me Nico if you want.
I'd like Nico. That's nice.
Yeah.
Cool nickname, Nico. What brings you in?
Thank you.
Okay, Nico, welcome.
Well, as I said, I'm a physicist, so hi everybody. I'm Nico. I don't know. I'm just always interested in discussing things, and well, as I said, I'm a physicist. I'm actually my specialization is quantum sciences, so I do quantum computation, that kind of stuff. And if you're interested in that, I can tell you about that. But I don't think that's like the direction you're going in here.
What does your gut tell you? Is that on topic in a flat Earth server or not?
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to tell you guys where I come from, so you know something about me.
Okay, so
Thank you.
What do you think about the flat Earth topic? What do you think about this flat Earth reality?
Well, obviously, as a physicist, I think that it's a globe. I don't think it's flat Earth.
You now?
But
you now tell me.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Come on.
Like, the point of view that I've always been taught as a physicist is to always be skeptical, to always question everything you said. And in my classes, I had some really good professors, and we actually went through everything. We started off with nothing, and then we went up with everything. And globe Earth is one of them. We went through the mathematics, went through an experiment we did in classroom and actually convinced ourselves that what we are doing is true. So I think your position of being skeptical about things is actually very good. It's actually a scientific position. So, yeah.
Okay, now that you've said that, I'm keeping myself from laughing here, but can you please give me your best evidence that you know without a doubt that the Earth is indeed a globe spinning in the vacuum of space?
That's a somewhat difficult problem, definitely. I don't think I can give you evidence through voice like this directly where I could convince you of anything. But
let me stop you there real quick.
Okay.
Real quick. There's a voice text that you can check all the time. We're constantly posting things in this live stream voice text that are pertinent to the conversation. And if someone would be so kind as to give you image and perm rolls, then you could post information in there and we could have a little better conversation about that. Cool?
That is cool. Yeah. I don't have anything here, so I would have to Google things.
That's fine. Just know that there's a way to show us some stuff when you start talking about it. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
It's okay to Google stuff, by the way. That's okay if you have to Google.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
I need to know how you know without a doubt that you would lay your life down that the Earth is indeed a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. You are prepared to die for this. Let's have it.
Let me put it this way. In my first physics class, we discussed something called angular momentum and basically the physics behind it, and how you have some stuff like the Coriolis effect and those kind of things. And we did one really cool experiment. So we did a pendulum, and this pendulum was.
Can I stop you before you go on? Did you just claim that the Coriolis effect is real and observed on the Earth, and not
yes,
just
you can
within a rotated frame?
You can do you can get a what's it called, a top, I think it's called in English, and spin it, and on the top you can measure effects such as the Coriolis effect. So if you okay, let me.
You're doing great.
Yeah, sorry. I'm also somewhat nervous, so
that's fine, man. That's fine.
So
you're doing good.
Let me get this straight. So if you spin a top on a table, it displays Coriolis effect, but helicopter, airplanes, and everything else do not display any Coriolis effect.
I mean, helicopter in the back has this other. That's not because of the Coriolis effect. Sorry. Maybe I should go into what exactly the Coriolis effect is.
Yeah, I know
please. Please. Let him go for it. Yes, please.
The Coriolis effect is when you are on a rotating frame and an object that is not attached to this rotating frame moves independent of the rotation. So it appears to deviate from your perspective on the rotated frame or reference frame, but the actual object being thrown over, for instance, the roundabout, is not actually deviating, although it appears to be deviating from the perspective of the one on the roundabout. That is the Coriolis effect.
That's a very good definition of it. So what this means is that
Earth, how do you experience that on Earth now? On Earth,
right?
Yeah, not on a merry-go-round a roundabout now. On the Earth, right.
So just for sake of it, let us assume that we are spinning. This assumption.
No, I don't want to
for
beg
now.
the question. And before you beg the question, did you know that the Coriolis effect was discovered by flat earthers and not Gaspard Gustav Coriolis?
Could be. I don't actually exactly know who discovered it or why it's discovered. I'm very bad at remembering names. I'm very bad at actually learning by heart. That's why I'm a physicist, because I can derive things.
Gaspard Gustav Coriolis discovered Coriolis, and that's why it's named after him, through looking at water wheels. But in fact, the Coriolis was first described by flat earthers as an argument against the globe. And the evidence they used was cannons can shoot their cannonballs straight up into the air, and the cannonball will fall straight back into the cannon.
Yeah, into the barrel, into the muzzle of the cannon. Yeah, that's correct.
Now, how in the world is that happening on a globe?
That's spinning, by the way.
You don't need to assume that it's rotating, because if it's rotating, Coriolis will be observed.
I would go back to the roots, curvature.
Yeah.
Right to the roots.
So,
well, we're in spin right now. We can
okay. Let me go with this. So basically, if you start a pendulum going back and forth, right?
But you have to start it though.
Yeah, you do. You start the pendulum.
Yeah, you got to start it. Why isn't a pendulum just constantly going forever and ever, forever and ever?
Friction would stop it.
Resistance.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say that would be my first thing. Okay, I kind of lost my train of thought right here. Give me a
you
sec.
wanted to appeal to Foucault's pendulum, but even time after Foucault and the pendulum was unveiled, they all agreed that there was no experiment in the world that proved Earth rotation. So they all agreed that that was not an experiment, nor did it prove Earth rotation during Einstein's time. So what do you think changed?
Can you say that again? I didn't quite get that. I was reading something on Discord. Sorry.
During Einstein's time, the Foucault pendulum was not considered proof of Earth rotation, and there was no experiment. They claimed that there was no experiment during Einstein's time that proved Earth rotation, so that was not considered an experiment then. Why do you think it's one now?
I'm not sure who considered what and why. The thing that I know is that if you go through the mathematics of it and actually do the Foucault's pendulum, you actually get out that you actually see the pendulum moving in the y direction, so off the axis of
That
rotation.
means that they're rotating underneath.
Not quite. Because it wouldn't work on the equator, for example. The thing is that because you are not on the equator, you actually get it's not a real force. It's a Coriolis force. It's called what was the name? It's the same thing between centripetal force and
actual deflection. What you are speaking about Coriolis, and we don't observe Coriolis in.
Yeah,
if you do a large enough pendulum, you do see it
You're trying to conflate actual deflection with an apparent deflection. The ball being thrown over the roundabout is not actually deflecting. It just appears that way from the one being rotated.
Exactly, and that's what we see. We see it as if we were rotating, right?
Just a second. With the Foucault pendulum, you require the magnetic drive to drive the pendulum back and forth to keep it swinging. But this drive also is calibrated to go with what you assume would be the results. So you create the results with the contraption, and then you assume that proves your point.
What magnetic drive? There is no electromagnetism in here.
Driving most of the Foucault pendulums in the world?
That could very well be true. That somewhere in the Earth there is a Foucault pendulum driven by electromagnetic drives, but you don't need it.
Yeah, but man, where is happening Coriolis effect on the Earth?
If you do an experiment that you're away from the equator.
Experiment. I can do experiment. I look at a helicopter. Let's say helicopter hovering. And now I'm looking at that helicopter. And if Earth is rotating, that means that helicopter should to go away from me.
Well, a helicopter in the atmosphere will experience much stronger effects from wind and heat and just as
I'm not speaking about. Okay, let's not speak. It's not windy day. It's very clear day without winds, without anything. And I put the drone. And I put drone up, and the drone should to go away from me. You know, it's a sunny day. It's no winds, nothing. It's 50 meters above the ground, and it's still there all the time.
Yes, Nico, that's true, isn't it, Nico? Yeah, shouldn't the drone be moving away from his location if the Coriolis effect is real? Isn't that not true?
Let me think about this one. It shouldn't move away, but it might rotate. I'm not sure about this one. I need to think about this again.
So you're not sure. That's fine. That's good.
No, I mean,
it's the discrepancy in the Coriolis effect and the
but what I'm trying to say is not that the pendulum would move away; is that it would start spinning.
Since
so
you're a physicist, have you heard of the term confounding variable?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, how can you be sure that your assumption that what you're seeing is Earth rotation is Earth rotation?
There you are. You see, this is what we're trying to get to the crux.
Well, it provides, given theoretical calculation, it provides evidence that it is so.
No, but then, okay, the calculation.
Let me help him real quick. Hey, dude, you can just say I don't know.
No, I mean I did say I don't know a few times, but in this case, I'm really trying to be respectful and honest, and I hope I've been.
You are
being honest. That's what I'm saying. Saying you don't know is the most honest you can be, and you know, you know what I'm saying. You don't need to try to explain anything else after that or justify why you said it.
It's perfect that you said it. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what you mean by in this specific case. What you mean by confounding variable? Yes.
Easy. First of all, you don't see the Coriolis effect anywhere. You assume this is happening because of the Coriolis effect. This is happening in this one little device, localized, but it's not happening under anything else. So that already contradicts your assumption. Second, if you look at the Sagnac effect and optical gyroscopes are used as proof of Earth rotation, but they have the same problem. You're assuming that it's caused by Earth rotation, and there's nothing to actually validate that fact. Well, Bob Nordell tested the optical gyroscopes by bringing them up onto a mountain and down from the mountain on the same latitude. And the opposite of what you would expect on the globe occurred. So it's not as fully validated as you might think, and I completely understand. Like, they only present you with what seems to confirm their ideas, and so you build on that.
Yeah, but you haven't been able to prove the Earth is spinning at this point so far, Nico.
No, yeah, that's fine. I didn't expect to prove that the Earth is a globe to you guys.
But you're using it. Hang on, you're using it as a method to prove the Earth is moving, but you are unable. This is why we say to you that the Coriolis has been debunked and will be debunked for the rest of time. Okay, you understand that now?
Well, yeah. We all understand that the Coriolis works fine as an optical effect within a rotated frame.
Yes.
Yeah, but can you prove it in reality, please?
I mean, you can, if you put yourself on a carousel and somebody throws a baseball over your head, you can see the baseball move with the Coriolis effect. So the Coriolis effect is a true, real thing.
Nico, instead of Coriolis, you may learn about Magnus effect, okay? Because football players.
Magnus effect, yes, you can turn it. That's actually really
so
cool
you can spin an object. Even if you shoot from a rifling, from the projectile, when it gets out from the rifling.
That's actually a really good point.
So that's because it's rotating, right?
Yeah,
the bullets, will cause a gyroscope. It spins because it's not so flat. It is a spiral, in the rifling inside.
But I don't think. Sorry, I don't think an actual bullet would experience the Magnus effect.
Because
the Magnus effect,
distance, but if you're shooting a sniper bullet over really, really long range and the bullet starts to drop while it's still spinning, it can deviate because of the Magnus effect.
Yeah.
Interesting, because the way I understand the Magnus effect is that you have a ball spinning, and because the ball itself, if you go close, let's say it's spinning in the the axis of spinning is perpendicular to the axis that it's flying in. So let's say it's spinning forward, that would be called a slider in baseball, if you guys are familiar with it. So basically, you throw it so that it has topspin, in a sense.
Yes, but
now, if you go close to the ball, you can assume that the ball accelerates the air around it because of friction and so on. Exactly like the picture right now in Discord. Yeah. So it creates and effectively it creates a wing. So it creates a position of an area of low density at the bottom and an area of high density at the top of air. And this density differential actually pushes the ball down. So that's why I'm confused that a rifle bearing would actually, a rifling would actually make the bullet change trajectory because of the Magnus effect.
Okay.
Because it's spinning in the direction of,
Okay, rifling works by spinning the projectile about its axis, causing gyroscope forces that spin stabilizes it through its flight. Okay, trigger rifling will spin a bullet faster, while loser rifling will spin a bullet slower. So these snipers, professional snipers, instead of Coriolis, they use Magnus effect. So they use some tables,
Effect is theoretical. In actual reality, people don't really calculate for that. They calculate for wind, spin drift. That's what they actually do in practical consideration.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not until the bullet starts to drop while spinning that it actually starts to deviate due to Magnus effects.
The dropping is something I didn't think about. That could add something. Yeah, I'm not sure. I still have to think about it, because what confuses me is that the axis of rotation is perpendicular to the axis it's flying at. So that's why
I'm gonna post some link about that. You may watch later.
But now think about your globe for a minute, and it's supposed to be rotating and orbiting. Why isn't there a Magnus effect on the whole atmosphere?
Well, there is no air in space for it to have friction with.
Why isn't the Magnus effect?
The atmosphere is moving with the Earth. If not, we would experience huge winds, right?
How?
Well, I would say gravity.
By the way, if the atmosphere is completely on the lockstep and glued to the Earth rotation, you just said that Coriolis doesn't exist.
It's not completely, but I said because of gravity, the Earth moves mostly with.
Are you telling me that an atmosphere is one reference frame?
Yeah, he said that, but the problem is gravity is not holding air in place and preventing.
Is that true? That atmosphere and the Earth is one reference frame. Is that true? Sorry,
it's not. It's not holding gas and preventing gas from exhibiting its natural behavior, which is traveling randomly and freely in all directions. So it's not being held here in place by any gravity, buddy.
Yeah.
Sorry, too many people ask things at once.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry about that. Just hang on a second.
It happens.
Sorry,
it happens. I understand.
Apologise for that.
No, it's
we
fine.
apologise for that. Can you take your time and address the points that were raised anyway? Take your time. Give him time. Give him ample of room, gentlemen. Give him ample of room. Go ahead, please, Nico.
So
go.
One was that Earth and atmosphere is the same reference frame.
Yeah,
what you're saying, isn't it?
If you, the problem is you kind of have to ask about dimensions, right? If your reference frame is the whole Earth, then yes. If your reference frame is one particular air molecule, then no. It's all depends on how close you exactly want to set up your system.
Okay, now Nico, hang on a second, gentlemen, and one question, please.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck. Nico, do you not think we need to consider the Earth as the reference frame or not, which means that we're on it and it's supposed to be doing all this wild spin and orbiting the sun? Do you not think we have to? No?
Depending on what you want to do. If I want to calculate the quantum computation in my lab, I don't take anything from Earth besides its magnetic field into account.
Yeah, but you're laying your life down on for your heliocentric model to prove that the Earth is indeed spinning in the vacuum of space. You're not actually doing that yet. You still haven't proven this yet. You see? And you're laying your life down for your model here.
I mean,
Yeah, you're not proving that the Earth is spinning at the moment. You haven't done that yet.
That's one reference. That's one reference frame. That one, if blah blah, it's going 66,000 miles per hour through that medium called vacuum. And all these gases in atmosphere, it's going together with the air. Through that vacuum without any protection, and they're there. And they are spherical. That atmosphere is spherical. It's called atmosphere, and atmo mean gas, mean air. That means how the air can have shape.
Yeah, and he said it was held by gravity, but then gravity is an unproven theory, and there are two gravities to consider. Did you know that, Nico? Einsteinian, Newtonian.
Yeah, but gravity doesn't influence.
Yeah, but you can show that Newtonian as a limit of Einsteinian theorem, but that is quite difficult to show.
No, they're contradictory. They have totally different geometries.
Similarly to how
they have totally different geometries for one. Secondly, they have completely.
What do you mean by geometries?
Frames. What I mean by different geometries,
yes.
Einstein uses pseudo-Riemannian force space. Newton does not.
Can you define that? I have no idea what that is.
You can just Google pseudo-Riemannian force space or read more about Einstein.
Yeah, I actually, to be honest, I haven't studied Einstein.
They have massive differences. For instance, they have different inertial reference frames. For Newton, an object on the ground is in the inertial reference frame. But for Einstein, he says no. That doesn't work that way. A falling object, falling at free fall, that's in the inertial reference frame, whereas everything else is not. So they have completely contradicting ideologies that don't function together at all. And to try to meld them together is just a delusional psychosis.
Yeah, it's not been proven, yeah? It has not been proven.
I haven't studied general relativity, so I don't know the theory of how to combine them, but I can tell you that it worked for quantum mechanics. You can derive Newtonian physics from quantum mechanics. So I know that works, but obviously this is not evidence for Einsteinian mechanics or for that. So
yeah. Is it
sorry, but I think Richard Feynman says that due to quantum mechanics, Newtonian laws are wrong.
Sorry? How?
Let me look it up.
Yeah. So you can show that Newtonian mechanics is quantum mechanics if you take the limit as h bar approaches 0. When you do that, the equations of motions, so the Hamiltonian equation, Lagrangian equation of motion, just like in Newtonian mechanics, drop out of your physics.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me because there's a big conflict between quantum theory and gravitational theories. How do you solve the cosmological constant problem or the vacuum catastrophe?
I don't know either of them.
Well, then you can't marry these two because this is one of the biggest issues in physics today. So I don't get how you can claim that it's solved.
What I can claim is that if you describe a ball rolling down a plane using Newtonian mechanics and try to do the same thing using quantum mechanics, you get the same result if in quantum mechanics you send h bar to 0. And this is true for basis the basic math behind Newtonian drops out of quantum mechanics when you do this.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be offering us your best evidence that you lay your life down for, that the Earth
Right.
is indeed
This is not flat Earth or globe Earth discussions. This is a completely different one.
Let me see if I get this correctly. 1 + 1 banana equals 2 bananas. 1 + 1 apples equals 2 apples. Therefore, apples and bananas are the same thing.
No.
That's literally your argument right now. So please.
Can you explain how that is my argument?
One is you're claiming that you have Newton's and what was it? Quantum mechanics. That's the apple and the banana. So you're claiming the two are the same because you get the same out of the equation?
No, I think that's not quite how I would put it. Let me see if I can find a metaphor. The problem with these kind of metaphors is it doesn't really work, right? It's just a metaphor. It's not.
Yeah,
right. You can't.
You're comparing apples to oranges and trying to equate the two. So I'm trying to understand how you get to that point.
The problem is I'm not equating apples and oranges. I'm equating two different theories of reality and seeing if there's any way that one can be described by the other.
Yeah, you're saying if there's a curve on the apple and there's a curve on the banana, that means they're the same, right?
No, what I'm saying is that if I have one system, one theory that tells me that if I put an apple 5 meters in the air, it will drop. And another theory that tells me if I put an apple 5 meters in the air and it will drop, plus a tiny weird interaction called quantum mechanics, if I send that interaction to zero, they're the same theory.
Yeah, I could easily debunk both of those theories or those claims because I just changed the medium and now the apple doesn't fall and your theories are bunk.
Assuming they're in the same thing.
Well, it's at the moment, hang on, Nico, it's all assumptions anyway, so I'd like to take you right. I'd like to rewind back to the beginning where you said, let's assume the Earth is spinning. There's your first problem. I don't want to assume it. I want to know how it is spinning, and you are supposed to be dealing with that problem. You haven't done it yet. You mentioned Coriolis. Now you mentioned the conservation of momentum with the clouds sticking to the globe. These things are being debunked right in front of your eyeballs here. So can you now please address that? Come on, man. You're living your life out of this thing. Please.
And when you drop the apple, tell me who caused the drop of the apple.
Good point.
Gravity.
Gravity, really? Let's say apple is on the floor. Does apple falling?
Nothing short of reinventing the wheel.
Does apple falling is it on the floor?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Does gravity impact apple if apple is on the floor?
It's on the floor.
Yes, it does.
Yes, how?
Well, it's still pulled down.
It's pushing through the. That means that the button of the apple will be pressed, and that means the button will be because apple. If we put let's put something softer. Let's put the bread.
Hold on, you asked him a question first, and you don't let him answer it. Please let him answer the question.
Okay, sorry.
So your question is, if I put an apple on the ground, is it still affected by gravity? My answer is yes. It's still being pulled down by gravity. But the electromagnetic repulsion force of the ground is pushing the apple up just as hard. So it'll stay
Now
still.
you need to be able to produce all this proof through experiments. Hang on, gentlemen. Oh, Gordon Bennett, hang on. Right, you need to produce it because you must understand that gravity is an unproven theory. So now, using this scientific method, you're not going to have to try and establish that gravity is a thing, but you haven't actually proven that Earth is spinning. So can you please deal with the first problem, or you're going to have to concede you cannot do that? then you can do gravity, okay? One thing at a time here. There are people listening live, and we don't want to gish gallop and jump around the place, okay? So, sorry to sound a bit stern.
No, it makes
Please,
sense.
spinning Earth, are you conceding? Because you are not proving anything here at the moment.
The thing is, they're not unrelated. That's why, for me, it's difficult to...
Unproven theories. Thank you.
You said
unproven.
You said apple. Now take the helium balloon and drop it, and he will go up. Why?
Because the air is pushing up on it harder than the air is pulling down on it.
There you go. That's it. Hold on, that was right. That was correct. That's called specific gravity. So can we test that? Yes, you can put an apple in water and it floats, right? And you manipulate the relative density, right? And then the apple, you put it in there and it sinks originally. You put salt in there and it manipulates the relative density and then it floats. So the cause of things rising and falling is specific gravity. Right? We can demonstrate that with experiments.
That's a third gravity now. That's a third gravity. That's a third type.
Yeah, that's a scientific gravity that we can demonstrate and prove.
Right.
Right. So when you put an apple in... I'm actually not sure that this actually works, but let's assume if you put an apple in water, that it goes down, and if you put salt in it, it goes up. That's what you're claiming, right? I think this might be true. I've actually never... I don't know if an apple floats or not floats. No.
You're close to right. The apples float in water, but with eggs, generally, you're correct. You could just change it with salt.
Okay, then it was eggs. Now, this is because of the buoyancy of the egg. So the water, the fresh water does not push the egg up harder than the earth, but the salt water does. So this is still just normal gravity. This is nothing different.
No, that is not the bending and warping of space-time. This is not Einstein gravity. Sorry.
Yeah. Can you see the problem? Can you see a problem now, Nico? Can you see the problem, Nico? Can you see it?
I can't.
You're a physicist. Listen, you're a physicist. Hang on. You are a physicist. This should be easy as switching on a light, but it is not here. And this is what you're carrying a lot of beliefs and assumptions here. Right? Now that we're bringing
the problem is I don't understand the question, which is why I'm confused as to how to answer it.
Okay, well, the question is this. I'll ask you again. How is it without any doubt the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space? What is your best evidence? Because you're laying your life down. You're going to die for your model. You're defending your model here. So how do you know that the Earth is a ball? Without a doubt. Now you're talking about the spin. How do you know it's spinning? You haven't been able to prove that. You mentioned the Coriolis.
I mentioned an experiment you can do, the Foucault's pendulum, but
again,
that's not an experiment.
I would have to look at the debunking of it. I cannot.
Well, what's the natural cause?
We can talk about a different thing. So we can say, okay, if we have a super powerful telescope, everything else is also.
No, we're not talking about telescopes.
Right.
Go back to what you're talking about. Tell us what's the naturally observed phenomena that made you start thinking that Foucault is an experiment.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that.
You're not
that's a scientific
sure how the scientific method works?
I do.
It starts with observe a natural phenomena, correct?
Okay.
What else do you need?
Okay, so sorry, English is also not my first language, so some terms are a bit difficult for me to understand.
You're doing very well.
What do you need for an experiment specifically? For an experiment, what else do you need other than a naturally observed phenomenon?
Well, a theory, not necessarily, but it can be helpful to have a theory providing you with a description of reality, and then you come and try to prove this description of reality. right?
No, that's
and see
backwards. No.
and see if
a scientific theory must have experimentations. I can give you citations for this.
right, exactly.
You don't start with some Papa Jamie random idea that makes no sense, and then just try to shoehorn everything to fit with your idea. That's not science.
No, you don't. But you start off with things we already know and build on top of that, right?
Yeah, something's verified by experiment and by many people.
Exactly, and then you try to make a theoretical description that describes physical reality.
Where's that underlying basis for your Foucault pendulum? We're asking for your naturally observed phenomena. I look at things dangling. It's not turning in circles or making anything like that. So can you please...
Well, if you can definitely do the Foucault pendulum experiment. If you have a big enough pendulum with enough mass so it doesn't dissipate very fast, you can definitely do the experiment yourself.
And you mean you see a pendulum deviate a little bit, and then you assume it's Earth rotation? How do you validate that?
I see what you mean. Okay. So, what we have is a theory that describes reality because you can see it. You can see the Coriolis effect in non-Earth dimensional things. So you can see it on a playground when things rotate. You can see it happen.
No. If the pendulum were rotating or being moved because of Coriolis effect, we would see it on everything on Earth. We don't see it on everything on Earth, so that would be false. So give us something else, something valid. And by the way, to make an experiment, this can't be an experiment yet. To make an experiment, you need an independent and dependent variable. So could you give us those?
I'm not sure what independent and dependent variable. Can you go into that, what that means? I'm confused about that.
No problem. The independent variable is the presumed cause. The dependent variable is the effect. So when you make the experiment, you want to wiggle the independent variable. The effect, you've already told me, it's when you have a really big pendulum, it appears to move a little bit to the side. So that's the effect. Pendulum moves a little bit. That's your dependent variable. And so how did you wiggle that exactly? How did you wiggle the independent variable, which you assume is currently rotation? So how did you affect Earth rotation to prove that the pendulum was showing Earth rotation?
What you can do is do a theoretical calculation. And in that theoretical calculation, you see that you can derive, you make the assumptions that the Earth is rotating. Okay, just give me a second, please. Give me a second.
Try to make it scientific and keep within the bounds of the scientific method.
Just please indulge me. So, you have a theory of reality, which is this Coriolis effect, which you can see in small objects. Now,
no, you have this assumption that Coriolis effect, which we see on rotating reference frames, which we don't see on everything else, which would be thrown up into the air out of the rotated frame, or like the same. If you were in a roundabout, you throw something in the air, it's gonna appear to deviate. You don't see this in
right? I don't see. So, if you are on something small, you can definitely see the Coriolis effect, right?
If you are on a rotated frame, you can observe the Coriolis effect, but on the Earth, which is not rotating, you do not see the Coriolis effect on anything you throw up in the air, anything we use to fly in the air, any projectile we use in the military or anywhere else, you don't see it anywhere. And you're claiming that it's only visible within swinging pendulums, which are attached to the roof.
I'm never claiming that.
This makes
I never
no
claimed
sense.
that. I never claimed that it's only on a pendulum.
Oh,
what I'm trying to say,
I would love to hear it, but if you want to try to validate this, then you are welcome to. But try to stay within the confines of the scientific method. So I would like to get an independent variable wiggled.
I have no idea what that is. I've never heard that the way you said it. What I'm trying to explain is
it's called natural science.
What I'm trying to explain is,
sir, stop.
Okay.
You've never heard of manipulating the independent variable? That's the scientific method. That's what we call natural science. You've never heard of this?
I might have to look it up in my language what it's actually.
Okay, look it up in your language, but follow me real fast. The car won't start, right? So you go outside. What do? You start the process of elimination, right?
Right.
Until you find the part that you think is bad. And do you change the tires, the battery, the starter, and the bumper and see did it start, or do you manipulate one variable at a time? So you change the starter. Next thing you know, you put the car back together, and the car. What did it prove?
Right. That makes sense.
Okay. So no more affirming the consequent, which is a logical fallacy that you should look up, because affirmation does not replace experimentation. Thank you, sir. Please continue.
I'm really trying to understand why this is or where the problems. I'm really trying to understand them. I'm having a hard time understanding exactly what the problem
is. Listen, guys, we're so far in the weeds now because we're trying to explain things away from what we're trying to get across to you, such as the entire world depends on flat Earth, which I hope they can get back to. But the problem is, no, my car not starting is also not natural science for obvious reasons. So we really need to back it up, guys.
Right. Yeah. Well, he was explaining.
That's what I was doing. I was trying to get it back there. Don't worry, we are. The problem is, hang on, Nico.
Yes,
Nico,
I'm here.
The problem is this. You're having a problem trying to explain how the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and you're having difficulties and you don't know why. It's because you've assumed everything. So when you're at your university with your students and your professors and everybody else, you're all assuming. You haven't proven without a doubt to yourselves and to your students that the Earth is indeed a ball that is spinning in the vacuum of space. It's an assumption. And you've come to this server and we're now asking you to present the evidence and you cannot. That's the problem you're having. So let's go back to that point.
Actually, I think the problem is that you don't really.
I would say that the main problem here is that we're adhering to the scientific method and natural science, and you are claiming something an experiment when it isn't, and it's pseudoscience.
I think the problem is a misunderstanding of the scientific method here.
No, not at all.
Do you
understand? Do you understand what is pseudoscience?
I think there are thousands of definitions of it, but I guess
there's one definition. Please look it up.
I think somebody just put it in the chat.
Yeah. What does it say?
Pseudoscience consists of statements, beliefs, and practices that claim to be both scientific and factual, but are incompatible with the scientific method.
Right, correct. So if you're not following the scientific method, that means what you're doing is pseudoscience. And what the focus pendulum is pseudoscience because it doesn't follow the scientific method. You don't have an independent variable. Matter of fact, you don't even have the dependent variable, which is what you're supposed to observe first to see, oh, there's something going on. Let me test what it is. So this is just a contraption that somebody made and called it science.
Okay.
Yeah, focal pendulum doesn't have a proper variable at all.
Let me put it this way. We have in science, in physics, we have theories. right? And these many different ones from all over the place, right?
Yeah,
And these theories try to make predictions.
Yeah, they mean nothing.
And then we go into experiments and try to see if we can see these predictions, right?
Read the citations I just posted. The scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirements of systematic experimentation. So if you don't have experimentation, you don't have science. So
but what
it's not scientific. It's at all. It's just a religious tool of the globe cult.
Okay, now, how specifically is it not scientific?
It doesn't follow the scientific method.
Okay.
It simply observe and declare.
Okay, so here's the deal. I can say that the green grass on the dark side of the moon is causing the tides. Now, that would be a silly thing to say, right? Because we can't manipulate the green grass and see if it affects the tides. But when you go into a new hotel room, right, you can flip every switch and see what switch causes what light, right? And science is never settled, so there might be a switch on the other side of the room that controls the same light, right? Do you follow me so far?
Yes.
When it comes to space, you don't have your hand on the switches. So all you're doing is looking at the lights and going, I'm telling you, I bet for sure that this light is caused by this switch. Well, we can't manipulate the switch in space, sir, so that's just an affirmation of your indoctrination. So it's only a logical fallacy, right? Which is a pretty big problem because the scientific method rules out other causes. So a caveman finds water boiling. He wants to know what causes the water to boil. So he says, maybe it's the heat. So he forms the first hypothesis. So he adds heat to water, it boils. He takes the heat away by manipulating the cause. He sees the effect, and it stops boiling. And he,
exactly.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Yeah. I'm almost to the point. So if you don't manipulate the heat to see the water boiling, you can speculate all day long at the hot spring. Maybe it's the fish causing the water to boil. Maybe it's my deodorant causing the water to boil. Maybe it's the moon causing the water to boil. But you don't know what it is until you reach the final stages of experiment, which is rigorous testing over and over again. Thanks.
So when you assume, or when you make the first hypothesis to say that it's the heat that boils the water, wouldn't I be doing the same thing with Foucault's pendulum? I have observed the Coriolis effect on something small, then I derive the equations, assuming that the Earth is large, and then I make an experiment after Foucault's pendulum, and I actually see it rotating. Isn't that exactly what you just said? Because in the fire,
you look at your assumptions, and you say, "Oh, that proves it. That doesn't prove it."
It's evidence for it. I never said this is gonna be 100% proven. It's evidence.
Started out with
in Hank's example, he wiggled the independent variable heat, and it boiled. You never did that, so you're comparing apples to oranges again, and then through rigorous experimentation, you bring the pot to the top of a mountain, and it boils much faster, and you're like, "What's happening?" And you learn that pressure has a part to play in this. So you can manipulate that in laboratory experiments, and you see that this also affects it. But you cannot do that with your pseudoscientific beliefs about what the pendulum is doing. The pendulum moves, and you believe it's because of rotation, but you have no proof of that. You have correlation after calculating and assuming the Earth is rotating.
Yes, I agree with you. It's definitely correlation, and as we all know, correlation does not equal causation. So, for this to be 100% right, we would have to do the same experiment in space, right? We would have to move a pendulum in space and change the independent variable. And this would actually be something very, very cool that we could do.
None of us can go to space. This is unverifiable sophistry. So this is not science either. So
why would that? Okay. Why can't we go to space?
When can you go to space? What, next Friday?
Well, we need a rocket first. You would need a rocket first, or a really big balloon.
There's a problem with that.
take you up quite high.
Experiment. Where's the control?
Oh, he's on a balloon.
I also
you can go not necessarily space, but you can go very
I
high.
have a problem with this because ESA and NASA both claim that the atmosphere reaches out beyond the moon, so no man has ever gone out into space.
The atmosphere reaches out beyond the moon.
Yeah, the exosphere reaches way out beyond the moon, so the air and all that shit reaches out beyond the moon. So,
I don't know.
You don't know what the NASA and the European Space
I guess if you say if you say the exosphere, I'm not exactly sure how that's defined, but let's say the absolute vast majority of atmosphere is close to Earth.
Well,
whatever is the rest would be.
It's in a vacuum, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
How is it a violation of the second law of thermodynamics?
Because gas expands to fill the available volume. Can you show me
without any force applying to it
on the Earth where gas fails to do this?
Yes, I would just take a container of gas and rotate it very fast. The pressure at the edge would be higher than the pressure in the middle.
Yeah, you just debunked the globe.
Why?
Because your globe is supposed to be rotating and there's nothing holding the gas down.
Besides gravity.
The gravity doesn't affect the gases.
Why does gravity not affect the gases?
In all directions. They are not all going down.
Why is it not affected? Like if you go something very low, the pressure is higher than at Mount Everest, where it's very.
Yeah, that's. Have you ever heard of Charles's law, or how the greater the temperature, the more pressure, the lower the temperature, the less pressure? And have you ever heard that gas is generated at ground level and then recondenses above into clouds and rains back down again? So you have generation down below and removal from above, so you would expect a gradient within a container like that?
Drace, not only that, Drace, but he said he put it in a container. You're trying to make it without a container, bud?
No, wait. Let me go into this pressure temperature thing. I would have to actually calculate it to see if the pressure difference is accordance with gas laws. Like if you take the ideal gas law, I'm pretty sure you couldn't really modulate it as a completely ideal gas. But
what's the error margin on that calculation?
I don't know. I haven't done it. So it's difficult. But I would have to do it. It would be interesting. Take the ideal gas law, see the temperature of somewhere low that's possibly cold, like somewhere way up north, somewhere in Canada, and then take the same thing with the temperature at Mount Everest and see if the pressure difference is actually what you observed. This is also something you can do.
Well,
you don't even have to go to Mount Everest.
The same pressure at the top of Mount Everest and in Alaska. That's not how it works, because you have the second law, gas mediates, pressure mediates. But because of you have Charles's law and there's a relationship between temperature and pressure.
That's what I just said. Take this law, calculate what it does, and actually see what happens. That's what I said. I would be actually interested in doing that myself. You know,
I like that. I would love it if you did that.
Right. That's actually fairly simple. You just need a high mountain somewhere, get a barometer that tells you the pressure. I'm assuming that's
one thing to factor in. I think one thing that should be factored in while looking at this is vapor pressure or the humidity in the air.
That could mess up things. I guess you would have to do it somewhere dry.
Yeah, you would just take all the measurements you can of all the different variables you can to show the differences between the variables.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something interesting. And since gravity is an R² law and pressure is linearly dependent, I would not expect the same temperature to be. Actually, I'm not sure.
Well, there's also
temperatures.
There's also the gas generation at ground level. All gas is generated at ground level and then goes in cycles up and down again. So
something much easier. If you have a house at the sea level and have a house very up high and they're roughly the same temperature, room temperature that we physically heat it to, wouldn't, according to your theory, now the pressures be the same in both places? If it's just the temperature that's changing it.
No, it's not just the temperature. I told you many times.
What?
It's just
Okay,
one
so
factor that plays into it, similar to how you need pressure also, or how pressure changes boiling, for instance. There's many factors that play into it. Just like when you look long distance, there's many factors that factor into that. It's just not just one thing.
what else is it? What else is there? Right. Let's just
gas generation. All gas goes in cycles up into the air. Gas is generated at ground level, and then it rises up into the air, it cools down, recondenses, and falls back down. That's called precipitation.
Oh, rain. Okay, I was confused. I didn't think about water, but yeah, okay. Okay, so you do it when there is no clouds. Do this experiment.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like we live in a dynamic system. It's the weather is constantly readjusting because of these pressure differential. As for instance, the sun heats an area, the hot air rises and creates a different pressure zone, and so the pressure makes the air move around.
Okay, but what I said was that at lower elevations you have higher pressure, and at higher elevations you have lower pressure. And you said the main reason for that is temperature difference.
I would say that's one of the many reasons that plays into that.
Okay.
The air composition.
So now you can make a super simple experiment.
The air composition is also different. The humidity gradient also is different. Therefore, the vapor pressure is also different. There's many things that play into this, and trying to point at one thing and ignoring every other confounding variable is very unscientific.
Well, not necessarily. I'm sure you can find two places that have the same humidity, which are very different in elevation. I'm sure those things exist. I'm sure we can do all of these things.
Yes. But the thing is that there's a humidity gradient. So the humidity is always going to be more down below, similar to the pressure gradient.
I'm sure that the Sahara Descent is definitely less humid than even the top of Mount Everest. So,
but that's also why in the Sahara, for instance, you can see really far, because humidity, for instance, the humidity gradient has a big effect on how far you can see.
Right, but you just said that it's lower, it's going to be always more humid than higher, but it's obviously not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, even in
definitely find places.
I think, hang on, gentlemen, we are flogging a dead horse here. We're in the weeds again. Can we go back to proving the Earth as a spinning ball, which you have not done yet, Nico? You are failing miserably at this at the moment.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want to get this debate.
We went through
that. Sure, there are occasionally there happen inversions. Occasionally, just like in the temperature gradient, occasionally there happen inversions. But the general trend is there's a gradient. But all of this is besides the point, like Jin says.
Can we go back to where we were?
The globe.
Wow.
The thing is, for all of that, I would like to have gravity, so that's why I went into gravity.
Yeah,
which is
but
my main point was.
Like I've said to you, gravity is an unproven theory. I have posted citations for that already in the live stream, so you can't have gravity. Okay, it's
I'm trying to give evidence.
Hang on. And then Newtonian's gravity has been superseded by Einsteinian. So you're in trouble already, and you haven't established that the Earth is a spin. Okay, that is spinning in the vacuum of space. You haven't done these things. You're moving up to other parts of this topic matter that don't concern us at the moment. We're concerned with you.
You're not concerned about gravity?
Hang on. As a physicist,
I'm confused.
How do you know that the Earth is an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space? You
right, and I went into gravity for it. I went into gravity for it, and you said that.
Sorry, that's not proving it.
I'm trying to use gravity.
It's been debunked.
I'm trying to use gravity to do this. So
your gravity
has been debunked.
It doesn't follow the scientific method.
You do understand that the density gradient is not an experiment, nor does it prove gravity.
It's evidence for gravity.
No. That is
You're inferring.
Once again, that is not evidence until you can prove that it's caused by gravity.
Yeah, and
No,
you're making,
what I'm saying
you're
is
making an inference, and you're not being objective, bud.
Can you do an experiment on gravity? Physicists, can you do an experiment on gravity?
How do you mean? I can let an apple drop.
Can you experiment with gravity? Can you manipulate gravity?
Hold on.
I can make an apple drop.
You can make, or you let. Hold on. He said he could let an apple drop. Let me ask you this: are you proving gravity, or are you just doing a correlation?
I'm showing that
You're
with
showing
the
what?
theory of gravity, with the mathematics and physics behind that it makes a prediction that when I have an apple that's 5 meters high and I let it drop, it drops, and it does that every time.
Okay,
which is
so-
evidence for it. It is obviously
Stop.
not.
You're inferring.
You're being stupid. You're not
Again,
listening.
stop. You're stop.
Please
stop with
don't
stop
call
with
me
the yeah. Please stop with that. Don't do that again. You're still not doing any scientific experiment to prove gravity. First of all, right? All you're doing is making a correlation. You're doing math. I mean, I could make math about Superman jumping, how much force Superman needs to jump over the Empire State Building, right?
Absolutely, you can.
But does that make Superman real?
No, it absolutely doesn't,
okay.
because you
So
can,
exactly
it
my
never
point.
happens.
Exactly my
Nobody
point.
has ever jumped over the
Exactly my point. This is exactly my point. You're saying you could make some math,
Yes.
right, to calculate what your assumption of gravity is doing.
Yes.
And say, okay, that's what's happening. But how do you know that the gravity is real?
Oh, what I'm saying is that I use this theory to make predictions about the future, and these predictions always come out to be true.
You're predicting nothing.
And that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter
but
because
that's how
Tomorrow is
we do
Friday,
about
and next year
everything.
will be 2023.
so I could predict that every time it rains, my unicorn farts and it creates a rainbow.
Right, and then you go there and you see that that unicorn doesn't, and therefore your prediction is wrong.
How is that? I see a rainbow.
Again,
at what point did you go manipulate gravity to make your assertion that gravity is real?
Okay. Let's go back to the unicorn. Now I come along and say, hey, the rainbow doesn't come from a unicorn farting. It actually comes from water droplets, from light being diffracted in water droplets. And here's the mathematics behind it. And with this mathematics that I can describe. Oh, what? Mathematics has nothing to do with science.
Okay. Give me the scientific formula for what is that called?
My rubber tire.
No. It's an actual scientific theory. It has to do germ theory.
Germ theory, okay.
Germ theory is a scientific theory. Where is the scientific? Give me the formula for that.
I have no idea. I'm no biologist.
There isn't any because science is not a mathematics.
No, but mathematics is a tool. And
it is a tool.
Right.
It is a tool, but it isn't science.
Well, that's a very deeply philosophical question. If we discover mathematics, or if mathematics exists and we define it, it's a question if it's a language or not. But
mathematics is a concept. It's all abstract. Can you give me a piece of number 5?
Read this citation.
Is mathematics an effective way to describe the world? That citation?
It's at 41 minutes after the hour, Drace. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. Stop there.
Physics is not mathematics. No, physics uses mathematics as a tool to make theories which predict the future.
Read
That's what physics is.
exactly. Read the citation.
Right. But
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, hold on. Scientists use Bunsen burners. Does that make Bunsen burners science?
No, but it makes them a tool of science.
Okay, so it's
That's
a
my
tool
point.
that scientists use, right? But it's not science. It's not natural science, right? It's math. So you went to
Right, but
college.
it's a tool.
How many math credits did you get for your science classes?
We don't do credits at my university, so I had to
But
take
you
math
get what I'm
courses.
saying.
I had to take 3 math courses.
You understand what I'm saying, right? You understand what I'm saying, though, right? It's a category error.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So math is science. Is that what you're saying? It's the same
So
thing.
when
Same
you're
category.
saying your car broke down and you're trying to figure out what went wrong with your car, you're not allowed to use, let's say, a wrench to open up a few bolts to see what happens. The wrench is not what it's. That's what I don't get. You see, math is a tool. We use it to make.
The thing is, when I told you math isn't science, you said what?
Yeah, well, math is a tool of science. That's what I'm getting at.
It could be used. This is
What I'm saying. What I'm saying is the wrench is not the process of elimination. The wrench is not the process of elimination, right? It's not the method. It's not the method that the mechanic is using to diagnose the problem.
No, it's not. I agree with that.
Okay, so when you're dealing with science, right, the math isn't the method of eliminating all the variables. The experiment is. That's the whole point of science. That's why it's credible, because if you manipulate the cause and you see the effect happening right in front of you, you can be like 99% sure that this causes that, right?
Right.
So manipulate the moon's gravity and show me that it causes the tides. You can't do that.
No, but
not everything fits into the scientific method, right?
Okay,
so you can't prove gravity because it doesn't fit into the scientific method, but our gravity, specific gravity, does fit into the scientific method.
When the car stops, or let's say you get into your car and you put the key in the igniter and you turn it. You say you can make a Siri that says, "Hey, putting the key into the car turns it and turns on the engine." So the key is what causes the engine to start. Now you could go around and short the car or do other things. So every time you can always the key putting into an ignition is a predictor that does well for most cars and will mostly work for unless they're broken into or they're broken down or something like that, right? So this is all we do. We have a theory of reality, and we see if that makes predictions about the future, and we use those predictions about the future to then manipulate things in our surroundings, like build computers.
Okay,
and
you
build
keep
cars and so
saying
on.
theory of reality. You keep saying theory of reality. It's not a scientific theory until it goes through the scientific method, right?
Well, not necessarily, right? You can make a theory about anything.
Maybe
It can
you
be debunked.
misunderstood.
It can be
Maybe you
debunked by
misunderstood.
evidence.
I'll ask the question differently. So, do you know the difference between a theory, like a layman's theory, and the scientific theory?
No, he doesn't.
I think so. I think so. So a scientific theory, I guess, you would say is something that has been proven by evidence, by experiment. Sorry, not evidence, by experiment. And other kind of theories.
Right. So you keep saying these words, theory of reality, when actually there's no reality involved until you do the scientific experiment, right?
Right. But what
So
we do,
when you say theory like that, you mean colloquial theory, like an idea or like a story. But when we say a scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or a group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. So they need the experimentation, otherwise it's just a fancy idea, a story.
maybe if I give another example, we have something called particle physics, right? And this particle physics has been working forever, and now somebody, let's say Higgs, comes along and says, hey, I have a new theory, a new mathematical description, and it makes predictions that make these and these slight changes to what we thought was before. And now CERN comes along and tries to show that the Higgs boson actually, it shows evidence that it actually exists. Now, that does not mean that the Higgs boson actually really exists. It could be something completely different. It just tells us that Higgs theory is the best we've got to describing reality. So I understand when you guys mean really. It's not provable. It's not provable.
But you're not describing reality. You're not describing reality, Nico. You haven't done that yet. Everything you've done is an assumption. You haven't proven your reality yet. I'm still waiting for you to tell me how you've proven that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. You haven't done it yet. Okay? You haven't got anywhere near explaining it. And don't you think that's a bit surprising for a physicist that you're not?
No, actually didn't. I didn't think I would get anywhere here, so it's not surprising at all to me. Because we have two very, very different.
Well, we're the ones sticking to the scientific method, right?
The thing is,
and you're the one who keeps. Hold on, bro. You're the one that keeps affirming things without any science to back it up. So yeah, we do have two very different views, except for the problem is that you're the one with the letters after your name, not adhering to the scientific method.
Well, I'm actually still working on my PhD, so but I don't have any letters. But the thing is, what you are describing is definitely the scientific method, absolutely. What I'm trying to describe is that we have a theory.
You're talking about science.
Scientists or... Yeah.
Nico, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, please go ahead.
In current science today, who is the authority for gravity? Is it Isaac Newton? Is it Albert Einstein? Or is it somebody else?
In science, there is no authority.
Oh my! Why is that? Why do you say that?
Science is when you get a scientific education.
No,
what you learn.
In science today, the current citation, the current authority for gravity today is Albert Einstein. Do you know that? Yes or no?
I'm not sure what you mean with authority. Nobody tells you what.
He's the current position. He defines what gravity is today. He tells us what it is. He defines us what. He tells us what causes it. Do you disagree with that?
I thought he died.
Yeah, he died. Well done for that.
The theory described by Einstein is currently for large enough bases, so not anything quantum related. Is
okay, so it doesn't apply to Earth. It doesn't apply to Earth, then, does it not?
We don't know how it applies to quantum mechanics. That's something we don't know.
Well, it conflicts with quantum mechanics, doesn't it?
Yes, actually, that's a problem. We don't know how to unify both of them.
But nonetheless, he is considered to be the current position in science, correct?
For the theory described by Einstein, for large enough... Okay, let's put it this way. We haven't seen anything that... for large masses... We haven't seen anything that conflicts with Einstein, right?
Well, it's not true because quantum mechanics conflicts with Einstein.
Large masses, large places.
Yeah, but you say that. You say that, and you're implying that the Earth is some kind of special pleadings case that it doesn't apply to, but it does. Just because it's in a different scale doesn't mean it doesn't apply.
The quantum level doesn't. It's
correct.
much smaller scale than Earth.
Agreed, but your position, your inference then was that because Earth has got different scales to it, it therefore somehow seems to be exempt from Earth, and it only applies in bigger scales, bigger galactic scales. But that's not true. It still applies on Earth. It is the current position today. I'd like to read you one paragraph from his theory of general relativity. It's from the section entitled The Gravitational Field. And I want to ask you a question at the end of it, so just bear with me for 1 minute while I read. Sure. Quote, if we pick up a stone and then let it go, why does it fall to the ground? The usual answer to this question is, quote, because it is attracted by the Earth. However, modern physics formulates the answer rather differently, not similar, differently, for the following reason. As a result of the more careful study of electromagnetic phenomena, we have come to regard action at a distance as, ready, process impossible without the intervention of some intermediary medium. Right, that's the end of the quote. In that quote that I've just read to you, he not only describes the current position in physics to be different to the older position, he also says that it's the medium that's causing the acceleration. He then goes on to say, the action of the Earth on the stone takes place indirectly. Okay? That means it's not acting on the stone. The Earth produces in its surroundings a gravitational field, which he previously referred to as a medium, which is the air that we breathe, right? That's what he's referring to when he says the gravitational field, which acts on the stone and produces its motion of fall. He doesn't mention that helium balloons rise. But if the medium acts on the stone, causing the stone to fall, and we know that helium balloons rise, it's safe to say that the medium also acts on the helium balloon, causing it to rise. But guess what? That makes it not the Earth that's causing it. It's the medium that's causing it. Can you see the difference between the position with Einstein in current science today that you're studying your PhD about, compared to what everybody else gets taught in school, and when they finish high school, they go away believing Newtonian principles, that is fundamentally different? Can you see the difference?
Yes, definitely.
Excellent.
I can see the difference.
Excellent. Would you agree with me then when I say that gravity is not a force in current physics? Would you agree with that, given the definition or what I've just read to you, saying that it's the medium that causes the acceleration?
It again comes down to a fundamental misunderstanding of physics and science.
Oh, so you think that Einstein misunderstood the science, do you?
No, I think that you do.
Really? How do you think I've misunderstood it?
Because Einstein, like Newtonian physics, you can still do the same experiments that validate Newtonian physics.
Yes, but in
show
physics,
evidence for Newtonian, show evidence for correlation towards Newtonian physics. Let me put it this way.
In Newtonian physics, the Earth acted on the stone. But in Einsteinian physics, the Earth does not act on the stone. It's the medium that acts on the stone. That is fundamentally different, and you agreed with me a minute ago.
Yes, I agree.
So how have I misunderstood?
What you misunderstand about how science works is you have...
I'm not interested about science working. I'm interested about what Einstein said and what you think I misunderstood. Please explain. How did I misunderstand his
What
word?
I'm trying to say is what you're misunderstanding is how science works. That's what I'm saying. Einstein's theory definitely invalidated Newtonian theory, but it doesn't mean that the things that Newtonian theory predicted back then are false.
But what you're now saying is that because you've got two sets of mathematics that give you the same results, so we'll say 2 + 2 = 4, 100 divided by 25 is also 4, because we've got two formulas that give us the same results, then we can interchange between the two formulas despite the functions being fundamentally different. That's what you're saying. So we can what's the word? Correlate. Not correlate. We can, what's the word? You can use them interchangeably. Really?
No. You can't use them interchangeably. But you can use the mathematics of Newtonian mechanics for the for the area within it where it was defined.
So you're saying that you can use them interchangeably?
You see the specific difference? No. You see the specific difference? There's a very, very, very fine difference here. The fine difference is that Newtonian mechanics describes is a description of reality in the same way as a painting is a description of reality. It is not exactly reality. It is not exactly reality, but it comes very, very, very close. Now,
so you're saying that
comes along. Now, Einstein comes along. No, just let me finish this thought, please.
Go on.
So now Einstein comes along, and let's say in this description, before it was a painting, and now he has a photograph, which is a more exact description of reality. It does not mean that the first one is not a description of reality. It's just a more coarse, more rough version of it.
No, that's a false equivalence. Newton would be painting an action on the ball or the stone, and he would be drawing arrows down towards the Earth, saying that Earth pulls on the stone. And then Einstein would be coming along with a density gradient measuring device, measuring the density gradient, and then claiming it's the medium that's causing the stone to accelerate, not the Earth itself. So they would be fundamentally different. We agreed on this 2 moments ago. But now you're telling me that one is a refinement of the other, yet I'm still the one that misunderstands. You're the one doing the PhD in physics.
It's not a refinement.
So why did you say that the picture, hang on, so why did you compare it with a painting? Why did you compare it with a painting that Newton was painting, and then Einstein comes along with a digital photograph, if it's not a refinement that you're now backing away from?
Let me... No, because using the mathematics of Newton, we can still make predictions that are true.
Listen, everybody can see that you're weaseling right now. You're not answering the question I'm asking, and you're explaining something else instead. The question is simple, right? We agreed moments ago that Newtonian gravitation was different, but now you're describing them as similar because we can get a painting and make a photo. And you're also saying we can calculate Newtonians with Einsteinians, and they're both effectively the same, but they're not. They're fundamentally different.
I'm not saying any of that. What I am
saying, but you are saying that I misunderstand, and I don't misunderstand.
These two theories are fundamentally different. They describe things very fundamentally different.
Right. So when you said about the photographs being a refinement of the painting, that's not actually true, is it? Because that's a false equivalence. That's not what's happening. You've got a painting of a cow, and then you've got a photograph of a racing car.
Because fundamentally, what you're doing is the way you describe the way the first painting is made is by a painter picking up a brush, putting it in colors, and then painting. The other one is a completely different way of taking the picture. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
Absolutely doesn't matter.
It does, because you're saying we can calculate Newtonian physics and we can calculate Einsteinian physics, and they compare. So in that context, you're saying that the painting is equal to the photograph. The painting is of a cow and the photograph is of a Formula One car, and they're fundamentally different, aren't they?
No, the painting is obviously of the same thing. So they're both painting, or the painting is the same thing, and they're taking a picture of the same thing.
There's the problem. The
thing is, okay,
are not the same thing. You said I didn't understand this.
No.
It's you that doesn't understand it.
No, the problem. What I'm trying to say is not. I'm not saying that that Einsteinian or Newtonian physics is what they are painting. What I'm saying is they are the methods with which they are painting.
Yeah, but you're still comparing them mathematically. Yeah, I do.
You see
you're
the
still
difference?
comparing them. But you're still... No, I understand the difference, but that would only be true if the mathematics were not being compared as the same. And you've compared the mathematics, you've not contrasted them like I did. So they're not the same thing.
So you're saying that... I'm
saying that Newton said the Earth acts on the stone. Einstein said the medium acts on the stone.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not similar, are they? They're fundamentally different. We agreed moments ago.
They're fundamentally different. Just like a paintbrush and a camera are fundamentally different. The same way.
Agreed. But what you're saying there only stands true if the mathematics was being contrasted, but you compared them. So what you're actually saying is the painting was of a cow.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Sorry. But the mathematics
because you're saying that... Because you're saying that the painting is different to a photograph, which it is, but because you compared the mathematics and you said that we were both the same in our world, what you're doing is you're actually saying that the painting and the photograph are essentially the same thing because you're comparing the mathematics. You should have contrasted the mathematics.
I'm saying that they show the same thing. I'm saying that they're showing the same thing.
You said it didn't matter what they showed. You said it didn't matter what they showed.
It doesn't matter what they're actually showing, if it's a car, a mountain, whatever.
Yeah,
as long as they're seeing the same thing.
If it doesn't matter what they show, forgive me, if it doesn't matter what they show, why were you comparing the maths where the answer is the same? Because that answer would be the same as the painting drawn or the photograph taken. But the photograph is a much better quality than the painting, no matter how great the artist. So then, when you're comparing the mathematics, you're trying to say that one refined the other.
No, I never said they're refined. A camera is a very, very different tool than a brush. They're not refining. A camera is not a better brush.
What you're doing
is fundamentally different things.
Two sides. Listen, the difference is Newton and Einstein are not the same. They're mutually exclusive. But because you're trying to compare them to a painting and a camera, and you're comparing mathematically,
they're not mutually exclusive.
They sound like they're supposed to be similar, and they're not. They're exclusive, not inclusive.
I don't see how you. This analogy is actually very, very good. I don't see the problem with this analogy. But sorry, guys, can you give me a second? I really need to go to the bathroom. Okay. Can you give me like 2 minutes?
I'll give way because I've hogged the mic enough.
Yeah.
Thank you for your patience, guys.
Sure. Sorry if things got heated in the end of it. Also, for having me on. I'll be right back.
All right. So I just want to point out that a lot of times we're debating things, right? And people want to say that Newtonian and Einsteinian is the same thing. One is 3 space and one is 4 space. So how could they possibly be the same thing? Because Newtonian is spooky action at a distance instantaneously, like pushing a pencil, right? If you push it at the eraser, the lead at the other end is going to move simultaneously. This is faster than the speed of light, right? And with Einstein, nothing moves faster than the speed of light. So these are 2 totally different things. Plus, there's the 2 space or the 2 body problem with Einstein, right? So I think the problem is that all these pseudosciences explanations for gravity, that's what they are. They're just stories. They're eloquent mathematical stories, but it's just mathematical poetry as far as I'm concerned. It's someone's religion, right? It's their philosophy, okay? But with the specific gravity, you can prove it right in front of everybody. You drop an apple, right? It falls until it hits the water and then it floats, right? You drop an anvil, it falls until it hits the mercury and then it floats, right? And this governs everything except for birds in nature, except for birds and their little aerodynamic thing that they got going on with their hollow bones. Everything else in nature rises and falls through a medium, either from the buoyant force or the lack thereof. Thanks.
Buoyancy is not a force, though. But you were so right up until that point.
Well, tell me what word I needed to use instead of buoyant force.
Just more dense and less dense than its medium. That's all you need to say. Because if you say buoyant force, if I was being a pedant on their side, I would say buoyancy. So you're affirming gravity then, because you need gravity to be a force to get buoyancy. And I go, gotcha.
And then I would say, prove it. Then I would say, prove it. Prove that I need bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah, but then they'll just go mic drop. They'll go mic drop. And you'll not know.
They can't use gravity because specific gravity doesn't require their gravity.
Equilibrium of densities.
Yeah, you're right. But remember, when we're talking to these idiots, right, they're so brainwashed they can't see any other perspective as even a possibility. They just rule it out completely. So, like, the minute you say buoyancy, they know that that's a trigger word for gravity, so that if you say buoyancy, they'll just go, ha-ha! Well, we can avoid that just by saying more dense and less dense than the medium, and then they can't go, ha-ha.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I would say let them go, haha, but each to their own, we all have our different ways of debating. And I want them to say, gravity's involved. Exactly, specific gravity. That's what I'm trying to show you. Now you get it. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks. Please continue the conversation. Sorry for...
Well, we got to the point where my friend here was saying that I didn't understand science, and then we went through the differences and the comparisons, which there are none, between Einstein and Newton. Yet he still told everybody that it's me that doesn't understand the science, yet hasn't been able to come up with an explanation for why I don't understand it, but actually has demonstrated that no matter what I say to him, he's just going to not answer the question. He's going to come up with an explanation for something else instead, and fundamentally weasel and wiggle his way around it. The point that I'm trying to get you through to you is that Newton and Einstein are fundamentally different, yet you're comparing them with mathematics and images and photographs, making them sound like they're comparable, but they're mutually exclusive. That's the point I'm trying to get you to address. If they're mutually exclusive, why are you comparing them?
I think what it boils down to is the use of this all. So, as we all can hopefully agree with, is there is use to physics, right? We can build missiles, we can build nukes, we can build electricity, we can build cars, we can build computers. There is use to physics, right?
Yeah, but that's not physics, though. That's technology applying science. There's a difference between technology applying science and science. You're conflating the two. That's not.
No, absolutely. I understand definitely what you mean.
Okay, now, go on, continue.
All of these things that we build are based, for example, the electromagnetic theorem of how, well, not new computers because they use quantum mechanics, but old computers using only Maxwell equations work, were built upon this theory called the Maxwell's equations of electromagnetism, right?
Yeah, go on, I'm listening.
Okay. The theory of electromagnetism. Now, there was a guy called Maxwell, and he was playing around with electricity for a long time. And he's a theoretician, so he actually came up with a theory describing electromagnetism. And then we used his theory and saw if it made predictions that we haven't seen yet in experiments. And then we looked at those experiments and time again proved that his theory, or showed evidence that his theory is correct. Now, I agree with you. This does not actually prove that
Forgive me, by extension, it showed that Newtonian gravitation, the force, the attractive force between masses that had a function squared over distance, it was that very reason that Einstein ruled it out, because it's like he described it was process impossible. So we know that Newtonian gravitation is not a force. We know that gravity is not a force. The Earth does not act on anything. We know that. That's the current position in science that you don't seem to be with. Yet I seem to misunderstand. But continue.
Yeah, let me continue with my point as before. So, because we can use electromagnetism the way we do, and it makes predictions that are true disregarding quantum events, we use this, right? We use Maxwell's equations to make predictions about how things work. Now, the same thing is true for quantum mechanics. Nobody actually knows what is happening down in the level. And I completely agree with you. This is not 100% proof, right? I agree with you that. The thing is, the evidence for it is so big, and science, physics, this way has worked so good that there's no point in disagreeing with it. You see what I mean?
It depends on what you're talking about. The evidence for this, you said. What do you mean when you say this?
Let me see. The thing is, I really understand where you guys are coming from. I really understand how.
I don't think so.
You said I didn't understand
the
changing subject.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you do understand. Possibly. You said that I don't understand the science yet. I've explained to you the fundamental differences between Einstein and Newton, and we haven't really got anywhere yet, other than you kind of agreeing with me, but then comparing them, and that's just not possible.
You can compare things. You can compare apples and oranges.
No, you can't compare Newton with Einstein. They're not even in the same geometry.
Both of them are fruits. Both of them are the same size. You
can't compare Newton with Einstein. They're not in the same geometry.
Why can't you compare? Okay, so why does the geometry of it? What does it make him incomparable?
Well, they're not in the same geometry would be one starting point. Another example would be Einstein's put a limitation to the speed of light, whereas
that was actually Maxwell. That wasn't Einstein. That comes out of the Maxwell equation.
Einstein put a limitation to the speed of light, whereas Newton said it was instant action at any distance. That was a fundamental change.
Yeah, but the speed of light. Okay, but that's okay. Okay.
So we can't.
I think actually my metaphor from the paintings is, I think, very, very close to how it is. Let's say there is something.
You were using the point you were making with the painting was that you get a better image from a photograph, which, although that is true, you're making a better picture from a photograph. But that's not what Einstein did. Einstein got a totally different. So it's like
No, this is specifically the misunderstanding. Okay.
Go on.
Newton is one tool. Einstein is a different tool. These tools are completely different, right?
Yes.
I completely agree with you. A brush is completely different than a camera.
Yes.
Yet, if you tell a talented artist to draw a car that's standing in front of him, and you take a picture of the car that's from the same angle, the two results will be very similar, right?
I can agree with this so long as the painter is painting an elephant and the photographer is taking a photograph of a racing car. So long as there's two fundamentally different things that we're talking, because I don't want people to think. Because I don't want people to think that you can compare a painting with a photograph and then be misled and go on to tell other people that because a photograph is higher quality imagery, therefore it's a refinement of Newton. Because that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
No.
Yes, that's the problem though with what you're saying. It's too much of a convenient excuse to allow people to think that the photograph is better.
Why does the painter now draw something different than the photograph is photographing? I don't understand that. Why does one an elephant and the other one a race car? That I don't get.
Because let's just say the painter draws an elephant and the photographer also takes a picture of the same elephant.
Yes.
If you do that and you allow people to think that, then you are basically saying that Einstein takes the photograph, whereas Newton simply could only paint it because he didn't have the better. And that's not the position in current science.
I see the thing. You are okay. So I see the point. So you're saying because Einstein describes reality fundamentally differently.
Yes.
Newton now. But it's a tool. It's not reality, right? It's the tool that's the thing.
Yeah, we know that. We know it's not reality. We know what space-time is. We know it's a concept. We know it's based only in mathematics. And we also know that it's based in curvilinear geometry. We know that doesn't exist as well. We understand this.
Why
I don't get the analogy.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're okay. I just wanted to butt in just for a second and say I don't get why it's being described as Newton is, paintbrushing. Einstein is taking a photograph. That's not a good analogy. A better analogy would be like Newton is using a car from the late 1850s to go from Georgia to California, while Einstein semi. That's a better analogy way to say it.
That's not better. That's worse. Because what you're doing there is you're comparing Einstein and Newton's mode of travel from getting from A to B, but just using a different vehicle to do it. But the problem is Einstein didn't go to B; he went to C. So the better analogy is they both got the same car. But instead of Newton going from A to B, Einstein's going from A to C, not B.
Right. Yeah, no, I can get you there. But yeah, like just saying it's a painting puts it too much into the possibility of somebody saying something was added to the painting that should have not been.
I'll give you a better analogy.
Correct. That's what you've just said there hits the nail on the head, sir. Well done.
Can you elaborate on that?
To be an ugly dog, but when Einstein took the picture, it was actually a man who was just really ugly and looked like a dog. They're not the same thing. They don't even try to describe the same thing. Like they're completely.
They are trying to describe the same thing.
Let me give you an example real quick. If you drop something, what happens to the object?
It depends.
Yeah, it depends.
Mostly it falls, but.
Yeah, but what is happening to the object? Is the object accelerating down, or is the ground?
That's usually the definition of dropping. It's
so the first.
But you can drop a helium balloon to the clouds, can't you?
Yeah, but that's like not really dropping, right?
But it's still not going down, though, is it? That's the point.
Dropping is a colloquial term, so it's kind of.
It is a colloquial term, but when you drop something, you let go of it, right? But if the helium balloon goes to the clouds, is there an attractive force towards the clouds?
No, there's a repulsive force of the. This is down a different rabbit hole. I want to stay close to Newton and Einstein. So
I was trying to give you one of the differences between Newton and Einstein. In Newtonian, which you kind of wanted to agree with, the object falls down and is accelerated down.
Yes.
Through some
and the Earth's up a tiny bit.
Newton doesn't even agree with himself and would not like this to be attributed to himself. But in Einstein, the ground is actually accelerating up towards the object, which is stationary.
No, that's wrong.
Yes. That is what Einstein's position is.
No. That's that
so it's not respectfully. It's not us that doesn't understand the science here.
Now you haven't proven.
No.
Yeah, you don't have your PhD yet. This is from Sabine Hossenfelter, who has her PhD, and she's contradicting you. So
everybody in current science contradicts you as well. You're not up to date.
Yeah. The problem is this is a depiction of it. This is not actually what Einstein describes. Einstein describes is that the
physics
curvature of the Earth.
The falling object is in the inertial reference frame and is not moving. He said the ground is the inertial reference frame is moving up towards it, kind of like an elevator. So
from the point of view of the apple, that's always true. That's even true in Newtonian physics.
Yeah, but what if you can't prove that? What if you can't prove the inertial frame of reference?
You can't prove any of this in the real world, can you?
Correct, because you haven't got that equivalent in the real world to show.
You can't prove it in the real world.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well,
because you can't show anything from the inertial frame of reference.
Yeah. Come on. Haven't been able to do that. It's been 2 hours now. You've been at it for over 2 hours. You haven't done it yet.
Yeah. No, I mean, I completely do not expect to be able to convince anything here. I mean, all I'm trying to have is a fun discussion with you guys. I'm actually, honestly, I'm kind of enjoying myself.
Hold on, we're not trying to get you to convince us. We want you to provide science for your
quick
claims.
question, NG.
Well, it's not the same thing.
Just a quick question, NG. NG, just a one word answer. What is the radius of Earth? What is the size of the radius of Earth?
I don't know the numbers. I'm horrible at memorizing by heart.
No further questions.
Okay, there's the physics. There's your physics.
That question goes to in line with what's been happening. He doesn't know what science is. He doesn't know what gravity is. He doesn't know any of these things, but he's trying to defend them.
I don't teach you that in physics school.
He wants to get a PhD.
I would disagree with that, but that's okay. I mean, I wouldn't expect to get anywhere. I wouldn't. I didn't expect to get anywhere.
Disagree with us, right? We just want you to address something. Hold on, Gus. We want you to address something that I brought up in our first debate, the first time I met you. Karl Popper, you said that Karl Popper changed his mind later on about the falsifiability being the cornerstone of the scientific method. And I asked you in a text message or in direct message to cite your source for that. Have you ever found a source where Karl Popper later on recanted about falsifiability? Did you ever find that source?
Were you talking to me? Or no?
Yeah, to you. In our first debate, right? It was about 3 months ago.
I was never here before. This is the first time I'm here.
Okay, were you not at the Wisdom Discord?
No, this is the first time I've ever done something like this.
Are you sure you're not that same guy who's half Japanese and half...
No, I'm not Japanese, I'm not Asian.
Oh.
No.
What are you talking about, Hank?
I thought you were somebody else. Okay.
No, it's okay. It happens.
Why are you acting like a Glober, Hank? Imagining things.
You know what? I had a bit of the pareidolia,
So Nico,
and I
can
thought
you
he was
see
the same guy.
Blimey. So can you see, Nico, as a physicist, you haven't been able to prove your globe at all, yeah? You're in your laboratories, you're in your classroom. It's all assumptions, it's all pretending. Nothing is real. you haven't substantiated your globe today. 2 hours gone.
I would disagree with that, but
well,
you've proved nothing. Hang on, you've proven nothing. What do you mean you disagree? Where's the evidence? What evidence have you provided?
I disagree with the way you think about science.
How do I know? How have you shown me that the Earth is a spinning ball? How have you shown me?
I didn't show you anything.
What the scientific method is?
I didn't show you. I didn't show you anything like that. I gave you an evidence. I gave you some.
Hang on a second. I leave my front door. How do I know I'm on a globe? How do I know that I'm on a globe now with what you've said today? You've said nothing that proves to me that I'm on a globe. Nothing.
That is, well, I mean, from your point of view, that's obviously true.
Nothing, man. Tell me. Tell me again. Tell me, please. Please tell me.
What shall I tell you?
That was my question to you was, how do you know without a doubt that the Earth is a spinning globe in the vacuum of space? You're laying your life down on this one, and you were laughing a little bit, but okay, let me go. I'm going to go with the spin debunked.
Well, I mean,
to do the
I can show that with the
gravity has been debunked, mate. You haven't proven gravity. So hang on, you're talking over me. So basically,
I'm not saying anything.
You haven't been able to display, or present any evidence for your belief. You are believing in things, no evidence. It's all assumption. Your very words. The Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning. You need to prove that. You can't. Okay? Helicopters, reference frames, you lost it all. You've proven nothing. It's gone with the wind.
Can I just ask?
The thing is, something? Please go ahead.
You have the tag Globe Skeptic. So where does your doubt begin with the heliocentric model? Explain that.
I didn't give me that tag. I don't know why I have that tag.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was given to me. That might be a Discord thing that was given to me when I joined. So I don't know if that's by default or.
Yeah, just to get you going.
Yeah.
So are you going to concede that you're unable to prove the Earth is a spinning ball to us? Are you going to concede to that point? You haven't done it yet.
Concede.
Nothing you said has proven anything.
Because you added the to us in the end, I will definitely concede that. Yes. But
can you then also concede that you don't have any experiments, you just have correlations and assumptions?
Yes, but these assumptions and correlations give astounding ability to be able to predict reality.
Hey, N2G.
That's the exact point. Yes.
So you haven't been able to do that because you've just proven anything in the last 2 hours.
No. Well, all I said is
assumptions have no basis in reality. They're not based
all I'm saying
reality.
That my assumptions.
They don't follow the scientific method.
I'm saying is that my assumptions.
You're talking over me. You're not listening. You're not listening, sir. Your assumptions are not based in reality. Okay. So everything you've said is not real. They're just assumptions.
What I'm saying.
Prove the reality we live. So your predictions, listen, your predictions are not predictions because I can say next year is going to be 2023. Tomorrow is going to be Monday. I'm going to be 61 next year. What prediction are you talking about? You're not predicting anything. Nothing you predict. You can predict nothing. Okay?
Thank you, John.
But that's not true.
Just a second.
How is that not true?
Jim was just telling you something, and that's it. He read my mind because I was going to ask you, do you know the difference between a prediction and a post-diction?
Well, yeah.
Define it.
Right.
Prediction tries to tell the future, post-diction tries to explain the past. roughly speaking.
Not quite.
No,
roughly.
Post-fiction predicts the future based on past events, essentially.
Okay, yeah, true. You're right. Yes.
Yeah, you only do post-fiction.
That's not prediction.
You don't have any predictions.
Yes, but we have never seen it be false.
The arrogance. The arrogance of the man, honestly.
Why?
There's arrogance here now. Typical physicists.
Please explain how I was
assume everything. Prove nothing, assume everything. But
please, why are you mad at me? I have been nothing but nice to everybody.
I'm not mad at you.
Why are you yelling?
I'm not mad at you.
Please.
I am clarifying
we just agree on one thing? Look, I found something we can all agree on.
Because you've been at it for 2 hours now.
You never felt the Earth move, and none of us here did either.
It's fruitless.
So we all experience Earth as motionless. And guess what else? No one ever saw the curve, including you.
Thank you. Right. Exactly.
So we all agree with that. So now everybody's happy, right? You agree with that? We all experience it as
I have experienced earthquakes, so that the Earth is always still is not true.
So
I mean, I give you for all intents and purposes. I've never seen the rotation of Earth. I've never felt the rotation of Earth.
So we all experience Earth as flat and stationary. Thank you, bro.
Right.
Except when I did the Foucault's pendulum.
Can I ask?
Then I saw the
Again, the Foucault's pendulum does not prove the Earth is moving.
NTG, did you shit yourself when you were in an earthquake?
Earth move, don't.
Oh, I almost did. That was so horrible, the earthquake. Oh,
yeah.
Man. I ran out of the house so fast. I grabbed my little sister and just ran because that was horrible.
How quickly did you detect that something wasn't right with the ground?
Oh, that was, I don't know.
Immediately?
Difficult, yeah, very fast.
As soon as the quake was strong enough that you could, of course, detect it. So.
Yeah.
I just like to point out. To think about.
No, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So can you then agree that the starting axiom for everyone is flat, non-rotating Earth, and that's just a base axiom you can have from your experiences? And then
but it doesn't make it true.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
That the Earth is moving.
So the Earth not moving is not true. Is that what you're saying now? So now,
just because it's your base axiom doesn't make it true.
It's because we experience it all over the Earth.
Is that what you're saying? Just because you experience it directly, it's not true?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, just because that is what you experience does not make that is the truth.
That's exactly what I asked you, and that's what it is.
There's a very specific difference. There is a very specific difference. Tell me this: do you experience aging? Do you experience?
Yes.
Right now, every day, do you experience aging?
Oh my gosh!
Do you experience your nails growing?
Yes, I do.
Do you feel it? Do you actually ever feel your nail growing?
I experience my nails growing.
Or is it just that when you're sleeping, that a goblin comes by and puts?
The answer to your question is yes, I do. Yes.
How specifically have you ever experienced it? Have you actually ever seen it?
How?
Have you ever seen it?
That question. Are you really going to ask me how I experience
from day to day? It's noticeable.
Are you really going to ask me that?
Yes.
Few days later, nails are shorter, so is the hair. What are you talking about? So it can be measured directly in a physical reality.
Fuck.
So you experience yourself breathing right now. Do you need proof that you're breathing? You are breathing right now, right? Are you asking for proof? Are you saying it's not true because you're experiencing it?
No.
Does that make any fucking sense?
Don't ask such absurd questions. Very unbecoming of a physicist.
So you're pretty much saying because you experience something doesn't mean it's true.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is it doesn't make it the whole truth.
Please.
That's the thing, though. This is the thing. The claim is that it's moving.
Okay.
Your axiom is that it's stationary. So while they make a claim, that means they have to prove their claim.
Yes, absolutely.
And this has not been done.
I completely agree with this.
And you haven't done it yet.
Do you have proof of that?
No,
hey, I'm going to jump in just for a quick second, real quick. Hold on, guys.
Yes.
So, just one thing that me as an observer to this whole entire conversation, I Jen, no offense towards you, but you sound very upset. And N2G has been
You
very
don't need to
respectful to
concern,
everybody.
John. It's fine.
Okay, all right. I was just wanting to say, like,
Call the referee.
stay respectful and nice to. That's it.
That's my method. That's my method. When they start to fail to prove and they start making silly, wild claims like, do you experience this? It's time to press home the truth. And that's what I'm doing now.
Right,
I'm pressing home the
on,
fact
Jen.
that this individual, for the last 2 hours, has been unable to present his case. And remember, this is the heliocentric model that is being taught across the flat earth. And we're the ones that are getting the brunt of it. We are the retards. We're the ones that get the insults. Yeah.
Honestly, I very heavily disagree with anybody insulting you. I do not believe you are retards. I know. I just wanted to point that out. I do not think that you guys are retards. And I always try to be a completely respectful person towards you guys.
All right, so great. Now, let's go back to the point.
I hope we can appreciate that.
Let's go back to the point.
Yeah.
The claim is still that it's rotating, that it has a sphericity, and that gas can exist without a container, gas pressure. So these three claims you still have not been able to show us any evidence of.
Address. Exactly.
We did get at one point to something where we developed a way we could do an experiment with the pressures at different heights, right? You guys remember that?
Yeah, that still requires a container.
Right, but you can show that the pressure inside the container and outside the container is the same. Or what do you mean by container?
Meaning, in order for gas pressure to exist, there has to be a container for the gas to press upon.
Otherwise, you have no pressure.
Right. A gradient can exist with a container, but gas pressure cannot exist without a container. It's an antecedent relationship.
Let me think about this one. A gas pressure cannot exist without a container. Well, I would say that gravity is the container, but I think
that would not so you're getting back to that unproven theory that you've just
we discussed gravity before, didn't we? We established that it wasn't that the Earth attracting the stone; it was the medium.
So it's got nothing to do with gravity, you see.
Okay, so not gravity.
Yeah, but in your mind, he can just say gravity for any of these things. It's a word on a piece of paper. He doesn't actually know what that actually means.
I take what back gravity. I say the curvature of space-time is containing the gas.
Wow. So you think that's a blanket statement for things to happen? You can just say gravity, and that will cause things to happen.
So you said the curvature of space-time. So are you telling me that a concept could become real? How could a concept be reality or
that's
physical?
That's actually a very deep philosophical question.
It's not philosophical. It's actually because you're saying a concept, meaning the number 5. I could take a bite off of number 5.
No, but I would say that number 5 definitely exists because there can be 5 apples, right?
No, those are apples that exist.
Yes, but the number 5, the number 5 kind of does exist, right?
It does not.
There are 5 apples.
It's just conceptual.
The entity of 5ness is inside the apples.
No, that's just imaginary. You have the apples are there.
Thank you.
Now, that's the quantity. I think the quantity of it, right? It's just a descriptor of what we say. Well, there's 5 apples, but the number itself is conceptual.
Can I call you Elbow? Actually,
sure.
Yeah, right. So thank you, Elbow. I think this actually completely showed me where we disagree, or where we think differently is. The whole idea of, because 5 describes the amount of apples, does 5 really exist? Is it real, or is it just a tool, a descriptor? And in my sense, it is reality, but in your sense, it's just a tool. And I think that's the point, right?
Right,
That's
it's a
the
descriptor.
difference.
So how could a description of two concepts, the space time, right? How could it hold in gas? How could it become a barrier? How could it become a wall?
Well, because these no please. I'm talking slowly. I'm thinking while talking, which is weird.
Please, physicist, be careful now.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah, I will.
Right.
So this curvature of spacetime is a descriptor of how massive objects are accelerated towards each other. Right? Is that fair?
Is it actual acceleration or is it apparent acceleration?
Is it fair to say that it is a descriptor of how these things accelerate towards each other? Is that fair to say?
Is it actual acceleration or is it apparent acceleration?
Acceleration. What's the difference? Apparent acceleration is like Coriolis force, for example, would be apparent acceleration. Is that what you're saying?
The Eddington observation of 1919 demonstrated that there was an apparent acceleration of the stars because the sunlight was passing, the light was passing around the sun's mass, causing a gravitational lensing effect. But it wasn't an actual acceleration. But you said that two objects of large enough mass will accelerate towards each other. Is that actual acceleration or is it apparent acceleration?
Because of their two large objects. So they're compelled to accelerate towards each other.
I would say it's actual acceleration.
You'd say it's what?
Actual acceleration, not apparent. Actual.
So Newton's first law of motion states that for an object at rest to accelerate, a force is needed. But we know that gravity is not a force. So you're either in violation of Newton's first law of motion, or you're wrongly ascribing an actual acceleration when it should be an apparent acceleration. But you can't have it both ways.
Exactly.
You
see? Debunked again.
That's a good point, because that is the significant difference between the tool of Einstein and the tool of Newton. Right? The tool of Newton says that a force must exist. A tool of Einstein says it's not a force, it's curvature, it's something else.
Or it can't be actual acceleration, can it?
Why?
Because an actual acceleration requires a force, and we know that Einsteinian said it wasn't a force between masses, it was the medium affecting the mass, and we know with the Eddington observation of 1919 that the acceleration was apparent. So either way, it's not a force.
I don't know that Eddington observation, but
well, you should, because it showed that Einsteinian gravitation was not a force. It was an apparent acceleration caused by gravitational lensing of the medium, the curvature of space-time.
General relativity didn't... When did general relativity come out? What's it, 1919? Really, that
1915? 1915. Eddington was 1919.
I thought it was later. Okay.
Eddington was 1919. LIGO also proved it, because LIGO detected gravitational waves.
LIGO definitely proved it. That I know.
LIGO is said to prove gravitational waves, which is caused by a curvature of the medium of because the curvature of space-time around the Earth is causing a slight differential in the dilation of time as these two things are hitting the things, right? The two light photons are hitting the thing, but the point is, it's not an actual acceleration in real world. It's an apparent acceleration. So when we see things that seem to be moving, it's not, unless gravity is a force and Einstein's wrong, they're not actually accelerating. So when you said that two masses attract each other, that's not true. They don't attract each other. They may seem to, but it's not an actual acceleration. It's an apparent acceleration.
Oof, this is a
contradiction.
That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I like this one. I think you would have to go into how forces are defined in Einsteinian mathematics, and that I'm not sure.
He doesn't define gravity as a force. He defines it as an effect. So you don't have to define forces with Einstein, because he's not talking about forces. He's talking about effects. For forces, You need a force. You need an interaction, a push or a pull. But we're not talking about that with Einstein. We're talking about the effect.
Yes. So,
force with Einstein was the uneven distribution of mass, was it not? Which is an attribute of matter.
Uneven distribution of mass. Why? You lost me there.
That was the definition in Einsteinian gravitation. It was the effect of the curvature of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
So the uneven distribution of mass is not a force, is it? It's just an attribute of matter.
The uneven distribution is definitely an attribute of matter, but the effect of this uneven distribution of matter acts as a force.
No, it curves space-time, which we perceive as an acceleration, but it's not an actual acceleration. So in other words, there's no actual acceleration, there is no force.
But there is an acceleration.
There's not. There's an apparent acceleration because of the curvature of space-time. The geometry is curving around it, and we perceive it from our perspective as an acceleration. It's not an actual acceleration because you need a force for that, but gravity is not a force. So then we're left with the paradox of, well, how is the containment of gas being created by gravity?
Well, it's not being contained by the curvature of space.
Get lost.
Right?
It isn't. All you're doing there is you're applying the new explanation because you don't have an explanation for the creation of the pressure. You're just applying the curvature of space-time. It doesn't cause any actual acceleration, so it doesn't stop the gas molecules from vanishing into space. You need a force for that, and you haven't got one.
But why couldn't the curvature of space do that? That's what I don't get.
Because it would have to curve by 180 degrees.
What? Why?
Because the gas molecules are coming back to us, aren't they? They're not escaping. So that they're acting as a container, they're going to have to bounce off the container, come back towards Earth. Well, that would mean
if it was 180 degrees curvature, we would have infinite mass. That's a black hole, by definition.
I was just going to say that would be a wormhole, wouldn't it? Essentially,
well, black hole, or wormhole. I don't know.
Wormhole, because you can go all the way around the thing, or you can cut through the passageway in the middle. But the point I'm making is the real world explanation is we must be contained because we've got gas pressure, in the same way that there must be a cow if we've got steak. You can't have a steak without having a cow. You can agree with that, right? You've got to have a cow.
Wait. Let me go back to this 180 degrees. What do you mean by this 180 degrees? It just means that locally at Earth, the curvature of spacetime is higher at the surface than it is at higher up, right? That's all that we need.
Acceleration.
You're using something you've never seen, touched, tasted, smelled, experimented with as a proof.
No, I'm using it as a tool to describe what it is.
Yeah, but
now,
I have tools.
Okay,
I have tons of tools.
I completely agree with you. This will not.
My tools.
Yes. Okay.
Space curve. That's just words.
It's mathematics.
That's all it is.
It's mathematics.
Yeah, right. A language.
Space-time's not going to cause the gas molecules to turn around, actual or apparent. The deviations are tiny.
Okay,
even
here we're back to tiny. Here's back to the.
Yeah, your opinions and beliefs are not going to have an effect in gases and entropy and all that kind of stuff.
Well, entropy maybe, but not gases.
Okay. Hey, hold on. Unicorns exist, and I'm going to prove this to you, and I'm going to show you my math equation showing you that unicorns exist.
Okay.
And if you don't believe me, you're anti-science.
No, that's never what I said, right? What I said is
that's what you're doing.
You're using the existence of. It all boils down to how we see the difference. For me, the tool that we use to describe reality is part of reality, and for you, that's not true. And I'm completely okay with that. I'm completely
link that tool to reality somehow. Like if I was to tell you I proved unicorns exist because of my tool, my math, but I've never shown you the unicorn. How can I call that reality? You cannot call that reality unless I actually physically show you the unicorn.
That's the point. Yes, I completely agree with you.
No.
I completely agree with you that for
but no, yes, but no.
For what is reality? Eyes, please. Okay.
I just want me, man. I'm listening.
Well articulated. That was well articulated. It's true.
Yes, let me completely true. For me, the tool that describes reality.
Are you familiar with talking about descriptions of reality? Are you familiar with any of the gas laws?
Yeah.
Which is the accurate position? Do we have a free expansion of gas law, or do we have a directionality of gas law?
Free expansion of gas law, I would presume.
We have the free expansion of gas law. Now, given that we're supposed to be in a gravitational field, and given that we do have vacuum chambers, wouldn't it be reasonable to think that there might be a directionality of gas law, given that we're in a gravitational field? But not just a directionality of gas law, a supporting experiment demonstrating how there's a directionality of gas law. Yet in real world, there are no experimental demonstrations of a directionality of gas, yet we are in a gravitational field, and there's a free expansion of gas which supports what we say. Does that not bother you in any way?
Only if your system is small enough. I think if your system is, if you make a chamber that is big enough, you can definitely show that the pressure is
how
lower.
big and when will it start going against the laws of nature? How big does it has to be to go against the laws of nature?
Depending on how sensitive your instruments are. So it all comes back down to this whole pressure thing, right? Let's say you have a...
Guys, I have to interrupt. Sorry for interrupting. Please forgive me. This is the second time he's done this where he said that there's different laws for big and large things. So if I can direct your attention to the live stream voice text, please, at 49 minutes after the hour. If someone could read that for me, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll do that. The laws of physics are always quantum mechanical laws. You don't have separate laws for big and small things. The real question is, how do these very same laws, when applied to big things, by big things, mean the things that you see in daily life give the impression that the world is Newtonian? And then it's Professor Shankar, University of Yale.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm using tools to describe mathematical tools to describe what happens. Now,
but we're trying to get you to tell us how we can breathe.
These tools, are not reality. I definitely agree with you on this.
Misnomers. It's a misnomer.
Thank you for admitting that. That's all we were doing, is that you were saying you're using this tool to show reality when you just finally admitted, which I applaud, that it is not reality. It's just an explanation or a language or mathematics. It's me telling you there's a unicorn showing you a chalkboard.
Right.
Well articulated, and thank you for your honesty. At last.
The difference is that the unicorn theory does not describe reality very well, but the physical theories do.
No, I can give you the dimensions of a unicorn. I can give you how long his horn is on his head, how tall he is, what color.
Misnomer, man.
Yeah.
What is a misnomer? What is a misnomer?
You also misunderstood.
Sorry.
Saying what is true in the microcosm is true in the microcosm in unicorns.
You're cutting out, Balmer.
Was that plain and
Can you say that again, please?
Out.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to understand you.
To say what is not true in the microcosm is true in the megacosm. Or what's true at the microscopic level begins to be not true after you build it large enough out of these building blocks. It's an incorrect description of reality. It's no
right, and there's no way to confirm it.
Unicorn.
Right.
Or demonstrate it, so it becomes Newton's. So it's Newton's flaming sword from this point. What can't be settled by experimentation is not worthy of debate.
Yeah, the unicorn theory gives you the same mathematical or gives you math, and then that leads to the same results. So you can't choose based on the results.
We got pictures.
To give you the same one.
We got pictures of unicorns.
Well, we were making ground here. You actually admitted that it's not reality, but you continue to use it as an argument to describe reality. So you're saying there's a link between your tool and reality when there's no way to demonstrate that.
Improper description.
So
yes, I would definitely agree that it's an improper description. That is absolutely true.
This is a common ground we need to both stand on to proceed forward, right?
That's right. That's right.
So I mean,
yeah.
So, and then instead of arguing,
the reality are not accurate.
Right.
Yes,
so instead of arguing about the same thing, we move forward with it. And then so your next step would be, I admit that the things I believe to be reality are not testable, repeatable, demonstratable. It's just purely theoretical, and I believe in it. And if you say that, we will respect you. Just like when a Christian says, I believe Christ lived. I don't know, but I believe in my heart that Christ lived. Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I respect them because it's a faith, they believe in it, and it's their faith.
It is a fantasy. It is a fantasy. You believe in a fantasy. That's fine. As long as you can admit that. But don't say your fantasy is real
it's no more,
in our world
it's
because
no more
not
provable
real.
than...
But the tool that I can use this tool.
The tool is a description, and the description is not accurate.
Please don't say it's not accurate. It's actually not accurate.
You're using an 8mm.
It cannot be accurate.
Listen, you're using an 8mm on a 10mm bolt, which won't even go on the bolt, man. I don't want to hear tool again. It doesn't make it scientific.
Yes, it's never real.
That's a very false way of describing what I'm saying.
It is not a false dichotomy. It's a true absolutely true dichotomy, and I would say you have a remedial level of academic achievement if you think tool will make something sound scientific.
What is the tool?
I can describe it as a word.
Yeah, I got a tool that you can use that includes mathematics.
You use the turn of phrase to describe something you can't demonstrate in experimentation. So what does it matter?
I got your tool right here, globe head.
It's like a word used out of context. It's no longer proper and defined. So it's no longer coherent or cohesive. It's gibberish.
So how exactly would you define a tool?
I'll give you a tool.
A tool.
I'll give you a tool that is...
Guys, can we stop interrupting? Battlemon, please.
I know. It's a specific thing for a specific job. That brings in the analogy.
So there are no all-purpose tools? You can't have a wrench that fits multiple things? Right? You can have an adjustable wrench that does multiple things.
Not one that works good.
Not perfectly, obviously not perfectly, but it does a very damn good job at it.
Listen, and you think your wrench is a good wrench, but you're not a mechanic and it's a piece of shit.
Yeah, but
now you're just grasping at straws, dude.
Now it does the job somewhat.
Now
and then next
just
series
grasping
makes
at
it better.
straws. So you have an approximate tool. Listen.
Yes,
it's not
absolutely.
A tool.
You have an approximate tool. That's the whole point.
It's a description.
That is the whole point.
When you're misnomer is a specifically used at specific use. It's an improper description. So how is it a tool? What's the tool doing? Improperly describing reality. What are you fixing? Tools are made to fix things. Fine-tune them. Oh,
right?
Yeah, well, it doesn't make it any greater than a philosophy or a colloquial theory, dude. You're talking gibberish and you're trying to make it sound scientific. I'll let you continue to try, but it's annoying.
I'm sorry that I'm annoying you. I was actually gonna say that I'm somewhat enjoying myself here, and I hope you guys somewhat enjoy having me here. But
education.
Yeah, we enjoy having you here. Yeah, that's why you're welcome.
But you haven't
You're
proven
welcome
your
back.
case yet.
Oh,
no, I haven't proven my case.
listen, guy, this appeal. Listen, that's an obfuscation of the point. You're appealing to feelings when you should be directly addressing your tool that's not specific for the job. It's more accurate than your word.
Yeah, you should be in earnest proving your globe, and you haven't done that yet.
Jen's a teacher. Jen, you're a teacher. Can you get some honesty out of this guy?
Yeah, I was talking to him.
Jen,
I've been pressing him home. I've said to him that he hasn't established or substantiate his globe, and he hasn't done that now, moving on for 3 hours. So please try.
Damn, that's long.
What I'm asking you to do.
Yeah, your words aren't the proper tools for the job, so we seek demonstration. Truth is known through demonstration. Facts are demonstratable. The natural scientific method is the only way we can know truth. So take your description, make it into an experiment, and demonstrate your premise. Otherwise, Newton's flaming sword, dude. It's not worthy of debate. Bullshit.
That's it.
Yeah.
I know it's laughable to you, but listen, we're tired of arguing fallacy with remedial people.
3 hours. So you have admitted that your tools don't prove reality, and that was a great step forward. Now you've got to say to yourself...
I admitted that my tools are not reality. I didn't admit that my tools do not prove reality.
Well, that's what you agreed to.
That's all we need.
What tools do you use that do prove reality then?
You keep trying to appeal to it.
Yeah.
I have a tool that describes something. For example, how Newtonian mechanics describes how a ball rolls down a slope.
Is that tool mathematics?
Obviously, this does not prove that everything about Newtonian mechanics is.
Does it prove that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space with curvature?
Geometry.
No, but actually, if you expand that to Kepler's laws, if you expand this to...
Hold on, Nico. Sorry, Nico. Hold on. I asked you, how do you know
a ball rolling down a hill on Kepler's laws of planetary motion?
So we use Newton, and we are able to describe
how
things.
The ball rolling down the hill is analogous to Kepler's laws of planetary motion.
Exactly. So that then can get expanded to describe planetary motions.
Would you mind if I changed the word when you said describe? Would you mind if I said that the word that you really should be using is correlate?
Here's the thing.
Oh, it describes it. It's a tool. It describes it. It's a language.
Correlates. It
describes it.
Because the answer, when you do your sum, the answer then correlates.
No, I would still say it was described.
Listen, bro.
Because math is a language, remember? Math is a language. And what does language then describe?
It's abstract. That's the bit that you're missing.
Description
by definition, it's abstract.
I can't understand anybody. Sorry, there are too many people talking
I'm
at
going to
once.
mute you, dude.
Who else is talking? There's only me talking.
The battle mod?
I'm going to mute him here in a minute. I don't have to fight. No, it's not. Can you not hear me? Oh, I kind of seen it the other way. Listen, a description isn't a demonstration of fact.
That's
Next
true.
attempt, please.
Right, that's true. I agree with you. A description is not...
People that give you these long-winded bullshit arguments. Take the fallacy and keep it in your fairy tale, but bring demonstration to my scientific lobby, thank you. Otherwise, don't stand on it as an appeal to factual reality. You can't build a concrete reality out of abstracts. You're using every abstract man has, that man's created, to try and build a concrete reality. Two abstracts don't equal a concrete. Two negatives equal positive.
But can't we take our abstractions and try to build, try to describe? Can't we take our abstraction and try to describe what reality is with it? Isn't that the whole point of what we're trying to do?
Listen. I have a degree in mechanical engineering, so I know we can describe everything, but that doesn't mean we can apply it in reality, okay? What I'm asking you...
It's not what we're trying to do, though.
Can you take your... Excuse me, it's rude to talk when other people are talking. I'm about done with the being nice shit. Can you demonstrate it to be a fact, or are you going to concede that it's just an abstract theory? Colloquial version. If you can't demonstrate it, if it's not backed by experiment, it's not even scientific. It's just a colloquial theory. Newtonian physics only works on a small level. It doesn't work on a planetary level, even though you can use it to describe motion on a planetary level. It will not equate to an absolution with math, and you want to go to math. Give me an absolution for a fucking 3-body equation, and don't give me an answer or the explanation or a description. Give me mathematical absolution, please.
So first, I apologize for talking over you. You were cutting out a lot, so I didn't know when we were actually done talking or not, which makes it a bit difficult. So please don't feel attacked by this. That was not my intention. So now, for what you said,
dude, can you leave my feelings out of this? I'm not mad. I want a specific thing. I want to get to a specific point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Accurately demonstrate reality. Everything else is a non sequitur.
So you can try.
Can you prove gravity and Newton? Listen, Einstein, the new rhetoric is space worked by math. Right? Newtonian is a force, but in fact, you need a force for two things to attract each other, like magnetism. So you experiment and make this reality, not mass attracting mass or the warping of space-time. Neither one of these can you demonstrate to be a reality experimentation with a natural scientific method. You can only postulate. Postulations are not concrete statements about reality. Facts are concrete, and they're demonstrated. That's what...
The problem is that...
Science is
I'm sorry, you're still talking.
Not about talking long-winded till everybody says, I'm tired of hearing you talk, I'm just going to fucking agree. I am. Sorry, I just don't like... I don't let people go to places they can't build. Either consider it's not reality or just in your mind. Newtonian mechanics to work. You'll find no absolution in the equation. You need faith and belief sign to be a reality. And then he's only a reality in your faith and your belief in your mind, in your mindset, your dichotomy. Belief. It's more religious than Christianity. Christ. It requires
I'm
more
sorry.
faith too.
You went on such a rant.
I give two shits about you.
Whatever.
There is no rebuttal to it, dude. You can't demonstrate it to be a reality, and you know it. You're trying to think of a way you can wordplay or
I'm not trying to wordplay anything.
Applicable. It's not a functional or an applicable reality.
That's it.
Don't need Newtonian physics or gravity and structural engineering. We don't need it in mechanical engineering. And we don't need it in application of an engineering process on Earth. It's not applied. It's theoretical. And not even at a scientific level, at a colloquial level. Because you can't back it by experimentation. Scientific experiment is required to be backed by experimentation.
I feel like at this point, we would have to just, as one says, agree to disagree. I don't think this is going anymore. And this, I don't think this is really going anywhere. I'm sorry. I really enjoyed me being here. I really enjoyed me being here, and I hope that we can talk also about other things. And but I don't think that this is going somewhere, and I Hope you guys don't ban me because I do like being here.
If I may be allowed to say this, Nico,
cannot demonstrate any form of.
I can't understand you. I'm sorry. There are too many people talking.
Nico, can you hear me? I must be muted. Sorry, I must be muted. Okay, can you hear me, Nico? You took a long time. Yeah, Nico, you took a very long time to get to nowhere. At the end of the day, you didn't prove anything here. Well, you did one thing. You did admit. Hang on. You did admit that the tools you had did not prove reality. You said that, and we got that live recorded. You actually said that. The young man articulated it clearly and concisely, and you agreed. Okay, and that's a fact. The thing you want to do is now ask yourself the question, how do you know the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space? How do you know this in reality, and how can you prove that? Because you haven't done it yet. Okay, and that's what you need to do. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I know that you're leaving. I just want to say one thing. You said earlier on that I didn't understand science. Yet you're studying a PhD in physics and didn't know the radius of Earth. Thank you.
Yeah, I have Google. I don't need to memorize that kind of things.
Hey,
I'm
Nico.
sorry, but that's pretty. That's I'm sorry, but that's just complete.
Hey, Nico.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. Now that the room's kind of quiet down, so I gave my example of the unicorn and me proving the unicorn by showing you mathematics on a chalkboard, and we got that common ground. You admitted, yes, it's not reality; it's just a tool. Well, what I want to do is you kept calling it a tool even after the fact. Someone posted a tool. So this is a mathematical formulation based on the size of Earth as claimed. So this is a tool. This is a tool that has mathematics. So just as you were describing, and this is something that you can actually use, go out into reality and use this tool and test it to see if the tool works. Right?
Yes, I would presume so, yes.
Okay. So many people have done this, and you can do this. Anybody can do this. You can use this tool, and you can go to various places on Earth and use this tool and test it and see if this tool matches reality. So this is an example of a tool that we can actually use to test. And my question is, have you done it? Have you looked at anything or anybody who has done it? And what are your thoughts?
I mean, I have used Newtonian mechanics a few times in experiments I did at university, but obviously I've done much more in-depth experiments in quantum mechanics, which uses the same
Give me an example where you used Newtonian gravitation or Newtonian physics.
I'm trying to bridge the tool with reality. So what I'm trying to do here is offer the bridge that goes between
the specifics on how.
I'm not sure what to do. Too many people
reality
talked.
to the tool, and there's a bridge that connects the two.
Yeah. It's a fair question.
And that bridge would be the experiment. So what experiment have you done, the bridge, experimentally to prove that your tool is actually useful in describing reality? So I gave you one tool here.
Yeah, I used Newtonian and by a bit more derivation Lagrangian mechanics to describe the double pendulum, which I then built and let run, and it correlated very closely to what
energy.
Correlation is not causation, right? So it's not an experiment, not a demonstration of Newtonian science.
I was able to predict it using the tool of Newtonian science.
Yeah, but there wasn't an experiment there, was there? Prediction?
Post-dict, as you have described before.
Specific.
Yeah, but predictions are not part of experiments, are they? You need the experiment. Predictions, what? So what did you predict? A correlative calculation? Is that what you predicted?
No, I showed that.
Is the law of conservation... Just mute this motherfucker.
Hey, Battle, your microphone's really messing up.
Energy in the mechanics of Newtonian physics. A statement.
I don't understand
no,
you.
My internet is.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't understand you.
You are cutting out battle mode.
What I'm saying, all I'm saying is that I can use this tool to make predictions that I can observe.
Hang on, keep calling it a tool. It's not a tool. It's It's an abstract calculation.
Yeah.
Okay, I can use this abstract calculation.
The real world, the reality, the curvature, the spin, the globe, in the vacuum of space. It's not. You haven't done that yet. You haven't displayed. Otherwise, I'd say yes, well done. The Earth is a globe. I would be saying this, but you haven't done it yet. That's the point.
Actually, well, it's using Newtonian mechanics that predicts that the world is
the deflection of a pendulum.
But that's
there we go again, predicting.
Right.
You don't predict nothing.
Wait. Can you explain to me how Newtonian mechanics predict the deflection of a pendulum?
Yeah, you have to go through angular momentum, and then again.
You said earlier, I heard you saying that you have studied quantum mechanics, which at the moment I kind of doubt if you go along with Newtonian mechanics, because in quantum mechanics we have superfluid liquid helium, opposite liquid flow, frictionless flow.
Yes,
so
you do.
This liquid can flow in two opposite directions without encountering any kind of friction. It is a frictionless medium. It means that if you spin a propeller inside it, you will be generating no current. You cannot push yourself from it, which completely demolishes Newton's laws of motion.
That I'm not sure
I'm sorry?
about because if you spin a propeller, this liquid is only frictionless in 2 dimensions. It's not in 3 dimensions, and spinning a propeller always uses 3 dimensions. This liquid is only frictionless in 2 dimensions. It's not frictionless in 3 dimensions, right?
So you're telling me that this liquid doesn't have a zero viscosity and is not a frictionless medium?
This definitely violates Newton. I completely agree with you there.
Well, why does it violate? Is it because Newton's laws of motions are not actually true, or what?
Not completely accurate.
Not completely accurate.
Describe reality very, very well.
Can you define what it means, this term, not completely accurate?
Yes, I can define it. So Newtonian mechanics
not reality.
Can describe... Newtonian mechanics is able to describe reality as a language. It's able to describe reality within the confines of its assumptions, right? So if you have a ball on an inclined plane, if you have an apple falling from anything, if you have Mars orbiting Sun, almost perfectly is described by Newton.
Yeah, I want to see an apple.
It is not perfect.
I want to see an apple falling from a peach tree.
You can put the apple on the peach tree and it falls, right?
Yeah.
Jojo, this is actually a very cool experiment.
I was kind of sure you
I want to ask N2G why I can measure across water and lake temperature. This is a very good experiment. You should do it. Definitely. John, go ahead. Please do it. Please do this experiment. Make it large enough. Make it large enough.
About the pendulum. Why, if I glue 2 opposing magnets, if I glue them together and use them as the weight of the pendulum, when I swing the pendulum, it will not deflect sideways. It will just swing from left to right, and it will maintain that direction. Why does that happen?
I don't think that's true.
Well, it is. It is. And
do that
I'm
experiment.
telling you
Please
that.
do. Please
Yeah,
do.
I
Make a
did
video
it.
about
I
it
did
and
it.
post it in here.
I did it. I recommend you do it yourself.
Can you send me
pulling fucking teeth,
video to
man.
it? Did you do a video about it?
He just keeps
No, I
interrupting
don't make
you.
videos, and what I just told you is something very easy, which any person that has 2 magnets in their homes, they can perform this.
So
if you don't, if you think you don't have, if you think you don't have 2 magnets, take any
I have 2
old head. If you have any old headsets, you can find inside them 2 small magnets which you can use.
So what exactly do I need to do?
Yeah.
Ask you a question. Did he demonstrate gravity or Newtonian physics to be a reality by subtracting mass, since we're using Newtonian physics without Einstein? Did you prove that to be a reality or concrete reality yet? Or
I never said I am. What I said I am is I use it as a description.
Oh, I know. I was very specific about we're looking for a concrete reality here that is demonstrated through experimentation like science was meant to be. Not for long-winded professors. We crush them daily.
Yeah, I can. I myself can create a formula which you can perfectly calculate the powers of Superman, and it will work perfectly on paper. Yeah.
Yes.
It's not hard to equate motion, bro, once you've observed it.
Hey, N2G, got a question for you, buddy. Because this is something I can test physically in front of me. I've been trying to jump in here for a while. So, I live on a lake in Georgia. I actually have a straight shot of land water. So, water is to be exactly 100% flat. And they tell us that how they're a curve. So I can sit there in a 3-mile shot and I can put a stick in the water and mark red, do different color pieces of tape all the way from the very bottom to the top of the stick. Doesn't matter. And I can go and set up a telescope, my camera, that's a 200 millimeter, as well as my own eyes, and set it up to where it's just a foot off of water. Now, the mathematical numbers that they give us says that in a 3-mile shot should be about 1.7, okay? 1.7 feet. When I go to do that with a telescope, I'm able to see well below 0.7. I have yet to actually find the curve. So the more powerful my telescope, the more further I can go out. So even when I'm out in the ocean, I can check a boat app to see how far away a boat is from me. And when it gets to, these ungodly numbers of over 10 miles to where they're supposed to be well beyond drop behind the curve, I can still see them with my binoculars that I use or with a telescope. So those are actual experiments that I have put my hand on. And if anybody ever says that, oh, well, the telescope is, something that you bought, I could make the damn telescope, So that's what I get at is when I hear someone that wants to prove a globe to me, prove it with an actual thing that I can go outside and do something that, more so something that you've done, so I can go back and improve it. So that's all I want to say. So, I mean, by the way,
I have only one thing to say about correcting you, and that is not an experiment which you have related, but it's actually an empirical observation which you did. And it's empirical.
Okay,
it's fact.
Yeah. Just something that we can actually go out and do. I don't get in plates, but thanks, Jim, for correcting me. But you know, whatever it is, like I want to actually see something that is proof, you know, like they say that water, that for a globe, water goes around there. Show me how I can do in an experiment for water to attach to a globe perfectly like that, and it stays yet level all the way around for the body. You know, like those are things that I want to see. So I know that I spoke a lot. It's something to digest. But yeah, if you got anything like that to where I can go outside and actually observe, test it, whatever you want to call it, I'd love to hear.
So two things. The first thing about the visual over the lake. You should definitely. You said that you did it. If you did try to do it again, use the whatever numbers. I'm not good at remembering things by heart. Use the numbers of Google of the curvature, and actually make sure that you're at sea level on both sides, and also maybe factor in because light does bend over moisture because of diffraction.
Wait. I'm sorry, but you claim that you are an educated person.
Yes.
And you are saying to us that light is bending?
What
the hell are you talking about?
Light bends all the time. Look at the glass of water.
Light
is bending there. Light is bending there.
Light does not bend.
Look at the glass of water.
Light is not steel.
He's talking about refraction.
I'm talking about refraction.
Refraction, my friend, is a change in the angle of propagation. It is not bending nor curving. It is a direct change, sudden, at an angle. It changes at an angle.
That's exactly what I mean. That's specifically what I mean.
That's not bending, man.
It's just words.
A lot of small bends over a distance can definitely be seen as a bend. I mean,
no. You misunderstand the term bending.
Okay. So you cannot
bend freedom. You cannot bend space. You cannot bend 10 minutes.
A metal is made out of a bunch of atoms.
Because they are
a bend is nothing. A bend in a metal is nothing more than a bunch of atoms, a bunch of tiny angles inside the atoms, actually creating a bend. Isn't that the same thing?
Is the time atoms? Is space atoms?
Sorry, what?
Is light atoms?
No.
Is this what you are telling me? Yeah.
No.
Because steel is atoms.
This is absolutely false. This is absolutely false.
Light. Is it made of atoms? Is space made of atoms?
No.
Then you cannot bend them.
But wait a minute. What is a bend in the metal? Wait, come on. I let you talk so much. Please give me a chance. Okay?
Go ahead.
A bend in the metal. We have a metal that is straight, and then we put a bend in it, which means if you look at it microscopically, there are atoms next to each other, and the angle between two atoms changes in tiny pieces in each place of the thing. So the bend is made out of tiny angles.
This is bullshit what you are talking about.
How is this wrong?
Listen, metals is not atoms put together. Metals is crystallized atoms. Yeah, atoms form atoms. Listen, atoms form crystalline structures. They crystallize. And when you bend metals, you are deforming these crystals, not the atoms.
In the end,
there is no but here.
That's not what I said. That's not.
Yes, you did say that you are changing the atoms. You're not changing any
angle. I'm changing the angle between.
No, you're not changing any angle of any atoms.
But that's what you said. You changed the crystalline structure. What is crystalline structure? Anything else but the angle and distance between atoms. The distance doesn't change in the bend.
Form crystalline shapes.
Right. And what is the crystalline shape?
They crystallize.
What is that? What specifically is that?
It is a solid state of matter.
Which can be described as the angles and distance between atoms, right? So, you take this angle and distance between atoms, and now you make a bend. Now, the distance between atoms doesn't change, right?
Tell me what angle is between two atoms.
Well, depends on your crystalline structure. Depends if it's how exactly it's made up.
How can you have a diamond structure with two atoms? Yeah, show me that.
You can't have. You can have a diamond structure with a bunch of atoms, with a lot of atoms.
How many?
Well, at least as many as make one unit cell.
Yeah, what's the minimum? What's the minimum for a diamond structure?
A diamond structure, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's around. I think it should be 9. Atoms can make a diamond structure because that's literally the definition of a diamond structure, right?
So your claim there's been tons of observations, long distance observations, is dude just described at his lake that he lives on, and then your first response was refraction or light bending, right? Now,
well, I mean, that can be a factor. I don't know if that's a factor in this case, but it can.
Hold on. It's just that's what comes out of the mouths of, I'm not down talking you at all, but people like you, when these things are presented, this is what they go to. This is their go-to every time. Now, this go-to has never been proven. What I mean by that is how would you go about proving that this thing that we're seeing that we should not be able to see is in fact refraction or light bending and not the actual object? So I hear this claim all the time without proof. And then it's a bunch of words and then arguing back and forth. But show me that the stick with the tape is actually being refracted and not the actual stick.
I said you have to account
He doesn't even have the ambient conditions.
Right. I don't know the conditions. I just said that you might have to account that.
You cannot.
Why can't you account for that?
You know why?
And it's not
No.
I will tell you now.
Because it's a fluid medium, it's not consistent. But
because you don't have
to go with that without seeing proof.
Mike, only one second.
Can I please answer?
Listen, because you don't have phenomena and any kind of deep type of refraction which can extend the horizon, that doesn't exist.
Can I talk? That's the number one point.
Did you hear me? What did I say? You don't have phenomena, type of phenomena, refraction which extend the horizon.
Correct.
Can you?
What Sasha said is very correct.
Will you address or obfuscate the point when you do? You get to talk.
My point.
The question is whether or not you'll address.
Yeah.
The thing is, diffraction is proven. We can.
Not diffraction.
Not diffraction.
We can prove diffraction.
Not diffraction. Refraction, man.
It's the same thing, just a minus and different.
No, it's not the same thing.
It is not.
What's the difference between refraction and diffraction, please?
My claim is that it's diffraction. That's
no. I ask you to define the terms. Both
diffraction.
Yeah. What is diffraction?
Diffraction is the. I need to Google what it is in my native tongue.
Please Google it.
Oh,
yes.
my God.
How do you make a claim of what something is and then have to go and Google it?
Okay. Can it? Yeah.
So diffraction is it applies to an aperture. If light's not delivered through an aperture, then it.
I'm reading now. Diffraction is the spreading of waves
Snell's
around.
law is what I'm going to. Right, Snell's law.
How spread out will light become after it goes through an aperture? Yes, you meant Snell's law doesn't apply to refraction. There's not
Okay.
2 isotropic mediums. There's one on there too.
Yeah.
Water
the same
is
question. Same question for you. Can Snell's law extend? Can Snell's law extend the
Refraction
horizon?
is when light passes from one isotropic medium to another.
Yes.
Can that law extend the horizon?
So first of all, the angry guy was yelling at me.
Occurs, but you only have one medium.
Snell's law
battle mode
can happen because there are water droplets in the air, which is two different things.
Okay, great. Can that extend the horizon? That phenomena.
Walk past that.
Can that phenomena extend the horizon, please?
Hold up. Outside of my name again. I'm not angry guy. I'm battle mod.
Yeah.
If you don't like the way I talk, don't tell me what mood I'm in or how I'm feeling.
Yeah. Battle mode actually told
you don't
the
know.
definition for those
and
terms.
I'm not the one.
Yeah.
Oh, he left because I'm muted.
He got touched. Man, is this what PhD means lately? Yeah, battle mode. This is what PhD means lately. To be capable to use Google.
He's not a PhD, okay, because of him with a doctorate of philosophy, you know.
Oh, he studied.
On his defense, he said he is still not a PhD.
Would actually
he's working.
Yeah,
he did not. He obfuscated every point given to him. He came back with a non sequitur. The talking
That's what
point.
they do.
He's not the dude. He didn't demonstrate an academic level equal to a philosophy degree, or even someone working towards one. In my opinion.
True.
I agree.
He did that since the beginning of the conversation.
He doesn't even use words specific to the usage and definition.
Yeah, like a diffraction and refraction are the same thing, but let's look what is on Google. What is the refraction? I know what is diffraction and refraction; they are the same thing. But let's look what is on Google. What is diffraction?
I got a question for his physics teacher. I want to know what the escape velocity would be from the Big Bang if you calculate all the material that we can see in the universe and the 95% of the material that we can't see. How deep would that well be, and what kind of escape velocity would an atom of hydrogen have to get past that gravitational pull, or gravitational well, as they say? I would like to see that. Just one helium atom. What kind of velocity would it have to have? I'm betting it's faster than the speed of light. Since they like math so much, I want to know.
He left because he got muted.
They'll disprove the speed of light. So that's something they can't do. They'd have to find a way to wiggle around it.
Hey, Hank, by the way, that N2G guy is gone.
Oh, no, but usually when people leave here, they stick around the YouTubes for a few minutes to see what we say about them, because they care what other people think about them.
I understand.
Yeah. I would love to hear a physics professor answer that question. So if you're a physics professor...
I really wanted to know what he had to say about, I can sit there and still see 1 inch, across 3 miles above water.
I realized 10 questions ago that guy wasn't going to address any question you gave him. He wasn't conceding anything.
I will.
He wasn't having
the only thing he conceded.
Wasn't having an honest conversation.
Yeah, I think the only thing he conceded, which I'll give him that, I'll give them when the credits due, that when I brought up the example of I'm proving that a unicorn exists via my chalkboard in mathematics, and he had no choice but to say, yes, I get it, it's not reality. But then he goes back to saying it's a tool.
Yeah,
you have
he
to bridge
conceded it, not reality.
Yeah.
And then he appealed to it for 20 minutes,
That's
and
right.
it was allowed. So we need to start a debate. We need to start a debate class because you don't know how people appeal to shit that they just conceded, man. Come on.
Right, that's right. Exactly right.
In the beginning, when we started talking to him, he was much better in making concessions, but he still tried to like jump to the next topic, and we just racked him there, and then he jumped to the next one, and then I think he started losing a little bit of confidence, and so he just started getting more and more trolly.
And then he brought up diffraction to explain away what the dude was saying about the lake observation, and he didn't even know what he had to Google it, so he used a word to try to explain away what dude said without even knowing what the word meant.
I don't even know why he went to trying to prove that point.
That he mentioned the tools were not helping him prove reality was a stroke of genius. It was good, and that's what we take from this. He admitted that he could not prove it.
I wasn't here for 1 hour. Does he look into
diffraction will mathematically equate how beam light spreads out through an aperture. Refraction is scattering and absorption.
Yeah, my question is, does he look anything about evidence? Anything about
the equation of attenuation? Sorry, Jim.
Well, I can wrap it up and explain what is actually going on with him. He's been to this educational system where he has been given stories and he has been told these are the world's facts, unquestionable facts. You do not need to perform any experiments because we have already did in the places where you can never go to or reach. And that is the imaginary realm, which these priests operated and built this religion.
That's why they always push the argument to space, because nobody can repeat it or demonstrate it.
Yeah.
And they like their predictions, you see. They like to think that they can predict. They like to predict things, you see, but they're not predicting anything.
But
post-prediction is
the only thing they do is post-dictions about lunar and solar eclipses, But if you ask them about the eclipses which are not visible, because when you study the Saros cycles, there are solar eclipses taking place at nighttime. So because it's happening at nighttime, it is impossible for us to see it happening. By nature, it makes sense and logic. It's logic. Yeah. But the Saros cycles, they do show us that they are happening. And also lunar eclipses in the daytime. But you will not see the moon in the day sky. It will not be visible. But this Babylonian science, it tells us precisely that the moon is in the sky there, but it's not visible.
But
and
listen,
you
this
will not see it. Yeah.
If you are physics, man, if you are physics and you get the point about math for sure better than others, and then you watch the example of Black Swan or whatever and look at the math, you will realize faster than me, in the moment what is going on,
Yeah.
If you're physics, you will realize in the first moment what is going on. You don't need to...
Exactly. Yeah.
I also want to point out Hank's question. It was a very good question. Like, how did this matter accelerated after the Big Bang? It should be moving with speeds faster than the speed of light. And the problem is when we talk about such things, we are going into the tachyons realm, and in theoretical physics, because that's where these imaginary particles belong to. The tachyons is the particle which we call actually time. What we experience as time, or what we call time, they say it's a physical particle, tachyons.
Imagine that.
Yeah, it's like a river flowing, and you can take control of the flow of this river.
You can scoop some up. You can scoop some and drink some.
Where is gravity in that pocket? You have Big Bang, and now you have in the Big Bang, it's a gravity inside, ready to deliver in the space, and the gravity is not the same everywhere. It's different. And that Big Bang, spare. I don't know to use. It's everywhere. It's function, how it's and speeds and everything. Big Bang arranged everything that function good. That is incredible. That's. Everything is rotating. Everything is in speeds. Everything is functioning so perfect. You have sun 400 times bigger. You have Big Bang made that we can see the same size. The moon and the sun, but it's not that. He made that it's 800 or 400 bigger. That doesn't matter. Big Bang made that. Can you imagine?
Yeah, and what went bang?
Listen this.
That went bang? What was that thing that went bang? What was it?
Well, how did it went bang? There was no.
It was explosion.
There was no
from
air.
Nothing, explosion from nothing. In that nothing, it was gravity inside, ready to go, but not in the same rate.
Yes, big bada boom, right, Sasha? Big bada boom.
Yeah, but from nothing.
But
don't forget that. Not big boom from something, from nothing. And that Big Bang made the order, not chaos. From the only explosion, Big Bang, the only explosion which made the order. All other explosion making chaos.
Well, the problem is that at air pressure of 10 to the minus 17 torr, they tell us that you do not have sound propagating. If you talk, you cannot be heard by anybody because there is no air for the sound to propagate through, no matter. And with the Big Bang, they say that all the matter, like the visible, the 4% or 6% of the matter which we physically quantify, plus all the invisible matter, dark matter and dark energy and all that, which
and
is
Big Bang made
96% of it. All of that was squeezed into a very tiny little bead, the size of a sewing needle, the tip of a sewing needle, and that went bang. But to go bang, it had to happen inside a gas pressure because you don't have sound without air, at least.
I think the Big Bang is modeled. I think it's the term the Big Bang I believe in the Big Bang.
Yeah.
So over 30 years ago, I'm not going to say the exact number, my mom and dad had the Big Bang, and here I am. So
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the Big Bang, and then you're a tadpole going through water.
And look at this.
How do you know it wasn't a little bang?
Look at this clever Big Bang making water only on the Earth and nowhere else.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta screen the truth in your lies to make it more palatable, so that it resonates more. So those different key parts of the Big Bang are true in general as far as rebirth, but so it rings.
Can we say that Big Bang made Earth somehow special because of?
No, in Soviet Russia, Big Bang you.
Big Bang.
So if we were to, since we're talking about the Big Bang, and mainstream accepts the conservation of energy and motion, so once the Big Bang happened, wouldn't the universe have to continue moving at the same speed from the initial bang?
Yeah.
And if so,
I was thinking that too.
If that's the case, how do we?
No.
There's no resistance. What's slowing it down?
And
no, because it should have slowed down. If you look at any explosion,
it depends on space winds.
The shock wave, the further it propagates from the center of the explosion, it decreases in intensity.
So no medium shock wave and no medium
environment. So that's like within a pressured environment in which the Big Bang did not have a pressured environment. What did it explode into?
Yeah, there's supposedly no resistance, so it should maintain its momentum.
There's nothing to slow it down at all. So conservation of energy, if we go with all that kind of shit, it should still be going at the same speed at the initial explosion, but then thousands of years, we haven't seen any parallax in the stars.
Well, you are trying to visualize, for example, like electricity or electrons, between inside the electric field, where you have the two Gaussian planes. You need two Gaussian planes, positive and negative charges, so you can have this electric field in between where the electrons, they do their stuff there, and you are trying to visualize all these things that the electrons are doing without the Gaussian planes. So I mean that's where the electrons exist, between Gaussian planes. If you don't have those, then you don't have electricity, I mean, duh.
Yeah, there's no way to make it coherent. Their whole story is incoherent, and it can't be made to be coherent. We just marvel at the individual inconsistencies, like he just said.
Right.
It's just like
and that's why I brought that up, because
it's just like
that
you
last
will be
dude
taking.
was also he was talking about space-time, which is Einstein, and then he was going to Newtonian mechanics, and he's bouncing back and forth when it suits his argument. Like, which one is it?
No, he said on the beginning that Einsteinian gravity is like somehow update on Newtonian gravity.
Einsteinian gravity means that your feet are older than your head. That's what it means. And that's what it says.
That's how time flows. Which direction does it flow? Because I want to know which way to piss. Because I don't want to piss upstream.
I want to point out to Einstein gravity saying that the Earth is moving up at 9.8 meters a second. Isn't that bullshit that the Flat Earth Society is always saying?
Yeah, correct.
But when people hear that bullshit and they go, "That's not right," oh, that's Einstein. Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah.
Bro, you guys to walk past how deep that is. He said he didn't want to bada boom, bada bing.
But it's also interesting that with Apple, always Apple is in the hand. But where was Apple beforehand? Maybe on the floor, maybe on the table. And then when you take out that apple from the table, you are moving that apple through the medium what is less dense than apple. Does people know that?
Yeah, if Newton was sitting in a pool of water and the apple fell and hit his head and then landed on the water and stopped. Now what? Where's the force pulling the apple down?
When would we get to the 10 miles away? Quick, go.
You broke up, Battle.
Actually, Newton, when he presented this work about the theory of gravity and the laws of motion, the academicians asked him, how did you come to this calculus and these conclusions and this theory? What were the steps? And
well, that's why I wanted to bring up I brought up the Big Bang.
Can you let him finish? Can you let him finish? Can you let him finish? Can you let him finish instead of jumping in the middle of the sentence? No, just wait for him.
He wasn't able to explain, so he came up with this example of the falling apple from a tree. Because he knew he's talking about a down vector. He did not knew to explain it eloquently like the scientists of today who studies these laws of motions and physics and stuff. But he did not knew because he stole papers from Leibniz. And Leibniz was researching on mathematical equations and physics equations and also alchemy and stuff like that. Yeah. But Leibniz, there are some papers. There are some papers where Leibniz was explaining what he was actually truly searching for, and it was something big. Yeah, and Newton was just a plagiarist. That's all he was.
In these competitive sciences, if you see missing researcher, just steal their work and get famous before they do.
Yeah. Because he stole those papers, he couldn't explain what's actually truly going on there. But he saw this the theory of those equations, which are called the theory of gravity, force, and stuff like that. And when he tested, he saw they pretty much fit reality. And in his time, he did not have sufficient knowledge to debunk that theory. It was very plausible in those times.
I just think that it's charge separation, essentially. Stuff goes up to its proper layer in the, charge layer up, down, floating. It floats when it gets there, or rises or descends until it does so, unless it's supported or held back. That would be the closest thing to quote unquote gravity, I would, imagine.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that statement.
In those times, to have a compass, to own a compass, was not easy. a compass in those times, a magnet. It was like like owning a quantum computer today. It was not in every man's reach in those times. So
most people, if left unaided, would not cobble together some sort of gravity theory. It just doesn't come naturally to the mind. When you look out over the earth, anyway, when you look out over the earth, you tend to imagine a flat plane, not a ball.
Yeah, and up and down are just so fundamental. There's no reason, you have no prerogative to look deeper. There's up and down.
Well, how far down we went.
Well, I mean, it's like breaking the will of a human being in a very fundamental way. Like if you had somebody in a blank room, you're like, all right, I'm gonna craft this person into my slave. Maybe I'll teach him a story that I'm his god or whatever it may be. There's only so many ways you can break somebody's will or condition them.
Yeah.
But they're basically like, okay, I'll take his up and down. Something that fundamental and make him second guess that and break his will. So they're on a very, very fundamental level, they have broken people's will, where you literally don't know you're up from your down now. Now you have to delegate your trust and thinking to someone else.
You take away their independence. And when you have common sense, you can easily have independence of thought. When it's so esoteric and so, ivory tower theoretical, you're highly dependent on ascendant masters within the academic tradition to tell you how to properly think.
Exactly. And they did it on the deepest and most fundamental and direct level. Your literal worldview and experience. Simply being born on this earth in your experience, they've attacked that.
This mathematical mysticism allows them to enslave others to their way of thinking. Nope, don't think independently along those lines. Don't find the answer for yourself. Listen to us. We are the ascendant masters that give you the wisdom.
Exactly.
And I can give an example in my own personal life on what you're saying right now. Because I remember years ago, this was when I was in my teen years, I remember many times standing there watching the sun, as the sun's like setting, and in my mind I'm convincing myself the sun's not moving, I'm moving away. The sun's not moving, I'm moving away. And I was like training myself. I have this distinct memory of doing this multiple times.
Yeah.
And then it also brings up another memory in my teen years. Somebody asked me, how does a space craft travel in a vacuum? And I remember thinking about it for like 5 seconds and saying, oh, well, it pushes off itself. I had no fucking idea what I was saying. I had no clue, but it just came out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I have real world working memories of that.
Yeah. The problem is that even if you take a vacuum chamber and inside you place a magnetic levitation bearing and you start spinning it, there will be almost zero friction with air because there is almost no air inside the vacuum chamber. So that bearing should be spinning for indefinitely, but it does not. They do not, because simply the magnetic field actually creates a sort of friction, and it will come to a rest at some point. It will not spin forever.
Even in what we call a vacuum, one could theorize that something is left over. I would call this the ether, but I guess there's other terms for it. Quantum, what do they call it? The 0-point energy field or some other name for it.
Yeah.
But it looks like there's something left even in the vacuum providing friction for this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then, like you said, once they break people's independence and will, now they have to latch on to an authority figure.
Yeah, then you explain away as the what I just said about my stories back in my teen years. You go inside of yourself and you just say the dumbest shit to try to justify it to yourself and explain it away.
Yeah.
You're reconciling it. You're taking two different worlds and reconciling it together so that you can function.
Yep. Right.
That's why religious people are so difficult to reach on this topic. Like my parents, for example, are both pastors. But throughout the years, they've wrestled and struggled with these things about creation in the Bible and all this different stuff. So they've already prayed about it. They've actually reconciled it within their own hearts and their own selves. So now when you come years later beating on those walls, they're like, no, hell no, I already reconciled this. Like you're tugging on strings that they do not want tugged on.
Yep.
And it makes it even harder.
Yep. Yeah, once you've put yourself into a box and you've closed the box, people do not want to leave that box.
Yeah, they're like, I've already worked this out.
They have some sort of... That's right. They're comfortable in that finding, and they're good with going on through the rest of their life with that. Because people, for whatever reason, need to think that they know the answers. When most flat earthers I've talked to are okay with not knowing something. Like me, I'm good with it. I'm fine. I would rather go to my grave not knowing something than believing a lie.
Yeah, or to stress about having to have all the answers because you're never going to anyway.
You're not.
So why stress about it?
Correct.
It's better, like you said, to put yourself in a frame of mind, be prepared for not knowing everything.
Yeah, man. I take the quote from... Yeah, that's why I take the quote from Bruce Lee, be water, my friend. You know, it can form and mold to whatever container it's in. It becomes the cup, right? So
instantly.
Or how about the good old you're thinking too much about this. I mean
water pressure and pressure both need containment.
Yeah. You're thinking too much.
Oh, my bad. Let me think less.
Right. You know how you automatically try to justify it in your mind, right? That's what they mean. Like, stop thinking too much. Just fill in the gaps with what they've told.
And then they go to other people.
Thinkers. They want workers. They don't want people that can think and possibly overthrow them. So they just need worker bees.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And they let others do the thinking for them. So they delegate away their thought process.
Specialization, compartmentalization. The experts say this, so I'm going to stay in my lane, in my compartmentalized lane, and not think out this.
It's very effective too, because it's broken people's will in their brains to the point where it's so bad now to where they can bring down entire towers at near free fall speed, not free fall, but near free fall speed in the middle of a giant city, and people go, oh no, that was airplanes. It's like, dude, like, did you not see that the entire building crumbled to the ground? Like, oh well, I'm not a building expert, who am I to? It's like, dude, do you not have eyeballs? Like, come on,
well,
man.
You don't have to rely on your senses, right?
It's okay to think about some things.
So you could show them the study that was done in Anchorage. I think it was Anchorage, Alaska. Fairbanks, Alaska. The college there, they released their study on like September the 3rd, and it was a 4-year comprehensive study of the World Trade Center. And the results, if you read it, it says it was a near simultaneous collapse of all the structural columns in Building 7. And this is, not indicative of a fire. That would be a, progressive collapse. So for the people who still think planes brought that building down, they're insane.
But that's the experts. So I'm saying you don't have to be an expert for some things. Sometimes you can just say, hey, that was a controlled demolition, and I don't need to be a fucking expert. You know what I mean?
Or you can also
about how people's will is broken.
A bunch of dudes and
I got a headache. Like, are you an expert? Just flip it the other way on them. Anytime they say anything simple, be like, yeah, right, like you're an expert. Get out of here.
You know what I find funny is the same people that deny the science of 9/11 and all of the buildings and everything else will go to the same science to use as their proof for this, that, and the other. Right?
Yeah. And the same, some of us flat earthers do the same stuff.
The same laws
science
that they.
And we'll go back to the other science and be like, well, look, we read this in Google and this on Wikipedia and this and the thing, and so what? It's still the same bullshit. So
It's useful when they want it to be, and it's not when they don't want it to be.
You don't understand how complicated was the technology to demolish those buildings, the VTC. They use oxyacetylene welding, cutting technology mixed with thermite. So they had that thermite powder, injected inside this oxyacetylene blowtorch. And
I was going to say, they probably have something.
This is burning so hot, and it's not that it's just burning very hot, but it actually spits these particles of molten metal and whatever sand it is inside it, in that mixture, like tiny pieces of rocks which are molten state, like the lava coming from volcanoes. It's very hot, but it's also sticky and very high temperature. And only this kind of thing can melt concrete. It does melt, it cuts through concrete. And the steel, metal, it cuts it like a hot knife through butter.
Can I be heard okay?
In any case, you don't need to be an expert to know.
Well, how do you make steel, guys? You heat up the fucking metals and you put them together at a certain temperature. So it would only make sense to just separate it like butter the same way you put it together like butter.
Yeah.
Take that to the steel builders and talk to them about that.
Off subject for a second, but that guy earlier was trying to say the light was bending for the lake. I don't get why, but anyhow, because I was using a stick to see with. But the thing that I just did is I literally took a balloon to where the friction on and rubbing on your hair will bend the water. We can see that. But I'm holding a laser down. I made a video of it, so y'all can go check the voice, chat, text, whatever it is. You can look at my videos, and you see that the laser never freaking moves. It stays in the exact same spot, and it's going along the water. So I don't get why they think light bends. Sorry, I didn't mean kill anything y'all were talking about.
Because water is curving, and that laser is also curving. You know.
No, the other guy, the physicist, I mean the PhD guy, said that light is something, is just like steel. You know, steel is made of atoms, so you can bend it. And light is also bending, so it has to be something like atoms.
Okay, that makes absolutely no sense.
I know.
mean,
I know.
It's bending 8 inches per mile squared. Also, don't forget that.
Yeah, I mean, with how they say that light can bend over it, is complete nonsense crap. Because technically, if you looked at the video, you ain't got to. You can take my word for it. But I mean, literally, I take a balloon with friction where it bends it out. You never see that damn light move at all. You know, the laser stays. You know, if it was a light that, you know, is like a light bulb, that type of light that's dispersing already into it, you know, type deal, of course, is to bend until that water comes all the way out to where that light still goes. Sorry for cursing. It's aggravating to hear somebody come up with things that they're told in books. They never go home to actually do an experiment or whatever you want to call it, because I know Jen got on to me earlier, so I don't know if it's observation or whatever, but don't go home to actually try this. It's mind-blowing to me.
Well, if you increase, for example, the index refraction of water or of any liquid, and you can also increase the refraction index of the air also by heating all sorts of metals. You can also make lead evaporate. And
right, that I understand.
Gaseous lead is very refractive.
Yeah,
because it's a very dense metal.
Yeah, but that light actually has to touch the water, so to say. If it ain't touching the fucking water, it's 6 inches off 6 inches above the water level. Then there's no way for it to ever bend. Therefore, is the reason why I can be 3 miles away and I can see the dang light, even though that's not how I'm doing it. You know.
Well, the air that we breathe and we see through it does not have a index of refraction of 1, which is perfect visibility.
Right.
It has a little bit above 1. But in very bad weather conditions, this index is growing. And when you have also temperature increase, you have a lot of water evaporation, which will cause the rise of the refractive index of the air. So we will see a change of propagation, angle propagation of light. It will look like it's curving upwards, because when refraction happens in the air, it's always upwards towards the sky, but when it's inside the liquid, it's always downwards toward the ground. And it's a very interesting thing. Why is this happening so, but it explains also why when the sunset, the sun is going so far away that the intensity of that light. It's a electromagnetic wave, and a wave, you can picture it like when you have a very long chain or whip, yeah, and you wiggle that whip, it will make a wave travel through all the length of that chain or string.
Correct.
And yeah,
This is a kinetic wave.
And at the end, where the string is ending, yeah, you will see that at the end of the string will rise up as the wave is rising it, and then it will fall back down to the ground. And that thing, when it's rising up, is actually causing a red shift. So we observe the sunset, like the sun is turning red color.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just because of the light, the intensity of that light does not have any more energy to propagate further, and it has to stop propagating.
Yeah.
When it
Yeah,
does
I know.
that, it will look like it's shining upwards, you know, and on the ground it will look like you will see that beam hitting the top of a building, and it looks like it's illuminating that building, but actually it's not, because it's the obstruction because of the ball shape curvature, you know, like casting a shadow on that building. It's actually because light, the way it's coming, at the end it's curving upwards, it hits that building, and down on the ground you have darkness setting, installing. I mean, there is no light reaching there at that angle.
Yeah, like when you were talking about a string and a wave, the kinetic wave and all that. So, for instance, I've actually seen hands-on, like with the whip, with how to make a sonic.
Yeah, yeah. It goes,
you know, I totally get that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for. I just want to see one dang globalist come in that says, here's something that's, indisputable evidence that you can go out and observe or whatever, or test on your own to see something. And I haven't yet.
Mm-hmm.
All I hear is silly word plays of, oh, this is what this means, and here's the definition. I don't give a shit about what a word means or what the definition is. I got to see it.
Yeah.
For the most part, Globers don't do measurements. They just parrot wiki and Google.
Agreed. Like they're the ones who like literally just sat in school and just copied what the book said. Like
there's no such
a little bit
thing as a definition. Because once they come up with one, all they have to do is make a new one to outride that one. And then they say science, and they say force, and they say this and this, and they say no, pseudo force. No, this acts like, but not. So they it doesn't even matter. It just words are fucking arbitrary too. They're just whatever you agree on.
Yeah. Yeah, like another thing that I is like, so when I was in math class, I'll never forget, I asked the teacher, how did the formula become existent, for like a squared plus b squared equals c squared, that stuff, and the math teacher's reply back was, that's the formula you use. And I'm like, no, I want to know how the fuck did you come up with that formula? So I literally, that's when I started like going home, figuring out how they simplify things to come out with the best looking formula. And when I went back,
you mean like one dog and two frogs and one cat, 1D, 1F, 2C. Like that's all they do. They just put any other
no.
arbitrary
I mean
dog
something
shit.
that's more complicated, though. You know, like you'll figure
What?
you'll
C
have
means
like
500 cats, 5 million cats. What?
no, not like that. Like the formula, like figuring out, you know, the degree of one side of a triangle that you have when you have two sides. That one side's 45, the other one's 5. What does that mean that other one is? And they'll have a formula that out. And so what my question was to the teacher was, how did that formula become to an existence? And they couldn't figure it out. So I literally had to go home.
Making it up.
Yeah. Well, what I had to do was go home, and I actually found how to make it on my own, of saying, hey, here's the long way of doing it. And then how do I simplify it? And once I started simplifying it, then I made the formula. But that's all these damn schools are doing. No offense to Jen, because I know he's a teacher. But this is all they're doing majority of the time. They're just telling you, oh, here's the formula. Go home and do this. It's not, go figure the shit out for yourself.
Yeah.
It makes you want to bash your head against a brick wall trying to argue something.
You would never figure out, listen, without someone teaching you their format and their way of doing their type of math that they want you to learn, you would never go home and sit there and figure out the theorem that they've calculated or concluded or came up with. If you came up with your own, it would be something different, and you'd have to teach them. Yeah. You understand that?
You know what gives me cogdiss? I'll tell you guys, something that gives me severe cogdiss. I have an immense disdain for teachers. But Jen, Mary Mom, and Karma are like some of my favorite people in the server. But they're all teachers. So this place gives me the cogdiss.
Yeah, they are amazing people.
If you went home,
I definitely enjoy voice chat a lot better than regular chat. I said it earlier, and like regular chat, I got people that post, they'll be just flat earthers. They'll believe anything. If, you know, I hate saying this towards our own people, but you put it in regular chat of something that is, you just tell them, oh, it's flat earth. You know, this proves it, and they run with that shit. And then you say it like in voice chat, and you'll have like an actual correction. You know, like Battle Mods corrected me when I was talking about, you know, snipers and how the bullet goes. You know, but if I said that in regular chat, they'd be like, oh, yeah, that sounds great. Let's roll with it.
No, if you said it in the chat here, most of us would rip that a new one.
Yeah. Yeah. But
yeah, so I had a person to be like, hold on, you were saying what now? Yeah, that's about ready to say something.
Yeah, I could definitely tell that Drace, when I was talking in regular chat, that he would be one that probably would have corrected me if I said something of just stupidity, even though it's for flat Earth. I could pick that up when I was talking to Drace earlier, that he definitely would have been one who corrected my little ass.
I got one line. I say, fuck all that. And then I say, let's start from this point right here. Like if we did go out and I'm like, hey man, look at like a turkey or just look at a plant or just look at anything. You just look at something that you want to look at and come back and tell me what you think about it. Like no one's ever existed except you in this whole world. And then you come back and tell me something, right? And then, you know, and then we'd have to have, of course, a discussion. Like if I said fish don't breathe air underwater, for example. You know what I mean? If I went out and said that, and everybody else, the 100% of everyone else thinks fish are breathing air underwater. So they would call me retarded at first. But that's something I'd have to go teach them. Yeah, you know, like, well, yeah, it could be this and this and this. It's a pump. There's no different from what you're calling the air or electric energy that you get out of the water. No different.
Can I input real quick? You guys heard of the Vedas?
Yeah, the Vedic text. Yeah, Vedas, yeah.
Yeah, you know how they have their own way of doing math. I think it's way faster and better than the way we do math. But my point is like you know how language. I think math is like a language, like a language. we're all trying to reach, go to the same goal, right? Trying to figure this out, that out. And I think there's different ways of doing it. So you know how Roman numerals, right? We used to use Roman numerals, and now we use um, a different one because of the zero, from India. So I think science is everyone trying to figure things out. But when you say, when you let somebody tell you what it is, and then you don't go check it, then it's not science anymore. It's a religion. It's a faith now, right? Because you're putting your faith.
You slightly
Right.
dumb yourself down and give yourself too much dog shit. It's like having too many languages. How the fuck do you need so many? Why do you need so many words? Why do you need so many languages? Of course, people in different places are going to grow up as little babies and talk different with different tongues and different way. But like once you get together in a group, you guys are eventually going to learn what each other are saying, and it's going to become one language. And that's the only way you're ever going to get far. You're not going to get far changing your fucking shit every second or every day. Would that make any sense?
What I would correct you, Dimok, would be that they are not dumbing you down, but they are turning you into a fanatic.
Yeah, separation anxiety. Yeah, anxiety. Yeah.
A fanatic. That works.
But I mean, that's literally what goes down because the same with Babylon. How did they fuck up the people? Confuse the languages. That's it. Before that, they were doing everything. They could make everything they could do. If we agreed, your grandma, my grandpa, same people up at the top of the mountain, and we're at the bottom, we're helping them get up more and more and more and more and more, and we're all working together. Who the fuck is going to stop us?
Yeah,
I haven't met them.
Yeah, it seems like communication. Yeah, right. Like trying to communicate your idea to somebody, or what and then communicating a lie and make it seem like it's, you know what I mean, like it's a truth.
We'll keep it simple too. Like, don't like fucking discount. Like you're talking about these or not you, but whoever talk about equations and then simplifying and then this and this and this. It should only been simplified in the first place.
Didn't Einstein say something along the lines, if you can't say something in like a couple of sentences on an elementary level to somebody, then you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. It's something.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything goes down to the brass tacks, to the bottom base fucking level. And the same with fighting, the same with war. Washington said the same thing. You got to go down to bare feet or get on the foot, on the ground, because that's how every war is won. They're not war talking. They're not won they're not actually won the way like people say and all this other shit, like not 100%. Like if you really want to take people out or like hurt someone in a war, you have to be on the ground physically taking them out.
Good point. I never heard that one, but I like it.
Well, by the time those two guys are trying to understand each other when they are speaking different languages, the third one who knows both languages understands both of those, what they want to do together, and they will start to ridiculing them. They will give up.
Well, it'll be lost in translation. You got a Newton, you got an Einstein, you got a whoever, you got this person, you got Galileo, you got all these people. Like, and it's funny to me, how come Da Vinci didn't do the same as all the other dudes? How come he wasn't looking at the earth, measuring the earth and doing all this, but he's doing other shit? Get the fuck out of here. These people, half of them seem like the same fucking idea of the same thing. It's like one chose to do this and do math and be a weirdo. And then the other one chose to look at stars and do math and be a weirdo. The other one chose to look out at the horizon and do math and be a weirdo. Like, but none of them all chose to like do the other things of the other. It's just weird, right? Like you and I sitting here, we get bored, right? So we look at the horizon, we'd say, oh, okay, we measured this day, so we're done. We don't look at the stars. We don't look at anything else. We don't do anything else. Leonardo da Vinci. We make all these inventions. Somebody says the Earth's this or the Earth's that. We don't put an input in there. Kind of odd, right?
Yeah.
I can throw in compartmentalization, but that's old. It's been around forever.
Where's Da Vinci's flat Earth, round Earth sayings? Isn't that weird? Where are the other intellectual people's flat Earth, round Earth sayings that don't exist?
I actually would like to have heard Einstein's discussion on flat Earth versus globe, because I'm telling you, the way that he talks about that there's no, or how he believes that there's no force in gravity or something like that. And it sounds like more and more that you actually dive into that he believes more in like buoyancy is how it's called. Like, that guy had to talk at one time about flat Earth versus globe, and there's nothing out there.
Well, I mean, Tesla thought it was a globe, and he explained it in a couple of his schematic ideas, I think. Well, I don't know if it was him explaining it, but these words were somewhere, supposedly from Tesla, and talking about the way he wanted to set up certain things and have it out, and the way the Earth supposedly spun so he could build his current.
When even for that, like when they say that Tesla said that, and I hate saying
right, that's what I'm wondering.
Like I sit here and I'm like, that's so, excuse my French because I curse a lot, but that's so fucking much of bullshit, because that guy literally did experiments, observations, whatever the hell you want to call it. He did that stuff. He wasn't one of these wordplay bullshit. He did it.
But think about this, just like you and I, if our mind is preoccupied with other things and we're not really thinking about that thing, who knows? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like when I was a kid, I thought the same thing like Tesla. If you're on a big ass ball, you hold your hand up, you're going to fucking get wind, you're going to get air, you're going to get power. Who wouldn't think that? Right?
Right.
But then who's like, the only thing I could think is the observation that he wouldn't have seen is like, how come nobody sees strings being tied to the ground and just flying up? I understand they keep talking about gravity, but we know centrifugal, like a spinning force is greater than gravity, right? Outdoes gravity. Yeah. So if you're spinning, how are they saying the spinning is going and helping gravity when it's greater than and does the opposite? I don't know. I can't conflate those. But yeah, I think Tesla just went along with the idea of round, and maybe he realized afterwards it was a realm and not a round thing because his shit didn't work that way. You get what I'm saying? He had to add the water underneath and the other stuff.
Tesla and Thomas Edison, we all know the story, right? I mean, I read a biography, so-called,
together though,
supposed to be written by Tesla, but I don't know. I can't even trust that biography. I can't trust any of the quotes, any of the history that they tell me about Tesla, because if Tesla was the man that we think he is, then he definitely knew that the Earth was not a ball. You can't have developed the Wi-Fi, radio, remote control. Okay?
That's the point. Hold on. Not develop
by Edison. A lot of people don't understand this. Tesla was Edison's lackey, not through brain powers, not through thought of fucking perception or being smart, not that way, but a lackey as in this dude had the backing and the people and the money behind him, and Tesla didn't.
Right. Patreon.
So they were together. They shook hands like Batman and the Joker. They were together. They helped each other because listen. I promise you 100%. Because now, if I'm making my stuff, and then I got Edison that comes out and says, "Okay, I'm going to shock an elephant," and then Tesla was quiet about it, didn't say shit. Get the fuck out of here. No, I would have came out and said, "You just shocked the elephant with direct current, you idiotic fuck." Where'd that current come from? Because that current didn't come from my device. It came from you plugging something in and shocking the fucking elephant in front of everybody. And I would have drew it to everybody's attention that his shit shocked the fucking elephant. Direct current, not alternating current, which I can stand in, and it wouldn't hurt me or the elephant.
So let me ask you in this way then. How do you know that Tesla did not actually try to convince the people, what actually happened due to ignorance or not understanding, whatever you want to call it, that the people could not understand that, therefore that's why we never heard or today when we haven't heard that. I'm really at the point of I don't really believe any quoted. I mean, it's very hard. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. If you're going against the government, are you going to say, "Hey, government, I'm going against you. Here's my blueprint: 12593825251. Here's what I'm going to do. Day one." No.
Yeah.
So if you do want to do that, you got to act like you're with the government for the most part of being with them, so they can see that, and then you got to secretly just say what you're going to say. Okay. Have you ever heard of a cryptic speech?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, well, he came up there and then he started crying, and they told him to get the fuck off stage. And he said, "I'll be brief." That means they told him to hurry the fuck up because he was saying shit they didn't want him to. That's the only way you can do it. You come out, say what, like you say to certain people, maybe you give a explanation. But when they finally understand that, when they finally understand that invention that you tell them about or describe something to them, or a realm or a plane, that doesn't sound like a sphere, does it?
Correct.
So slowly but surely, if I give you information on someone how to do something and you build it and you think about it, there might be a lot more behind that than what you're fucking actually looking or thinking about. It might tell you the answer to all kind of shit. A UFO, right? Tesla was dealing with like energy, power, magnetism, levitation, right?
Freaking portals, the U.S. the Philadelphia experiment, Montauk project.
Free energy, for everyone.
All right. I mean, we got wireless. You guys got wireless chargers, right? Yeah, Tesla came up with that.
But I can tell you,
the carpet.
He's from Croatia, Serbia, and people because I'm from there, and people know for Tesla, and they have in Belgrade they gave him an airport name called Nikola Tesla, and he's connected with many how to say stories and you can say mystery stories. A lot of people made so many documentaries in my country about him, and it's so mysterious about his. I didn't watch so many of them. I didn't, maybe one or two, but it's like 1,000 of them, and they are all mysterious. Always was something like that. That Tesla knew it's something, and nobody wanted to put that out. That kind of how to say what he realized, what he I don't know how to say on English. Fuck, my English is bad. What he explored, what he knew.
All of modern technology is based off of the work of Nikola Tesla. Your phone. And then there was Donald Trump's uncle that took his work after he died, after they stole all his patents. Makes you wonder.
John Trump, MIT.
That's the one. This was a very mysterious man. Yes. I don't believe any of the stuff they write about him. I don't know. It's just me. If you look at some of the photos, it's either a Freemason photographer posed him that way, so he appears as a Freemason, with the whole gestures, hand gestures on the face, or he was one. But he couldn't have been that ignorant, right? Man was a genius. If you believe the story.
But you always have government behind. You cannot go like your individual and do whatever you want.
Right.
How he died?
some illness, I think.
Alone in a hotel room, desolate.
Yeah.
I mean, just
Yeah.
broken.
Is that the real story?
That's the story. Yeah.
Yeah, is that real story? Nobody knows. Yeah.
I was just watching Stranger Things the other day. Tesla. Okay. There's a magician movie, the Edward Norton and yeah, Tesla's in it too. The magician movie. I forgot the name. The Magnificent or something like that. I forget.
You talking about the Prestige?
The Prestige. Yes, Hank. Tesla was portrayed as a kind of wizard, some kind of like Sir X type.
Well, they showed his ass, right? He screwed in a light bulb in the ground, and that's not how the ground battery or ground generator works. Right. In order to have a ground generator, you have to have two different types of metal, right? Just like you have in a battery. And then you put it in the ground, and then you wet the ground. And when the ground gets wet, it automatically starts producing, right? The only problem is that you have diminishing returns. So if you put a series of 6 2-volt cells in the ground, you're not going to have a 12-volt battery. Unfortunately, it's extremely diminishing returns. So I would say that if you wanted to have like, one or two, it might be worth it, right? But to have your yard full of them, I don't think it would be worth it.
Yeah, they asked Einstein, so how does it feel to be the smartest man alive in the world ever? I don't know. Ask Nikola Tesla.
Yeah.
Who? I've never heard of him in school. Who's that? Never taught you who Nikola Tesla is in school?
Is his mother Jewish?
No, I told you he's Serbian from Croatia.
Yeah. So we're using all these wireless computers, electricity, AC, DC, right? And you're not going to teach us Tesla in school. What's going on here? You're going to teach me who Thomas Edison is, a Freemason.
Man, that was our battery in ex-Yugoslavia, like Tesla, battery, like it's like...
the bag battery?
The battery for the normal battery, 1.5 volt.
1.5 volt.
Yeah, and also bigger ones, that 4.5.
You could do that with a little plate of metal sticking in the air. Yeah, you can get you can get a volt out of a lot of things.
No, I'm saying only that was famous, like a fabric in our country, and it's called Tesla in the 80s, 70s.
Oh, it's called the what?
Tesla.
And it was a fabric?
Of course, but he's from our country. Man, Belgrade.
Why? I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I wasn't.
yeah. But he's born in Croatia, but he's like I think father is the Serbian, yeah.
Is that Edward Leeds Kellman dude from there too? Croatia?
I don't know.
The other guy that like levitates the coral castle and all that?
I don't know.
Huh. So he's from Croatia, and where's Croatia at?
Croatia, it's has a board. You have Adriatic Sea across its Italy.
Okay, so is it in Italy?
No. You have Adriatic Sea. I'm telling where is
Adriatic
Croatia.
Sea. Across
Yeah.
Italy.
Across is Italy, and there is Croatia. It's on this, let's say, on the north.
Okay. And what's so great about Croatia to where like you come from there and you know all stuff about electricity?
Oh fuck! Maybe only because we have one guy who is famous making electric cars. Even his car is better than that fucking who is guy name. That guy who has the has to send the,
Elon.
yeah, he has the better car than Elon Musk. Faster and it's called fucking. I
You're
forget
talking
the
about the
name.
guy, the old white haired guy? You talking about him?
No, it has fucking. I forgot the name. He has the name of the car is his name, and his car is better than Elon Musk's car.
Yeah, there's a guy that Elon Musk took the idea from. It's an old guy, old chunky guy, big dude, white hair.
No, this guy is young. Fucking, this guy is very young. This guy is like,
well, there's an older guy too in America or somewhere that like builds. He's been building like electric motors for like 30 years, 40 years now.
I need to find him.
They said he was like the king of building electric motors. This dude, so he might be the same dude. Tesla had to use some of his shit. Not Tesla, Elon.
It's called Rimac. R-I-M-A-C.
Airmac?
R-I-M-A-C. Like Rimac, yeah.
Airmac. Air-iMac.
Yeah. R-I-Mac.
Air.
It's pronouncing Rimac, but yeah, in my language.
Air. I'm just wondering if they're not really just.
It's like sweet.
It's not just the air. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, all ground is just building up a current through static or any other way you can build up movement or build up a fucking heat or a charge, right? And then everything wants to go or discharge itself to a ground. But if you put all of your electronics and everything to where ground would supposedly be at first, so you get all the power you need for all your stuff, and then ground would be an offshoot source after that. And then I mean, it's never ending free energy. All you have to do is have a ground. You hook right before you get close to ground or whatever. That's your power. You turn it on, then the rest goes to ground. I'm just saying, you could literally hang a whole bunch of pieces of metal off the trees and shit, right? And once you get close enough or become ground close enough to it to connect, then you get power. So if you were like insulated, you wouldn't be grounded out yet. You'd be insulated. You'd build up your charge, and then you drop your little ground wire as needed. Put off your discharge. Like literally, there should never be a uncharged battery anywhere. Ever.
As an interesting word, charge. I have been charged with committing a crime. What does it mean? to give energy or to acquire energy?
That's right. They want your energy. They don't have any money. It turns out the government get their money from the people. So therefore, any power that the government has must come from the people. So when they place a charge on you for having, I don't know, some illegal plants, right? What they're trying to do is they're trying to get your energy, right? Because they can't produce it themselves because they're not real people, like men and women, like walk the earth. They're only personas.
Yes. Like, why have we used
When they
this
charge
word?
you, then you got to off-put, you got to offset, you got to make it right or make it even. You got to go to ground or pay it off, pay it right, make it even with that money.
Pay it back.
With
Well,
that
wasn't
that one energy, that one exchange.
Would you say military duty would be your charge? Because when you're done with it, you are discharged?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess.
Yes, sir.
So it wouldn't be an uncharged battery. It would be a discharged battery.
So when they tell you you're in charge, that don't mean you're in charge.
Means you have the power.
That means you're going to distribute the energy the way they need allocated.
You underestimate my power.
You're at the bottom of the hill, bitch. Come and get me.
That was funny.
Do I look like a Padawan to you, mother? Come get some. You might be able to kill Padawans, but I'm the Obi-Wan.
Or when you go to the store.
Think about it, though. Just think about it. I mean, these guys wield, like, a plasma torch and a fucking gravity, right? That's what they wield. What if anybody just thought about, I don't know, shooting them with a gun instead of a laser? I don't think that plasma would do shit to that lead projectile as it's moving. I know it would stop a laser. Also, they were the terrorists, right? The terrorists, the ones that use the force of gravity.
Force.
It's almost like, what they did with the veterans. Oh, we're going to use you and tout you as heroes, but as soon as you're done, we're going to demonize you and turn you into terrorists.
Albert Pike, was it? In Morals and Dogma, said something about men and wasted force. Look at all these people. Look at all these men wasting their force, wasting their energy. We need to harness. Man shouldn't be allowed to just wander about the wilderness. No. You got to focus his energy into something. Morals and Dogma, it's really interesting how he words it.
That kind of goes back to the reason for the deception, right? Like throughout antiquity, the struggle was always trying to get man to not be a philosopher, to not reject the status quo of things, right? That's why the modern education system is such a success in doing this, as such as raising laborers and workers and not thinkers.
Right.
It's to prevent a dark age from everyone abandoning civilization when they realize the truth.
Or people, or them losing control. When you think about business and commerce, trading, chickens can only give you so many eggs, so you got to get a whole bunch of chickens, right? But so they can't give you more eggs than they, but if you get a man, right, he'll give you all his freaking eggs. And if you get a man, I could just take all his eggs.
Like man eggs? It's actually labor force. See, we actually are slaves to do. See, we think we come up with these designs, right? But no, they program this problem into us to where we come up with the solution for their issue. Everything we do is to suit them, right?
Yeah, that's it.
We build a system that is our own demise.
Yes. It's almost like just programming a computer to do the work for you. Alan Turing, right? Cracked the it was the only way to crack the Enigma. The code, right, was to build a machine that can do it. So look at all these machines walking around, breathing, thinking. Like you said, we're building the solutions. We're providing the solutions. We're giving them the data they need to see how they can manipulate human behavior. Right? The animal. If you think of a man as just an animal, it's just another study. Another thing to study, right? Another, you know what I mean?
Yeah, another level.
Look at all the tricks we can make animals do for us, right? What about the man? Can we get the man to do some tricks for us?
Yeah, just stuff a dollar bill in
Man earlier said he was more intelligent than a crab. Do you remember?
Stuff a dollar bill in his banana hammock, and he'll do some tricks for you.
Yeah, see, an animal, like man can do one more trick than an animal can't, right?
My.
Like an animal can be used for labor, right? And it can be used for food. Man can be used for labor, and they can be used for growing food. And they can be used for sport. So sport is the only thing, warfare. That's the only thing that separates us from the animals. It's not thinking.
I would say that thinking only temporarily disassociates us from the animals, because as soon as we get emotional again, we're back to thinking like an animal.
Yep. As soon as we get into a herd, we start destroying each other, right? Herd mentality. It's, an individual is intelligent, but a group is not.
Yep.
Especially when they're angry with their fists in the air, shouting, red in the face.
I'm talking to people so many times about, taking them through the Black Swan, right? They understand what's being said. They understand, that it's not appearing as a ball, it's not curving, and then they kind of just keep believing it's a ball. It's like what's going on here? You know what I mean? It's like you've basically seen the evidence, and you still are not, accepting the evidence. Now you're turning the evidence. You're saying you're seeing things that are not there. Like, what the hell is going on here? It's fucking weird, man. It's fucking scary.
Oh, I know. But it's all by design. Trust the plan, right? The plan will save us all. The plan will create 1,000-year civilization without any more resets. As long as they can get us 100 years with their plan. People woke up.
Well, if we're talking about the MAGA sort of QAnon sort of thing, I think that there was an awakening about how evil these elites were with the pedophilia. were there rabbit trails and misdirection and, just fake Q? Yeah, but I think there was a little bit of truth mixed in there too. Is Robert Kennedy Jr. going to come, hailing, Trump in on a steed in 2024? I don't know. But, I guess we'll have to see about the rest of the stuff. At the very least, it was a pretty good lesson in misdirection, truth, falsehood, discernment, that sort of thing. The whole Q thing.
I'd like to think that, my family comes from good stock and, that my brother, he's a smart guy because he can string sentences together and make valid arguments sometimes. But he said that he wanted to make Trump the emperor so that he could do all the things that he wanted to do. And I was like, dude, you're a fucking moron. Why would you want to make Trump the emperor? Right? Look who his, son-in-law is. Right? Who's going to inherit this, So, it's like the only way that this shit is ever going to work is if we become ungovernable and like radically self-reliant. And when I say radical, I mean that, peacefully. Just self-reliant. Just relying on yourself.
Well,
there's no third body. No third body. Yeah.
Well, creepy Kushner aside, I mean, the power-hungry people will always, try to elbow into the realms of power. Be it a presidency, a self-sufficient people, whatever, they're going to try to grab the reins of power. Whether it's Emperor Trump, self-sufficient people, you're always going to deal with that. You just got to be prepared for that when it comes. Whether it's possibly Antichrist, creepy, soulless eyes, Kushner, or whoever they plant next to the seat of power to monitor and possibly, take it over if the need presents itself.
I think they have contingencies for every situation. Contingencies to swing it always in their favor. That's why we cannot rely on them. Because they are they and we are we. Two different entities. We is the people. Look what happened in Kazakhstan. The people got kicked out. The people are pissed. The people have flooded their capital. It's like a sea of people.
The people are a mob. And, mobs are not
democracy. Mob rule, democracy, the herd, the beast.
Yeah.
The beast will rise from that sea. That is the sea that the beast rises out of. It will be a charismatic leader in an anarchist movement.
Arise, chicken. Arise.
Yeah. Arise, chicken. Arise. What are you doing? Oh, excuse me. Arise, chicken. Arise. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, not good reception here. Let me try here.
I think people are at a point where they just want peace. And even if the devil showed up and offered them peace, people would be like, yeah, we don't care. Just give it to us. You know what I mean? People want security and peace. You shall have no peace.
What's that saying, though? For those that will give up liberties for peace and safety shall deserve neither peace, safety, or rights.
Yep.
That's right.
I have a really good quote that I've been trying to share this past year. It's those who wish to be both ignorant and free, wish for something that never has been, and hope for something that never can be.
Yes. Whoever told you that you are free, that is the enemy. It's very simple. They're trying to control your mind, trying to get you to think of some sort of an external deity so that you don't come to realize what they know. That's what it's all about.
Well, kind of on that point, consider yourself a child, right? You depend on your parents to secure your life. You depend on them to teach you what you should know, right? And in the same vein, isn't that kind of what people, not in totality, but in a certain vein, they would say, hey, the government actually is going to help us move forward as, humanity. You know what I mean?
They're always trying to steer civilization. They're trying to steer culture in one way, but culture always finds a way of correcting itself.
Well, sure. But I'm talking more about the psychological influence of this idea that government has a pure idea for you, where it's like I can, even though government is regulating these things, they're doing it in our best interest, right? This is for some reason people think this is what's happening for them by government. Their governments, for the most part, are have their best interests at heart.
But once you realize, hey, the Earth is not a globe, and if the government is telling you that it is in fact a globe, think about it.
Well, sure. But that's not even the. We talk about flat Earth, but it's like there's
no. Hear me out, though.
Yeah.
Right? It's like the ultimate, slap in the face, the ultimate lie. If they are telling you that it is in fact something that is something different, that reality is something that you cannot perceive with your own eyes, that you have to trust them.
Well, it's like even with government. All of the.
They think themselves as gods.
Yeah, well, the top scientists. They go through all these elite schools and everything, but they still trust in government. And so it doesn't matter which part of the schooling system, the education system, you are a part of. Everyone has an equal vote, right? This is the claim, right? And quote unquote democracy, which is not actually the thing, right? Because democracy, Well, electoral college is another part of
democracy. Is a mob in action.
That's only in America, but hold on, they have elections in other countries besides America. But I'm talking about the ideology, not necessarily the voting system and whether or not government has your best interest at heart, and whether or not you're smart enough to figure out that there's no reason to vote for any of these fucking dipshits that claim to have power and influence, which they do, obviously, because they make shit happen, but it's not in our best interest to support them at the end of the day.
I think democracy can work as something like a village, where the family member, the person representing the family, has the family's best interests in mind, right? And when a bunch of fathers come together who have their family's best interests in mind, then you can probably have a successful democratic system going.
Bong. Yes, of course. That's tribal. That's tribal stuff, right? That's
You take it one step
tribes.
lower,
That's
and a
like
family
small
can
communities, tribals. Yes, of course. Yes, it
Sorry,
could
you
work
take it
that
one
way.
step lower, and a family can be communist, right? So they all stick all their money in one pile, and they buy a house, and everybody works and puts in, right? But as soon as two people quit working and the other two people are forced to work, communism breaks down. So go back to the tribe, right? As soon as one or two fathers get together and they say, "Oh man, we got enough, right? We got enough for the winter. Let's quit working right now." And these other assholes, they can keep working. Well, isn't that exactly what's going on with capitalism? You got people that own all this shit and they don't actually lift a finger, right? They got people to pay their taxes, to mow their yard, to do all the things that they need done, the heavy lifting, logistics, and all they have to do is, wake up, take a piss, and they make like $300,000 while they're pissing, right? So it's like no matter what, like any form of government isn't going to work except for self-governance. And that's hard enough. Like, go ahead and try to commit to a New Year's resolution. How many of you have failed so far? Right?
Kill the phoenix by freezing it.
I don't do that.
How much willpower do we actually have?
I don't like to make oaths I can't keep, so I don't do that.
But seriously, think about it. The phoenix always gets burned, right? They always say, we're going to burn it down. No, don't burn it down. Don't destroy it with fire. This time, puree it, get the water out of it, and like make it a big mush and freeze it into a solid block, into the cube where it belongs, back into an ice cube, so the motherfucking bird cannot resurrect from the ashes.
Fuck that bird.
Hate that goddamn bird.
Bong, I think you're probably closer to understanding. I mean, people in America, white people or whatever you want to call people. I think you're closer to some type of tribal idea than anyone else is, because you're from Samoa, so it's that.
Well, I think you all are. I think you all are too, because we have families. That's why I brought up the word family.
Yes.
Because we look after our family's best interests. We're not only we don't go there because I want to get rich and then fuck my family. No, that will never happen. If dad is representing you. You know what I mean? Versus some guy that's there to represent the interests of a corporation, and yet he's supposed to be a senator that's representing or a representative. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I think they took that away so that we don't have a voice, so that we don't have a voice. Go ahead.
They've also done something too. They've implemented the destruction of the nuclear family, which gets rid of the tribal mentality. So that now your tribe is the nation, the national mentality, right?
Red, white, and blue.
Which they can exploit any way they feel they see fit.
Yes. They can do that with fear. That's how fear works. Fear programming.
And a lot of people just like, well, no, they're not doing that to me. I mean, haven't you seen the news? Don't you see what's happening? It's like, yes, I do. See how you're influenced by what they say on the news. And that's why I'm trying to warn you that you're being manipulated.
There's a lot of cognitive dissonance going on. When new information comes across that contradicts what you know, that means that there is alternative information. That means that the cognitive dissonance is caused from brainwashing. And it happens even in religion. So it's one of these things where...
Wait, even in religion? I mean, sometimes it's especially in religion.
Yeah.
Not even in religion.
You know what I'm talking about, Hank.
I know.
Go ahead. I wasn't going to...
it's all about doctrine, right? It's all about theory.
Orthodoxy.
Doctrine. Yes. Like a doctor, a PhD is a philosophical doctrine, which means he's one of these doctors, right?
Yeah,
Now-
I mean, PhD stands for Doctor of Philosophy.
Now, what does medical physician mean?
Well, there's still PhDs.
Well, they're called doctors. They're not PhDs. They're MV or MHDs or MPDs or whatever.
Well, they're MDs, medical doctor, but they still have a medical PhD. Doctorate. They still have a PhD.
But it's a doctrine in the medicine. It's a doctorate of medicine.
Doctor of medicine, right?
Doctrine. Doctrine,
but it's still a philosophical. It's still a still a doctor of philosophy.
Basically, it means an expert in the doctrine, an expert in the dogma.
Yeah. Which I'm not saying it never helps anyone, and I would never say that. But yeah.
So when people say, "Oh, well, an elite board of physicians says this," well, that's technocracy. Well, an elite board of experts says this. That's technocracy. Oh, so many doctors said this. Yeah, that's hearsay. That's technocracy is what some people say is the answer to the world, right? And that's where an elite group of experts in their field get together and make decisions based off of their expertise in the field. But then again, we have people like astrophysicists that are completely off by a magnitude that's.
Check this out. I mean, they have these hospitals. They have these hospitals built in major cities and stuff, and everybody does anyone want to go there for help? To be honest, I never want to be in that hospital at all, ever. I don't want to go there.
I'm talking about the problem with the culture, the problem with the way that people are thinking. And most of it stems with the upbringing and the doctrine that they are forced down our throats since our birth. They incept into this globe idea.
Well, I mean, the globe and the hospital, right? The hospital is a distraction. And that's really, it's really kind of a, never mind. I'm not going to talk about that. All right. So the globe, let's get back to the globe because I'm getting me started on that.
Yeah, let's get off the Knights Hospitalers.
The Knights Hospitalers? Is that what you said?
Yes, it's actually a thing.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, so we're going back to the globe.
This is not medical advice. You don't always consult your doctor and ask your doctor if neurotoxins are right for you.
Dude, I avoid hospitals like I avoid freaking rats. Whatever. So we're going to talk about...
I was just saying the Red Cross has something to do with something.
No, those are vampires. Yeah, I avoid vampires too because I don't let them take blood from me.
Hey, doctor, is this right for me? And doctor's like, oh, so I see you have seen the commercial. Unfortunately, it's not right for you because that's not the brand I'm selling. This brand is right for you, though. Like,
dude, if you look into the history of
NASCAR drivers,
the Red Cross, the Red Cross. Come on, man.
They look like fucking NASCAR drivers.
Easy. Yeah, it's just like
they really need to start displaying
Red
who they're
Cross
sponsored
is the easiest one to figure out. Fucking A, man.
They're just salespeople for pharmaceuticals, man. Like they don't know anything about it. It's like let me read up on the
bullets and the bandages are for sale. I just like World War III. If only there was a way that I could convince Israel to be pissed off at Iran for no reason because they haven't attacked another country in 250 years.
If only
some of these bullets and bandages.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Hank, if only we could say what we actually think on here. Holy fucking shit, man. Yeah, Red Cross my ass.
Careful, Helio. You don't want to be doing that, especially with me in the room.
That's a double bandage, right? Anyway, woo! I'll shut up now.
Okay,
yeah,
well, you don't have to.
Just rip it off.
Let's just talk about the old globe. Let's rip that Band-Aid off, shall we?
Yeah, so I came across some interesting findings. It appears that the globe projection that wanted or that featured the Earth contracting towards the poles and expanding towards around the equator is actually from Claudius Ptolemy, which refutes, and in his papers when he did his map, right, he pretty much refuted and debunked Eratosthenes and Mariner of Tyrus's rectangular projection of the Earth. Remember, Eratosthenes never thought it was a globe.
Well, round about what years are you, or to what are you referring here?
Here, let me find some things on it. Here's this right here.
Your interview voice is a little weird.
Claudius Ptolemy, around circa 80, 90 to 168. That's where he was born, 90 AD to 196.
Imagine saying, what year were you born? 90. 1990? No, 90. Look, what?
He
sounds weird to us. Anyway, go ahead.
He summarized that his proceedings and constructed an accurate map of the known world. His great achievement was to enter detailed information about the known world on a map projection from a sphere on a flat surface. Ptolemy's work later became the basis of the revival of scientific geography early in the 15th century. He criticized and corrected the work of Magnus of Tyre, AD 100, arguing against Magnus and Eratosthenes' rectangular projections in favor for one contracting towards the pole and expanding at the equator. These are projections for maps.
Wait a second. So the book's hold on. The book is a sarcastic dig at us, right? Inventing the flat Earth. Okay, but then in this, just like anything from the demons, they give you a little truth right down in here.
Yep.
That says that the map projected from a sphere onto a flat surface, guys and gals. Okay? Not from a flat surface to a sphere, which is what the Globers always say. You know, they took their maps and wrapped it around the sphere. And even though all maps are flat, they're based on a sphere. I just don't get it.
So it's Ptolemy that came up with the sphere. It was not Eratosthenes.
Yeah, it was Ptolemy. Or
Hiram Abiff.
You're exactly right.
Right? Hiram Abiff is Marinus of Tyre.
Hold on. Hiram Abiff? Do we trust that that's even the name of somebody? Come on.
That's
Hiram
the character
Abiff?
known as Hiram.
Yeah, well, I'm going to disagree with the existence of that person. Okay.
From the Bible, Hiram. From the Bible.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying.
Hey, you know how easy this is? Every time a Glober comes in and says, well, if the Earth was a sphere, this is what we might expect to see. I mean, how easy it is. It's like when you say if, it's like, dude, you're pretending when you say if. Here's what I might or might not see if the Earth were a globe.
So the Mercator projections, all of those projections of modern day maps comes from the reason why things are skewed out on the flat map and the continents are not the right size is because they're skewing things on what it would look like on a ball. Right? So they're mathematically skewing the run lines.
Now, well, I mean, if you go through different projections, you're going to have to explain it different ways. Yeah.
Oh, I know that, but we all know that, you know, the Mercator projection is completely off because if you look at the north, the longitudes are drawn out a lot further than they are at the equator.
But it always
what this means.
But as far as like what I was saying, the first question is, if Earth were a globe, it might look like this. And then they're going to show us these map projections, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Which is why all modern maps are off. You can't really use them as a direct, you know, landmark. Oh, this is what the land looks like. Because it's based off of...
all right, if Earth was... All right, let me ask you flat earthers, if the Earth was flat, what would the Earth look like? Do you have a projection or a map of that?
Or you just subtract the exaggerations from the globe projection.
Because I know that, but exactly. So
instead of these elongated longitudes and short latitudes, which is the aspect is off in the northern regions, you have them all equal and the same.
Hold on, Josh.
You come out with an 8 as the full equidistant map.
Before you try to retract and extract from the globe, extractions, it's not necessary for anyone to make a flat Earth model. It's not. We don't have to make one. It's not necessary.
Yes, I know that.
I have an idea. Like, the question, like, well, if the Earth is not a ball, then what is it? In my mind, right? Well, if it's not a ball, then Earth means soil. And if Earth means soil and it's not a ball, then what is the meaning of your question? Are you asking me to fly up like God and look down at the Earth, right? Like NASA does, right?
See, me and Bong are on the same point. There's no reason for a flat Earth model.
What I mean is it's just measurement of distances on the landmass.
Right, but I do a flat Earth model. But you know what I would do? No moon or sun.
That's what I mean. They're asking for a model.
Because it's just the Earth, nothing to do with the sky.
Yeah, I mean, Bong, continue. I want to hear the rest of Bong's statements. Go ahead, brother.
Well, if we remove the word Earth, because if Earth is not a ball, then it just means soil, right? And if we remove that word from their question and then ask them to ask the question again, now ask your question again, but don't use the word Earth because it means soil, and see what kind of question you're going to ask. And the question is, do you guys have a model? It's like, everybody face palms. So that is what they're asking for. They're asking that, and I think the question is invalid. If the Earth is not a ball, it's not a valid question to ask. How can anyone know?
All I'm talking about is just mapping out the topography without skewing anything to any kind of projection, just for what it is.
I think you need to say that everything in the fucking world is and always will be a flat Earth model. Every piece of dirt you stand on, every sandbox you've ever sat in that's flat, is a flat Earth model. Every kitchen floor you stand on, every store floor you stand on, every house floor you stand, everywhere you've ever been, every plane you get into, everything's a flat Earth model.
Yeah. Let me just get a little deeper. I think the real question, I think what people are really concerned about are explanations, because they have this idea that we can explain everything, even the origin of the universe. You know what I mean? I think that's the heart of their question. We want explanations. You know what I mean? But then, it's hard to focus on that without. You guys know what I mean? Like explanations. Like, we think we know everything. I mean, there's pride there, right? So asking the question, well, what's the Earth then? It's like, I don't even know what that question means. If the Earth is not a ball, I mean, shit, I looked at the sun one day and cried because I didn't know what it was. And I was like, this is why the people ancients worship the sun. I was like, I can't even ask the question. You know what I mean? Like, what is the Earth? What is the Earth? What are we? Well, why are we asking these questions? Like, how do we not know the answers? Like, what do you mean? What is my dream? What is the shape of my dream when I fall asleep? Like, is my dream happening on a ball in space? You know what I mean? Is that kind of question? Like, is it a valid question?
Somebody needs to redo the zombie song and turn it into Globy. It's in your head.
The globe's in your head. Globy, globy, yeah. Gravity, gravity, hey, hey, hey. You don't know if it's... Yeah. Anyway.
Unbelievable.
Not Josh.
With the math and the science and the pseudo and the equations and the guessing.
Did you say and the pseudo?
Their globe is dying.
Are you doing the dishes right now?
It's in your head.
You're doing the dishes, aren't you?
No, I'm taking a piss. No dishes. No pisses.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Demok. What are you doing? What's that shit in the background?
It's someone in the shower.
2000?
Someone in the shower on the other side.
Damn, bro. Where you live?
Damn, your neighbors can hear you fart and shit, huh?
It's not my neighbor. It's my wife in the shower.
Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Never
It's
mind.
my house, man. I can hear the shower.
So are you in the bathroom with her?
No. I'm on the other side.
But how can we hear her shower?
We can hear her. You have supersonic, magical, special...
No, bro. It's your mic. Your mic's picking it up.
He's got a waterfall in his...
Are you in the bedroom?
I don't know.
I bet you he's in the master bedroom.
It doesn't sound that good like a... yeah, it's in the master bedroom on the other side.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, good. You just ruined the adventure for me.
That's what it is. I mean, if he was in like another room, you wouldn't hear it.
Yes, thank you. I know how a house works.
Okay, just making sure because some people hear.
Law of sound.
Don't get me mad about houses, Josh.
Some people here, like me, live in trailers, like travel trailers.
Hey, I started out in the trailer. There's nothing wrong. They're good. They're good starters. That's how you do. You got to get your shit.
And you can take that anywhere.
Hey, somewhere to live is somewhere to live, man.
Hey, but I agree wholeheartedly there.
Yeah, but during the wintertime, it's best to be down here.
What?
Yeah, there ain't no insulation on the bottom of these motherfuckers.
On the bottom, that's right. Yeah, you gotta.
You ever thought about a wood burner from the bottom up?
The fucking thing's made out of wood, dude.
Started from the... What?
Yeah, start it from the bottom up. The whole thing goes up.
That's not cool. The ones up in here, they got the steel frames and shit. I mean, they got,
Yeah, it's steel frame, but like everything else, like the wood framing is made out of wood. Like the interior is made out of wood. Highly flammable shit. I don't even want to smoke in this bitch.
Damn.
Because the last one I was in, I had a laptop that was charging and went to work, came back, fucking goddamn motorhome burnt down.
Holy
Because
are you kidding
battery
me?
blew up. Nope.
Dude, what? That's crazy.
That's a big dude. What?
The battery exploded on the fucking laptop. It was an HP. So since then, I'm like, fuck HP.
Was there like,
Asus.
yeah,
I'll
dude,
spend more than
HP's
an
been
Asus.
garbage since day one. Yep.
It's cursed. I'll get Asus.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, from my experience, Asus is really good quality. Lasts a really long time.
Yeah.
Do you have it plugged into an extension cord, a cheap one?
I'm using a 12-year-old Macintosh, and it's still screaming like the day I built. I guess I built it online.
I said,
I picked out the parts. 12 years. Okay. Get an Apple. Stop fucking.
Nah. Fucking Apple. You know, I can actually partition this bitch and throw a Hackintosh on here.
Yeah, well, I can do the same thing on mine and throw.
Because the touchpad, it's the same thing as a MacPad.
Okay.
It's even got the thumbprint reader.
You're a special boy then, aren't you?
Well, it's like I specifically got this one so later on I can like use it as an emulator for whatever machine I want it to be.
Yeah, I see, and that's the thing. I don't know how to do it at all, but I want to get at least a partition on this for a PC to play Unreal Tournament 2004.
What about just getting like
That's a good game. I've played that.
Fuck yeah, dude! It's my favorite ever.
Like $600 on.
I mean, yeah, I could get a gaming computer for cheap. I might just do that.
Just a tower.
Yeah, and I'll get a gaming computer that can just regular fucking well, and then I can
most money on a graphics card.
Yeah, I can beef shit up. Yeah, I mean you just need a regular motherboard. Yeah, and that's it. I understand. I've only built one gaming computer. I was building it for this kid who had cancer. He was a friend of mine.
And then the best.
He died before I could finish it, so I guess I just kept it.
And then the best, since you are already used
I'm just
to Macintosh, you can run Linux as a native with a backplane on a separate hard drive, not a partition, just separate hard drive.
Right,
I can't be accessed from the Linux system at all, and have your Windows system on that, so you can run Unreal Tournament.
See, it's already way too much work for me.
Nah, you just got to get 2 hard drives. That's it.
I have 2 hard drives.
And see, the good thing
I'm
with
not
Linux,
willing to get them up. Dude, I've been doing research for so many years that some of this stuff is like day of 7-Eleven was a part-time job that
you can run Mac programs with Linux with the proper plugins.
Mac programs in Linux?
Yeah. You can't do like GarageBand or anything.
Oh, fuck GarageBand. Although, for the layman, GarageBand's actually fine.
Yeah, it's good beginner and it's actually... Yeah.
Say what?
You gotta hit that upgrade to Logic.
Upgrade to Logic? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I like Reason more than Logic, but Logic's good too. Reason's so much fun to mess around with, so easy.
All right, so what would be reasonable articulable suspicion? So, like, if they catch me with, like, ice cream, in Texas, it's illegal to have it in your back pocket. Like, can they reasonably assume that I'm going to stick that ice cream in my pocket?
Wait a second. It's illegal to have ice cream in your back pocket?
Yeah, in Texas, because that's how you steal a horse.
That's a lie.
Oh, boy.
Wait, what?
If Biden would be pissed.
People don't walk around with horses. You got an ice
I
cream
took that speech right out of Biden's mouth.
arrested.
Come on, man.
No, but seriously. Is it reasonable to think that if I have ice cream, I'm going to put it in my pocket?
Especially because now
no, it is not. It is not reasonable.
Pocket,
yeah,
and some people do, so that they.
Yeah, you can put an ice cream sandwich in your back pocket, no problem. So can the cops just make up any reason? Like, I want to touch that man's scrotum. Like, hey, you there with ice cream? Get over here. Stop.
Planning on stealing a horse fast.
He was going to steal a horse. I bet you.
I reckon. Like Texas.
And if you think that's funny, please do look up Terry versus Ohio, because that cop was like, I knew he was about to break and still he was going to rob that place. I knew he was going to do it.
That's science.
Are cops like psychics now? They can tell we're about to commit a crime?
Absolutely.
It was this man who had done it 3 times before.
Time cops.
Precog. Minority Report.
Exactly. Oh, you know what's a great movie? Idiocracy.
The documentary. Wasn't meant to be, but it ended up being.
Get your electrolytes.
Romp, romp. Carl's Jr. Fuck you. I'm eating.
Carl's Jr. Hello, Jen.
Hello, Denmark. How you doing?
Fine. What's the amount to send something from where you're at to where I'm at? Like if you sent like, I don't know, a set of chopsticks or like a little fan or something like, you know, like the little thing.
Like a sweets. Send him some sweets too.
Well, no.
Those look fire.
I'm just asking.
$10.
No, because they're not like American sweets.
Probably $10.
So I wonder if there's something in there, because I got a daughter and she loves little like tea things, Japanese like little things, tea sets, little cool like stuff. Like I wonder if there's any way I could get something like a little care package sent. and I could return the favor somehow too.
I see. Yeah, why not?
Actually, my relatives in Japan just sent some stuff to my grandmother. Still hasn't gotten here yet, though.
Oh, right, wow.
It's like furikake and stuff like that.
How many days ago did she send it?
First of the year.
Oh, okay, right. That's taking way too long. That's taking way too long. That must be it's probably arrived at your end.
It's through the mail. Yeah, it's through the mail.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Doesn't it still have to go through customs to check it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what it is then. It's probably being held up at your end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It usually is.
Yeah, because usually...
Oh, there's got to be drugs. It's coming from Asia. Check for fentanyl.
Yeah.
Fucking Japan is not China.
Well, I mean, the only reason I was asking is because she likes that type of stuff, and I know, you live there, so I was just asking.
Yeah, what is it she wants exactly? A cup of tea?
She likes like the little tea sets, like, just anything cool, like little, you know what I mean? Like she's a girl, so.
How old is she?
She's in her teens.
Okay. So not Hello Kitty or nothing like that.
No, not young. Maybe like little tea stuff, knick-knack type stuff, little cool things that aren't like too expensive, just like stuff that's cool. You know what I mean?
Little totems or something.
I mean, you would have a better idea than me, Jen, of like what actually exists there for like cheap little trinket type things that are cool. You know what I mean?
Does she like green tea?
I know, like, yeah. I know, like, that little fan type thing would be cool, I think. Maybe a set of chopsticks that are
original. Oh, yeah.
Maybe a doll.
Original things.
Like a geisha doll.
Well, Japan, like a little gift bag, that would be cool. That'd be cool. Like a set of cards, just anything cheap.
I got a question. How about those tables, those Japanese tables that got, like, the top that you remove and you got the heater underneath and... You just sit down and take your feet in.
But that's not cheap. That's not going to be cheap, is it? It's called a kotatsu. That's not.
Yeah, I got her like a little. She's got like a little thing with like a little tea set you pull out of it and like a little case you open up. But yeah, but that's not from, actually from Japan. I mean,
I'll see what I can do.
Nice lacquer tray or something.
If you can, just let me know. I'll do addresses or whatever you got to do or whatever. And then, like I said, I'll
Bullshit. I mean, be honest. She's in her teens. Pretty soon she's going to be old enough. So you could probably send her
pretty much whatever.
So when she gets old enough, you can give it to her.
Yeah, I wouldn't. It wouldn't bother me.
Like a bamboo cup or something.
No, I'm going to get her something that she can use all the time. It's got to be useful. Things that she's going to want to use. That's what it's going to be. I'm not going to get things that. I'm not going to get you anything that's going to be gathering dust. I'm not into that kind of stuff. So it's going to be something.
Those.
You got
You know those training chopsticks?
Well, it's her birthday, so I was like, I'll try to see what I can do.
Yeah. We'll
those
try and get something
gaijin.
that she can use.
The chopsticks for gaijin.
Oh yeah, those and like I said, the little fan thing, she likes those. And then original one, that would be great.
They're like little automatic chopsticks. Helps train your fingers.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I still can't use them because my hand's crippled. I have to use them with my left hand.
Right.
So I just prefer a fork.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to try to use them, if you got the ability and shit, of course, but if you can't,
I mean, shit, my grandmother can cut steak with them. Like, what?
Oh, man. Well, my grandma was good with paring knives and stuff, but not chopsticks, but she could, do some stuff.
Yeah, what she's doing, she's separating, she's cutting the steak, of course, along the grain of the meat, and all you're doing is They're separating the grain. That's all you're
It's like ripping it. It's like, how are you doing that? And she goes, just like, I was like, how do you?
opening it. Yeah.
I can't do that with a fork with that salmon. How are you doing that?
Yeah. There is a nice skill etiquette way of doing it, because to use chopsticks as a dart, if you will, to stab something is totally bad manners.
Yeah. Oh, sitting there arguing with my grandmother about rice. She goes, I need some Gohan. And I go, okay, well, right here at Costco, they have fancy #1 rice. It's short grain rice. She goes, no, it's not. Okay, well, let's go get the Botan, get the Botan. I go, look what it says. Fancy #1 American rice. It's short grain rice. So it's the same. And it's $30 for a 50-pound bag of Costco. And here you're paying $35 for a 20-pound bag.
Oh, bloody hell, that's
a lot.
Yeah.
So it's like, come on, Grandma. I mean, I don't understand the thing, but we got a little dispenser machine so I don't have to measure it. And then after I wash it, right, so like to do proper sticky rice, you have to wash it. If you don't wash that starch off of it, it's it's not going to be right. It's going to be too glutinous. So you want to wash that starch off so it's proper, right? You actually have form to the rice, and it's not a glue. But then the amount of water that you put in it, right there to the line of the finger, right? You put your finger at the top of the water, or at the top of the rice, and then you fill the water up to the first crack on your finger, your index finger.
And that when I was like 8.
Yeah.
That's what I was doing when I was 8.
It's like, what are you doing? I'm washing the rice. Washing the rice? Wait, what?
Yeah, you've got to wash the rice first, at the very beginning. Yeah, of course you do, You've got to wash the starch off of it.
With your beans, too.
Heavy metals, you got to wash that off.
No rocks.
Well, it's washing off the starch because the rice goes through a polisher.
Wash it 4 times.
The conventional way that we wash rice in Africa, let's say, is that when we cook rice, is that we put the rice in the pan, put the water so it's just over the very top of the rice, just a little bit over the top of the rice, and you boil that up. And then once that is boiled, you stop, you pour that out, rinse the rice, pour the water out, and then fill it up again to the same, and then on a low heat, let the water evaporate, and you've got your rice cooked. That's the African way. That's the African way, and it's so delicious, okay? But with the Japanese way is that you wash the rice first. You see, you wash it first. And then basically you throw that water out. You wash it maybe 3 or 4 times to remove the starch, and then put the water in at the top, put it in the rice cooker, and leave it and let the rice cooker cook.
I only rinse it 3 times.
Yeah,
I leave a little cloudiness.
Yeah.
Always try to get your rice from California or Asia. Don't get it from Texas. Too many heavy metals.
Yep.
Right.
California
is
rice.
You know what? I'm sick of driving all the way down to Texas to get a couple bags of rice there. Yep.
Oh, you'd have to have it sent to you then. Get the UPS or the.
Hey, you know what they got in Texas though?
Or DHL.
Well, all I know about in Texas, they got steers and queers, and you ain't got no horns, boy.
We also got a Tesla tower.
They got them damn Lafafers down there too.
I don't know what that is.
Sorry, what?
Lafafers, the colloquial name is peyote.
Ooh.
I never stumbled upon that noun there.
It's Chihuahua Desert.
Chihuahua?
Right out west.
Yeah. Can you still get the Uncle Ben's rice? Because that's what we used to get as well.
Oh, wait. I don't think so because it's racist. I think they stopped selling it.
Canceled.
Yeah, I knew something happened. That
they think it's fucking racist. Hey, listen.
Okay, well then
I'll bet Ben made the best motherfucking rice. Doesn't matter what color he was.
When they start doing that to like all products, just boycott it because it's racist, just like Uncle Ben's and Aunt Jemima was.
When the aliens come and live amongst us, is it going to be racist to put fucking alien faces on alien food? Come on.
What about?
I'm still waiting for them to change Cracker Barrel to Honky Hut.
Funky Hut? That's good. That's good stuff.
So you go to a Chinese buffet to either get diabetes or food poisoning.
You know why they called it Cracker Barrel, right? Because the slave owners kept their whips in a barrel. So the Cracker Barrel was all the whips were.
Awesome.
Cracker.
Because they would
Better
crack that whip.
Better get to work. This cracker come on, crack you in the back.
They used to store ships biscuits in barrels.
Isn't it just me, or is that where the word cracker comes from? Cracking the whip.
Yeah.
It's actually a white settler, a white Spaniard settler of Florida, a cracker.
Ah, cracking the whip. I didn't know that. I always thought, like a
And they have graham crackers too. Because, not all slave owners are white, right? So they got graham crackers too.
So remember, cracker is not okay. It's cracka. Okay, the R makes it racist. Yeah.
None of it's racist. Everything's just pure offensive now. Nothing's racist. Nothing's not racist. Everything's just don't say anything to anybody. Fuck it.
Yeah, just have a living language of like face gestures and like emojis.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and you can't even do face gestures because we wear diapers over our lips.
Was that Monty Python, the Department of Silly Walks? Was it, or was it the Ministry of Silly Walks? Right. That's where we're headed. The Ministry of Silly Emojis and face. That's how we're going to communicate in the future. Because everything is going to be racist. Okay, sorry. I digress. Can you imagine aliens trying to communicate with people and people are like, I think it's the wrong planet, sir. No, this is Earth. You sure it's not Hearth? Oh, it's Earth. When we left Egypt, they were pretty smart. Now they're not.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Alien conversations, right?
No, seriously. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking about. So Don't Look Up. The movie just came out. I think if that's, I don't even want to say predictive programming anymore. That's just kind of a. But anyway, so
it's predictive programming, bro. I get what you're saying. Say it.
Like, okay. So they're gonna fake asteroid meteor coming to us. They're gonna fake one of those. It's gonna be up in the sky.
They've already primed it. They've already started a mission to go there to mine it.
You can see. Well, okay. Here's the deal. You can see up in the sky what they're going to fake, and nothing has to hit the Earth.
Yep.
But I think they're either going to say, look, we saved the Earth, or look, the aliens saved us. Blew that shit out of the sky. Now we're going to team our Space Force up with the aliens from outer space, and we're going to just fuck the whole universe up.
Mm-hmm. And you know what Space Force is doing? Growing potatoes.
What?
Yeah, that's all they're doing is growing potatoes.
Oh, good. Up in space?
No.
Oh. Just down here?
Cheyenne Mountain. They're growing
I heard
potatoes.
they discovered oil on the moon Titan.
They're trying to do
some liberty.
They're trying to do synthetic soil potatoes.
Got it. So you're really? I thought you were making a joke.
No.
Well, potatoes are they're good. They're good survival food.
Grow in. You can't really grow potatoes in potting soil. You need actual soil for them to grow in. So the potting soil has to decompose a little bit.
I don't know, man. I saw something growing on my foot the other day. Looks. I mean, you could probably.
You had a potato on your foot? That's called corn.
Right, not a potato. That's corn. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. So how do you get them suckers off? You burn them? What do you do?
I think you need to go see a podiatrist.
A potatotrist.
Love corn.
A potatotrist.
Oh my god. Okay, so guys.
And be like, is that a potato?
Potato feet only happen on a flat Earth.
I think they're growing potatoes. They're pretending they're growing potatoes for the moon, but I think they're growing it for the deep underground bunkers. I always think about the flood and what's coming, and that they're going to probably have to do what they did in the past, flee under the ground.
Maybe not. Maybe they're just going to protect themselves from the fire, because the prediction is fire this time, not water.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
They don't have to really go like too deep to get away from the fire, right? You get behind like 6 feet of solid, rock or metal or something. You're fucking fine.
Epiphyresis.
Yeah. I'm not agreeing with the Bible here. I'm sorry. I agree with the Bible. I'm not talking about the Bible here. I'm talking about the Bible correlating with what's happening today, right?
Sure.
People are getting ready
Said the seas will boil.
For the stars to fall to the earth, right? A third of the earth might be destroyed. Another reason why you should grow potatoes in the ground, in my opinion. What do you guys think? Wars, I don't know what it might be bad.
Have you seen the new Ghostbusters?
The new one? No. Don't say anything about it. Nothing.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Yeah.
Okay, good. Then that's all you get to say, Josh. That's all you get to say. Hey, wait. So do you have one of those links you can send me?
Yes.
Bro. Oh my god.
Hype. There you go. I just sent it to everyone in the voice text. Hype.
Dude. Oh, shit. Okay, see. And because Ghostbusters, the original one, came out the year I was born, is my favorite movie ever.
Yep.
Right?
They fix it.
What do you mean they fix it?
They fix it. You know how Remember how they tried to do a reboot?
Oh, that was so horrible.
Yeah, they fixed it.
Oh, good. That's good. Because I really thought they were trying to kill Ghostbusters with that movie. Holy shit.
No, this is the Afterlife Resurrected.
I love it. Good. But don't say anymore. You already said Resurrected, and that pisses me off.
Make sure you watch the end credit scenes.
My mind's going places now.
It's like Marvel. There's 2 end credit scenes.
Fine. That's fine. Let's not even get into DC and Marvel actually doing equally well making movies.
Yeah, I don't know who owns Ghostbusters though.
Oh no, it's a toy
Hasbro?
Company. Yeah, I think it's Hasbro.
Same as Masters of the Universe.
Right, yeah. And that was also yeah. He-Man!
They're supposed to be doing one of those, and hopefully they get it right, because that first one, fuck that. That was an atrocity.
But don't we love Dolph Lundgren? Don't we just love old Dolph?
Fuck no. He was better than Universal Soldier.
Yes. Oh, dear.
It's the Russian from Rocky IV.
Why couldn't they give Skeletor a deeper, more intimidating voice? Why you gotta make your enemy sound like this?
Open up my window.
ain't got no lips. Whoever sounds like that, I'm beating the shit out of that person. I don't care how big they are.
Because they ain't got no lips. Or tongue. It's just a skull.
Because it was the 80s.
Yeah, it's astounding.
You should use Josh Brolin as Skeletor.
Dude, Josh Brolin's a shit. I'm not a real big fan of a lot of actors. But
yeah, Josh
Brolin's I've seen that dude in.
I remember.
I'll tell you what. I love Old Boy until you find out that one part, and then I was just like, no. The end ruins the movie, but the whole thing, I mean, it's well done, Old Boy. Well done.
Ghostbusters too. That was fun.
Ghostbusters. So this would be the third one then, right?
Yep.
All right, good.
Oh, wouldn't this be the fourth?
No, we're gonna forget that the third one.
Shit, never mind. that other one didn't count, right?
That one, no. We don't even mention that one.
I didn't even watch it.
Wasn't it 4 trannies? That's all it was.
Yeah. Well, and a blonde ditso, 4.
It's full of agendas, bad writing. I mean, if you're a Ghostbusters fan, you're gonna hate it. Just like the Star Wars, they fucked up.
Dude, I'll take the Star Wars fuck-ups over that Ghostbusters movie any day.
Yeah, the cancel culture backfired on their ass. They got canceled.
There you go. Well, it was bound to happen.
Kind of like when Depp got in all that trouble over nothing.
You guys weren't fans of the cartoon? I was.
Yeah, it goes okay. Yeah. If you like the cartoon, yeah, the first cartoon, not the second one, but the first cartoon, yeah, the one that had, the one that had Slimer in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Slimer. Oh, man.
Not the second one, but the first one. Yeah.
That's the canon run, right?
Yeah.
That's the original.
Did someone say there's a new Ghostbusters movie?
Yes.
It is, and it's supposed to be.
When did it come out?
It doesn't matter. There's the link for it's in the voice text. Doesn't matter when it came out. It was recently.
Okay, thank you.
December?
Yeah, it was recently. Oh my God, EXO! EXO, that's my favorite line in the whole movie. You're right. No human being would stack books like this. Dude. The most sarcastic and tongue-in-cheek fucking fuck you, I'm going to poke you in the ribs while I'm saying something to you statement is that one from Bill Murray.
Oh, it's the writing, man. The writing is so good.
Yeah, and that's Harold Ramis. I met Harold Ramis once, okay? It's a quick story. Snowmass, Colorado. It's Snowmass Village. I forget the name of the restaurant. We used to go there all the time, and, stars would come in, whatever. But the only one that I truly remember was Harold Ramis because I had to go up to him and tell him that Ghostbusters is my number one favorite movie, and it's a lot of the reason why I'm funny today. I said those exact words to him, and he was a big, big boy. I mean, you see Egon, he's tall and skinny. This guy was not Egon, let's just say, but he's so jolly and happy with his family. He looks so good. Anyway, I got to shake Egon's hand, and Harold wrote all of these stories.
Yes.
So yeah. Anyway, it was like, oh my God, I'm not starstruck. I'd be more starstruck at that point.
If you don't know, I'm not going to tell you. Okay.
With him, no, I'm not, dude. Trust me, I know there's going to be some shit in the movie.
You're going to have a fangasm right now. Okay?
I'm going to have one. Yeah, I know it.
No,
okay,
check this
guys.
out. Check this out. It's got Paul Rudd in it.
I know that. Yeah. This is what I know. That's why it's going to be great.
You guys remember first seeing the first Ghostbusters? Like comparing it to the cartoon. I was amazed how they got Egon right.
Egon.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they got him so right.
Dude.
Except for the blonde hair. Why did they give Egon blonde hair in the cartoon?
I know, right?
What was that about?
I was like,
that never works out.
Yeah. Especially Peter Venkman. I was like, holy shit, they even got Bill Murray. Cool. Yeah, I really like it.
Oh, yeah, for the first season, they had Bill Murray's voice on there, didn't they?
Yep.
Oh, my God.
That's why it was the best, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And then, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant. Heroes and a half shell. Turtle power. They're the world's most fearsome fighting team. We're really hip. Hey, man, get a grip.
I think Turtles in Time was the best one, though.
Brain?
Oh, yeah, Krang?
Krang, that's it, yeah.
Dude,
Bebop and Rocksteady.
Yeah, Bebop and Rocksteady.
Hey, boss.
We're gonna make turtle soup tonight. Hey, turtle soup.
It was like, yeah, man. Back when writing, the writing was so good because there was only so much you could show visually. So you know what I mean. The writing had to be good, especially for the cartoons too. Now it's all just cheap, visual effects nobody cares about.
Just watching that GIF over and over with Harold Ramis, Bill Murray, and Dan Aykroyd. I could watch that all day. Those are some of the three funniest and best people
You're really
ever.
going to enjoy this movie.
Good.
Well, when they're in the elevator, you guys remember the elevator scene? It's like, we didn't touch Max, right? And Egon is like, yeah, my fault.
He goes, what are you guys, some kind of exterminator? And he goes, Yeah. Oh, and then some.
Yeah,
and
you
then
should see the size
Bill
of the
Murray
rat.
says, "You should see the size of the rat. It must be some cockroach."
That's all right. We're only wearing nuclear pack powered, but the same
Right.
Proton accelerator packs.
Right? Fish me
God, I
on.
really wanted that to be real. When I was a kid, I was like, I can't wait till I grow up and I can get the real Ghostbusters stuff and be a real Ghostbuster. I totally thought the stuff was real, guys.
I'm gonna study science and psycho and see all kind.
And I was like, that was back when I thought that
see stuff on TV.
that was back when I thought Sigourney Weaver was a woman.
1 billion electron volts.
Yeah. You know what I'm glad they didn't do was knee-jerk make a Ghostbusters 3 because of the success of the first two, right? They waited till this long, and I think that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to watch it. I'm not going to...
It works. Hey, it works with with canon. It works with canon.
So I don't have to watch fat trannies ruin the story for me?
Exactly. Just imagine that never happened.
Yeah, okay, good.
It's a different universe.
Yeah, no more pink Ghostbusters.
Oh my god, it was so bad.
They turned it into a Starbucks.
They should be beat about the neck and face for that. I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna Easter egg alert, right?
No.
They turned the firehouse into a Starbucks.
I don't. God damn
the movie.
Don't talk about it.
The other series.
Well, I hadn't intended to watch the new Globebusters.
I'm gonna go watch it right now because Josh, you're gonna fucking ruin it for me. I'll be back later.
Well, I mean, it's just like with no spoilers. Is it worth watching? Because I didn't watch the last one. I was just
yes, it is worth watching.
Okay,
it is worth watching.
Okay,
even with spoilers, it's worth watching.
The only one was referenced because how horrible they made the other one.
Okay, I guess I'll check it out.
You know, higher and higher, higher.
Whoa, Marshmallow Man. I'll take your word for it, but if I'm wrong, I'm going to come back and fucking slam it. Yeah.
Well, did you like the first two Ghostbusters, Helio?
What? Yeah, I liked it. I mean, when I was a kid,
the ones from the 80s and
yeah,
early
I was
90s.
A kid when that shit came out. Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, then you're gonna love this one.
All right,
you guys remember dancing when the Marshmallow Man came out and they played the song and
opens it up.
Josh, whatever you gave me, the link doesn't work.
Look at all that.
I'll find it. I'm not going to watch it tonight because I'm already watching something else. I'm watching the new Cobra Kai season, but I'll share the link to the new Globebusters.
Why would you watch Cobra Kai?
Because it's stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid and fun. I like it.
Try this one, Glad.
What are you talking about? Why would you watch I mean, keep saying Globebusters, Ghostbusters. Why would you watch Ghostbusters?
I'll watch Globebusters. How about that?
Because it's stupid and fun. That's right.
Yeah, Josh. Yeah, that's the shit right there. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what's silly about Karate Kid, right? Is the move.
I think it's because you're on a safari.
You know the move that the kid does where he stands on one foot? That's from the crane martial arts, which is also Wing Chun. It's not a karate move at all. That's not.
No, yeah, exactly. What's so fun about it? It's just like, I mean, that's
drama.
Yeah, it's drama. I mean, why do you think that you read books? I mean, it's suspension of disbelief. It's just like, well, that's not real. Well, it's not real for you, and it's not real for anybody. But it's action and it's performance. It's like it's fiction. Which is it's exciting. I mean, what the fuck else are you gonna do? Go fishing?
Everyone that does karate, it will be offended by that movie. I'm telling you.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, we all know that, Bong. We all know that.
I mean, that's entertainment today. It doesn't have to be accurate, right? Balls don't have to be curving. Come on, man.
Hey, how about every single murder mystery that you watch or listen to or read? That's not real either. I mean, most people don't do shit like that. But it's a murder mystery. It's a fiction story. and it's enticing, to just like, oh, this is a possibility. Let me suspend my disbelief, outside of my real experience. And I'm saying this from because I listen to a lot of fiction, fiction audiobooks, and I've read many, many, many different fantasy and audiobook or fiction books, throughout my lifetime. But I'm kind of addicted to a lot of audiobooks right now, and so yeah, I mean, it's like, hey, this isn't real. It's like, you know what, you can tell it's not real when it's not real. But
no, you can tell it's not real because it looks so real. That's how you know it's fake. Right?
Exactly. You know it's real because it looks so fake.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
I can't believe he actually said that. I can't believe he actually said it though.
Oh, you're talking about Elon when he said that?
Yeah. Yeah, when you guys told me that he said that, I didn't think you were serious, and you guys actually had to show me him saying it.
Yeah, and he did.
I actually had to read his lips.
Can you imagine how many Globers would not believe it? He actually said, like, come on, man, you guys are just trolling. And then you show it to them, and they're like, they do that.
That's what he said. But it's like...
That's when they do that backflip mental gymnastics, and they say, well, he said it because, he's being honest.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they come in here saying we're lying about this and that. And it's just like, hey, when we say that Elon Musk said, it's real because it looks so fake, they're like, oh, show it to me. And then when we show it to them, like, well, he didn't mean it like that. He didn't mean it like that, It was just like, God damn it.
Flip into a back out of this world and abort.
That's
a backwards front flip. Those are called backflips, by the way.
Yeah. Triple somersault backflip into a backstroke. Yes. That's where we're at, like, you're showing people evidence of things, and they're doing this mental thing, like, wow, what do we have to do? What more do we have to do, right? Okay, horse, here's the water. That's not water. Splash, splash.
Please splash.
Water's not wet. I asked my teacher. My teacher said water's not wet. I believed her.
Oh, is this Ghostbusters movie? Is it Afterlife? Is that
yes?
Is that the one you're talking? All right, I have a link for it. Hold on, come on. This link.
I have a Wootly link, which will work on most devices, including PlayStation and Xbox.
This one's pretty good. I mean, you might want to have a ADB installed on your browser, but this one should work. Anyway, so we talked about the Globebusters. I mean, Ghostbusters.
So did you say you put an aid on your computer? So you're an aid user?
No, ADB, which is Ad Blocker Plus. It's a if you're using browser, it's called Ad Blocker Plus. It's just an add-on you put on your browser.
I use Brave. It blocks all ads.
Yeah, I don't use Brave. I tried it. I just use Chrome. I know all about Brave and everything.
Those old websites you go to that's just full of ads. Those websites won't even load with this. You have to take the shields down for it to load.
I'm quite familiar with all of that. I mean, it's just more comfortable for me to, all across, the platforms, my phone and everything, all of it works together, with me, for this.
I kind of want to get one of those real life They Live glasses.
Well, I was born with those glasses, so I don't even have to use.
It blocks all digital media.
I don't have to pretend that I'm not being.
So say you're like walking downtown New York and you have all those digital screens with all this video, right? that everyone sees all the time, right? It's like programming. So you have these glasses on, these sunglasses, and all those screens are black.
And it says obey.
So we
They all
survived.
say obey, right?
No, it doesn't say obey. It just doesn't say anything. It's just blacked out.
Oh,
it blocks all media. Except for like LED tickers.
Okay, bro, whatever.
Like any kind of digital screen, it's blocked because it does something with the polarization. Like your cell phone too can't be seen.
Okay, well, see, I'm not anonymous.
Like $60.
Everybody can find. It's really easy to find me. I'm not anonymous. Whatever. I'm not scared of the government or anything like that.
No, that's never mind, dude. I'm saying, like, instead of being bombarded with advertising all the time, subliminal advertising, you just put these glasses on and, you won't get a headache when you're walking through, like, downtown metropolis areas with these digital screens displaying shit everywhere. It's pretty interesting.
Are you talking about physical glasses that you wear?
Yes.
They block LED screens?
They block all digital screens. Here, let me find the
I actually don't
the
want that. I actually kind of want to see what's happening. That's
like the polarized glasses, how they block off the glare.
I've used polarized lenses before, but they don't block. They don't just completely make LED screens freaking blank. I've never used glasses like that before. It's pretty strange. They need to make some of those glasses, like if you're walking through Times Square or whatever with all those fucking big LED screens, just like make it look like in that movie.
There's the link for it, IRL Labs.
Here, put these fucking glasses on. Choose.
IRL Labs. Like you can still see signs and all that stuff, but wherever like there's a television screen or a digital screen that displays anything, it doesn't pick it up.
Okay, well, why wouldn't? Well, yeah, I see dead ideas projected to me as propaganda. Have you guys ever seen? I came across like this, randomly on Facebook the other day. It was Shaq was like, I met. This is what reminded me of it. CB just put this up. He was talking about, I was with Stevie Wonder, and he was like, I don't know if that motherfucker's blind or not, but he knew where to touch, where to go. He was just explaining like one experience in an elevator.
Yeah, Shaq.
Did you see it?
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hilarious. He said, I didn't say nothing to him. I wasn't breathing or nothing. He said, what's up, Big Diesel?
And he's like, I'm not sure if that motherfucker can see or not. I mean, he acted like he could see, but I don't know. That was funny. And I think there's something to
well,
that.
George Bush did wave at him, so maybe Bush knows something we don't know. Or he's a fucking idiot. Or he doesn't so.
I mean, he's from Texas anyway, but anyway.
No, he's not.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm fucking with Hank.
Delaware.
Blasphemy.
I had to fuck with Hank on that one. Whatever.
Shit, no, they're from Delaware, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably related to the Kennedys.
Just like Biden. Oh, man, Skull and Bones.
All that shit.
Yeah, he moved to Texas when George Jr. was young. Jeb was born in Texas.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they're related to the Kennedys. It's not necessarily a secret when it comes.
Yeah, that magic bullet's related to Bush.
Sure enough is. I mean, what is it?
Which Bush has the most bugs in its operating system? Is it Bush 2.0 or 1.0?
I think 3.0 is the slowest.
I can't be racist. I married a Cuban.
Dude, we gotta have a movie night watching Blazing Saddles one night. I mean, we can't do it on live stream, but we can do it. And I love this movie. The Blazing Saddles. I can't remember the fucking words to the song. Instead of trying not to offend anybody, can we just
try to offend everybody?
Yeah, can we go back just offending everybody? Let's do that. It's better. Funner.
Baby, you're so talented. And they so dumb.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we got.
You guys ever seen The New Guy?
We have to have a Blazing Saddles watch night.
New Guy. What's the New Guy?
With Eddie Griffin.
Eddie Griffin?
Is that the one where he pretends to be a cop?
No, that's the one where they go to prison. And he's like, who's the bitch now?
No.
Anyway, that dude is so funny. If you ever get a chance to watch that. The New Kid. I think it's The New Kid. I think that's it.
Oh, yeah. New Kid, yeah.
Let me try it. See if I can find it. Let's see if I know what
Helio, can you please delete your last voice text message so I can give some credit to the wonderful chat that we have tonight? Chalian Cat, Triple for the Truth, Godzilla, and Muscle Car Overload holding it down that I can finally retire and Glatphobe can finally retire from the chat. We don't have to kill any more newbies in there. Thank you very much.
Well, I haven't.
Great. That's a great
there
comment.
for a
That's
while.
exactly what I wanted you to say.
Meme you posted
That was the
is what
perfect
he's-
thing to say. Thank you.
Okay. Fine. I haven't put anything in the live
My
stream
goodness.
text for a while.
That's good. Just keep up the good work.
Okay, your mama. How about that? Me and XO get along great. I mean, just it's okay.
There you go, XO.
It's already fixed. Don't even worry.
I just walked back in the room and I heard you say your mama.
What? I haven't.
What is
He
up
was
with
saying
those
to delete my
green-ass
last text.
eyes?
I haven't put anything in the live stream text for like
Seriously.
an hour. I don't know what the fuck.
Seriously. What's up with those algae eyes?
That's true. For 2 minutes to Helio Skeptic is basically an hour. So I apologize for the confusion on the time. Yeah.
You're gonna have to fill me in
Jemsy.
on what the fuck you're talking about.
Jemsy. No, I just need Jemsy to know. I just need a witness, and Jemsy is my witness, and I don't have to explain anything else.
All right, Jimsy, since you're helping out XO, why don't you give me a screenshot of where I posted in the live stream voice text?
Check it out, bro. I tagged you, my brother. Check. I tagged you. You haven't posted anything for the last hour.
So real quick for the record, so 22 minutes after the hour, Helioskeptic went ahead and posted, instead of trying not to offend anybody, can we go back to offending everybody. That happened actually, though, in the mind of Helioskeptic, approximately 63 minutes.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the YouTube channel. Maybe that's where we're losing, because I haven't.
Everybody can tell it's my fault. Yeah, it's fine. Everybody knows it's my fault. Thank you.
You want me to remove this one of Blazing Saddles?
No, it's taken care of. It's fixed.
It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
Thank you. It's good. We're good to go. It's not a big deal. Special shout to Cheyenne Cat for exposing the Gay Tricks movie that was recently released. Yeah, he had a good review on that.
How do you? I mean, anywhere.
Is anybody else confused about this besides me? Everybody knows except for me. Is this like a joke?
We've already moved on past that. Yeah, we've moved on past that, Helio. We're trying to move back.
I haven't gotten a DM from anyone about this.
I sent you a DM. Check your DM.
Well, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Who?
You're the only ones.
All right, cool. All right, so you're offended by the...
no, he's not offended. He's saying, okay, go back to the live chat.
I'm slowly walking backwards right now. I'm leaving the room. Okay.
If you go to the live stream voice text, right, you'll see where Gemzy says here 2 hours, and then you have the XO posted something, and then you posted instead of trying not to offend anybody, and then right above that KJ posted this, and then I posted some. Well, actually, I think XO deleted it, but he posted that right there.
I guess I'm making a bigger deal than it should be. I guess whatever. But
anyway,
whatever. It's over. I guess whatever.
Don't
I see. I think I see what was happening. Whatever.
Don't take offense to it. It was just a confusion. Right? He wasn't talking about the live stream text. He was talking about the live stream voice text.
I was just piggybacking on that offensive. Yeah.
Not the YouTube chat, but the Discord chat.
So in other words, Helio, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah.
You thought he was talking about the YouTube
I think
chat.
I will. I think I will do that.
But what he posted in the Discord chat had to do with the live stream chat on YouTube.
See, that's where I was kind of confused. I was like, "What are you talking? Which one are you talking about?" Anyway, It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's over. Let's move on.
That chat that we post in relation to the live stream. It's kind of confusing, but that.
Yeah, that. Let's move on.
Yeah. Let's go on.
I concur. So
Any new people? Any Globers that want to speak to Helio? Because we have Helio here.
No, you don't want. I don't want to talk anymore.
Where?
What?
I don't want to talk anymore.
Why are you lying, Helio? Why are you lying saying you want to talk?
You're just talking.
No, I just think that's funny. I don't blame you, bro. It feels like that sometimes, but it's a little upsetting. Like if I still believe.
That's funny. It's really funny though that Jamsy's like,
I would want somebody
I'd never do that to you, Jamsy. It's like, hey, anybody want to talk to Jamsy about Flat Earth? I don't do that shit to you.
Hang on, Helio. Page One Ministry was trying to say something.
Oh no, I was just saying I agree. But at the same time, that if I believed that the Earth was spinning around the sun still at this point in my life, I would want somebody, because I believe the world's ending very, very soon. I would want somebody to shake the crap out of me and do everything they could to show me.
What do you mean the world's ending? Is the sun going to stop?
Yeah, I mean, in the next few years, you know what? If I go in this tangent, if I answer this, it's going to get off topic. So maybe but I know that is not the frame. But
are you talking about the age ending in a few years?
No, I'm literally talking about like Jesus is about to destroy the earth, and they're going to tell you it's aliens. And certain things.
Why would Jesus destroy the earth? That's kind
He
of weird.
promised he would.
Because
Really?
And certain things.
Jesus told you he was going to destroy the earth.
Yep, he
Yeah,
would be coming with a flaming sword.
by sword and by fire shall the Lord plead with all flesh.
For the record, I mean, obviously he's just a man. I mean, anybody that can destroy the whole earth is just a man. So yeah, that makes sense.
I don't think man has that power, though. I don't think man has that power.
Sarcasm. Sorry, insert sarcasm. I'm not sarcastic enough. Let me insert Phil Harris. Thank you.
Just trust me, man. What would you write it in? JavaScript.
Oscar Reyes. I'm glad you're here, Oscar Reyes. Yeah, keep going. Thank you.
Awesome. They're dumb. They don't know what they're doing. Just listen to me, bro. Trust me.
Thanks, Oscar. Yeah.
Some idiot wanted to tell me that Office 365 was a good way to send out emails over a website. That's your job.
Yeah, my company uses that. It's really dumb.
From whatever you sent me. It's because I think my job has like standard tools that we need to use. It sounds like your job is like the people at your job think that they're gods when they're not.
So we went from Jesus is going to destroy the earth to emails over the wrong.
I feel like the management team wants to do engineering as well, but be managers.
Well, it's not just email demons, right? These daemons are all programs. Like when these auto-run functions, when you plug a device in, a daemon will pop up and auto-run a function called a file called auto-run. And basically it tells it what happens when this peripheral gets plugged in, right? And it comes from the Latin word demon.
And then after that, put it in ADL or AWX. And that's just kind of like the power, the input power. That's not going to fix your issue. Huh? Yeah, it fixes the issue because you need a server, bro. Where are you going to have your server at?
Bruh, is this literally live right now, bruh? Are you listening? Is your mute button?
The website. No, so the firewalls already have an API. The Ansible would be... No, don't use Ansible.
Is he supposed to be on mic right now, guys, or am I...
You got to have a website.
Oh, no, I think he's hot mic.
A URL, okay?
I think Oscar, sir. Oscar, okay. Oscar Reyes, thank you.
I was kind of confused. I mean, is anyone else following whatever he was saying?
Nobody has a clue. No, he's talking about building a server. So, nobody cares.
Back to Jesus.
He's talking about email streams.
Yeah, Jesus is going to destroy the earth.
Amen, amen, amen.
All right, so amen. Jesus is going to destroy the earth.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's like a perfect sample for a death metal song. Let me tell you, Helio. Let's start writing.
No, you said it. I didn't. Or someone else said it. And then I'm just asking if you agree with that person that said it. You said Jesus is going to destroy the earth.
Yeah, fire from the sky.
There will be a new heaven and a new earth. Yeah, he's going to absolutely destroy this plane of existence.
Fire in the sky.
This heaven.
Can't you see that all my castles?
Helio, wait a second. Helio, listen, I got a better idea. Helio, since you're kind of tipsy, let's just go right to it. Let's go to what matters. Fight fire with fire. Take it away.
Fight fire with fire. Ending is near. We also die.
Can you believe
already know what's up, XO, man? But I mean, we've talked about this before.
All these metal bands were warning.
Can you believe that Metallica invented death metal? Isn't that weird?
No, they not necessarily. I wouldn't put it all on them.
That's the very first death metal song. Yes, that is the #1 first death metal song ever.
What about the redheaded dude from Iron Maiden?
Weren't they?
That would be called gay metal. Sorry, Hank. Thanks.
Gay metal.
But wasn't he originally a member of Metallica?
You're talking about Dave Mustaine.
You're thinking of Mustaine.
Yeah, Mustaine. Yeah.
Well, he was the original guitarist for
not Iron Maiden, was it?
No. And Dave Mustaine was never death metal. He was like progressive heavy metal or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, hair metal. Yeah.
No, I'm not. No, he was good. It just wasn't death metal. I'm just saying, James Hetfield. I don't know what why he got the idea, but if you look at that song, listen to it, the riffs, that's death metal. That's 1983, 84. That's ahead of everybody.
Where?
Yeah, Kill 'Em All was one of my favorite albums, bro. I just forgot.
Right, but the Ride the Lightning with that, is it the last song on Ride the Lightning? That's Fight Fire with Fire, because that song, let me tell you, that's fire.
Entangent near, fight fire with fire, busting with fear. We shall die.
I mean, come on. I'm gonna go look for a modern cover now. You got me thinking of this. I'm glad I reminded you to remind me to look for it. Thanks.
All right, well there you go then.
Elio's always glad he could help.
If you guys haven't noticed, a lot of some musicians have been trying to put forward a message hidden in their lyrics.
Well, it's like with a lot of Metallica stuff. I mean, I don't necessarily think that James or Kirk. I mean, I don't think they're smart enough to come up with a lot of their lyrics. I mean,
Well, I'm just saying,
they probably came. I think some of their lyrics were
Are you
given to
kidding?
them.
Sonny Irma.
Have you listened to James Hetfield? I mean, he's made out like he's a big brute by the media, but he's actually pretty intelligent. The way that he talks about living off the land, natural food, clean water. I mean,
No, I'm talking about some of the earlier lyrics, like on "Kill 'Em All" and "Ride the Lightning," and it was the Four Horsemen and shit on "Ride the Lightning," and I think that's what EXO's talking about. Just like some of these things, I mean, he wrote like songs about the Bible. Talking about I'm creeping death. Yeah, I mean, creeping death is about Exodus. But I mean, do you think that James Hetfield was a Christian and he's like, oh, I understand the Bible at 22 years old, and I'm writing a song called "Creeping Death"?
No, they suck, bro. They're sellouts anyway. I don't care about them. That's why I'm looking for a cover. I'm not going to listen to Metallica ever again. Go to hell.
No remorse, no repent. We don't care what it meant. Another day, another death, another sorrow, another breath. Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, they were bitching about, getting robbed. But in reality, the fucking record label was robbing them. Fucking dumbass motherfuckers. Talk about useless idiots.
Like this shit. I don't care what you guys say. I like it. I like some old Metallica, whatever. But the patano that'll do. But the patano that'll do. But the patano that'll do. But the pa-pow. Pa-pow, pa-pow.
Max Caballero is pretty badass, though. You ever listen to his shit?
Caballero isn't
Sepultura. Early Sepultura. He's from Brazil.
Some of that stuff, yeah.
Soulfly. The Caballero Conspiracy. Nail Bomb. These are different bands he's in. Now he's playing in Caballero Conspiracy with his son Igor on, I think he's lead guitar.
I wasn't a huge Sepultura fan, back in the day or whatever.
Igor Amadeus Caballero.
I just found out I saw a post today.
But this is new metal. You're probably not into this new metal.
NU metal?
No.
New metal?
NEW. new metal that's come out, like nuclear, Atomic Blast Records, all that stuff, Nuclear Records, Napalm Records.
So, you mean Nuclear Blast?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nuclear Blast has been around since in like early 90s. That's not.
Remember the song Back to the Primitive?
Yes.
Oh, man. That's a good song. What about Corey Taylor? He did a song with them, Soulfly. Jump the Fuck Up?
Yeah.
It's a good one, too.
They're all sellouts, though. That's the problem. Max was a sellout, too, now.
There you go, Helio. You might be interested in that one. It's Napalm Records.
Yeah, I know. They're all sellouts.
Spectoral War.
I don't deny it.
Listen, I wasn't calling them that until they're pushing this thing lately, by the way. I let them go with all their crap music. But now, the fact that they're pushing this government mass murder system, I'm sorry, but yeah.
Is that Pillbox?
Dang right
it is. It is.
Remember,
yeah, right. Pillbox. I've got a question for you, and I've got Pillbox and for the rest of you guys. You know, sometimes we get the heliocentrists come in and the so-called professors and that they come in here, physicists, and they try to give us a psychological evaluation. You know, do you remember that? They want to interview us. Right. Sure. Okay. My first question is this: how many of you think that there is such a thing called the chemical imbalance of the brain as a real thing?
That's one issue. There are other issues, but
I do.
You could call it. Yeah, you could call it that. But go ahead.
Right. Yeah. So you think it's a thing? Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I think there are other factors.
That's what it's been explained to be.
Other factors, though. I think that there are more spiritual factors involved, Jim.
Well, hold on.
Thank you very much. Right. Okay. That's cool. Because you'll be surprised to know that there is no such thing. That's completely been made up. There is no scientific evidence for that. It comes from the psychiatrist, and the psychiatrists themselves will tell you this. Okay.
So what is schizophrenia?
Right. It's been man-made. Okay. Now, another question is this.
Hello.
Sorry. Hello.
What's schizophrenia?
What? Schizophrenia? I don't know what that is. Talking to yourself, is it?
No, it's when you hear voices or
it can
you see things.
Hold on. It can be
you're talking to yourself.
Possession.
Hold on a minute. Hold on 1 second. It can be all kind of different things. I had an uncle. They said there was a chemical imbalance, and then they became schizophrenic, and they were regular before that the whole time that I ever knew them. Then all of a sudden they weren't. So something happened.
Yeah. Yeah, the drugs that they gave him, because if they gave him medication, it was the medication that done that, because there was no such thing.
Was it after he played with the Ouija board?
Years and years and years and years ago.
No, he never played with no Ouija board.
Right. So he was given.
Well, I definitely wouldn't recommend
it.
His father had the same diagnosis. He was regular for a while, and he was like a preacher, a pastor. Like he got high up, and then he became schizophrenic after a while. But they give you medicine. They gave him medicine that like helped him when he took his medicine. He didn't act like anything was the matter. But if he didn't, like at a certain time, like if he ever had like an episode or whatever, like the chemical imbalance or whatever you call it,
Yeah, there's no such thing.
He would act like he was a kid. Like whenever it would happen, and he didn't have any medication in his system, he would act like he was younger. So it wasn't nothing bad. It just, you know what I mean?
Jen, let me know when I can talk to you about this. You just let me know we can talk for about 30 seconds.
So what is it, a miswiring? I mean, what would you call it? When somebody is regular every day, and then all of a sudden not regular. Like, I mean, it's something going on in their head, right? And something, I mean, right?
Yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, we don't know the story behind what happened to you. Was that your dad? Was that, or your uncle, or who was it?
My uncle. Well, I mean, I think the story they claimed it to be is it's hereditary. Is happened to his father's father, and then happened to him.
No scientific evidence at all. No scientific evidence for that. But But if you're living in a condition,
no scientific.
I mean, if you're living in a condition where, there's no scientific evidence
of what?
Follow any scientific pattern of what you're talking about. You know, of it being hereditary. Of the set disorder being hereditary. There is no scientific method they use to evaluate.
Well, they were all deemed schizophrenic after a certain age.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It could have all been made up because in the psychiatric industry, it's been well said that they cannot tell the difference between someone who's sane and insane. And there was an experiment done. I think it was called the Rosenthal experiment. I might have murdered that word. Okay, I can get it back for you later.
Hold on a minute.
Rosenthal experiment.
That can't be.
Wait a minute. Let me just get this out. Right, the Rosenthal experiment, where 8 people went into a psychiatric institution and they pretended to be, crazy, saying that they could hear things, and the main word they heard was like thud and other made-up words. Okay, and then they got what's the word? Well, they got committed into the institution. And as soon as they were committed, they decided to go back to normal, act normal again, to see if they would be detected. And they never got detected at all. The only reason they knew that they were pretending was when they actually left the institute after claiming that they were sick. They were then released, and that's when they were told that there was nothing wrong with them in the first place. And with that, now the institution was absolutely annoyed. I said, why don't you send some more in then, and we'll detect them, okay? So what happened? They didn't send anything in, and that same institution turned away 41 people that they thought they were pretending, and then there was 42 that were suspect. And it turns out that that no one sent anyone to them. So they proved their own point. They proved the point that they could not tell if someone was sane or insane. They can't. It's all made up. You see?
Hold on a minute. Yeah, but okay, I understand. All right, saying words, okay, I got you. But like, if you're sitting there and your wife or your mother or your child that you know every day is a certain way, right?
Yeah.
Talking to you, regular, whatever. You normally comes in, puts their coat down, does this, does whatever. Wow. Today, they come in, they do a spin, almost fall, start talking about lasers and say weird stuff. And, what would you say?
I would say that that person was poisoned. Because that is the signature of someone who's received some kind of psychotropic drug of some kind, unknowingly. Because it doesn't happen. It doesn't follow that somebody you know. Hang on a second, Dem. It does not follow that somebody you know coherently looks after the children, does everything perfectly well, comes home in that state.
Now hold on a minute. Now you said if somebody drugged them or if they were drugged.
Yeah.
Right? Now what would that drug? Now listen, what would that drug being introduced to their system be called other than a chemical imbalance?
Well, that's the thing. It's not of the brain. That was induced, wasn't it? That was induced by somebody. That's an external force.
That's what you're saying. Now, what if there was no drug induced by anybody?
Well, if there's no drug, then that's something that needs to be looked into properly. Then, as some kind of.
So I mean, all I'm saying is there's a reaction or something going on within that person's mind that I mean, they're an older person. They're like, hey, no, I didn't do this. No, nobody did. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, they can answer you, they can talk to you, they can tell you what happened every day and all the time. Like, they could tell you whether somebody was fucking poisoning them or if they felt like somebody was threatening them or.
Well, it's just the way you've described the situation is very, very vague indeed. It's not clear cut.
Well, I mean, no, it's not vague. Listen, my favorite uncle, right? My favorite uncle knew exactly how they acted, knew how they were, knew how they did stuff, how they joked, how they talked, right? All of a sudden, I go over there, a little bit older, go over there, talk to him. I didn't go over there for about a year, and I go over there to talk to them, and all of a sudden they're not the same. And I talk to their wife, and they're like, I don't know, just one day.
But that's not all of a sudden, bro. A year? A lot can happen to someone in a year.
No, listen to what I said. Listen,
I did.
Hold on, damn it. You didn't even hear me. I talked to his wife. She's with him every fucking second. She said it just happened all of a sudden. He's just regular, and then all of a sudden he wasn't. Now, I don't know if she did it. I don't know what the fuck. But from her mouth, from my understanding of what I know of him, he was regular and then did it. And then from her understanding, I asked her, I said, did this happen within the time or whatever? No. He was regular. Then, like, overnight, he wasn't. So I don't know.
Maybe he went to some places and they give him jibby-jabbies.
I don't know about that. That's too long ago for any of that. Maybe he did go to a place and do something maybe he shouldn't have done. You know what I mean? Maybe he did have some psychedelics or something.
Right.
I mean, now that's always possible. Now why would that make you go? I mean, I know a million people that have done psychedelics, and there's nothing wrong with them. So why?
Well, it would be the kind of psychedelics, and for the duration of time. There's, I mean, again, what you've said. There's a little bit vague for me.
I guess saying if you mixed it or if it was, you never know.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I'm being very serious.
But I mean, he went to
I'm being very serious.
Like a psych ward.
Go ahead.
One time he went to a place or somewhere.
Okay, yeah, he's going through a bad patch. He's obviously driving and he's losing signal there. I'll just carry on. The reason I'm asking for this is because we need to look at those people who come into the server with their beliefs, and we have coherently, concisely, and today's performance was fantastic, guys, tried to explain to that physicist, right, his position clearly. On several occasions, you guys have been magnificent in clarifying their situation, clarifying it, and they still don't get it. Now, that makes you think, what's going on there? What kind of behavior patterns could you label them? And I'm sure there are several. Pillbox can begin. How would you describe the heliocentrist who comes in, he's calling himself a physicist or a specialist in this, that, or the other, and you explain to him the flat Earth truth together with the anomalies in the heliocentric model, and yet they don't get it. What would you describe that? What kind of labels would you give? Please.
Psychosis. If he goes out and makes the measurement himself, and then they see that they can see too far, and they say, well, it must be that something else is happening, even though I can't prove it, I'm just going to use that word so that I can maintain my belief and this, that's separate from reality. So the definition of psychosis is, when you believe something and you've lost touch with reality, right?
Okay, psychosis.
So if they never made the measurement and they just believe it because that's what they were told, that's called anchor bias. If they go out and take some measurements, like Tim Osmond, and see that they can see too far, and they say, well, it's just because, there's wonky conditions at a foot above sea level, right? That dude has psychosis because he's seen the truth and refuses to accept the facts, and he's lost touch with reality.
Okay, now my question to you with that now, do you think he's a candidate to go to the psychiatrist and then get medication? Should that be the route? Get some kind of psychotropic drug?
Yeah, I would never recommend sending someone to a pseudoscientist.
Well done to that. Well done to that man. Right. Anybody else got another explanation and diagnosis for the same situation? Psychosis.
Yeah.
Go on.
You have them play with reality. Give them a tape measure.
Yeah, but we've said that. You give them a tape measure, they've gone out there, they've measured it, and they're still carrying on that it's not, as
then there's just they're insane. They're insane. They're going against the grain.
They're insane. Okay, so now that you've diagnosed that as insanity, do you think they should go to the psychiatrist now to get medication to correct that?
No, you don't need psychiatry for that. You just say, hey, this person's like clearly not stating reality. They're just going with their own shit. That's all.
Thank you very much indeed. Good. Anybody else care to chime in, please? Come on, Pillbox. I was expecting a lot from you, mate. He seems to have disappeared, perhaps. Or maybe it's not to his liking, perhaps. I don't know. That's a pity, because I was wanting to have his input in particular. But okay, so can you see where I'm going with this, guys? Is that we've got a psychiatric industry that has got a diagnostic manual, right, which is full of emotions that we all feel every day, and they put that down as illnesses, which require some kind of psychotropic medication. And don't get me wrong, the psychiatric industry makes just short of a third of $1 trillion a year without any scientific.
It's sorcery.
It's sorcery.
It truly is magic, mind-bending shit.
Right, exactly. Thank you very much. Right, there you are. That's all I wanted to find out, because we've got people who come in here, and they think we are the retards. We're the ones that's incoherent, right? And it's them that are incoherent. They're not. They can't even be bothered to actually look at the thing. It's a given to them, and that's strange. That's strange. I know we got cognitive dissonance. Okay, that's another disorder of some kind. But yeah, I just find it odd, and I just want to say
so
that.
How many people know Pichet? Does everybody know Pichet?
Oh yeah, I know Pichet. Yeah, I know him for a long time. Yeah.
I don't have anything negative to say about the guy, but the last time I saw him, he was kind of talking about some things, and he was in the Jim Pandas hangouts. And I said, Pichet, I just took a picture of what I pulled out of my pocket, and I pulled 33 cents, 3 dimes and 3 pennies out of my pocket. I said, what do you make of that? It's kind of, because they were saying he's crazy, right? So I was kind of giving him a little litmus test. He said, well, maybe you need to understand the importance of 33 and Jesus' life and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, that's a good answer. And everybody else was saying, oh, he's a fucking madman, he's crazy. And I thought, why? Because he sees this as significant because of the Messiah, and then you guys don't see any significance at all, and therefore he should be locked in a cage and forced lobotomy and all this, medicine that'll make him want to be suicidal. Like, is that the answer, guys? And of course, they were like all spiraling like out of control. But I thought his answer was very coherent.
Yes,
maybe you need to learn the importance of 33 and the Messiah's life and death. That's what his answer was.
That was a great answer, because he didn't judge you for being penniless, penniless flat earther. No, he said basically the truth, didn't he? He got the number, and it has a relevance in the world today. It's important to know the significance of that number, because there are a certain group of people who follow that number, don't they? Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Hank?
Yeah, I mean, it's a symbolic number. It has different, meanings for different people. Obviously, for me, as a follower of Christ, I understand that it has to do with the year of his ministry. right? Because I believe he was in ministry for 1 year, not 3, like most people say. Yeah, it's really important that final year of his life, right? And it doesn't matter if you think he's this or you think he's that. He changed the world forever. Like forever, this dude changed the world. In fact, today when we tell each other what date it is, we're referencing his birth as the reference frame when we give years.
Well,
Still to
okay.
this
I
day.
mean, but is that really a real time? Can we really verify that? No, we cannot. But anyway, that's
No,
fine.
we can't verify it, but it's the reference frame in which we count the years.
Yeah, so that's fine. But
That's why they say the day of our Lord, and then the year of our
yeah,
Lord.
yeah, in the year of our Lord. Yeah, that's right. But that'd be a Christian thing again, which is a man-made construct in itself. But okay. So what I'm trying to say is that flat earthers are more coherent and closer to God. Not that I'm religious, but closer to the Creator than any of the heliocentrists, professors, physicists, and the like that come to this server. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Oh, well, hold on 1 second. Just on that note, right now, 1 minute past the hour, overly sensitive Mr. Guy just entered the room, and I can tell this guy's really smart and has evidence for the globe, and everybody's been waiting for this guy for several hours. So please, if there's any moderators, let's get him initiated because the genius has arrived.
Okay, let's have a go. Have you been listening, Bill Box? I asked for you. I called you for your opinion earlier.
Yeah, there was a lot of people talking at once, so I needed to get an open set. We'll talk later about it, Jen, though, so trust me, I'm not going anywhere. So let's hold that thought for a minute, and let's see if overly sensitive, there's a genius atheist in the room, and I want to see if he knows how to use a microphone. You got to talk to them really slow, so somebody else is going to have to take over. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So we got someone coming in. All right, good news. So I will carry on until this individual arrives, and that is this. We are closer to God than the heliocentrists themselves and the so-called professors and the experts in the field. What would you say to that, guys?
Well, let me elaborate,
if a flat earther,
okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, if a flat earther is talking about going back to, the Ten Commandments, the natural way of doing things, I would say that's much closer to God than all this, so-called, modern way of thinking and doing things.
I would agree. I mean, I think, aren't most professor sciencey types atheists?
How the fuck do you know that?
How do I know that?
Well, hold on. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Watch this. Name one scientist that's an atheist. One. Thanks. Take your time.
Richard Dawkins.
He's not a scientist. Wait, stop, excuse me 1 second. That's not a scientist. So now, so far, you've just proven that you don't know what a scientist is. Do you want to try again?
Why's everybody being silent?
Dave, okay, Dave. Reset, Dave. Tell somebody message.
Every day you talk.
Yep.
I mean,
just wait, let's do a mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you, Dave. We can hear you. Perfect. And a Happy New Year to you. Right, let's move on.
Okay, hopefully Dave will reset. So real quick, so Richard Dawkins is not a scientist. Would you like to try again to name one atheist scientist? Go.
No, I guess there must not be any then.
Top of the hour here on Flat Earth, and tonight we take you deep into the belly of the beast as we tirelessly search for the ever-elusive evidence. I almost got it, KJ. I almost had
it. Listen, that's the point. Listen, do people know what a scientist is? Right? So let's hear about you. What do you have to say, young man? Let's talk to you for a second. I want to help you out. So tell me where you're from. How did you get here?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Yeah. Clint Eastwood, your fucking voice. Just talk normal.
All right. What do you want to know? Sorry. Can you repeat your question?
I want to know. So just give me a second, guys. So if we can have a moderator help me out, if need be, just in case there's a seizure that could happen, which is very normal. So real quick, Guy Gene. Clearly, you came in here confused about what a scientist is. So I'm gonna just presuppose that you believe in evolution. If not, you at least believe in outer space and especially a magical ball religion. Am I correct?
You're goddamn right.
Of course I am, as usual. So the point is, people that believe in outer space and magical ball religions have no idea what a scientist is, let alone what science is. So I'd like you to elaborate on how you came to the conclusion. What went wrong in your life that made you think Richard Dawkins is a scientist? Please inform us.
Why are you being so aggressive about this?
Trust me, I am not being aggressive at all. And excuse me, just relax. Don't control because the moderator is going to kick you. We're giving you a chance. You're in our house. We're giving you the microphone, okay, to speak. We want to help you, but we know that there's some serious problems here. I'm not going to be mean about it, but you've already claimed that you believe that Richard Dawkins is a scientist. So right now, I'm hiding my children because I don't know what else to think. What's the next thing that's going to be out of your mind, Guy Gene is your name. So please, what would make you be so possessed to think Richard Dawkins is a scientist?
Because he is a person that performs science.
Oh, okay. So we still got a serious problem here. So again, put your kids in the other room, guys. This guy thinks that Richard Dawkins performs science. Okay, so now with that note, I'm now going to take the safety off my weapon. Can you please inform me one example of science that Richard Dawkins has performed? Slowly.
One example of science that he has performed?
Yes, one.
I don't know any of them off the top of my head. However,
That's not a
Why would you make
surprise.
such a claim? Why would you make such a claim, sir?
You want to take over, Jen? I'll let you take over, Jen. You can take over.
No, you carry on.
It's really difficult to respond if you don't let me respond, right?
I know. Well, 1 second, guy. As you can tell, somebody else spoke up, and that's Jin. So he also is going to allow you to speak. So we're just kind of try to do this one thing at a time, Guy G. So do you notice so now we got two serious problems, actually three. First, you said that Richard Dawkins is a science. Secondly, you said because he performs science. And now number three, you have no idea what he's done that is involving science. So again, I'm going to now show the audience, someone that believes in outer space now has made this example for all of us to now wonder about what went wrong in your life, Guy Gene, that you would make such a claim that Richard Dawkins is a.
Was that a question?
Yep.
Yes.
What was the question?
Yes. What went wrong in your life that would make you presume that Richard Dawkins is a scientist or has anything to do with science? Did you see something on TV? Was it an article? Were you in the store one day and you slipped on a banana peel, hit your head? What went wrong, Guy Gene?
So I'm going to assume that the question that you're asking is what makes me think that he's a scientist, right?
That's correct.
Yes. There you go.
Okay,
Thank you, Glad. Yep.
So, he has published papers in the field of biology, which is a science. And I believe that a practitioner of science is a scientist. Or at least one that does it in a professional domain, right?
Okay, so we're running into this issue again. You're presuming, or did you actually read the article, or can you? Here's the deal. Watch this. I'm not a prophet, but we all know for a fact, and everybody listening, that you have no ability and nobody's in any danger of you pointing out one thing that's scientific that Richard Dawkins has ever done. Would you agree with that?
You are correct that I have not read any of his research papers.
I mean, I know this is amazing. And again, to the audience, no, I'm not a prophet. I've just been doing this for a very long time. So, Guy Gene, I'm just going to try to save your reputation right now. Would you like to pick somebody else? Would you like to pick anybody else besides Richard Dawkins right now to save your reputation so that we don't think you are a fundamentalist, psychopathic religious zealot? Please.
No, I mean, I don't see how you've shown that he's not a scientist. I think I very clearly laid out the case for it.
Oh, okay, very good. Very good.
It's just that you just don't like my answers.
Oh, okay. So then we're going to go back to your initial answer, Richard Dawkins. Great. Can you just give me one example? You can even use Google or phone a friend or maybe have the audience. Well, my audience here will actually, of the process of elimination, will give you some 4 examples, such as is evolution, the magical religion of, chia pets in outer space turning into monkeys. Is that part of science? Or is it
you said you would let me research a little. Could you give me 30 seconds and I will pull up a paper?
Listen, if that's the point. Listen, Guy Gene, just listen. While you're doing that, I'm not going to stop talking and then just have dead air, right? It would make sense for me to continue to talk.
That's fine.
While you're okay, can you just?
That's fine, but you should know that I'm not going to be listening.
That's fine.
Guy,
I'm
you
listening.
don't
We got an
have-
audience. You're
it's-
not the only one in the
yeah.
world, kid.
It's okay, Guy Gene. Listen, we're giving you the proper ability to state your case. Here, he just deafened, so that's good.
That's fine. That's
again, so this is a phenomenal example of, again, what we can tell when somebody comes into the room and claims that Richard Dawkins is a scientist. You know that you not only need to hide your kids, you need to hide your dogs and your goldfish. So when he comes back, hopefully he will at least attempt to give us one example of so-called science that not only Richard Dawkins, he can switch. I will allow him to change his answer to any other so-called Satanist pseudoscience practitioner. So hopefully he comes back very soon. In the meantime, Glatflobe and Jen, if you'd like to fill the airwaves right now, here it is at 11 past the hour, West Rocky South, several hundred miles south of the 37th parallel. Welcome to the end of the world, the edge of consciousness, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where atheists show up
Thank you very much.
and die. Thank you, Jen. Take over.
Right, I was just going to ask, does anybody know the meaning of gaijin in Japanese? Any one of us? Gaijin.
White devil.
Yeah, it's very close, very close. It means foreigners. Okay, so anyone who's not Japanese who goes to Japan on holiday, you'd be seen as a gaijin, a foreigner. That's what it means.
Gaijin. That doesn't sound good in either language. Foreigner or gaijin. You're a fucking gaijin. Get out of here.
Now who?
Okay.
Now excellent. Now who? So you changed his name, right, Jen, or did somebody else?
No, I didn't.
No, that's his name, I think.
That's his name. So wait, so that's a different name. There was another guy. I think he must have changed his name. It was another weird, really weird, furry schizo name. You know, these new agers. And I think once I called him out, he changed his name to Gaijin. So you know, these kids love their anime, Jen, and these little white kids in North America.
The anime. That's right. That's correct. Yeah. So that's where that's coming from. Yeah. I do make it a point though when I see Japanese on holiday in other parts of the world, I call them gaijins. You know, and the reaction is funny. You go, no, I'm Japanese. No, you're gaijin because you're in a foreign country. Yeah, gaijin san. Take it and eat it. Gaijin. Thank you.
I just want to point out for the record, it's been an entire minute and a half, minute and 45 seconds. Gaijin is still looking for science involving Richard Dawkins, but you guys continue.
Yeah, he's going to take it. That will take him a little while, I would have to say. Let's give him at least 5 minutes to get it together.
No, I'm not allowed to bet, but I can remember who's betting. If you'd like to bet if he's going to just leave or not, if he's going to stay, that would be the going odds right now are 2-1 that he's going to not come back and.
Yeah, and you know, my friend, I see that he's deafened, I see that he's muted, and I see that bodes well. My friends, ladies and gentlemen, this guy might actually be doing some research.
Yeah, I will give him the benefit of the doubt because he does sound articulate, that he will come back. He's got some balls, I think. I would hope.
Ooh, the odds are changing now. Now the odds have tilted in that he's going to return now. 72% chance that he's going to return. Impressive.
Yeah.
Fucking pillbox. You're a fucking nut.
No, you see, that is the sign of sanity at its best. Pillbox is the sign of sanity at its best.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know why? Listen, you know why it's so funny, Jen and God Rockin' and Glat? Because it's the best truth you've ever heard in your life, and truth is hilarious.
It sure is. It gets you right to the core, and that's why you laugh.
Truth is sweet. Truth is sweet. Truth is beauty.
Yep.
Truth is great.
Right.
And when it's been delivered by you guys, it's extra.
Yeah, you ever notice anytime you watch a comedy show, it's when they're telling the truth is when it's funny.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I do like it when you allow the heliocentrist to actually try and express him or herself, and they talk themselves into trouble. It's just hilarious.
You just nailed it. That's exactly what I do. I am here to allow them to build their own mousetrap and kick the stick out from underneath their own ass. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey,
listen, go ahead.
I was just going to say, once the Globers figure out the difference between their asshole and their oatmeal, they could come in and talk to us about whether or not the Earth's a globe and why they think it might be.
Exactly.
Well,
what
folks,
we
looks
do
like
here is literally.
looks like the odds are changing though. We're back down to about a 50-50 chance now in the returning or leaving. Right now it's been approximately 4 minutes since the little furry Gaijin has made his claim that, again, for the audience that wasn't here, 4 minutes and 21 seconds ago, Gaijin came in and said, of course, atheists are science. And when we asked him who would be a scientist that's an atheist, of all people, he chose the name Richard Dawkins. So again, keep your fish behind you, keep your dogs hidden, because at this point, we don't know what's going to happen next, ladies and gentlemen. But here we are,
Don't lose sight
4
of your
minutes and
fish.
45 seconds. Yep, just don't let your fishes out of their tank just yet. Hold on. Now, the good news is if the fish comes out of the tank, more than likely, according to people like Richard Dawkins and other people that practice satanic blood rituals, it might grow legs.
That's right. It's
tuned.
trying to get the evolution thing going, dude. It heard the conversation. It's like I need to be a part of that. Let's see if I can
Well,
evolve.
we have now passed the 5-minute mark.
Where did we go to cast our votes on our betting odds?
Well, right now, it's not looking good for you guys. Listen, I tried to warn them about 4 minutes ago. Glatt and Jin, tried to
I'm still holding out. I'm still holding out for this guy.
Yeah. Right now, the betting odds are now 3-1 that he is going to go bye-bye. Okay, so we're going to see real quick what's going to happen here, or not. Stay tuned.
I think he's going to come back. It's going to be something else that he wants to argue.
I think you might be right, yeah. Could be.
I hope so. Please. Yeah, he's back, guys. Shh.
There he is. Okay, we have a winner real quick, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes and 59 seconds on the dot. Just shy of 6 minutes, of course. 666 seconds, of course, is what he was eventually going to get to. Gaijin, welcome back. If you could just relax for about 5 seconds, let us give you another intro. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Gaijin is back to tell us about atheists in science. If he doesn't have an example for Richard Dawkins, we will give him a freebie and allow him to change the name and then find another example. So, Gaijin, what did you find?
Oh, if you want me to start with Richard Dawkins, I have one right here.
We'd love to hear about it. Go ahead.
Do digger wasps commit the Concord fallacy? It's a research paper that he published. And by the way, if you want other names, I have other names as well.
So check it out, fella.
Go ahead,
Does Richard Dawkins give you an inkling on whether or not the Earth measures flat? Or,
Well, Glatt, wait, don't cut him off just yet. He has to give us an example, right? So again, since and what's his name?
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
John was correct. So, Gaijin, what is the example of science that, in any way, shape, or form, what sort of science is Richard Dawkins involved in? And could you please give the citation and then point it out, please?
Sure. I already read out the title of the paper. Would you like me to say it again?
No.
Yeah, just one more time. That fallacy's got me reeling.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, the study is called, or the paper rather, is called "Do Digger Wasps Commit the Concord Fallacy?" Are you going to ask me where the independent variable is? Is that what you're going to ask me?
I want you to point out in the article where the science is and what type of science is it, since I know that you believe there's multiple versions. Go ahead.
I see. Well, I know it's very difficult to understand, but the science is an abstract concept that's not like the words in the paper, right?
Okay, that's fine. Hold on, guys. Hold on 1 second. That's fine. I hold on. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, Gaijin, and pretend that that's okay. So now go ahead and point out where there's words, right? Words and there's letters and stuff, right? That's in the article. Where is the science in the artitle? Go ahead and read it for us.
Again, you're asking me to point to love, right? Like I can't point to an idea.
Precisely.
He's already. Are you backing out already, Gaijin? Wait, no. Now, hold on, Godrockin. Hold on, gentlemen. Glatfob, 1 second. Now, what you just witnessed is that I allowed him to even define his own science, and he still can't point it out. Do you like that, Jen?
I like it.
What do I need to do? I need to hold him by the hand and give him some crayons? Would that make it easier? I don't know what else. What do I need to do?
You're going to need to do some assisting there, I think.
I know. Someone's going to have to help me help you now, Gaijin, because I'm literally allowing you to pick a definition for science and then show me where it is. And now you're saying you can't already?
Yeah,
They'll just end up eating the crayons.
It's impossible to point to abstract concepts.
But God,
Whoa, it's an abstract. So now, wait. So okay. So hold on. Listen, I'm going to have to hand this conversation over to the Lion.
It's a revelation.
Just relax, Guy Jane. Yeah, guys. This one. Hold on. I'm going to have to go back and forth a couple more times. 1 second, guys. Everybody, relax. So, Guy Jane, I'm desperately trying to help you. So help me help you. And can you just read out of that article the part that is science?
My name's Guy, by the way.
That's fine. That's fine, little. That's fine, little guy. Okay, furry. Right. That's fine. Okay. Are you Japanese, by the way?
No.
Okay, that's what I won that bet. Thank you. Right. Hold on, Jin. 1 second, guys. Guys. Can you just let me, please? Just. I know. Can you relax, Joshua, please? So 1 second. So okay, that was my prediction, Jin. So you got me on that one. So again, Guy, can you again? I'm asking you, point out or be able to read, use your big boy words, the science in the article, please. Thanks.
You're asking me to point to an abstract idea, which
no, it's not abstract. It's science. Which would you know what? Okay, no. You're hiding again. Don't be a normal atheist. Listen, it's okay for atheists not to hide from me. I'm not that scary, and this is just the internet. I can't hurt you, Guy. I can't hurt you. It's okay. This is your claim, and now you're saying you can't even tell us what you're talking about. You can't even give us the example. We allowed you to find the article. You didn't even know what you were talking about. You just found the article. You claim it's science, and you can't even tell us what the science is. Do I need to define the word "is" for you, Guy?
No, I can tell you what the science is just fine. I just can't point to it physically. It's not something.
No. There is a portion such as, oh, they found out this insect does X, Y, and Z. Letters combined, creating words to explain what this is. That's all you have to do. Did they learn something that they didn't? Just go ahead and try. Tell me where the science is in the article, please.
No. Well, that's different than what you just said a sentence ago, right? A sentence ago, you said.
No, that's what he said all along. That's what he said.
Hold on.
That's what he's been saying all along, mate.
A sentence ago, hold on. A sentence ago, you said, just point to me to the conclusion, basically. Which I can do.
No, I did not say conclusion. See, now you've added a word. See, that's how evolution works.
Let's carry on.
Nobody said that.
Let's carry on.
Just go ahead and try, Guy. Just go ahead and try to read where the science is, please.
Oh, it's not what the science is. I can't read where the science is because
wow. So you haven't read the article? Did you want to try to maybe read the article first before you make a claim? You think that might be a better idea?
Nah, I read the abstract. I understand what abstracts are supposed to convey.
Do you
go ahead,
claim what type? Okay, well, hold on 1 second. What type of science is it? Because I know that you believe in many different versions of science. So, Guy, what type of science is it?
This is biology.
Okay, so it's biology in the sense of that they dissected a wasp. What's the animal in play here? Of course, Richard Dawkins didn't do that. So again, what did Richard Dawkins do that involves science?
They observed the behavior of a specific wasp, made a hypothesis about it, and then observed to see what reality said about the hypothesis, whether it was true or not.
Okay, so what part of that did Richard Dawkins do himself?
Really
so what did Richard Dawkins do?
Oh boy,
what did Richard Dawkins do? Yeah,
it's really difficult to give you an answer if you don't let me answer.
Haven't you already figured out that that's the way he talks? Just deal with it.
Interrupting is the way he talks?
Yeah.
We're looking for an answer. You got to stop hiding from it, please.
Okay, so what was your question again?
Oh my God.
See, I get in a bad state of mind because I keep getting interrupted,
I know, Guy. Okay, so Guy, what part of this experiment, which I know is a word you want to use, right? Experiment or science or extrapolation did Richard Dawkins do?
Oh, it's not an experiment.
Right, so where's the science? What science did Richard Dawkins do?
It's biology.
Right, so what science did Richard Dawkins do, Guy?
I already explained it to you. He made a hypothesis.
So nothing. See, I can't even get. Listen, guy, that's my point. Okay, so for the record, again, I'm going to have to hand this off to somebody else. You can't even get an atheist to make a claim. It's that easy. Thanks, guys.
I'm not an atheist.
Okay, so what's your claim?
You are
what's
clearly
your
are an atheist.
I'm a Catholic.
That's a claim. Excuse me.
I rest my case. Thank you.
I wasn't answering.
Okay, so the XO has just now said he rests his case, so I'm going to take over, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Gaijin. Right?
Gi.
Guy, what is it now? Sorry, go ahead.
Just call me Gi.
Gi. His name is Gi.
Gi.
Now.
Okay, like when you.
I have a Japanese word for
when
the
you don
uniform
a
we
gi.
wear when we
Yeah,
go
yeah.
out or
Yeah,
you're
like
gonna-
when you don a gi.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
You're gonna don a gi. Okay, got it, gi. Super duper. Is the Earth a globe, my friend?
Butterfied butter.
What?
Is the Earth a globe?
Is sorry, gi, is the Earth a globe? That's a yes.
Yes.
Okay. And what has convinced you of that? What about the world that presents itself to your senses? 5 senses. What exactly does the Earth do to tell you that it's a spinning globe?
Several things, if I'm allowed to think about what my senses detect.
Dude, we'll just talk about the one of them. Just give me one of them, because I feel like if we go into any others, we got to do time, right? Baby steps.
Right. If you're asking me if I can see the world as a globe, or I can feel the Earth as a globe, or I can smell the Earth as a globe, or I can hear the Earth as a globe, no, I can't do that.
Wow,
Nobody
see, that's very honest. Right. Nobody can, because it isn't a globe, but we'll get to that. It's a great answer. Thank you for being honest. So then your senses don't tell you you're on a globe. So what is it then that convinces you that you're on a globe? Could it be perhaps somebody else's for it?
Well, see, my senses, my 5 senses, don't tell me that my wife loves me, right? But I know my wife loves me. My 5 senses don't tell me that I have a bitching car, but I know I have a bitching car. My 5 senses don't tell me that. Well, I mean, I think you get my point, right?
I don't get your point. No, don't know what you're saying.
I don't get your point.
My point is that there are things.
Jin, hang on, Jin. Hang on, buddy. What were you saying, sir?
My point is that there are things that are obvious, immediately obvious from your senses. For example, that light is blue, right? That is immediately obvious when you look at a light. And there are other things that require...
It's a simpler question than you're making the answer. Let me try again. What about the Earth makes you think it is a globe, other than what you've been told?
Okay, that's a different question than when you asked.
No, it's not. It's the exact same question.
No, you asked me about my
because
senses.
Listen, so if you can't trust your senses, what else do you trust? You have to trust someone else.
No.
And their senses. And whatever the fuck they say. Does that make sense?
No, it does not. You keep asking different questions, and I feel like you don't realize
it's the same question, man.
Yeah, it really is the same question. But guess what? That's okay.
Give me just 30 seconds, less than 30
Yeah, go ahead, Jin.
Right, basically, Guy, look, my man here is talking to you coherently. He's asking you the straight questions. You are not understanding the question. All I'll ask you to do is relax, breathe in. You're not being judged here. It is up to you to explain to us how you know the Earth is a globe. Now, you said you're not using your senses. So logically thinking, you must be listening to somebody else then. That's a logical path. It's still on course with the answer we want from you. How do you know the Earth is a spinning ball? Please answer. Go.
So I actually have several reasons. But you are correct that one of them relies on, at least to some degree, trusting somebody else, right?
Right.
And I mean, I can list off the reasons why I believe the Earth is.
Please
go with one. Yeah, just one, please.
Yeah, sure. Because, I mean, you're gonna have to give me like a minute, all right?
Yes.
So here's how I've typically seen learning facts, as I was growing up since I was a little kid, right? I would go to science class, I would go to geology class or social studies class or whatever, right? And I would see fact that was presented to me on a textbook.
Facts.
Right? And every once in a while, I would see something that's unbelievable, right? Something that I have trouble believing. I'm like, that can't be right. Right?
Well, and then what do you do?
Unicorns?
Right? It's something like the square of the sum, or the sum of the squares of the sides of a right triangle add up to the square of the...
Yes, so a banana walked down the street and asked a building out on a date. Yeah, who gives a fuck about it?
Yeah, and leprechauns in a book.
This specific
what else does that help you with?
This specific example is not the point. It's not important.
Okay.
Right? My whole point is that I would see something, I'd be like, I don't believe that. Yeah, they're presenting to me as it's a fact, like it's true, right? And so then I would spend the time, however long it would take me, to verify that it is indeed correct. Then I'd be like, holy shit, this is right. This is correct. That one thing that I doubted. But hold on, I'm not done. Please. Allow me. I'm almost done, I swear, but I'm not done just yet. And then that would happen again, right? I would see, like a teacher would present me a quote-unquote fact, and I'd be like, that can't be right. So then I would look into it myself, and then I'd be like, holy shit, he's right.
You look into what? You're saying a bunch of nothing. When did you look into the Earth being curved?
Hold on. Let me finish, please. Yeah. So my whole point is that every once in a while I would find something that I don't believe was true, and then I would verify it, and it'd be true. And then I realized, okay, it would be a lot more efficient if instead of verifying every single little fact that was presented to me, I just verify a random subset to
you lost me. Excuse me. Listen, you lost me, and you lost the audience a while ago, and that's okay. But listen, it's fine. It's fine.
Because you don't understand what I'm saying.
I do understand what you're saying. Let me see. You said that the kind of thinking is good, sir. You're questioning things. Yes, we get it. That's good. So. You're saying, it's too much work, though, to go out and verify everything myself. That's great. That's exactly right. So what you do is you whittle your claims down, the claims you actually make that you can back up. You separate the wheat from the chaff on that, right? Then you got a lot less stuff that you have to claim you know about because you fucking don't. And then you can start one by one going and figure it out yourself. It's empiricism. But yes, you're right. That thought process, the questioning aspect of your demeanor is healthy. Use that moving forward.
I think you totally missed the point of my...
No, I didn't miss it. I understand what you're saying. Okay.
Yes. Your ability
I've got a question for you though. What I think you need to do when you're explaining that your teacher or you saw something that you need to clarify that and recall what you did to verify that the Earth is a globe. You need to keep that coherent. You're being honest. I love it. Carry on.
Yeah, and you need to stop with the thinking you have this ability to talk over our heads in some way. You can't do that. I'm sorry.
Well,
we're with you 100%. Believe it or not.
The only reason I say that some points are going over some people's heads is because I'm sorry if I'm talking about.
They're not.
I mean, how do you know that? You can read minds.
It's okay, man.
Because we're not slow.
Yeah, some people just.
I'm not trying to say
get
you're
it.
slow.
You feel me? Some people just get it. Okay.
I mean,
anyway,
it's also possible that I'm not doing a very good job of using the right words to express what I'm thinking, right?
Maybe.
So,
That's
I'm not trying to say you're stupid.
No, I know. Okay.
We started off asking you for evidence or demonstrations, and now you went to whatever you're doing now. So I mean, we don't know.
Yeah, it's just
right because I got accused of talking down to you guys, which I'm trying.
No, well, you're not.
I didn't say that.
Let's get on with it now. Come on.
You're fine. Let's just clear the slate. Can we please talk about why you think the Earth's a globe? One physical reason, a demonstration, a measurement, anything.
So the main reason is not physical, and as you alluded, is because I trust people, right? It's because I've verified a bunch of random claims for the so-called mainstream scientists that this is one that I trust. That's the main reason.
All right, cool. So
Helio, stop.
No. I want to find out what.
Please let him finish, though.
No,
he wasn't done.
I know, but I want. What points do you think are going over our heads?
No, that's going backwards. We almost had him to make a claim. Just let him make a claim, dude. Please.
Second reason is that I've actually verified myself.
How?
Yeah.
So.
Do tell, please.
So if you granted, I have not gone out to the desert or to the ocean and taken a bunch of pictures. I just get them online, right, from like random places. But if you do that, and you can take, there's several approaches, right? What you can do is you can take the claimed radius of the Earth, right? Plug it into what you see, plus what we know about electromagnetism, right? And you can reproduce scenarios which would give you the picture, which are not consistent with your
Scenario. Hold on. What's a scenario? What do you mean a scenario? What's that?
A scenario would be like different temperatures of the atmosphere at different points, like a different
what?
So over time, you understand that temperatures in one place.
Absolutely, but you haven't given us one piece of evidence yet. Nothing. Come on, man. We're just waiting.
You
for
haven't
one piece.
showed us. Turn your camera.
I
Do
can't.
you have the video?
Telling you why.
Are you doing this stuff?
You're just making shit up, bro. Quit it. Tell us just give us the real shit. Just give us the real shit.
So hold up. Hold up, Eugene. You're saying to take the radiance, right? Plug it into some kind of equation and blah blah blah. But we're asking, what radius? You know, how did we go? Like, where did the radius come from? Like, okay, the radius is a claimed number, right? Where is it?
So as I
this is what he's avoiding.
How did you? Hold on. How did he substantiate it?
Okay, so 3 different people asked 3 questions. Let him answer one of them, please. Thanks.
He was. Go ahead.
As I said earlier, there are 2 ways in which you can do it. The way that I described it earlier is I just took the radius that the mainstream scientists tell us. The other way you could do it is that...
Which is, what's the radius, by the way?
I don't remember.
Okay, then shut up.
No, Helio.
Now, hold on a second.
No.
When you got the radius, when you got the radius, how did you verify that was the radius? How did you verify that that's a right radius or not? Because maybe they put spaghetti numbers on there and it was wrong, and now you have to be in a position to see if it's right. How did you do that?
Yep, because, for example, if you take a picture of the horizon, if you assume...
You took a picture?
If somebody takes a picture... right, of the horizon.
Maybe you took a picture one time, right? Maybe you might have.
I am a photographer.
Why is everybody cutting this guy off?
Oh shit,
this
dude!
guy
Everybody
can't
needs to
even get a
shut up
word
and
in.
just let him speak.
I'll
Like
shut up.
we
You
get to
guys
talk
fucking
all the
have
time.
it.
He's a Glober who wants to talk to us. Just fucking let's do it right. Thank you.
Okay, so as I'm trying to say, is that if you take a picture of the horizon, okay, and you figure out a way to find out how far the horizon is, like you put a stick there or something, and you keep moving. You have a friend that moves it back until it disappears. So you have some verified way of finding out how far away the horizon is. Yep.
Do you see live stream text, Gaijin? Click on live stream text. That's where we're posting stuff as we're talking about it. There's a picture of the horizon right there. I posted for you. Yeah. Go ahead. Can you explain what you were saying?
Yeah, I'll start over. So the way that I can verify a certain radius, right, is that if I take a picture of the horizon and I know my elevation, I know how far away the horizon is.
Use the picture I posted. We know the elevation is given right there. Use that picture.
All right, I'm going to start over because I keep getting interrupted.
Yep.
The point that I'm trying to illustrate is that if somebody tells me a radius of the Earth and I'm trying to verify whether or not it's true, I can take a picture of the horizon, and all I need to know is how high I am, what's my the angle that I'm aiming the camera at, how far the horizon is, etc., etc. And I take that, and then I plug it into a physics model that simulates our known laws of physics for electromagnetism, which is able to, sort of shift your perspective up and down. It's able to make distances look shorter or longer depending on atmospheric conditions, right? And you plug that in, it will predict where the horizon will be and how far the horizon will be, and you can just empirically verify that against the picture, right?
All right, cool. So I agree with you. I mean, where are you saying the horizon is the curvature of Earth?
Well, hang on, Helio. He didn't say gravity either. He said electromagnetic.
I know.
Electromagnetic.
I heard that part. I want to confirm this with him before we move on. Do you think that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth from where you're looking?
The curvature of the Earth will shift the horizon. Like where the horizon is a function of the curvature of the Earth and other things, right? But it's also a function of
based on what? Nobody. I've never heard anyone say that before.
Hold on a sec. Yeah, Denny, you're right. Helio, you're right. You're right. When did you measure the curvature of the Earth, young man?
Well, anyone else by that?
I just want to see his picture.
To him right now.
I want to see the picture he used.
Let me give
you guys
him
are wasting time.
No, hold on. I mean, he kept saying, where you're standing, we can do the measurement to the horizon, and he's talking about, that must, I'm wondering if he thinks that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. Is that a yes or no? That's a yes or no question. That would be a yes or a no. That's a yes or a no. Is the horizon the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
They're two different phrases. They're not
All
the same.
right, so the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth.
Correct.
You might want to talk to your globe friends about that one. They will not agree.
Oh, that's fine. Believe it or not, we're not all the same human being. So
hold on.
The globe narrative is finite and specific. But anyway, go ahead.
There's something like you said that if you were given the radius, right, of any ball, okay? Now let me give you a radius for a certain ball, okay? The radius is 4 inches. How do you know, right, where the horizon on this 4-inch radius ball is?
Yeah,
sure. Is the curvature of this 4-inch radius ball, is the curvature the horizon when you look at it? Yes or no?
No, it's not.
It is. I've given you a baseball to hold in your hand, and you're looking at it, and you're seeing the horizon of that baseball. That is the curvature of the baseball. See, that's why I gave you a small radius example, so that you can kind of get your mind around this curvature thing we're talking about. We're talking about geometry, right?
The horizon is the visual point where the surface that you're standing on meets the sky.
Appears to meet the sky.
But now we're talking about planes. We're not talking about planes. We're talking about
second derivative space on a surface.
Hold on a second. If you hold on a minute, where's your picture at? Where's the picture where you're telling us where the horizon's at? Pop your picture in the back. We're gonna look. Then you tell us the distance to your horizon or your curve.
Yeah, you guys were telling me to shut up earlier. I knew where he was going. And that's why I asked him if he knows the claimed size of Earth, and he's like, "Well, that's not necessary."
Nobody told you to shut up.
No, yeah, somebody did. But anyway, but he doesn't. He doesn't know. He's like, "Well, that's not necessary. You don't know. Have to know the size of claimed ball Earth, and that's not true."
Right. He was ignoring the radius as if it's something you can just plug in. But it's very important. The radius is very important for any geometric shape, cube, sphere. It's very important to know the size of that thing if you want to work with it. So you cannot just go with concepts, man. You got to go get out there and measure things. And you can't go look at something that looks flat and say, just imagine things changing because of electromagnetic. I don't know what you were saying, but we're talking about.
I can explain why I brought that up if you want me to, like the electromagnetism stuff.
Hey, Mr. Gene.
A lot of you already do this.
No, I want you to explain how you think the horizon can exist, and if it's the curvature of Earth, if you don't know what the claimed measurement of the radius of said ball Earth. That's what I want you to explain.
How can I know that the horizon exists?
No, the horizon exists to everyone. We all go to the ocean. We can look at the ocean as far as we can see. Yeah, that's the horizon where the ground appears to meet, or the water appears to meet the sky. That's the horizon, right? You can see as far as you can see, right? Very simple, right? All right. Now, is that horizon the curvature of the Earth or not?
No.
Okay.
Different.
Okay, so now we live on third rock from the sun, ball Earth, 93 million miles away from the sun, and they say this ball of Earth has a certain radius. Do you know what that is?
I don't recall. I think it's
okay. Well, okay, Google it. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You think it has no relation at all to what you might or might not see when you're standing on a beach looking toward the horizon. And that's why I was asking you if you think that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. I mean, this is a very simple question.
Do you understand? I fully agree that where you see a horizon totally depends on the radius. If the radius goes up, your horizon changes, right? But that does not mean that they are the same thing. They're two related concepts.
The thing is, that's how planes
You
work.
said goes up. I don't know what goes up means. What do you mean by goes up?
Increases.
The problem is you're looking at a plane, right? And you're seeing, and you're trying to say that it's a ball. That's the problem. And you're saying that it appears to me. No. If it was a ball, right, then the horizon has to be the curvature of said ball. But
no, it's not the same. You saying if the world was a ball, therefore the horizon is the curvature.
This is the claim of the ball Earth. This is the claim of the globe Earth. This is geometry. It's geometry.
They're not the same thing. They're related, but they're not the same thing. That's like saying, let me think of a good analogy.
Yeah, it's time for the Black Swan now.
Hang on. Let me ask him a question, guys.
Go ahead.
Let me ask him a question real quick.
Go, Josh.
Say you're on a plane, like where you are is on a horizontal plane. This is a hypothetical question. Say a horizontal plane. Would there be a finite extinction to your view where you cannot see anymore because things are rendered too small for you to render through your optic nerve? So the higher you would go, the further you would be able to see on that plane. Would that also be correct?
Can you
would see more ground? The higher altitude you go, you would be able to see more ground on a plane.
No, it doesn't matter at what altitude I am on a plane. Well, hold on. Sorry.
Know what I mean? Like, say you're on a table. Like, if you get
catch yourself because you can see further.
Hang on, Helio. Say you take yourself on a ground level at a table, right? And so you can measure that distance. And you think, this table's pretty big, and then you just elevate yourself a little bit off the table, and you can see the ground a lot better and see the true shape of it, and notice that hey, it goes out there, and I can see a lot further. Saying that the table is the horizontal plane that you're looking at. I'm not saying the Earth. I'm just saying the whole horizontal plane as opposed to a spherical surface.
Would you mind if I ask my clarifying questions?
Yeah.
I keep getting interrupted. Okay. So, barring atmospheric effects, okay, going higher on a presumably infinite plane would not allow you to see more of it.
No, sir. Hold on. It's not presumably infinite, but just say plane. And re-ask the question. Re-ask the question. Don't say infinite plane. We have never made that claim. Go ahead. Thanks. Got to be specific now.
Okay, he was.
So you go higher on a plane, right? You're seeing the plane. And you're going up.
Bro, he was asking about a plane. I'm not. I presume he wasn't.
Whatever. Okay. Fine. I'm splitting hairs. Keep going.
Yes. It doesn't really matter anyway, because if you're on a
actually,
plane,
I was talking about a tabletop, but yeah.
If you're on the general plane, it doesn't matter if it's finite or infinite. Going higher up, as long as there's no atmospheric effects, will now allow you to see more of it.
Yes, of course. Yes.
You sure about that? Put your eye on your desk.
Yeah, sure.
And tell me if you can see the entire desk
field of
from
view
that level.
increases as you rise in altitude. Yes, of course.
Parts of my desk.
That's without question, whether or not it's flat or a globe. Your field of view increases as you rise in altitude.
No, if you're on
Are you freaking serious? Who told you that?
Your field of view does not increase as you go up in altitude. It does not.
Really?
Okay, so you can't see further the higher you go. If you go up in a hot air balloon, you can't see further.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying, sir?
You're lying, child. You're lying.
If you're standing on an infinite plane.
Nobody said it doesn't matter if it's a plane or a globe.
Christ.
When you go higher, you can see further. It's very simple. I mean, a 3-year-old knows this shit.
Helio,
Why
stop
are
yelling.
you? I know, right? Well, I just don't know why he's lying. I'm not lying, and I'm yelling, but whatever.
He's trying.
He doesn't
He's
know
trying.
that.
He's trying. He's not lying. He just is very confused.
I mean, I can talk diagram about this, but if you're standing on a plane, infinite or not, it doesn't matter your altitude. You always have a direct line of sight to every single point on the plane.
Right. Do you agree it will
That's
always
true.
be at eye level? But do you agree that no matter what height you are at, that the horizon will always be at your eye level, though? Because that's what you're saying.
For an infinite plane, yes.
It's not, well, it doesn't have to be an infinite plane, right? I mean, you can't really go, no matter how high you go, you're not going to see that it is infinite. You're only going to see as far as the clouds and the air lets you see, right? But
Or
we're talking.
I'm just saying without atmosphere, and for some reason, this guy wants to be on a virtual plane, and as you increase in altitude, you're going to see the same distance from the ground to 100 feet in the air to 1,000 feet in the air. You're gonna see the same distance around you. I mean, this is you have lost your mind. That's insane. No flat earther ever claimed that. You're just making this shit up in your mind.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, bro. You said that everything you can see. What?
He just called me insane. He said no flat earther ever claimed that. I'm asking him, claimed what?
You want to talk to Helio some more? Go ahead.
Yeah,
he got triggered by you saying the infinite plane. That's it. That's all it was.
He said
just
no
disregard
flat
it.
earther ever claimed
Disregard it.
that. So I'm asking him, what is what? Or that? What is what? What is that?
Hank has a question for you.
All right, I guess we're just moving on. What's up, Hank?
So, you said that everything you can see on a flat plane is line of sight. That's true. But what if you have a drone and you fly it away, even though it's above the plane, just like you, but it's 2 miles away? Can you see the drone?
2 miles up or away forward?
Away, 400 feet off the ground. Can you see the drone?
Depends what you mean by see. Are we taking into account the limitations of the human eye?
Ah, that's what we're getting at. Okay. So, the human eye has limitations. When you put the eye on the ground, the angle in between the ground and your eye, it's very low, right? And then as you increase altitude and you raise your eyes up, like in a hot air balloon, you can see more, right?
Sure.
Okay. So that works on a globe model and a flat model.
Correct.
The higher you go, the more you can see.
Correct,
right?
because areas which were really small in your field of view get stretched out as you move higher.
Right. There's more room in between your eye and the ground because you can see almost infinitely to the sky. If something was coming out of the sky, you'd be able to see the whole thing because the ground's not blocking it, right? But on the ground can block things even though it's flat because your angle of resolution is too low. Do you understand? So if you got a hockey puck, a mile away and it's perfectly flat, like perfectly within like the finest measurement that you could think of, like within the width of a human hair. You can't see the hockey puck a mile away if your eye is on the ground.
Right, but you could with a good enough telescope. My whole point is about principles. See, here's the thing we do in science.
You can't
We
see it with
eliminate
a
all compounding variables, right?
That was adorable. 14-year-old goes, "Here's what we do in science, guys. Let me."
Yeah, bro.
Wait. I want to add to what Hank was saying.
Go ahead.
I want to add to what Hank was saying. When you put walls right up too, so now you got this plane underneath blocking stuff. But when we bring up some walls, right now that's blocking. Now, and then you put something on that wall all the way down, you won't be able to see that hockey puck on the wall, just like you can't see the hockey puck on the ground. Why is that, right? What's happening here?
Wait, what? What was
Let's
the
put
question?
a ceiling on this and call it a hallway now, right? And let's put the hockey puck on the wall, one on the ceiling and one on the ground. Why can't we see any of them?
Wait. What's going on here? Could you repeat your question?
Let's turn our ground into a hallway with a ceiling, right? And extend it. We have the hockey puck on the ground that Hank gave you, right? We can't see the hockey puck because the ground is blocking it. But now we're going to put hockey pucks on all through.
Why would the ground be blocking it?
Wait, that's what I'm explaining. Now let's put those hockey pucks on the walls as well and the ceiling.
Hold on. Right? Why would the ground be blocking the...
I'm answering that question. We cannot see the hockey pucks on the walls and the ceiling, just like we can't see a hockey puck on the ground. The question is, why? What's going on here?
I am so confused by this line of questioning. You've lost me.
So the thing, what I'm trying to point out is, if we extend our walls, right, so wide, right, we're going to see the hockey pucks on the wall.
Stop adding stuff. Go back. I need you to explain the very first thing you said.
Okay. Well, check it out. The hockey puck is on the floor, right? And you say we can't see it but if we pull up
the plane or not? Are we just on the real world?
On the plane. We're on the same plane. Okay, we're gonna put walls up. We're gonna put up walls just like we have the plane underneath, and we're gonna put a hockey puck on the walls just like we have on the ground.
On the walls?
What are you talking about? I'm sorry. I don't know.
Let me finish. Let me get to my point. Let me get to my point. Let me finish. I'm still painting the picture here.
Okay.
Your distance from the walls affects whether or not you can see the hockey pucks on the wall. So if we made our hallway so big, right? You're gonna eventually be able to see the hockey puck on the wall.
You mean wide?
Wide. We're gonna make our walls wider. So as we extend outwards our walls, right? We're still not going to be able to see the hockey puck on the floor.
I don't see why I don't see the hockey puck. The only reason why...
Well, this is what I'm trying to explain. Let me finish the story. Let me finish the example. We're still not going to be able to see the hockey puck on the ground. But if we extend our walls so they're wider, right? So we're farther away from them, we are going to see the hockey pucks on the walls, right? We're going to be able to see the hockey pucks on the walls.
Hey, listen, when you're far enough away from something, you can't resolve. It's called angular resolution. You won't be able to see something, no matter how large or small it is. The further you move away from it, it's called angular resolution. You will not be able to resolve it in your sight, even if you have a telescope.
Okay, Helioskeptic, real quick. You were correct earlier when you said that he was absolutely insane because he thinks that your vision doesn't change as you go higher. Obviously, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You might have to look for somebody else to speak to because you have a couple other people here that maybe, hopefully, aren't that stupid and have actually lived outside of a Cracker Jack box.
Oh, no, I don't want...
No, I mean, was I wrong about that statement I just made? Was I wrong about that one?
But he doesn't believe you can see farther, yet everybody in history stands up and gets higher to see farther on a flat surface.
I know, but anyway, even if you're on a surface, he thinks you can zoom in on a hockey puck fucking 1,000 miles away, you know.
I know, he doesn't believe in binoculars, he doesn't believe in radar, he doesn't believe in cameras, only works on a magical ball, which somebody baited him with. That doesn't make any sense. This has turned into a disaster.
Hold up, because I got to do the ceiling. This is the drone that Hank was talking about. Now, if we do the same thing with the ceiling, put the hockey puck on the ceiling. See, we're farther away from the ceiling. Let's just make the ceiling 10 feet tall. The ceiling is 10 feet tall, right? But if we extend the ceiling up and make it higher, you're eventually going to be able to see the hockey puck, right? If the hockey puck keeps going farther, or the drone keeps going farther away from us, it's going to dip back into that. It's going to go out of your angular resolution. You can't resolve because it's out. You have to push the ceiling of higher now, right? So you can see more of that plane in the sky, right? This is how the sun is moving above you. This is how airplanes are moving above you. Does that make sense yet?
No. You lost me so long ago.
Yes, Bong, he doesn't have a clue, Bong. He's grown up watching TV and thinks he's a Christian because he believes in the Catholic Church.
The XL explain it to what he said to me.
No. Guys, hold up. Please. Do this experiment. This is a thought experiment I did. I removed everything around me, right? And now I'm just this thing in space. I don't know how big things are. I don't know how big I am. And then I put a plane underneath me, right? And then things I can now maybe start to orientate myself. You know what I mean? Do this thought experiment. Take the walls away, put the walls back, put the floor back, put the ceiling on. Take it away, put it back on. Put things on the floor, on the ceilings, far away. You're gonna get it.
Hold on. When you say I add a wall, you need to explain to me the orientation of the wall. Is the wall facing me? Is the wall like a hallway, like a wall of a hallway going forward in my direction? Because you didn't give me any of that in your explanations.
Right, I'm going to give it to you right now. The reason why I say walls is because the thing underneath us that we call the plane, right? That's a wall, right? But it just happens to be underneath our feet. So how does this wall underneath our feet affect what I see on that floor, on that wall? Well, let me put a wall on the side and put things on the wall and see if it's the same, if it's going to have the same effect, if I'm too close to the wall, too far from the wall. Let me put a ceiling on this and look at that and see if it's the same, if it's doing the same thing. As I get far away from the ceiling, as the things on the ceiling get far away from me, do they do the same thing? Yes. And these walls are straight lines, see? And they're doing the things that we see in the real world do, right? That's what I mean by doing this experiment. You can kind of grasp the idea of a flat plane underneath us is obstructing things that are too far away, depending how far we are from that wall or floor or plane. That's the point. Go ahead. Does that help?
No.
Did that? No.
I need a diagram. I got the flat plane beneath us, right? But you still haven't.
There's a picture. There's a picture. If you back out of this voice chat, so to say, you'll still stay in it. There is a picture that is above that says live stream voice chat. You click on that, and you can scroll through there. There's actually a picture that Central posted explaining what the subject's about. That'll help you.
Oh, I see. Okay, so in this picture, I see a flat plane. Excuse me. The coin moves back. Okay, the coin doesn't disappear over curvature because.
No, it's just getting obstructed by the table, right? Because the table is closer, right?
No, well, the fact that the coin is obstructed by the table is one of two effects. One, either the table isn't actually flat, or two,
it's flat. It's a flat table.
Three points.
It's a flat table.
One, either the table isn't actually flat. Two, there is somehow enough refraction over this shorter picture.
Buddy, it's a
oh wow. Okay, he's a refractionist, guys. You're talking to a schizophrenic who can't trust his senses anyway. It doesn't matter. So
things that are closer will appear to obstruct.
Yes, he just conceded though, guys.
Yeah,
he just conceded.
No, he just needs more time with this. Let's not push him away.
You think there's refraction in a picture that's not doing anything? It's just sitting there. It's not moving or anything.
He lives in Gumball.
There's refraction in any picture.
So we know the table is flat. All right, that's what we know. We can remove that. We know that there's not enough atmosphere to talk about refraction. There's not enough moisture or anything in the air. So we don't have to talk about refraction. It's not refraction. What was number 3?
Gravity. I think you quoted electromagnetism.
Hold on. Okay, guys. When he comes back, can we please not jump all over him? We got to try to let someone finish talking and then give it just 1 or 2 second space, and then try to speak. If we all do it, it might actually. It's crazy enough to work. So, thanks.
Agreed.
Yeah, please let him talk. Let's not rumpus and jump over him.
Yeah, because this is something that's hard for him. It's hard for everybody that's a globalist. The biggest thing is that they're coming from reading book of what they're told. So it's like earth-shattering for them to sit there and try and prove something without a... So...
Excuse me?
You're excused? Hello?
Yeah, I have a question.
We might have an answer, fella. What's going on?
I don't know about that.
Was that the question that you have a question?
No. My question is, if you were ever asked to actually go into a rocket, How would they even be able to fake it in any formal way?
Do
The
what?
same way they do it now. They already
I guess
fake
you'd have
it
to
every
try
time.
it.
Very
Yeah,
simple.
I don't know.
Yeah,
When they
the way
send
that
the
they've already
rocket
been
up,
faking it for
they
50
blow
years,
it
they've
up.
been faking it.
Hold on a second. Can I just? How would who fake it and what? Who is they? Please.
Excuse me? They, I mean,
they?
the government, whoever fucking
Hold on a second.
controls that rocket.
How would they? What do you mean? What do you mean faking it? Explain to me what that even means, real quick.
I don't know. I want to stay on topic.
Yeah, so stay on top and explain to us what you're talking about, slow mo.
Slow mo? It's so slow, man.
Yeah, rockets are dependent on a flat Earth. To be able to send a rocket and watch it go up and then come down like they always do, that's dependent on a flat Earth.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying.
Still, my question is, if you were to be sent into a rocket, they wouldn't not blowing it up and also taking other people in, of course, that are not flat earthers. How would they fake it? How would they fake
They don't need to fake it. They don't need to fake it. 0 G is just when you're falling, right? You're falling, right?
But how?
You don't need to fake that. Hold on, listen, bro, listen. Branson just went up, right? He didn't go to space, so he didn't see any curvature. They don't need to fake anything. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you that he did not go into space. Not Branson, not the other guy. Those two billionaires did not go to space. They didn't see any curvature.
It's like, hey, we can put the question back at him.
Let me elaborate. Hold on.
No,
Lucas.
questions
So
back
hold
at
on,
me.
real quick.
I've not gotten an
Lucas.
answer yet.
Lucas, they're showing a flat Earth every time they go up. Recently, they're showing a flat Earth, so they're not faking it. They're admitting the Earth's flat.
That's not my question. It's not.
I know that's not his question. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So hold on. Hey, if the offer was made to me or you, one of you gets to choose to go into a rocket and be shot into space, would you say, "Ooh, me, I want to go. I'm gonna defer to you and be like, yeah, put that motherfucker on it. Go ahead."
But
oh my god! Oh my god! I gotta stop this. You guys are letting him drag us into the weeds.
Yeah,
so
that's not.
Yeah, I mean that. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's like, has anyone been at the head of a rocket and gone to space? I mean, it's really, this.
No, that's not what he was saying.
It doesn't matter what he's saying. Fucking, let's not talk about rockets, shall we? We're talking about the Earth, please.
I was asking I was still asking just a question.
I don't know what would happen. You'd have to go do all that yourself, dude. How would we know?
That's why I'm asking you.
We wouldn't know that shit. We've never tried, dude. We've never tried that shit.
All the SpaceX videos are just CGI.
Something that doesn't exist.
We're not going to talk about CGI. We're going to talk about the Earth measuring.
This is not a space channel. This is not a fucking SpaceX channel. This is not an astronaut channel. This is a flat Earth channel. So who gives a fuck what would happen if you were to get into a rocket?
He's right. Settle down, Josh. But Josh is right. So, what say you?
But but it's still, I'm just saying to the question, like, how would they fake it? If you were with them, how would they fake it in front of you?
My friend.
Yes. Well, listen, guys, stop. Please, guys, can you please give me a chance? Yes, we go up in the air and we come back down. That's what they do. So what do you mean fake what?
But then, hey, you've been proven. But that's not what they want, of course.
He's drunk. Is this Alex?
I'm not
this guy's drunk. Is this Alex?
He is drunk. Whoever this is, they are drunk.
I will admit I've been having a couple of bourbons.
Yeah.
He's not drunk, but he's on medication, so they might wear off, and he might or might not make more or less sense, maybe.
Can we get a sober Glover?
I like how you're trying to throw that I'm drunk at me now as well, because I'm asking a
You're
question.
not drunk, you're medications, which is kind of different, but almost...
No, I'm actually not. And I'm just asking a simple question. I'm just asking a simple question.
A simple question?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
I already answered it. Why are you hiding from my answer?
I'm not hiding.
Why are you hiding from my answer? They don't have to fake it. I've gone up into the air and I've come back down.
But how would they fake 0 G still? You're not just going down again.
They don't show you. When did they show you zero G recently? When did they show you that?
Parabolic flight path.
Yeah,
I'm a
it's
zero
not
G.
zero G. They're falling. It's called a fall, a free fall, a vomit comet. Yeah.
Look up the Argos technology that they use. Look up Hollywood and how Hollywood.
Here's how they did it. It's the same way they did it in Apollo 13 or 11. Which one was the Tom Hanks movie? Anyway.
What about 2001 Space Odyssey?
Exactly.
50 years ago. 50 years ago.
It's what we call a parabolic flight, because it's a parabolic maneuver that makes it seem as if you're floating, given the way that the plane is diving.
But that's not going to be continuous, and you're not in a plane. You walk yourself up.
Notice her hair. She's in zero gravity.
What we need
Notice
to
her hair.
Stop, guys, stop. Lucas, show me a video of what you're talking about, and then I'll explain how they faked it. Go ahead and show me a
it's
video.
not. It's nothing to do with a video.
Exactly, you can't. You don't even have a claim. Fake what? You're not. You're talking about your imagination, Lucas. You're on track. You're talking about your imagination. You're not even. Stop. Listen, I know. Stop. You have to show me what you're talking about. I know. Stop. It's okay. Listen. Just stop. Relax. Okay. Show me what you're talking about. You can send somebody a link of a video that you need me to explain to you how they faked it. When can you do that?
That's not well. I'm not trying to.
You see, you can't. That's the point. Show me what you're talking about. Give me an actual example. Stop hiding from your own claim, please.
Well, we're looking for evidence
hiding from my own claim. I'm asking.
Okay, some moderators, you're gonna have to mute him if he can't show you what he's talking about. You got to mute the person that's on these types of whatever drugs.
No,
doing, guys.
what the
you're just
hell?
Enabling someone that's on crack. Stop enabling these people. Thank you.
Will you calm down?
Where's the evidence?
Guys, can you stop enabling this insanity and have them prove their point? What do I need to show them they're faking?
Will you calm down, please, and stop cutting?
Can you please stop this troll, please, guys?
I'm not trolling.
Somebody needs to moderate this mess.
Please. Can you please go back to the gay gene guy, the gay guy? Thanks.
What?
Right here, bro.
You're supposed to show us.
I'm calling him out on this one. What
Thank
the hell?
Everybody, please, one at a time. I don't care who goes, but it can't be like 5 people at once. So we're going to pick one Flatty and one Globy. So who wants to go Globy wise? All right, everybody else be quiet. Who wants to go Flatty wise?
Okay, the guy's back, though. Please go to Guy Gene. He's back.
It was Democ and somebody else.
Democ, go talk to Guy now, please. Thanks.
Yes, Guy Gene. Thank God.
What up,
I appreciate you. It sounds like you appreciate the way that I discourse.
My goodness.
Let's not go there. What do you want to talk about regarding the Earth?
Homo, but maybe a little bit.
Great. So Earth, then? Does it measure flat? What happened? Did you do your research?
Well, no, it has nothing to do with research.
Oh, we're done talking to you, partner.
No, it doesn't. It was
please, moderators, please, for the sake of the channel, please mute Lucas.
Lucas, there's not enough room for both of us.
Why am I being mute?
There's only enough room in this round Earth for one of us.
Yes, very funny. Okay, so now, what was the homework?
I don't know.
Did you go and do your? Oh, you didn't do homework, huh?
I went and got another drink, and I started up Mordhau, and now I'm playing it.
You're playing a video game. Well, this is just super.
Yeah, I'm making an easy mode for you. I can do both.
Okay. So.
No, you can't. Humans are not really good at that.
Well, here's where I'm failing. I don't remember where we left off this young man.
I don't either. Do you want to restart it on a different topic just to make it
Sure. Earth measures flat. What are you going to do about that?
It's not a different topic.
Damn it, I was trying to jump in and moderate. Yeah. I was just saying, if he's not interested in the flat earth topic, he doesn't want to talk to us, and he's just like bullshitting around, just mute yourself and listen and play your video game. Who else? Well, I mean, if somebody wants to talk, I thought somebody was going to talk to Hank.
Yeah, Lucas wasn't playing any video games.
All right, cool. I mean, you guys.
Okay, let's talk to Lucas then, please.
Yeah, I thought you guys were doing a good job getting ready. Somebody was going to talk to Hank about,
If Lucas is going to say something about how they fake it, you have to ask them to show you what he's talking about. Please,
I was engaged in the conversation, by the way. Just because I'm playing a game doesn't mean that I can't.
No, that's true. That's true. But but just make sure.
Actually, to be fair, he's right, because I would rather the guy sober and playing a video game than drunk and trying to defend a lie. You know what I mean?
Are you saying the guy as in the guy or Guy? Because I'm Guy.
Guy, yes. See, you're correcting me. So you're doing fine playing the game. We'll continue to talk to you for now.
Yeah, I agree.
Great, good for you. It's one of those things. I do it too. You're doing something. Hold on. You're doing something that helps you focus on something else. It's like having the TV on in the background while you're cleaning the house. I understand. Now,
that's cool.
Go ahead.
Let it happen. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Fight me, bro. Fight me. Come at me.
What? No, we don't do that. Anyway, Hank, go ahead.
No, it's not a fight. It's a discussion. Hank,
okay.
You were talking to. I just want to make sure that was happening because whatever. Go ahead. My bad.
How about I pick the topic?
No,
sure. As long as it has to do with the Earth.
Yeah.
How did your genes move on to your generation? Like seriously?
Come on. Let him.
How
do
did
this.
my genes move on to my generation?
Don't answer that.
I'm not going to entertain that.
He's
I'm just going to acknowledge that's very, very, very.
No feelings. Just come on. Let's talk about the Earth.
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about the Earth. All right. Let's talk about. What should we talk about?
Let's talk about why all video games have to be flat.
No, that's dumb. Okay, can we please talk about the Earth measuring flat? So, what I mean by that, okay. So, do you understand that there have been countless? Great. Do you understand that there have been countless measurements, laser tests, long-distance observations? World record for long-distance photography is 275 miles. Given the globe math, none of those things should be possible. What say you?
I mean, I don't know what specific instances you're referring to. I mean,
can somebody please start?
I have a 25-inch penis. What say you about that?
Well, you'd have to demonstrate that to me.
Exactly. So demonstrate it to me.
Right. So everybody already depends on flat Earth. That's the thing. So every institution, every engineer, every scientist, every pilot already depends on not adjusting for curvature or spin. So the ball's in your court, literally, to prove. Yes. Thanks for playing.
That's right. Yeah. That's actually correct.
Hugo, good. I'm glad you saw that. Thanks for telling me that he was correct.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks from the back.
You stealing QE's
bathrooms on the left.
KJ's the DJ.
DJ's already here.
The reason for that, right? So there's something.
Yes, I already know the reason. You'd have to come up with something other than what we experience on a flat stationary plane of existence. You'd have to have evidence.
I think you're just stealing QE. I think you're just parroting what QE says.
No, we just agree with QE. We've already we agreed with QE before.
QE doesn't even say that. QE does not say that. Everybody says welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh yeah,
yes,
QE does not say that. You're right. QE does not say that.
Hello.
Wait, what is in your mind in this conversation when he's not here? That's kind of weird.
Yeah,
every single time he comes on, he bans me. Okay.
Guys,
no, but he's a funny guy. Sometimes we parrot each other's terms, but yeah, I mean, we've been saying the same shit over and over for 5 years.
Sounds a little it's not romantic.
No, we're not. Yeah, I mean, we're not doing the same thing QE is.
There's no such thing as 100% original. Can we please move?
Yeah,
want to talk about Black Swan?
Funny guy.
Want to talk about Black Swan?
No.
Black Swan? Okay,
I don't need
stop it. Just
you have any
please speak with him?
Okay, we got a problem, guys. Here's the problem, guys. Stop for 1 second. We're looking for you to make a globe claim, not confirm the flat Earth. Can you help us out? Thanks.
I have made several, but I can make another one. Yet another one.
No, you don't even have a claim. Just name one claim that requires Earth curvature or spin, because nobody can.
Make one claim that requires Earth curvature?
Yeah,
yes,
like taking off in a plane.
I know this is shocking, guys. I know this is shocking. This is terrible. Your globe Earth religion requires Earth curvature.
Yeah, right. Which part of reality? Exo, he's asking. He's trying to give it to you. I think
pictures that we have of the Earth.
No,
you don't have any. You don't have any. You can't even tell me when it starts to become visible.
We have pictures. We have 4K.
No, just one. Okay, show me one picture. Stop. Okay, that's fine. Just show me one picture. Okay, stop. Relax. Show me one picture right now. You can send it to me or Glatflobe or
I'll
Heliosceptic.
put it right here on the live stream voice text.
You got to send it to one of us first. Sorry.
No. I'll
just go ahead. Go ahead.
I do? Why?
Well,
just put it in voice stream if you can. If you do have,
does he have it? Then that's cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll just put it up.
Go ahead.
Just give me 2 seconds. I just gotta pull it up.
I didn't know if he had the perms or not. He doesn't have the perms, guys.
Okay, so here's the bet again. So he's going to show bulging water with the lens compression. $5. What do you say?
Yeah.
Don't give him that. Every time, man. I just I have good timing. What can I say?
Here it comes. Watch this, guys. This will be fun.
Bendy water. Here it comes.
Guys, he doesn't have perms to post that in here yet. That's
Oh, I
Someone's-
don't. I do have to give this to somebody. Who do I give it to?
Right. So just give it to me, and we'll continue. If it's not porn, we'll post it.
Oh wait, never mind. I think I can.
No, we won't see it. Yeah, no. Yeah, we won't see it. Hang on.
I try to. But hey, I'll
It's
just
fine. It's fine. I'll take the chances. I'm on a Macintosh.
I promise I only like kinky stuff.
He thinks he thinks there's a car. Listen, guys, he's much dumber than you thought. This Catholic person thinks there's a car in space, and the two-dimensional cartoon is.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for the two-dimensional
Absolutely.
Earth. That's awesome.
So you do think that car is in space?
Yes.
Motherfucker, I'm out.
Wow.
No,
and why
normal-
do you think
listen,
that?
Hey, Ray, no
Why do
normal
I think
human
there's
being
a
could stack
car in
books
space?
like this or believe that.
Does it not logically follow that if I believe rockets can go to space,
No,
that we
You
can
don't
put
have a
stuff on
logical
that
not to debate a fool
not answering the
because
question,
that means you become a fool.
You're not answering the question, bro. Why do
happened
you
to
think
the
there's a
rearview
car
mirror
in
in the car?
space? Why do you think there's a car in space?
Do you accept that I believe that rockets can get to space? I'm not saying that you accept that.
Never mind. You can't answer this fucking question.
You can't answer
So-
anything. He's
He
showing
just
us
did,
a
it's a
cartoon,
belief.
guys.
He just answered it. It's just
Well,
a belief.
He saw
let's
it
be
on
a little
TV.
more precise here. So, do you know of any demonstration or any evidence of gas pressure existing without a container due to gravity?
Yes. Yes.
All right. What would that be?
Show us that, please.
So okay, I'm so glad you brought this up. So the pressure, the phenomenon of pressure, okay, does not require a container in the way that you're thinking about.
Oh no, you're already lying. You're
For
already lying
example,
to us.
let me give you an example, an empirical test.
Okay.
If you take a bathroom scale, right, and you also take like a leaf blower, and you point the leaf blower at the bathroom scale and you turn it on, the bathroom scale will register a weight, a non-zero weight.
Hey, you know, an interesting thing about
Okay,
that
here
leaf
is
blower.
pressing against the scale.
Sorry, it's going to give you.
The reason-
Sorry, the leaf. Sorry, hold on. The leaf blower
Hold on,
is
let
going to
me
give
finish.
you.
That's excellent that you have a point. Well, you can make it after I'm done with my point. Okay.
No, you're not making a point. We're talking about consistent gas pressure. Let me ask the question again. Just listen to the question. Let me ask it again a different way.
Right.
So, do you know of any evidence of gas pressure, consistent gas pressure, existing without a container? We're not talking about
I don't know what
wind
you
or
mean by
leaf blowers.
I don't know what consistent gas pressure is. I think it's just a term you just
At
made up.
14 psi at sea level for hundreds of years, thousands of years, however long the Earth's been here.
14 psi at sea level.
Uh-oh, yeah, that's what it measures.
To give you an example of how you would prove that gravity can cause gas pressure, since we already have 14 psi at sea level, if you could take for instance, have a demonstration where you have 1 cubic foot of space where there's 20 psi instead of 14 psi, and you manage to keep that consistent gas pressure in that 1 cubic foot of space with gravity. Can you do
That's
that?
a different question of your original question. I can answer that one in turn, but I feel like as soon as
It's the same question, it's just more precise. It's the same question, more precise.
So here's the thing. Your first question was, how can there be pressure without a container?
Let's answer that one, please. Just stick with that one, please. That first one. Just go with that one.
I want to, but you guys keep asking different questions.
No. Okay, so Orion, we're just going to get him to show us a demonstration of gas pressure existing without the necessary antecedent of a container.
Great. Okay, now I'm going to continue with my first example when I fucking try to answer this question, but you guys don't let me finish. If you take a leaf blower and a bathroom scale, and you turn on the leaf blower, and you point it, like the pointy end that shoots out air, to the bathroom scale, the bathroom scale will register a weight. Now, why is that? That is because the air molecules that are coming out of the leaf blower...
So hold on.
Let me shut the fuck up, Jesus Christ.
Gravity is a big thing.
That's not air pressure, jackass. You're not using the pressure.
Spinning fan.
Holy shit.
What part of your example is gas pressure being held in by gravity?
Holy shit.
Which
part of what gas pressure is? It has nothing to do with velocity.
On the bright side, at least everybody on YouTube gets to see how stupid he is.
That's excellent. Yes. Please let me show everybody on YouTube how stupid I am by letting me fucking finish my statement. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you take a leaf blower and you point it at a bathroom scale and you turn on the leaf blower, the bathroom scale will register a weight. Now, why is that? That's because the air molecules are hitting a surface, namely the bathroom scale. Right? They're exchanging their momentum to the bathroom scale. That exchange
Velocity
of momentum
is your
over
answer.
time is what
The
we call
walls of the leaf blower.
Holy
is your
shit! You
answer.
guys literally can't let me finish.
Velocity is your fucking answer.
You literally can't let me.
The reason why you would recognize some sort of a
Holy
difference
shit.
in a measurement of the weight is
Oh my
because
God.
of the velocity of the
When are you
air.
gonna shut up? When are you gonna let me? When are you
it's
gonna
not
let
the
me
I'm going to
answer.
continue to overrun you because you're fucking
Let
retarded.
me answer the question.
It's not the question
You
he
believe a
asked you, though.
car
He
in
asked you,
space,
can you do
Oh
a
my God.
demonstration
You're a
of
leper.
consistent gas pressure without a container? That's not what you're doing.
we get what you're saying. Okay,
No, you
Gaijin, we get what
don't.
you're saying.
Let me
No,
finish.
wait, Gaijin.
No, no, Gaijin. If you do the same thing one more fucking time, someone needs to ban you.
Gaijin, wait, we get what you're saying. Don't be frustrated. Just
get it.
listen to the response.
No, you
Okay,
don't.
we're gonna go one by one. Just
I'm not done.
Listen to
Okay,
this.
go ahead and finish
The
then.
leaf blower is a container.
Everybody go on mute. Let the guy go. And if he repeats the same thing again and he asks the same questions and then monologues afterwards answering his own question, then we'll definitely kick his ass.
Yeah, that's sophistry.
As I was saying, if you point a leaf blower at a bathroom scale, the exchange, the air molecules hitting the bathroom scale push down on it. Okay,
On a container.
Hold on. That is an exchange of momentum over time. That will register a force over an area, namely the area of the scale. That's a pressure without a container. So now I've demonstrated
No, it's not.
how you can have pressure without a container.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
A leaf blower is a fucking container with a big ass tube, and it pressurizes the fucking wind and takes in more than it's pushing out the tube. Idiot. There's a differential there. And then you're hitting it against another surface, which is another containment, which is the scale surface itself.
You think a
So
bathroom
shut the
scale
hell
is a
up
container?
and quit saying a leaf blower is not a container.
I'm not saying the leaf blower isn't a container.
He doesn't understand what he's talking about.
So Gaijin, I need you to be quiet now, right? Right, and let us explain to you what we think is going on here. Okay, don't get frustrated, please.
That's fine. Can I answer the guy that answered my question?
Sure.
If your prerequisite is that counts as a container because the leaf blower counts as a container. Right? If the prerequisite is as long as the air was pressurized in a container at a certain point, that's a whole fucking other ballpark. Okay, I was asked the question: how can you have pressure without a container? The implication being a container containing the volume which we are talking about. The volume of the gas.
Of a container of leaf blower. The leaf blower is the containment of a resistance, building the force of air to do anything. It's just.
So let me explain this. Okay.
Am I talking to
engine? Listen, bro.
Come on. Is there pressure imparted on the scale?
Listen. Dude, what's your name? We'll mute your ass. You'll be quiet. All right. So the engine inside the leaf blower is a pump, right? It has to do with containment. So this creates a turbine that's spinning, right? And it's connected to another pump that's pumping the air from point A to point B. Now, do these things work without the engine and without the compression from the engine?
Yes.
So right there, you don't have a leaf blower without an engine, bro.
You could, in principle, do it with, like, for example, your own breath if you were like Superman, right?
Yeah,
the leaf blower
your lungs are the container. Then the leaf blower it's a container, bro. So are your lungs.
When your lungs run out, your air stops. Your pressure.
How do you have gas pressure without a container? The first thing you did is invoke the container.
Explain how. If your prerequisite is, right, as long as the gas is contained at a certain point in the past, therefore it counts in the future as if it were contained the entire time, then you're right. You can't have pressure without a container.
Gas pressure without a container.
But then in that case, using your same definition, I can just say force of gravity is the container.
It's gravity isn't a force. Gravity isn't a force. That's your problem, son.
You're right. It's a pseudo-force. Einstein taught us that.
So
right?
stop
but in
saying.
classical physics, it is.
So you just said a leprechaun isn't a leprechaun, but then you're going to use a leprechaun for something, but a leprechaun isn't real, and we know that. So you can't say goopy shit like that. So there's not a force there that doesn't exist. Fuck a pseudo. It's nothing. It's not a force. So what now?
You can if you actually understand.
Can you demonstrate what the gentleman asked you? 20 pounds of PSI right now in the middle of the room.
Can I demonstrate? I don't know what that means. Can I demonstrate 20 psi in the middle of the room?
With gravity. Yes, you're talking about gravity. You're telling us about gravity. Demonstrate, please.
Can I demonstrate 20 psi?
Yeah,
in the middle of the room.
The pressure.
I don't know what you were asking me for.
He's asking you like gravity. How about
go get a propane tank that's at 20 psi and put it in the middle of my room, and that would demonstrate it for you? Is that what you mean?
No. If gravity's the container, sure. I didn't say a bag of shit. Listen, go get a vacuum chamber, fart in it, make it a shape, and then we'll work with that.
Yeah, I mean, he's exactly right, Demog. He can say whatever he wants to say. But if he wants to come in here and show us gravity, or that gravity can cause, the Earth to be a ball and contain all of the atmosphere and everything that we've been talking about, that's a total different story. You can tell us that story and how it relates to your leaf blower and scale method. That's, it's not like we haven't thought about these things before. It's not a. I mean, if this is a thing to you, if this is a thing, hold on. Well, then what the fuck are you saying?
Well, so first of all, right now,
Can I interrupt 1 second on a side note? Just
Go ahead,
this is
India.
unrelated to what y'all are talking about. Y'all muted Lucas or something? You'd like another chance if you guys are game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He got muted for asking about a rocket or something, he said.
Did you
how they faked it?
You don't have to mute him now. I'm just saying, like, after this guy's done or whatever.
Yeah, I think he's done already, but...
I think this guy needs clarification on what he's being asked for still.
Well, can I answer this question real quick? Because I can do it in like 30 seconds.
Do it, India.
If gravity caused pressure, if gravity caused thermodynamic air pressure, you could do this experiment. You could take a cylinder that was evacuated, right? A vacuum chamber cylinder. You could insert gas and it would sink to the bottom. But that does not happen.
Yes, it does. Actually.
In a vacuum chamber.
That's exactly what happened.
Show us a vacuum chamber that you insert gas in and it sinks to the bottom.
I don't have a large enough vacuum changer here with me.
I'm sure you
But theoretically...
Where has it been demonstrated that you saw?
As you can imagine, I was not...
No, I don't have to. See, you lose me at imagine. I don't want to imagine anything. I don't want to imagine.
I know you don't want to.
Yeah, because we live in the real world, not in the world of imagination.
Sure.
Right, so where did you see this experiment done?
I have a question. So when you say that, did somebody say they don't believe in gravity?
Question is to change the topic. Go find that experiment.
Let's answer a question with a proposition.
Hey, I can hit a golf ball 300 yards, and I can prove it.
But when you say you don't believe in gravity, like, what do you think?
No one said that.